Chapter 661. Defeating the Hun's 100,000 Army. King Xia from the Han Empire. It is said that he is the most powerful person in the Han Empire. Not only that, he has that kind of relationship with the Grand Duke. In the city of Moscow, Chu Tian became the most talked about figure. The nobles stranded in the city handed over their troops to Yekaterina, and then just waited for the results ahead. The order in the West is relatively decentralized, and some nobles have greater power. The Grand Duchy of Moscow even has a senate established by player lords and some surrendered Russian Grand Dukes. Even Catherine was restricted. This time, it gave Catherine the opportunity to strengthen centralization. Yekaterina deployed heavy troops in Ryazan city to hold back the Golden Horde. In the west, Smolensk was handed over to Chu Tian's 40,000 cavalry for support. Yekaterina also handed over 10,000 Cossack cavalry to Chu. Days. The leader of the Cossacks is Khmelnytsky of Ukrainian civilization. Although there are only 50,000 cavalry, their strength is even better than 100,000 low-level cavalry. Thousands of horses galloped, and the Cossack cavalry and the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry cleared the way. The Cossack cavalry knew this step well, and could march faster than the Iron Eagle Scouts. Approach Breda's army as quickly as possible, and defeat it before it can react. Even on the plains of Eastern Europe, Chu Tian's warhorse Juing is still running rampant. Xiaochua followed Chu Tian, his eyes changing constantly, as if he was hesitating whether to escape. However, in Eastern Europe at this time, there are not many places to escape. If you fall into the hands of other Western barbarians or lords, your fate may not be as good as it is here in Chu Tian. Blida, the hero of the Hungarian Empire, commanded 100,000 allied troops and marched towards the city of Smolensk. Among the 100,000 coalition troops, there are Eastern-looking rangers, Western-looking knights, and barbarian warriors. Among the coalition forces, there were also Lithuanian, Ruthenian and Tatar light cavalry and Polish knights led by Archduke Vytautas from Lithuania. Lithuania and Poland joined forces, and their power was already quite large. But they still succumbed to Attila and dealt with the world enemy of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. Attila is getting more and more arrogant and dares to recruit our Polish and Lithuanian troops. But we were defeated last time, and there is no room for bargaining. Grand Duke Vytautas of Lithuania narrowed his eyes. He reluctantly led 30,000 soldiers to support Blida. When Attila rose, the Polish and Lithuanian coalition forces were defeated by the barbarian coalition forces, and had to pay tribute to the barbarian coalition forces and lost their autonomy. In particular, Attila received a reward that should have belonged to Temujin, and no one knew what special reward he would exchange for. Rest here. Breda ordered to stop the march only 20 kilometers away from Smolensk, preparing to accumulate strength to capture this important city. The coalition forces from each tribe stopped and set up camp to rest. Breda was wearing a plate armor. As a nomadic civilization, the Hunnic Empire had already absorbed the characteristics of its civilization after seeing the plate-armored knights of Western Europe. Smolensk will be easily crushed by us. Our greatest enemy lies not in the east, but in the west. The threats posed by the Macedonian spear phalanx, the German Teutonic Knights, and the Roman legions are all much larger than the east. Breda believed that this expedition was bound to win. With your ability and the Golden Horde as the main force, the Grand Duchy of Moscow will definitely be completely destroyed. The military generals of the Hunnic Empire and several Gothic, Slavic, and Germanic barbarian generals took this opportunity to flatter the second-ranking figure in the Hunnic Empire. If Attila died in battle, then according to the succession rules of the Hunnic Empire, it is very likely that Blida would become the new emperor of the Hunnic Empire. Follow me and fight. You will win soon and return to the empire. Those who make meritorious service in battle will be rewarded with land. Our opponent is just a woman, and we are facing only a partial army. The siege may take a while, but it will not drag on until the cold winter. Breda believed that the current situation was still under control, and that the capture of Smolensk would be a piece of cake. Breda is as arrogant as his brother. I really hope he can make a big mistake in Smolensk, and we in Lithuania can also be relieved. Although Grand Duke Vytautas had some issues with Catherine, he was even more unwilling to be a dog of the Hun Empire. There was a relaxed atmosphere among the 100,000 Hun's coalition forces. They and Blida had almost the same view. It would be easy for them to join forces with Temujin to defeat the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. However, the 100,000 Hun's coalition forces did not know that an eastern cavalry force was rapidly approaching them. In the city of Ryazan in the south of Moscow, a hero of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Dmitry of the Don, led 150,000 defenders and was ordered to defend the city to the death. This city was once captured by Subutai and Batu in history. At that time, this area was still in the period when the Russian principalities were coexisting, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow developed under the eyes of the Golden Horde. Now, the city of Ryazan is facing a crisis similar to that in history. The cavalry from the east and the servant armies from Eastern Europe are aggressively attacking Ryazan. Once the city of Ryazan is lost, the southern gateway to Moscow will be opened, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow will become a vassal state of the Golden Horde. Dmitry of the Don. Dmitry Ivanovich once defeated the Golden Horde, but he defeated the Golden Horde in its decline, and the Golden Horde attacked country, the Mongolian Expeditionary Army at its peak. Dmitry stood on top of the 10-meter-high city wall of Ryazan city. The circular tower stood tall, even when facing a siege tower that was higher than the city wall. The circular tower still had a commanding range. In addition to Dmitry, there were also a group of generals from the Grand Duchy of Moscow who were facing a powerful enemy. Sweat was dripping from everyone's foreheads because they had seen the black lines of Temujin, Subutai, and Batu appearing on the horizon. The cavalry arrived, overwhelming. The Golden Horde came with all its national strength, aiming directly at Ryazan, the scourge of God in the east. All the heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Grand Duke of Ryazan, who was responsible for the defense of Ryazan, all felt a chill in their backs. They will face an unprecedented powerful enemy alone. Catherine's order to them was to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Our city is so majestic. It should be able to hold it for at least 3 months. Right? By that time, the cold winter is approaching, and the Mongolian cavalry will retreat. No one can endure the cold winter in Moscow. The Mongolian cavalry comes from the cold plateau. They may not be willing to attack the north, but even Ryazan in December may not be able to stop them. Besides, there is still some time before the cold winter. Some of the strangers guarding Ryazan knew much more about the Mongolian cavalry than the local natives. After all, the Mongolian cavalry were conquerors who came from high and cold places, and were very different from the conquerors in Western Europe. And this group of people seems to be good at attacking cities. The defenders of Ryazan city did not know that Chu Tian had left Moscow with 40,000 elite cavalry. What they were waiting for was Catherine's reinforcements. Capture the city of Ryazan within 5 days, and capture the city of Moscow within 15 days. If they are unwilling to surrender, take away all the gold, silver, and population, and set fire to the city. When Temujin came to the city of Ryazan, he looked up at the towns in the west and had the desire to trample the city under his feet. The giant Xiangyang cannon gradually took shape under the work of craftsmen, and the Mongolian cavalry was responsible for guarding the Xiangyang cannon. This kind of monster used for siege caused panic among many generals of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Have you got any accurate information? Has Chu Zimu of the Han Empire come here? Temujin and a group of cavalry were stationed by the woods, waiting for the giant counterweight trebuchet to be in place. Before the advent of bronze cannons, giant counterweight trebuchets were enough to frighten most Western civilizations. Temujin was more worried about the reinforcements from the Han Empire. There seemed to be some tacit understanding between the two. Yeluchukai shook his head. After the disintegration of our empire, the intelligence network in the Han Empire quickly disappeared, and some foreigners, who were originally willing to sell information for profit, no longer provide any information about the Han Empire. Be sure to guard against him. Temujin's heart palpitated inexplicably. He was already a little afraid of Chu Tian. This came from his instinctive fear after several failures. Temujin's troops are approaching the city of Ryazan, and he is about to launch a giant counterweight trebuchet to attack the city. Please send troops to support Ryazan city as soon as possible. Your Majesty the Duke. Chu Tian sent troops, and Yekaterina received a request for help from Ryazan city almost at the same time. Under the premise that Temujin used a counterweight trebuchet, Ryazan city may not be able to withstand the bombardment of such large siege equipment. After all, the battles at Luntai city and Yumen Pass have proven that the Mongolian army's siege capabilities are not bad at all. You follow me to rescue Ryazan city. Ekaterina decisively divided her forces and personally went to relieve the siege of Ryazan city. She also allocated some troops to resist the offensive of the Nordic civilization from the north. In the early part of the first year of the National War, the war in Central Asia was the most tragic. And in the second year, the war in the Western continent became even more tragic. Alexander the Great once again declared war on Attila, the leader of the Huns, system bonus 50%. The princes of the Holy Roman Empire formed a coalition to participate in the war. The growing Rome was about to become an empire. In order to expand its influence, gain points, and attack Attila, An expeditionary force was also dispatched. The Ottoman Empire. They didn't respond to my request. Your Majesty, since their sultan was killed by the Han Empire, there have been internal changes. The Yeniceri Legion is manipulating the selection of the sultan, and some feudal nobles seem to have objections to the Yeniceri Legion. I am afraid that they are too busy to take care of themselves and cannot participate in this. A big war. Moreover, there are also some tribes within the Ottoman Empire who are dissatisfied with it. Without the Ottoman Empire, our strength is enough to defeat Attila. Alexander was quite critical of the Ottoman Empire's Janissary Legion for not participating in the war. Tens of thousands of war horses galloped towards Breda's 100,000 Huns coalition army. The Iron Eagle scouts War Eagle had already discovered the location of the 100,000 Huns coalition forces. A crisp whistle sounded, and a War Eagle landed on Xiao Chua's arm. She seemed to have an affinity for War Eagles. Chu Tian tightened the reins of the war horse and frowned slightly. Chu Tian discovered that Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, Ekaterina, and Xiao Chua all had an affinity for War Eagle. But Iron Eagle scouts War Eagle had not paid much attention to him after so many years. It is estimated that each hero has many hidden attributes. As a hero of the Khitan civilization, it is not surprising that Xiao Chua has an affinity for War Eagles. Don't kidnap my War Eagle, Mulan protested. Good sister, do we still have such a clear distinction between us? Xiao Chua returns the War Eagle to Hua Mulan. The vanguard of the Hunnic army is 30 miles to the west, and the number of horses behind it may exceed 100,000, or even 200,000. The Huns probably have one man and many horses. Taking into account the infantry that lacks horses, it is estimated that this should be the 100,000 Huns army that Yekaterina mentioned. Speed up the march and destroy them in one fell swoop. After Chu Tian noticed the location of the Huns coalition, his first reaction was to attack. We don't have to err on the side of caution? Soldiers are expensive and quick. Chu Tian used all his cavalry to rush towards the Huns army. It's crazy. Xiao Chua shook his head and was forced to follow. Cossack cavalry and Iron Eagle scouts attack from the left and right flanks. The rest of the cavalry defeat the enemy head-on. 50,000 cavalry and 10,000 light cavalry each of Cossacks and Iron Eagle scouts circled left and right, like open palms, to grab the Huns army. In the vanguard camp of the Hunnic coalition, an Ostrogoth leader picked up 2 warriors and threw them out at the same time to show his strength. The 2 strong warriors were no match for him alone. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the Ostrogoth barbarian general did not react for a while. When he reacted, he and all the Gothic warriors looked at the source of the trembling ground. On the left, the double-headed eagle war flag appears. The Cossack hero Khmelnytsky draws his saber and leads 10,000 Cossack cavalry in a rapid detour. On the right, the red dragon flag was fluttering, and the Iron Eagle scouts drove straight in, outflanking them from the other direction. On the front, the light cavalry composed of the White Robe army and the White Horse rebels launched a charge. And behind the light cavalry was the heavy cavalry regiment composed of terrifying high-level heavy cavalry. The Gothic warriors did not yet know the danger lurking behind the White Robes and White Horse soldiers. Their eyes were attracted by the white wave in front of them. The White Robes were too eye-catching. Array up! The Ostrogoth barbarian general picked up a battle axe stuck in the ground, and a group of Ostrogoth swordsmen and spearmen quickly formed a defensive formation, trying to block the offensive from the east. The White Robes and White Horse never attacked the Gothic warriors' defense line head-on. Instead, they used bows and arrows, and used their superb riding skills to shoot at the Gothic army. A hail of arrows fell, filling the shields of the Gothic warriors. From time to time, Gothic warriors were killed by fierce arrows. After the cavalry in the front rows fired arrows, they retreated from both sides to the rear, allowing the cavalry in the back row to shoot on horseback, constantly shaking the psychological defense of the Gothic warriors, and looking for opportunities for the high-level heavy cavalry in the rear to defeat the Gothic army. Shuerigui and Zhao Yun mingled among the White Horse followers and shot several arrows, killing several tall Gothic nobles. The Cossack cavalry and Iron Eagle scout cavalry on both sides were also harassing the Gothic army. Tens of thousands of cavalry were like locusts eating away at the legion of Gothic warriors who were the vanguard cannon fodder, causing the Gothic warriors to fall into a violent storm, with arrows raining from all directions. Use bows and arrows and javelins! The Ostrogoth barbarian general shouted loudly, and sent a dozen of his followers to convey his orders. The Gothic warriors began to fight back with bows, arrows and javelins. The javelin is thrown through the air. It has amazing defense-breaking capabilities, and penetrates the armor of the East. However, on average, a Gothic warrior may not have 1 or 2 javelins. Some Gothic slingers throw sharpened stones, which can also cause shocking damage. The number of arrows is limited. The cavalry charges. Chu Tian considered that the number of arrows carried by each cavalry in this raid was not many, and that he was just the opponent's vanguard. After using cavalry archery to disrupt the opponent's formation, Chu Tian could then directly charge into the heavy cavalry. Each high-level heavy cavalry unit took advantage of the light cavalry to interfere with the opponent's formation. They had already replaced their horses and armor, and were ready to go, armed with horse spears, bones, battle axes and other weapons. The White Robe Army and the White Horse each sung completely withdrew from the 2 wings, revealing the ferocious heavy cavalry regiment. Monk Wan Yenchen volunteered to lead the Zhongxue Army and the Heli Army as the vanguard. This fierce Jurchen general, who had vowed not to surrender, was now working for Chu Tian, fully equipped, and took the initiative to join the battle. At present, this group of loyal and filial soldiers numbered less than 200, and the combined army numbered less than 1,000. However, under the command of Monk Wan Yenchen, they tore open the defense line of the Ostrogothic soldiers head-on. Monk Wan Yenchen took the lead, letting the Gothic warrior's arrows fall and collide with his armor. Without hesitation, a bone weighing dozens of kilograms fell down from his hand. A Gothic pikeman's spear broke, and the bone hit his chest. There was a cracking sound of the sternum, and he was killed instantly. The cavalry of the Zhongxue army are generally equipped with heavy carbines or blunt weapons such as iron bones. Like their generals, they are not afraid of life and death and attack the Gothic phalanx from the corner of the formation. The Jurchen's charging method is a simple and crude way of fighting. If the first row cannot break the formation, it will retreat to the last row, and the second row will become the first row. This goes back and forth until the opponent's military formation collapses. Monk Wan Yenchen led the Zhongxie army and Heli army of more than 1,000 people to charge into the formation 3 times. The Goths' formation was already crumbling. The Gothic pikemen and swordsmen in the back row saw that the situation was not good and immediately strengthened the defense at the corner of the formation. However, it was too late. When the steel torrent composed of heavy cavalry successfully broke through, even the Gothic pikemen could not withstand the terrifying impact. Behind the Zhongxue army and the Heli army, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's Xuanjia army broke through. This time Yu Qigong put on a horse that was more suitable for charging with a war horse. He swept away with all his strength and killed several Gothic shield-wielding swordsmen instantly. Cheng Yaojin's battle axe struck his head, and the Gothic general blocked it with his shield. Just like the sound of chopping firewood, the battle axe embedded in the shield, shattered it, and directly killed the Gothic civilization general behind the shield. Taisher Ci commanded the Tiger army. King Arthur commanded the cavalry army, and Hua Xiong commanded the Shiliang cavalry. They rushed along the gap with overwhelming force, with Monk Wan Yenchen breaking the formation and opening up the situation. It would be a pure harvest for the cavalry in the rear. The Gothic barbarian berserkers were forced to trigger their violent characteristics and try to cause casualties to the Eastern cavalry as much as possible. But they still fell under the iron hooves of the charge. Some berserker warriors were crushed by iron hoofs before their physical strength was exhausted. The violent state of this group of Gothic berserkers seems to be far worse than that of the Varangian guards. This is probably why the Varangian guards are precious. When Chu Tian saw his heavy cavalry regiment tearing apart the Gothic vanguard, he didn't take it seriously. This was a matter of course. He was observing the characteristics of some Western arms. The Gothic warriors who attacked the Grand Duchy of Moscow were not the elite of the Gothic kingdom, but a partial force. They only looked a little more powerful thanks to the systematic 50% bonus. The gap between high-level heavy cavalry and Gothic warriors, and between Chu Tian and Gothic barbarians can not only make up for the gap in system bonuses, but also lead to overtaking them. Chu Tian's Heavenly Khan characteristic also came into play. The Gothic leader in front of him was obviously not even a king. The Gothic army was suppressed by Chu Tian. Goths encounter enemy cavalry. When the Gothic cavalry was attacked, they immediately reported the situation ahead to the Hunnic commander Blida and Lithuanian Grand Duke Vytautas. Russians! How could they still have the courage to go out of the city and fight back? Brita couldn't believe it. After she realized what she was doing, she immediately ordered, "Everyone, follow me and come forward to support." Grand Duke Vytautas also reacted immediately and commanded 30,000 Polish-Lithuanian troops to test the situation. But Grand Duke Vytautas obviously had selfish motives and deliberately stayed one step behind Blida. As a civilized and martial Grand Duke-level hero of Lithuania, he still maintained his prudence. The Grand Duchy of Moscow took the initiative to send troops to attack the Hungarian coalition, which seemed a bit strange. The city of Moscow has been completely sealed off. Even strangers cannot send out information. All signs are abnormal. Grand Duke Vytautas looked east. Before Blida's Hungarian coalition had time to join the vanguard, the Gothic army of more than 10,000 people had been defeated by 40,000 cavalry from the east plus 10,000 Cossack cavalry. After the 50,000 cavalry defeated the Gothic army, they did not even have time to clean up the battlefield. Instead, they rushed non-stop to attack the main force of the Hunnic army and pointed directly at Blida. According to Chu Tian's idea, he didn't have much energy or time to play house with Breda. This time to save Ekaterina. Temujin's biggest enemy was still Temujin, and he had to solve the future troubles. Fight! Breda did not expect that the Gothic vanguard would be defeated so quickly, and hurriedly summoned cavalry to fight. The cavalry from all over the mountains and plains were charging towards me. Monk One and Aiken still acted like a madman, rushing to the front to fight with the Hun's cavalry. After the white-robed army and the white horse each song fired 1 or 2 rounds of arrows, they immediately drew their sabers and engaged in close combat. Joan of Arc took the opportunity to activate the motivational effect, boosting the morale of the entire army, and planned to defeat the 100,000 Huns coalition army in one go. The Huns cavalry and German barbarian warriors relied on the system and Blida's bonus to resist tenaciously. Zhao Yun picked dozens of people and broke into the enemy army. Hua Xiong's sword was blocked by a Germanic barbarian leader, which surprised Hua Xiong. These uncivilized tribes generally have amazing brute force. I didn't expect that there are some powerful people in the West. Hua Xiong became more energetic and swung his sword hundreds of times, fighting the Germanic hero holding a giant sword. The swords clashed and sparks flew everywhere. Grand Duke Vytautas could barely resist the effect of Skycon. But when he saw Breda being attacked by 50,000 enemy cavalry, he hesitated for a moment. Retreat! Retreat! Grand Duke Vytautas saw that the situation was not good and took the initiative to withdraw his troops, because Archduke Vytautas had discovered that the more than 50,000 people in Blida, although they resisted tenaciously under the opponent's elite attack, were already on the verge of collapse. An arrow penetrated the throat of a Hunnic commander. Xiao Chua went into battle in person. She basically relied on bows and arrows for sneak attacks. The Khitan general Xiao Talon had to work hard, wielding the mace with both hands, and used this strange weapon to give the Huns cavalry a terrifying impression. If you are hit in the head by a mace with iron nails, even if you are equipped with a helmet, your head will be broken and bloody. Clang! Clang! Several arrows hit the iron pieces of the shield, almost injuring Xiao Chua. Chu Tian brought the Tiger Guards over, and the Tiger Guards' copper and iron walls blocked the rain of arrows. I don't need you to save me! Xiao Chua discovered that after the Hungarian cavalry's arrow rain damage was increased by 50%. It was actually very high. If the Tiger Guards had not advanced so far, she might have been seriously injured by the arrows of the Hun cavalry. As the commander-in-chief, there is no need for you to charge into battle yourself. Chu Tian also hoped that Xiao Chua would surrender some remnants of the Liao kingdom for his own use, and he could not let her die here. Vytautas, where are my reinforcements? Blida fought fiercely with the Eastern cavalry, and was dripping with blood. He was suddenly attacked and fought hard for a long time. The Hungarian coalition began to collapse. He could no longer control the Hungarian coalition. He also found that the Lithuanian Grand Duke's legion, an important combat force, took the initiative to flee the battlefield. And he suddenly became desperate. Without the 30,000 main force, even with the system's bonus, there is nothing that can be done. Now, it seemed like he had no choice but to escape. Attila will avenge me! When Blida was escaping on horseback, one of Schwerengue's arrows hit her thigh and collided with an iron piece. Ah! Breda let out a scream, sweating profusely, holding back the injury to her thigh, and ran away. Of the 100,000 strong Hunnic coalition, 30,000 retreated without a fight, while the rest of the army either fled, died, or surrendered. Chapter 662 Uninvited Guests from the East. The cavalry from the east swept through, and the remaining Huns' allied forces were forced by Chu Tian's God of Heaven characteristics, and many soldiers chose to surrender. These barbarian soldiers were at a loss after their commander fled. Han cavalry and warriors from various tribes captured 20,000 people. Chu Tian absorbed 20,000 barbarian warriors in one fell swoop. Next, go to relieve the siege of Ryazan. More soldiers are needed. Use the servants of the Hun Empire as cannon fodder, and then deal with Temujin. Form into 20,000-man teams. Chu Tian organized the 20,000 prisoners into an organization of 10,000 or 1,000 people, which was almost the same as the army organization of nomadic civilization. This simple division method allowed 20,000 prisoners to quickly restore their combat effectiveness. The Cossack leader Khmelnytsky wiped his saber and put it away. Your Majesty, King Xia, next we should go to support Ryazan. Perhaps our troops are not enough. We must capture more servants in the territory of the Han Empire to defeat Temujin. Chu Tian counted the number of prisoners and found that 20,000 people seemed to be a lot. However, during the battle, tens of thousands of people took the initiative to escape. It was obvious that this 100,000-strong Hun's coalition army was just a piece of scattered sand. In addition to the prisoners, he also received a sum of points from the national war. Brida's abilities were far inferior to Attila's, and she was unable to control these Grand Duke-level figures. Damn it! Brida fled with a group of Hunnic cavalry, hid in a woods, and fled south. He got off his horse and limped against the tree. He took off the wine bag and poured it on the wound, grinning in pain. Of the 100,000 Hunnic coalition troops, except for the Archduke Vytautas' security corps that escaped, the rest of the corps almost collapsed. He had no shame in going back to see Attila. Vytautas, he must pay the price for this. You go back and inform His Majesty. The cowardly Vytautas, he betrayed his companions on the battlefield, causing the cavalry in the east to become uninhabited. By the way, the cavalry in the East Cavalry, a civilization from the far east, their cavalry attacked our army, which means that they want to intervene in this war, and they must let His Majesty know about it. Brida shied the responsibility for the defeat to Grand Duke Vytautas, sent cavalry to nearby large cities day and night, and then fled back to the capital of the Hunnic Empire, reporting directly to the Hunnic leader Attila. If Attila did not know about the existence of such an eastern cavalry, he might have suffered unexpected losses, although the losses had already occurred. How can the high-level troops in the east have such combat power? Their offensive is like destroying everything. Brida thought of the previous battle, when her army was routed by the opponent's cavalry, and felt fear. The 100,000 Huns army failed too quickly. In the capital of the Hunnic Empire, Attila learned that the 100,000 allied troops marching eastward had been destroyed. He was furious and drew his sword to cut off the murals in the palace. Follow me and capture Vytautas alive! Attila set out, his short-bodied but intimidating, and left the capital of the Hunnic Empire with the Shanyu guards. At the same time, the Hunnic Empire's imperial guards also disappeared. Grand Duke Vytautas retreated hastily. He couldn't help but feel frightened when he thought of Brida being defeated by the opponent's cavalry. If he had escaped a little later, maybe he would have become Chu Tian's prisoner. If a dignified duke of a grand duchy is captured by a king from the east, the impact will be quite bad and his prestige will be ruined. Your Excellency, His Majesty Attila's cavalry appears east of Minsk. When Grand Duke Vytautas was about to escape back to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, a group of elite Shanyu guards stopped Grand Duke Vytautas. A relatively short man appeared surrounded by the Shanyu guards. Grand Duke Vytautas looked pale. What? He knew that his escape on the battlefield would definitely lead to Attila's accountability. But he did not expect that Attila would directly use the teleportation array to intercept Vytautas on the way. This time, there was no way he could retreat. Grand Duke Vytautas had to lower his posture in front of the strengthened Attila and took the initiative to come to rely on him. Your Majesty Attila, please forgive my behavior. The cavalry in the east was too unexpected. No one expected that they would suddenly appear on this vast plain. Vytautas, your behavior has seriously affected my view of your loyalty. I think that I should not trust you as before. So next they will monitor your every move. All Poland, Lithuania, all the nobles will hand over your wives, concubines, and eldest sons as hostages. Attila drew his saber and gestured at the back of Grand Duke Vytautas' neck. If Grand Duke Vytautas disagreed, Attila might kill him. Attila could do it by killing a Grand Duke and then supporting a nobleman who was willing to be loyal to the Hun Empire to become a duke. The Western aristocratic system was not very suitable for the Hun Empire. All nobles must hand over hostages? Grand Duke Vytautas was excited for a moment. According to Attila, his wife and son would be placed under house arrest by Attila. If he betrayed him, no one could guarantee what Attila would do. After all, hungry human tribes do not exactly follow Western model rules. Vytautas, you are wearing down my patience. I said it all. Then it is all. Otherwise, my army will level Vilnius again. You have now lost your freedom and exchanged it with hostages. Keep your power and status. Serve me loyally, and when I kill Alexander, I will release all the hostages." Attila used his saber to push down Vytautas, who almost stood up due to excitement, making Grand Duke Vytautas feel a chill on his neck. The characteristics of God's whip have a suppressive effect on the Grand Duke. Grand Duke Vytautas gritted his teeth, and the shame of Attila's blessing was getting worse. However, he was now forcibly placed under house arrest by Attila's Shanyu guards, and could only continue to succumb to the power of the Hun Empire, no matter in the East, where princes and generals have their own kind, or in the West, where theocracy and the aristocratic bloodline system exist on the surface. The success of the king and the failure of the bandits are still the eternal truth. The decline of theocratic power was also due to the rise of secular state power. The collapse of the aristocratic system was the popularization of muskets and spear militias. The Huns' cavalry appeared in various conquered cities in Poland and Lithuania. They threatened to massacre the cities and forced the nobles to hand over hostages, once again strengthening their control over the Eastern European plains. This matter was directly related to Chu Tian's arrival. But Chu Tian was busy capturing the servant troops nearby and pushed to the edge of Attila's sphere of influence, increasing the number of captured servant troops from 20,000 to 30,000. At this time, Chu Tian still didn't know that he was only 300 miles away from Attila, the whip of God. If Chu Tian knew that Attila was in the south, he would not necessarily challenge him. Attila's Shanyu guards, with a 50% bonus from the system, had already made many European emperors and princes want to die. Chu Tian took the initiative to encounter them. Regardless of the outcome, the losses would definitely be heavy. Chu Tian can rescue Catherine, but he has no obligation to rescue the emperors and princes of Europe, unless they kneel down to beg Chu Tian, or Chu Tian wants to continue to dominate the rankings. Points in the first year's rankings can be accumulated backwards, but the rankings in the second year are calculated again. This mechanism is very common in many games. If you want to get the ranking reward in the second year, you also need to fight against the barbarians in the second year. Originally, wars broke out in various places at different times, but Chu Tian just intervened in the war in the Western continent and continued to compete for ranking. This is also an opportunity for Chu Tian to familiarize himself with the terrain of the Western continent. Everything here is very strange to Chu Tian. Removing the threat from the Hungarian Empire to Smolensk in the west, we will return to Moscow for supplies, and then it's time to go to Ryazan City. I hope Ryazan City can be defended. Chu Tian captured a total of 30,000 servants, formed a temporary servant army, and drove the servant army back to Moscow City. During this expedition, Chu Tian didn't waste any time and just killed Breda and left. Unless Attila gave up the threat from the Kingdom of Macedonia, he would dare to personally command the army to take revenge. Among the 30,000 servants, there were many leaders of various tribes, although there were heroes among them who were quite powerful. Chu Tian did not recognize any of them, unless it was a famous hero like the famous Roman general Scipio the Great or Joan of Arc of France. Only the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty had heard of it. Just like the Western lords, their impression of Eastern generals is probably Temujin, Subutai, Han Xian, and Sun Wu. Only when the two sides start a war will they start to pay attention to the legendary generals on the other side. Xiao Chua rode his warhorse and took one more look at the battlefield littered with corpses before leaving. It was hard to imagine that the Huns could be defeated by direct use of force. The Hungarian coalition, which seemed to have twice the strength, collapsed under the attack of high-level cavalry after a period of fierce fighting. This is under the premise of system bonus. Otherwise, this is a group of rabble, which will collapse at the first touch. He may be able to become a more powerful king than Temujin, but I can't become the main wife. What should I do? Xiao Chua was a little confused. It was obvious that the position of the main palace was occupied by Xiao Liang. Even if he was an equal wife, the status belonged to Hua Mulan. Chu Tian's cavalry drove 30,000 servants back to Moscow. During this period, Breda met her younger brother Attila, who was more talented than him. The defeat at the hands of the Eastern cavalry was my fault. Breda dragged her injured leg to see Attila. Get up. Attila shouted sternly. It's nothing to lose just tens of thousands of insignificant people. With such servants, we can capture another 1,000,000 people on this continent. Breda's expression finally brightened when she heard that Attila had no intention of blaming him. Moreover, there was anger in Attila's tone, and he had probably already recorded his hatred, absorbing the characteristics of Rome, Macedonia, and Germany. Our Hunnic Empire should not be limited to this grassland. We can have greater achievements. Even if we are defeated once. It doesn't matter. Attila reorganized his army. And the soldiers who had been scattered quickly gathered around the city where Attila was located. Ryazan city was filled with smoke, covering the sky and the sun. A half-foot-thick battering ram violently bombarded the city gate, completely smashing it to pieces. The Golden Horde army broke through Ryazan, which was defended by 150,000 defenders, and completely opened the passage to Moscow. There was no longer a fortress that could stop the Golden Horde army. Dozens of giant Xiangyang cannons destroyed the circular towers and shattered the city walls, so that the defenders lacked a foothold. They were eventually defeated by the Golden Horde army, and Bata personally led the army into the city. The Grand Duke of Ryazan and Dmitry of the Don could not hold on and lost the street battle. So they set fire to the city and fled Ryazan city. Tens of thousands of the 150,000 strong army were killed in the battle. Under the cover of Catherine outside the city, the remaining legions retreated safely to the city of Moscow, intending to defend the city. Once the city of Moscow is captured, the damage to public sentiment and public security may cause the Grand Duchy of Moscow to return to the separatist situation of the Rus principalities and be annexed by surrounding forces. The Grand Duke of Ryazan was frightened by the terrifying offensive of the Golden Horde. God. Their trebuchets are as powerful as the god of thunder and fire. Ryazan city was captured by Temujin faster than we imagined. I swear. It was not me, and Dmitry did not try its best to defend. But their siege equipment was astonishingly destructive. Seeing that the Grand Duke of Ryazan was in disarray, Ekaterina did not bother to investigate who was responsible for the fall of Ryazan city. The Golden Horde inherited the craftsmen of the Mongol Empire and had the potential to become a powerful force. The giant counterweight trebuchet once again showed its amazing power and quickly captured Ryazan city with lightning speed. The most important thing is to defend the city of Moscow. Although Catherine usually lived in St. Petersburg, she remotely controlled the city of Moscow, which remained the capital of the Grand Duchy. The punishment for losing the capital in a national war is extremely terrible. Just losing half of the people's hearts and minds basically destroys a civilized area. And there are rebellions everywhere. Loot this city as soon as possible. Then attack Moscow city, and let the Russians know what will happen if they resist us. Bata knew that troops were valuable and quick. After capturing the city of Ryazan, there could be no delay. It was best to capture the city of Moscow before Catherine fully mobilized. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is fully mobilized. To be honest, Batu is still a little afraid of the indigenous people of this civilization. After all, most of the territory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is located in alpine areas, and the people are fierce. Ryazan city was set on fire when the defenders with strong walls and clear fields retreated, and was looted by the Golden Horde army, turning it into a desolate abandoned city. The Golden Horde gathered its army and captured Ryazan servants and marched towards Moscow. In the city of Moscow, everyone in the cities left here is in danger. In history, the Golden Horde captured the city of Moscow many times. This city may not have been so indestructible in the era of cold weapons. Catherine reduced her troops, bringing the number of troops in Moscow to more than 200,000. Waiting for reinforcements to arrive. She could only choose to trust Chution, whether it was for personal relationships or common interests. The army of the Golden Horde has appeared in the suburbs. When the sentries outside Moscow discovered that the Golden Horde army was active on the outskirts of Moscow, they rushed into the city to report it. The city of Moscow actually allows the enemy to attack the city. Ekaterina holds the sword. This is something that no player in the Grand Duchy of Moscow wants to see. They have their own arrogance. Moscow city is their bottom line. A compromised noble suggested. Perhaps we can take the initiative to show our favor to Temujin and pay tribute in exchange for their withdrawal. Ekaterina has always been cold and frosty in front of outsiders. It's extremely stupid. If Temujin is so easy to dismiss, he will not mobilize troops to attack us. What he wants is a large enough pasture and a large enough number of servants to satisfy its ambitions. The nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow were silent after being rebutted by Catherine. Secure Moscow. No one can leave the city. Catherine closed all the city gates and vowed not to retreat until she died. Perhaps the natives of the Grand Duchy of Moscow are not as enthusiastic as the players. Ula! On the city wall of Moscow, the boy cavalry and the players shouted in unison, with such momentum that even the Golden Horde cavalry, who appeared under the city, could hear clearly. What are they shouting about? Subotai dismounted from his horse and stretched his muscles, hearing the sound of hurling in the city of Moscow. He couldn't help but wonder. Although there are no communication barriers between civilizations and lords, some distinctive vocabulary has been retained. It should mean something like long live or kill. Shuchi also dismounted. A group of military generals from the Mongol Empire and the Golden Horde looked at the towering city of Moscow in front of them. As long as this city was captured, they could annex the core areas of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. As for some desolate places, there was no need to conquer them all, because conquering the entire Grand Duchy of Moscow with the cost is too great. The giant counterweight trebuchet used to capture the city of Ryazan was removed from the carriage by soldiers of the Golden Horde, reassembled, and used to capture the city of Moscow. This kind of monster appears again on the battlefield in Eastern Europe, going out of the city to fight in the field. They faced the cavalry of Temujin, Subutai, Zibi, Batu, and Timur. Defending the city faced the constant attrition of Xiangyang artillery, siege towers, siege rams, and the Golden Horde army. There is almost no way to break the situation, unless you hold on until the cold winter, or wait for Chu Tian's reinforcements to arrive. Bring my letter for help to the one I love. Ekaterina also received an exclusive War Eagle. The War Eagle spread its wings and flew to the west. Is that the Iron Eagle Scout's War Eagle? Mawali, who commanded Tanmachi, dispersed the scout cavalry to a radius of 100 miles to prevent reinforcements from approaching the Golden Horde army. Theoretically, no one's cavalry could escape Tanmachi's detection and conduct a successful raid on the Golden Horde. When he saw the familiar War Eagle soaring over Moscow, he was keenly aware that it was the War Hawk of the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry. The Iron Eagle Scout is an Eastern military unit. Generally, the appearance of the Iron Eagle Scout means that person is active again. His cavalry has also come to Eastern Europe. Mawali immediately informed Temujin, Subutai, Shabay, and others realized that that man's legion was following him to Eastern Europe, and their faces were ashen. He wants to kill everyone. Temujin's forehead was throbbing with veins. It was obvious that at this moment, all he had to do was capture the city of Moscow to disintegrate Ekaterina's control over the Grand Duchy. With the strength of the Golden Horde, it would not be difficult to annex tens of millions of people. However, Chu Tian disappeared in Eastern Europe, leaving Temujin helpless. Expand the scope of exploration to 200 miles, and place scouts on all roads suitable for the march of the army. If there is any trouble, report it immediately. Subutai, command the siege troops and capture the city. Out of fear, Temujin ordered Tanmachi to deploy defenses on all sides to prevent surprise attacks from his old rivals. A War Eagle fell, and Hua Mulan took a note from Ekaterina. It was in Russian, and she couldn't understand it at all. But Chu Tian already knew basic Russian. When he was alone with Ekaterina, Chu Tian also studied foreign languages seriously, which could be used as a way to encrypt intelligence in the future. The Golden Horde has already attacked the city of Moscow. Yekaterina plans to defend the city and wait for us to cooperate inside and outside. Temujin probably already knows about our arrival. This time, we march with great fanfare and bluff to scare Temujin away. If Temujin does not retreat, attack him all the way and scare him back. Chu Tian considered that Temujin had Tanmachi and could not hide it from his sight. So he simply chose a different strategy from dealing with the Hun's coalition and marched with great fanfare to scare Temujin away. Generally, when princes send troops, they will bluff. This time, we claim to have an army of 800,000 and an army of 500,000 servants, for a total of 1.3 million troops. Chu Tian was shameless, even though there were only tens of thousands of people. But he announced to the villages and towns along the way that King Xia of the Han Empire had sent 1.3 million troops, easily defeated the 100,000 coalition troops of the Han Empire, and planned to relieve the siege of Moscow city. For a time, all the emperors, kings, grand dukes, and great khans who coveted the Grand Duchy of Moscow were shocked by the news spread by the players. An army of 1.3 million is enough to bulldoze any country in Europe. Only several major civilizations in the Western continent can join forces to stop such an army. An army of 1.3 million? They are lying, Your Majesty. They must be bluffing. Brita, who actually fought against Chu Tian, heard that Chu Tian had brought an army of 1.3 million, and vowed to Attila. A bluff, no doubt. But how many people did he bring? Attila was also temporarily disturbed by Chu Tian's so-called huge military strength. 1,300,000 is nonsense. How many troops does he have? The last king of Sweden, Gustavus II, was sitting on the throne. He originally planned to take this opportunity to plunder part of the territory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. But the princes of the Han Empire suddenly intervened in the Eastern European War, causing Gustavus II to take action. King Xia of the Han Empire was ranked first many times, and was not easily offended. "Father, what are you thinking about?" Young Queen Christina was only 5 years old. But since her birth, Gustav had abdicated his position as King of Sweden to his daughter, while he himself served as Commander-in-Chief of the Kingdom of Sweden. Because, in Gustav's view, he often fought abroad and was very likely to die in battle. So it was better to decide on his successor as soon as possible. The affairs of the Kingdom of Sweden were ultimately controlled by Gustav. Gustav picked up the young Christina. "A powerful uninvited guest has appeared. This person may become a powerful enemy of my father. This time, my father decided to temporarily give up attacking the Grand Duchy of Moscow and reconcile with him." Oh! Christina still doesn't know who the uninvited guest her father is talking about is. Chapter 663: The Hero Who Saved Moscow. King Xia's 1.3 million army is marching towards Moscow city. Idiot! Where did 1.3 million come from? They only have 100,000 at most. No, 200,000. Mu Huali was angered by the news reported by his subordinate Tan Machi. According to Mu Huali's estimation, Chu Tian could not bring so many troops. At most 200,000. Great Khan, haven't you captured Moscow yet? Mu Huali was responsible for peripheral security, buying time and vision for Temujin to capture the city of Moscow. The Golden Horde army approached the city of Moscow. The army raised the woods outside the city, collected firewood, and threw fireballs into the city. The fire spread in the city of Moscow. Hundreds of ladders were used to attack the giant city. The two sides fought along the city wall. From time to time, huge rocks and fireballs fell and then collapsed. Harold led the Viking berserkers to fight to the death with the army of the Golden Horde, and his battle axe cut off an enemy general who was attacking the city wall. The ladder rolled down from the medieval city wall and fell into the enemy troops all over the mountains and plains. Harold's eyes gradually turned red. His eyeballs were bloodshot. His breathing became heavier, and his battle axe was shaking. "Harold, don't trigger the violent state. There are still defenders here." Bathory, the special hero of the Polish Hussars, stopped Harold, who was about to go berserk. In addition to the negative effects on the panel, the violent state also has hidden negative effects. Generals or units with violent characteristics will sometimes passively fall into a violent state, and the enemy will attack regardless of friend or foe. In other words, if the battle situation is tragic, heroes and units with violent characteristics will unknowingly trigger the violent effect. "How can we kill them all without turning on the violent state?" Harold's battle axe chopped down several early soldiers one after another, facing the endless stream of Golden Horde troops. The role of a fierce general was limited. Bathory remained calm and stopped Harold's dangerous thoughts. "Even if you trigger the berserk, you won't be able to turn the tide. Instead, you will kill our companions." Bathory led the Polish Hussars to defend the city. The attributes of the Polish Hussars were not low. Even if they fought on the city, they could still maintain a relatively high combat effectiveness and use horned bows to shoot arrows at the enemy. Boom! 100 kilograms of boulders fell down, and a Polish Hussar was instantly killed by the boulder. Even the Viking berserkers were unable to stop the rolling boulders and fireballs. Some Viking berserkers had already been directly wiped out by a fireball. Surrounded by flames and smoke, Bathory threw the body on the spear into the city. She watched the boulder fall like a meteor, and the boulder shattered a wall. Bathory's right arm was in front of her eyes, and the arm armor could barely block the flying rubble. The huge rocks fired by the Xiangyang cannon were extremely destructive. Catherine held a sword and beheaded a centurion. Looking into the distance, there are already cracks in the walls of Moscow, and parts of the walls may collapse at any time. Some fireballs crossed the city wall and fell into the city in a parabola. Sparks flew and caused fires in Moscow, which has many wooden buildings. The flames spread in the city, and many civilians risked their lives to put out the flames. The Golden Horde used all their strength as soon as they came up. However, the strong will of the Moscow defenders exceeded the imagination of Temujin and others. As the capital of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, this giant city has special significance, and many strangers took the initiative to assist in the defense. "If we still cannot capture this city, we may have to choose to retreat." Temujin and Subutai witnessed the stubborn resistance of the Moscow defenders. Instead, the Golden Horde army suffered tens of thousands of casualties, and was unable to break through the city of Moscow. The Golden Horde's only chance was to rush into the city through the gap at the moment when Xiangyang's artillery bombardment collapsed the city wall and captured this solid city in one fell swoop. The cavalry on the periphery is already fighting the Han army. When Subutai and Bata were attacking the city, Tanmachi from the periphery immediately came to report to Temujin. Chu Tian's cavalry was so fast that it defeated the Hun's 100,000-strong coalition army. Then, without stopping, they came to trouble Temujin. They had already appeared in Tanmachi's field of vision. Chu Tian claimed to have an army of 1.3 million, which was an astonishing number. Temujin naturally did not believe that Chu Tian had the ability to transport so many troops to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. After all, the cost of transporting a soldier was already high. In addition, teleporting an army of 1.3 million people may take several months to assemble. But it is difficult to judge how many people Chu Tian brought, because Temujin knew that the time for the arrival of the Han army was limited, and there was no time to explore Chu Tian's strength. The Huns have an army of 100,000, and they can't hold on for even a few days? They are really wasting their resources. Temujin thought of Attila's promise. The partial army sent by Attila was defeated without much fighting. In Temujin's view, the 50% system bonus of the Hun Empire was too wasteful. The barbarian camp in the east only has a 25% bonus, which seems too little in comparison. Timur, Shi Laowen, lead your troops and follow me to support Mawali. Joki, be prepared to withdraw. Although the 100,000 Hun's army collapsed easily, the campaign still had to continue. So Temujin had to bite the bullet and go to join forces with Mawali. Mawali is equivalent to a vanguard commander and reconnaissance general. Without Tanmachi, Temujin will be even more passive. Tanmachi's vanguard generals died one after another, and there were not many left. That person, the lame Timur, followed Temujin on horseback, thinking of Chu Tian with hatred. If it weren't for Chu Tian, he might have become famous in the Mongol Empire's battles, received rewards, and become a king without difficulty. The Mongol Empire would also grant kings. However, Timur was now an exiled military commander. A large number of Golden Horde cavalry left the military camp outside the city. It seems that our reinforcements have returned. Sophia discovered the movement of the Mongolian cavalry. Ekaterina's War Eagle has returned, and she already knows in advance that Chu Tian's cavalry is outside the city, ready to scare Temujin away. Temujin had a lot of troops outside the city. The Golden Horde had 300,000 troops participating in the attack on Moscow. The core cavalry in Chu Tian was only 40,000, plus 10,000 elite Cossack cavalry. In addition, in the battle between Chu Tian and the Hun's empire, a group of Han cavalry were inevitably killed. If Temujin could be scared away, it would be a big achievement for Chu Tian. How many people in the past and present have been able to scare away the conquerors of the world with inferior military strength? Heaven's cavalry has arrived, but his handwriting is really illegible. Yekaterina clutched the note, and Chu Tian replied in half-baked Russian. So the handwriting was very sloppy. It was for this reason that Yekaterina was convinced of the authenticity of the note. Suspicious soldiers of the Han army appeared on every road outside Moscow, attacking everywhere to create the illusion that the Han army had a huge force. Muhuali and his Tanmachi also had no way of knowing how many troops the Han army had, and where the main attack was. Not only that, the terrain on the outskirts of Moscow at this time was somewhat similar to that of the Middle Ages. In addition to the main roads, there were also many forests and swamps, making it easy to hide your whereabouts. Chu Tian planned to gradually encroach on the Golden Horde's peripheral forces and put pressure on Temujin to press the border with the army. If the troops and vision on the periphery gradually disappear, the psychological pressure on Temujin in the middle will be extremely huge. The loss of the outer perimeter may lead to the main force being besieged by the Han army, because Temujin does not know how many Han troops have come. The Zhongxia army violently attacked Tanmachi, and monk Wan Yenchen took the lead, picking off more than 10 riders in a row. 300 of the 500 Tanma Red Cavalry died under the iron hoofs of the Zhongxia army. The remaining Tanma Red Cavalry tried to escape, but were surrounded by the outflanking Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry. In the end, all 500 people were wiped out. This group of Red Cavalrymen could not bring back any valuable information. Small-scale battles continued to break out. The number of casualties of Tanmachi's cavalry increased rapidly, and Tanmachi's vision quickly shrank. Due to the interference of trees, the information obtained with the War Eagle was too rough. Muhuali's forehead was covered with sweat. It felt uncomfortable to have his vision suppressed by the opponent. Several garrisons on the roads leading to Moscow were wiped out. The Han army's attack seemed to be completely irregular. In fact, Tan Ma, the Red Cavalry, has lost half of its peripheral vision. The enemy is in darkness, and we are in the dark. Muhuali is under tremendous psychological pressure. The Great Khan has fought with the Han army. When Muhuali desperately mobilized Tan Ma Chi to regain his sight, the cavalry of Temujin, Timur, and Chi Laoan encountered Chu Tian's cavalry unexpectedly because they lost their sight. Quick! Go and help in the battle! Originally Temujin wanted to save Muhuali, but a sudden encounter broke out, and instead it was Muhuali who went to save Temujin. Neither Temujin nor Chu Tian expected that the two old enemies would lead their cavalry to meet in the woods outside Moscow. Chu Tian just wanted to shrink the Golden Horde's field of vision and scare Temujin away, while Temujin wanted to help Muhuali regain his field of vision before considering advancing or retreating. But the two met unexpectedly and broke out in the woods. The war started. If you keep ruining my good deeds, I will kill you. Temujin was reduced to working for his eldest son. He was full of resentment towards Chu Tian and ordered the remnants of the Qishua army, as well as the pseudo-Qishua army of the Golden Horde, to attack Chu Tian. Not to be outdone, Chu Tian ordered a high-level heavy cavalry army composed of the Zhongxia army, Xuanjia army, Night army, and Huban army to defeat Temujin hard. Both sides are high-level heavy cavalry and will fight to the death. The number of cavalry Temujin brought seems to be tens of thousands. Chu Tian divided his troops to suppress Muhuali's vision. He didn't have many troops at present, but the terrain here was narrow. He couldn't be timid. Instead, he had to make a big show. Otherwise Temujin would see through the truth. You lead the servant army. Divide it into 5 groups. Retreat to the rear, and come to support one after another to build momentum. Chu Tian set 5 gold-level generals as guards, each with 2,000 servants, and asked them to quietly retreat to the rear. Since the captured barbarian warriors belong to Chu Tian's camp, they no longer have the systematic barbarian camp bonuses, so their combat power is relatively average. But they may not be without value. That person. Could it be Xiao Chua? How could she? Timur led Qieshua's army and rushed to the front in person. He saw a somewhat familiar figure in the distance, but it was too far away to see clearly. This figure looks a bit like Xiao Chua. Timur couldn't help but grit his teeth. The woman he liked seemed to have been taken away by Chu Tian and became a prisoner. Timur was extremely angry because he wanted Xiao Chua to be forced to surrender to Chu Tian. Chu Zimu, a lifelong enemy. Temujin and Timur had this idea in their hearts at the same time. Temujin did not have the complex of Timur. He was defeated by Chu Tian in his dominance, so he regarded Chu Tian as his lifelong enemy. The Han army's reinforcements have arrived. Suddenly, a group of servants arrived from behind Chu Tian's cavalry, with great fanfare and shouts of killing that shook the heaven and earth. The second batch of Han army reinforcements has arrived. The third batch of reinforcements from the Han army has arrived. In the military formation on the opposite side, reinforcements arrive every once in a while, with great momentum. When the first batch of reinforcements appeared, Temujin didn't take it seriously. But later, Chu Tian's troops seemed to be getting larger and larger, and Temujin began to hesitate. The fourth batch of reinforcements from the Han army has arrived. The fifth batch of reinforcements from the Han army has arrived. Retreat quickly! Temujin finally could not bear the loss of vision and constant pressure from the army, and chose to retreat. Chu Tian saw Temujin retreating, and then looked at the 10,000 servants, who were beating drums and shouting. These people were the so-called reinforcements. The servant army may not have combat effectiveness, but it must have momentum. Temujin's strength in this encounter was indeed several times greater than that of Chu Tian. Unfortunately, he no longer dared to act rashly. Otherwise Chu Tian would try to escape, wait for the white-robed army, Cossacks and other cavalry to be gathered, and then fight with Temujin. It's a real fight. Xiao Chua, your plan is not bad. Temujin has been frightened back. Chu Tian cast approving glances at Xiao Chua. Before Xiao Chua's loyalty increased, Chu Tian used him as a counselor. Sun Bin's physical strength didn't seem to be very good, so Chu Tian asked him to rest in Moscow City temporarily and assist Ekaterina in defending Moscow City, while he brought Xiao Chua to act as a strategist and assistant. This is all due to His Highness King Xiao's extraordinary courage and reputation. If he were an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would not be able to face danger without fear. Seeing that his troops were not as powerful as Temujin, he had abandoned the army and fled. After Xiao Chua decided to please Chu Tian, he tried his best to compliment Chu Tian. If Timur had been showing kindness to Xiao Chua and knew that Xiao Chua was trying his best to show kindness to Chu Tian, I don't know how he would feel. You are a smart man. You don't need to be like this. As long as you serve me loyally, you will get the rewards you want. Although it felt good to be flattered by Xiao Chua, Chu Tian still felt that it was a bit awkward. He hoped that Xiao Chua would behave more naturally. Oh, Xiao Chua pouted. This person is really difficult to serve. Temujin retreated back with a large number of cavalry. On the way, he had vaguely sensed that something was wrong. No, I fell into Chu Zimu's plan. Temujin found that Chu Tian did not come to pursue him, which was not in line with the Han army's usual style. He quickly thought that the Han army could not have so many troops. There were 5 batches of reinforcements alone, which was obviously another way of bluffing. At this time, it was impossible for Temujin to have another encounter with Chu Tian. Chu Tian joined the rest of his men, and they had cleared most of Temujin's field of vision outside Moscow. The Golden Horde army lost sight, and it was uncertain which forest the Han cavalry would rush out from and attack the Golden Horde army in one fell swoop. In other words, the Golden Horde army is now in a very dangerous situation. Great Khan, should we avoid his edge? As the actual leaders of the Golden Horde, Joki and Bata had to seek advice from Temujin. The quality of Temujin's generals was superior to that of the Golden Horde. Withdraw troops? Temujin was unwilling to give in. He was forced to withdraw his troops without knowing the number of the Han army. If the Han army only had tens of thousands of people, wouldn't he look embarrassed? But Temujin did not dare to take risks easily. If he made a mistake in judgment, the entire Golden Horde army would be annihilated. Joki and Batu and his son looked at each other and finally chose to respect Temujin's views and ordered the Golden Horde army to withdraw to Sarai City. This time the attack on the Grand Duchy of Moscow had failed. The heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, who were fighting with the Golden Horde army on the city wall, found out that the Golden Horde army had withdrawn. Unexpectedly, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The giant trebuchet outside the city was burned by the retreating Mongolian cavalry, and black smoke curled up. This was a signal for the Mongolian cavalry to end the siege and burn all the camps and siege equipment. Open the city gate and chase the enemy. Yekaterina did not relax, but tried to kill the main force of the Golden Horde as much as possible. The boy cavalry, which was already accumulating anger, under the command of the heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, stepped forward to pursue them. What blocked them were Batu and Subutai. Batu and Subutai turned back and fought hard, and there was another bloody battle between the two sides. The cavalry of the Han army also gradually appeared, and began to fight with the troops of the Golden Horde. They annihilated the 30,000 cavalry of the Golden Horde, and Batu and Subutai fled. When Chu Tian defeated the 100,000 Hun's army, scared off Temujin, and relieved the siege of Moscow city, it took less than 2 months, and the crisis in the Grand Duchy of Moscow was neatly resolved. Gustav, the military genius of the Kingdom of Sweden, the legendary hero who ended medieval tactics and initiated the reform of modern European military tactics, also believed that now was not a good opportunity to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow. He only took away a few cities in the northern border of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and then stopped to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The crisis in the Grand Duchy of Moscow seemed to be over for the time being. Chu Tian led his soldiers to appear at the gate of Moscow. The defenders suddenly burst out with a burst of Ura sounds, leaving many Han cavalry in confusion. A group of soldiers from the Grand Duchy of Moscow surrounded Chu Tian. As a guard, Dian Wei was about to step forward to push back the group of soldiers from the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but was stopped by Harold, who was also strong-backed. Ula! This group of soldiers from the Grand Duchy of Moscow lifted Chu Tian and threw it high, expressing their excitement to help them defend this meaningful city of Moscow. Chu Tian felt a little uncomfortable with Mao Zi's enthusiasm, because he was about to be thrown to pieces by these Mao Zi soldiers. Moscow will never fall. Let them bring Chu Tian to the palace. Catherine moves to the palace. Where are these people taking my lord? Hua Mulan led the guards and followed the excited soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow towards the direction of the palace. She soon discovered that Ekaterina seemed to want to take advantage of this opportunity to monopolize Chu Tian. Sure enough, Chu Tian was brought to the palace. Now he is the hero who saved the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and there seems to be nothing wrong with being summoned by Catherine. However, Chu Tian was brought to the palace and was quickly pushed to the ground by Yekaterina. Yekaterina skillfully pulled Chu Tian's waistband. Chu Tian frowned. Is this how you guys deal with the heroes who save you? If not, if it wasn't on her territory, I wouldn't let her. Although Hua Mulan knew that Yekaterina was forcibly pushing down Chu Tian and enjoying the victory, she turned a blind eye. It can only be said that the behavior of the idiots is too harsh. Sophia invited Hua Mulan to have tea in the side hall, and Xiao Chua was also invited. His Royal Highness, King Xia, has worked really hard. He defeated Blida and Temujin, and also had to defeat the Grand Duke of Moscow. Xiao Chua gently shook the teacup in his hand, indicating something. Sophia spoke for her lord. Please forgive me. Our Lord Duke has endured for several months, and there must be a place to vent. Peter. His name is Peter. Right. Why did Catherine give him such a strange name? Hua Mulan and Xiao Chua looked at the little duke sitting next to Sophia. Regardless of the color of his eyes or hair, the little duke looks more like an Oriental. Neither Hua Mulan nor Xiao Chua knew that Peter the Great was a very powerful figure in history. Peter the Great's reforms made the Tsarist Russian Empire begin to modernize. Even players in the Eastern Han dynasty knew it. Probably, I hope, he can do something in the future. In the West, there are strong enemies around. If you fall behind, you will be suppressed by the surrounding strong neighbors. This is something that you, the Han Empire, can hardly imagine, Sophia said to Hua Mulan and Xiao Chua. As long as our Senate unanimously agrees, the Grand Duchy will soon become an empire. Yes, Our Highness the Duke has collected a lot of fine vodka. Do you want some? Xiao Chua said in surprise. Vodka? Sophia said. Our Grand Duchy of Moscow's SS-level specialty is almost the same as ordinary tea. Hua Mulan and Xiao Chua hesitated for a moment, thinking that there was no need for Sophia to lie to them. So they nodded in agreement. In a sense, Sophia really didn't lie to them. But this was Sophia's subjective feeling. On their way back to the Golden Horde King's city, Temujin, Timur, Joki and others relaxed after confirming that the Grand Duchy of Moscow temporarily did not have the force to destroy the Golden Horde due to heavy losses. In our Golden Horde, 3 captains of 10,000 men and 21 captains of thousands were killed in battle. Joki and Bata were devastated by the loss of their Khanate. If Bata's eldest son's army had not suffered huge losses in Mobay, perhaps there would be no need for them to withdraw under Moscow. Break the situation. Break the situation. How to break the situation? Temujin frowned. His temples turned white, thinking about how to defeat Chu Tian. Chu Tian has become his nightmare. This time, the conquest between the Golden Horde and the Grand Duchy of Moscow actually scared him away. Until now, Temujin has not figured out how many people there are in Chu Tian. Report. The gates of Moscow city are open. The spies in the city claim that the Han army may have less than 40,000 people, and the servant army, less than 30,000 people. Finally, the Golden Horde obtained accurate information from the traders of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Puff! Temujin spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision went dark, and he almost fell off his horse. Chu Tian's reinforcements were so small in number. If they concentrated their forces to fight in the wild, Temujin might not lose. This time, he was fooled. Chu Zimu deceived me too much. The more Temujin thought about it, the angrier he became. If Chu Tian brought 100,000 elite troops, he might be able to force them back. But he only had less than 40,000 troops, which was still the strength after the battle with the Huns. And at that time, Yekaterina's cavalry was still blocked. Moscow City, Qi Laowen, Shabei, and other loyal generals all asked Temujin for orders. Great Khan, let us lead our troops to fight back. We have ordered our troops to retreat and burn all siege equipment. It is already too late. Temujin lost the parts for making siege equipment. It was not easy to capture the giant city. The Golden Horde army had no choice but to continue to retreat towards the capital city of Sarai. No. Chu Zimu is worried about the outbreak of civil war in the Han Empire. He is destined not to dare to bring too many elites. Gathering the strength of the entire Golden Horde to launch another war may not necessarily lead to failure. On the way to withdraw his troops, Temujin suddenly thought of why Chu Tian only sent so few reinforcements. First, the teleportation array required a lot of financial resources. Second, Chu Tian still had strong enemies in the Han Empire and did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, he could only bring a small amount of troops to operate in the Eastern European plains. With the power of the whole country, at that time, it will be a complete fight to the death. Joki and Bata couldn't help feeling a chill in their backs when they heard that Temujin, who had fallen into madness, planned to use up all the war potential of the Golden Horde at once. If the national war fails, the Golden Horde will be expelled. Attila took the 2 main heroes Blida and Vaitatas back to the capital of the Hunnic Empire, and the Chanyu guards were under full martial law. Your Majesty, the intelligence betrayed to us by some traitors in Moscow shows that a prince from the Eastern Han Empire sent about 40,000 troops. In the battle west of Smolensk, the participants were Han troops and 10,000 Cossacks. Cavalry. A Hunnic general knelt before Attila. Breda. Vytautas. The enemy only has 50,000 cavalry, but they defeated you completely. Attila was a little surprised when he learned this result. Grand Duke Vytautas' eyes were changing. He retreated on his own initiative, thinking that there was still a main force behind the Han cavalry. So the Han cavalry launched a direct attack on Bleda without restraint. Bleda argued to Attila. Your Majesty, that cavalry has a fighting strength equivalent to 200,000 Polish cavalry. How can we despise Polish knights and Polish hussars? Grand Duke Vytautas had some connections with the king of the Kingdom of Poland, and he was very dissatisfied when Bleda regarded the Polish cavalry as a unit of measurement. There is no need for a meaningless dispute. I order the king of the Kingdom of Poland, your cousin, Vladislav, to come to me. Attila looked at Grand Duke Vytautas. Yes. Although Grand Duke Vytautas was reluctant. As a prisoner under his command, he had no choice. Gustav of Sweden has unparalleled military talent and the determination to seek hegemony in the Baltic Sea. If he is willing to assist me, I am willing to give Sweden a piece of land in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as a gift to him. His military talents are limited by the size of his territory and population, and he should not only operate in Northern Europe. Attila turned his attention to Northern Europe. The barbarians and some of the original kingdoms were not entirely mortal enemies. Interest determines everything. After Chu Tian came out of Yekaterina's palace, Hua Mulan and Xiao Chua were waiting for him at his temporary residence. There was something wrong with their faces, and they smelled of alcohol. What's wrong with you? What did Sophia talk to you about? Chu Tian found that two people seemed to want to use force against him. The force of these two people was not low, and Hua Mulan's force was really unbeatable by Chu Tian, who currently had less than 90 force. Chapter 664 Nordic Lion. A piece of architectural drawings was spread out in front of Xiao Liang. This was a drawing that Chu Tian obtained a long time ago, but it did not meet the conditions, so Chu Tian never asked the craftsman to build it. There are many heirlooms in Chu Tian's collection, ranging from agricultural books and military books to construction drawings and weapons. The Great Wall, Jianyu, Northern Song Dynasty Garden, Lingyan Pavilion, and other buildings have never been built. The building in front of you is the Lingyan Pavilion, a 7th-level building. Lingyan Pavilion is a wooden high pavilion, and the construction cost is not high. The main restriction is that the lord's title must reach the king level or be proclaimed emperor. Name, Lingyan Pavilion. Level, 7th level special building. Origin, a high pavilion built in the Tang dynasty to honor heroes. Restrictions, each generation of kings can hang portraits of up to 24 heroes. Additional effects will not apply to additional heroes. Effect 1 Gongju Lingyan, the loyalty of civil servants and generals who enter Lingyan Pavilion will increase, and their attributes will not decline with age. Effect 2 Please come to Lingyan Pavilion temporarily, within the influence. The enterprising spirit of civil servants and generals will be improved, and the motivational effect of military merit on generals and soldiers will be enhanced. As a player, Xiao Liang can clearly see the effects and restrictions attached to Lingyan Pavilion. The construction of Lingyan Pavilion seems to have only the second effect. As for the first effect, 24 heroes are involved. This is a troublesome matter. Xiao Liang smoothed over the construction drawings of Lingyan Pavilion and fell into deep thought. The current Lord is no longer just a game. Even Chu Tian cannot decide the candidates for the 24 heroes at will. Nor can he replace the 24 heroes at will. In the later stage, if a civil servant or general with greater merit appears, if any of the meritorious officials who have entered Lingyan Pavilion are replaced, the latter will probably be dissatisfied. This is equivalent to a double-edged sword, which can have a motivating effect on civil servants and generals. But there will always be people who are dissatisfied with the ranking. Come here. Please order the Ministry of Industry to arrange the construction of Lingyan Pavilion. There are no candidates for Lingyan Pavilion for the time being. We also spread the news that if King Xia succeeds in a major event in the future, the 24 heroes who have made the greatest contributions can be admitted to Lingyan Pavilion. Xiao Liang finally decided to build Lingyan Pavilion. Compared with other special buildings, the cost of Lingyan Pavilion was already cheap. It was just a high pavilion. As for the positions of the 24 heroes of Lingyan Pavilion, they have not been established for the time being, so as to prevent the various civil servants and military generals from arguing over their status, which would cause internal disintegration, at least until the world is unified. The generals cannot compete for credit. The 24 heroes of Lingyan Pavilion? Many civil servants and generals heard that Xia City had a Lingyan pavilion that symbolized honor, and most of them couldn't help but feel moved. The bustle in the world is all for the benefit of coming. The hustle and bustle of the world is all for the benefit of the future. Even if some civil servants and generals are loyal, they cannot get rid of the shackles of fame and fortune, and may even fight for the sake of false fame with no actual benefits. Lingyan Pavilion has 24 places, which gives many generals hope. In troubled times, military generals are more likely to ascend to Lingyan Pavilion by virtue of military merit. Lingyan Pavilion. It's better not to fight. Feng Yi, the commander of the Thorn-Slaying Legion, did not have much interest in Lingyan Pavilion and continued to train his troops silently. In Moscow City, Chu Tian learned that Xia City had started building Lingyan Pavilion and acquiesced to this approach. Lingyan Pavilion will have to be built sooner or later. And Lingyan Pavilion, a special building like this, is no better than miraculous projects such as the Great Wall and the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal. The amount of gold and silver it needs to consume can be said to be a drop in the bucket compared to miraculous buildings. The second effect of Lingyan Pavilion is to increase the aggressiveness of his subordinates and enhance the motivational effect of military merit. The actual effect should be considerable. Chu Tian could already feel that even Dian Wei, who was a guard, became more and more excited after hearing about the construction of Lingyan Pavilion. The 100,000 Huns army was repulsed. The Golden Horde retreated, and the crisis in the Grand Duchy of Moscow seemed to be resolved. But in fact it was not. The main force of the Golden Horde has not been destroyed, and may come back at any time. Most of the 100,000 troops sent by the Hunnic Empire to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow were rabble, and Grand Duke Vytautas did not serve Attila loyally. The Huns, Tatars, and Lithuania brought the war to Moscow, but they failed to capture Moscow. Moscow will be reborn in the war and give its enemies 10 times more revenge. After Yekaterina defended the city of Moscow, in the name of the Grand Duke of Moscow and all Russia, she issued an all-out war mobilization, calling on all principalities and cities under the jurisdiction of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to recruit troops, use the population advantage to bulldoze the Golden Horde, and completely solve the problem from all over the world. Threats along the Volga and Don rivers. The order of the Grand Duke of Moscow is in line with the interests of the Don Cossacks and tribes living in the Volga River and other places. At the same time, Catherine's SSS-level monarch characteristic, Ekaterina II, has additional attraction and control over the Cossack cavalry. As a result, tens of thousands of Don Cossack cavalry responded to the call. These Cossack cavalry are like locusts, gathering from various grasslands towards Moscow City. The storm is surging. Yermak is willing to become a loyal servant of the Grand Duke and live and die for the Grand Duke. A Don Cossack leader has not yet met the legendary Grand Duke of Moscow and has decided to swear allegiance to him to the death. This group of Don Cossack cavalry enthusiastically supported Catherine's rule. The northern states also mobilized and planned to regain the border cities occupied by the Kingdom of Sweden. The Cossacks are so crazy. It should be the special ability of the Tsar. The Cossack cavalry is a sharp blade in the hands of the Tsar, and it is used by the Tsar to the greatest extent to deal with the enemy and conquer the territory. Tool. Chu Tian temporarily stopped in the city of Moscow and saw groups of Cossack cavalry outside the city enthusiastically responding to Yekaterina's war mobilization order. He knew that this was the effect of Yekaterina's Tsarist characteristics. The influence of Chu Tian's God of Heaven characteristics on the Cossack cavalry is completely weaker than that of Ekaterina II. The Cossack cavalry is equivalent to the Tsar's exclusive servant army. The Sky Khan characteristic is naturally inferior to the Tsar's characteristic for the Cossacks. Let me see your panel. Chu Tian suddenly became interested in Yekaterina's panel. After all, Yekaterina is also a player, not an NPC hero. So Yekaterina can check the panel for Chu Tian, who is also a player. No! Ekaterina did not agree. As a lord, you should still exercise due caution. It seems that this guy still needs a lesson in family law. But for general lessons, Ekaterina was not only not afraid, but also very willing to accept them, which made it difficult to handle. Forget it if you don't want to show it. Chu Tian didn't want to force a female player to show him the panel. Destroy the Golden Horde as soon as possible so that I can gain some points. The Han Empire doesn't seem to be peaceful. I'm worried. Something happened. Prince Yan, Di Qing, and Fan Zhongyan are already working hard to investigate the fact that 3,000 Han cavalry in Mobei were attacked by the Huns, and the entire army was annihilated. After Chu Tian learned about this, he secretly took precautions and realized that even if Temujin's influence disappeared, The grassland would not be peaceful. The prairie in the northern part of the Han Empire was a house of monsters during the Cold Weapon Age. Every few hundred years, a powerful grassland overlord would be born. Xiongnu, Xianbei, Ruran, Turks, Mongolia. After the collapse of each great grassland empire, the grassland will fall into chaos. And then a new powerful tribe will unify the grassland and become the new grassland overlord. Temujin represents the civilization of the Mongol Empire, together with the 4 major khanates. It has reached the pinnacle of nomadic civilization. Temujin's rule over the prairie has collapsed. And we don't know what overlord will emerge on the prairie. It will take a lot of time for Chu Tian to truly integrate with the prairie. At present, the Xia King's army is not on the prairie, but has returned to the pass, and its control over the prairie has declined. There are too many civilizations and lords. Every lord has to deal with a large number of civilizations, and no one can stay away. The war mobilization order has been issued, and feudal lords from all over the country are leading their cavalry and farmers, using horse-drawn carriages to transport grain and grass, and coming to the city of Moscow to assemble. Before the cold winter arrives, the Golden Horde will be destroyed. Yekaterina and Chu Tian stood side by side and looked at the army gathered under the city. The number of reinforcements arriving from all over the city has reached as many as 100,000. The Golden Horde is in trouble because it has angered Mazi, who is on the rise in national power. Judging from the attitudes of various subordinate countries towards Catherine, Chu Tian knew that the Grand Duchy of Moscow was not far away from being promoted to the Tsarist Empire. Yekaterina was worried again. There is also a powerful enemy, the Kingdom of Sweden. The monarch who rules Northern Europe is not a player, so the position of Nordic civilization is very delicate. The Nordic civilization has a small population and low war potential. But their monarch, its ability, it may be a holy level firearms hero. Kingdom of Sweden? Holy firearms hero. Chu Tian opened the ranking list and quickly glanced at the name of the King of Sweden. Queen Christina. How could she be a holy level firearms hero? The name of the King of Sweden is the little-known Christina. To be precise, she should be the Queen of Sweden. Chu Tian didn't think that the queen of an ordinary European country would be a saint-level firearms hero. Even though the panels of some heroes in Lords may not necessarily match their achievements, there is still some basis for them. Christina is a relatively common name in the West. There are many queens and princesses named Christina, but Chu Tian really couldn't think of the specific achievements of Queen Christina of Sweden. It's not Christina. She is only a king in name. In fact, she is still a child. The person who truly commands the Nordic army is her father, the Nordic lion, Gustav II. It turns out to be Gustav. He is a ruthless character. Chu Tian probably knew why Gustav II became the representative hero of the firearms branch in Lords. Gustav II was a military reformer in Europe in the 17th century. He reformed artillery and used linear tactics to perfection. He successively fought wars with Denmark, Tsarist Russia and Poland. During the 30 Years' War, he led the Swedish army to defeat the Holy Empire. The armies of the Roman Empire and the Catholic Alliance were powerful for a while. Under his governance, Sweden became the hegemon of Northern Europe and suppressed Tsarist Russia for a time. It was not until Peter the Great defeated Sweden in the 18th century that the latter was defeated. With a small population, Sweden suppressed the Baltic powers, invaded the hinterland of Germany, and firearms-related military reforms had a lasting impact on the use of modern firearms. It is indeed possible that Gustavus II and Catherine said same. A saint-level firearms hero. For Eastern Han players who do not know the 30 Years' War in Europe, most people do not know Gustavus II, because the glory of Gustavus II was later replaced by Napoleon. In Lords, the upper limit of firearms technology has not reached the level of the Napoleonic era, and Gustav II is already a top firearms hero. Players of the Eastern Han dynasty who understand European history must know Gustav II, a fierce Nordic man. The 30 Years' War in Europe happened to coincide with the intersection of the Ming and Qing dynasties. At this time, the representative heroes of the Eastern Han dynasty were the 8 banners generals in the early Qing dynasty, the generals in the late Ming dynasty, and the generals in the southern Ming dynasty. After the baptism of the 30 Years' War, Europe has accelerated its modernization, and the efficiency of the use of firearms has become higher than that in the East. Facing such a difficult enemy, Chu Tian was a little worried even though the Nordic civilization had a small population. Firearms are quite special. The Shinji battalion under Chu Tian's command caused Temujin to suffer a lot. As for Gustav's firearms, It is difficult to judge its specific power before a real fight. Not only that, Gustav's men, in addition to firearms, also have Viking berserkers. The Vikings were born in Northern Europe. That's why he dared to take the initiative to attack our city in the north. If he were an ordinary monarch, we have already defeated the Kingdom of Sweden and annexed Northern Europe. Ekaterina pointed out the two distinctive arms of Nordic civilization, firearms and Viking berserkers. Each civilization in Lords has its own distinctive arms. Even Northern Europe, which has a small population, also has powerful arms and heroes. After all, their ancestors were rich and gave birth to northern heroes like Gustav II. The lion is also their pride. Gustavus II should not dare to go deep into the hinterland of the Eastern European plains. Otherwise, if you only need to strengthen the walls and clear the country, his firearms arm will collapse due to lack of supplies. The price of black gunpowder is not cheap. Chu Tian thought about it, and he spent a lot of money to help Xiao Liang set up the Shinji camp. However, the Shinji battalion has repeatedly made military exploits and is worth every penny. This is what worries me. Gustav II wants to become the northern hegemon and suppress my Grand Duchy and Poland and Lithuania. His ambitions match his talents. But with the financial resources and population of the Nordic countries, he cannot satisfying his ambitions will not help him build a strong enough army. So he will fight for money and territory. Catherine saw the weakness of Gustavus II. The Nordic countries in the Lord only have a population of 10 million, which is simply unable to support Gustav II's ambitions. With a population of 10 million, the maximum number of troops mobilized is 20,000 to 300,000. Any more would have exceeded the capacity and exhausted all the national power. You mean Attila will use Gustav II as a vanguard? Why is this not possible? St. Petersburg is on the coast of the Baltic Sea. If St. Petersburg is captured, Gustav will also gain a batch of gold, silver and population. Ekaterina's tone was heavy. In Stockholm, the capital of the Kingdom of Sweden, Attila's envoy Blida met with Gustavus II. Blida said respectfully, Your Great Majesty Gustav, your prestige spreads throughout the Baltic Sea, and your name makes the Viking kings fearful. Our Majesty Attila wants to make a good deal with you. Gustav sat on the throne and spoke condescendingly. Attila is the enemy of all Europe. Why should I cooperate with him? I attacked the Grand Duchy of Moscow before just because I saw fighter planes, occupied several cities, and gained hundreds of thousands. Population. However, now that King Xia of the Han Empire has intervened on the battlefield, I am unwilling to offend the East and lead the entire Northern Europe into the abyss of endless war. Rita shook her head. That's wrong. Our Majesty Attila knows that your talent is unmatched by anyone in Northern Europe. Even in the entire West, there are few people who can match it. Your Majesty Attila is willing to spend millions of gold and the territory around the Baltic Sea in exchange for His Majesty sending troops. The territories around the Baltic Sea. At this time, Gustav couldn't help but feel moved. Northern Europe is high and cold and has a small population. If these lands are obtained, its population can exceed 20 million, and the population of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth exceeds 10 million. Breda continued to lobby Gustav to join the war. Not only that, His Majesty Attila is willing to divide the tens of millions of people in the Grand Duchy of Moscow with you. The population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is the real wealth. A city of St. Petersburg has hundreds of millions of people. 10,000 people. St. Petersburg. Gustav couldn't help but get interested. The Grand Duchy of Moscow has the largest civilized population in Eastern Europe. Whoever can annex the Grand Duchy of Moscow can become the European military police. The Golden Horde carved up part of the territory and population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. But the main population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was concentrated near Moscow and St. Petersburg. This is why the Golden Horde wants to occupy Moscow, and the Kingdom of Sweden wants to occupy St. Petersburg. After all, it is for population. I will carefully consider your proposed deal. Gustav accepts Attila's list. After Blida left, Gustav too stared at the list in a daze. He had originally given up the idea of continuing to attack the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. But Attila gave him too much. If this operation succeeds, the Swedish kingdom, which already dominates Northern Europe, will at least double its population and turn the Baltic Sea into its own inland sea. To fight, or not to fight? If we fight, we must ask Attila for more people and become mercenaries. Gustavus was hesitant. The temptation of Attila and the threat of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy made Gustav too hesitate. Your Majesty the King, the Grand Duchy of Moscow has issued a war mobilization order. and hundreds of thousands of troops are expected to assemble in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Gustav learned that Catherine was plotting revenge. War! War! Queen Christina, who was playing in the palace, heard her father Gustav talking to himself. In the Volga River basin, the Golden Horde ruled the Grand Duchy of Moscow with a population of 10 million. At Temujin's request, Joki and Bata sent cavalry to various tribes to gather troops. This time, 1 out of 10. Even for a nomadic civilization, the proportion of 1 out of 10 soldiers is quite exaggerated. These troops are not civilians transporting food, but have been converted into professional cavalry by Temujin, which is equivalent to the whole people being soldiers. And they plan to march towards Moscow again. If it fails, the Golden Horde will collapse on its own without any attack, because no civilization can withstand such a huge loss of population. Temujin has been driven crazy by Chu Tian. It's really crazy. If this continues, the Golden Horde will be destroyed. Joki saw groups of herdsmen from nomadic tribes, and some barbarian tribesmen joining the army. Temujin had exhausted the national power of the Golden Horde at once. The consequences of this can be imagined. If they win, the Golden Horde will turn the Grand Duchy of Moscow into a vassal state, and its population will double. If they lose, the Golden Horde will lose most of its young population, and will no longer have the strength to fight a war. Temujin was taking the Golden Horde as a bet. The Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Golden Horde were furiously exploding their troops. And the Hun's Empire was also increasing its military strength. The military strength of the Western continent increased rapidly, and the total military strength was larger than that of the Eastern Han dynasty. War determines needs. Why does it seem that with my arrival, the scale of the war here is getting bigger and bigger? Chu Tian stayed in Moscow City, and found that the number of reinforcements arriving from various places had increased from 100,000 to 200,000 or 300,000. It has to be said that Mauzi's war mobilization order was extremely terrifying. And Temujin kicked another iron plate. Xiao Chua followed Chu Tian and inspected the Grand Duchy of Moscow army outside the city. Chu Tian didn't believe that such an army was a principality. An army of hundreds of thousands is already the size of an empire. The population of the Persian Empire was not as large as that of Catherine's principality. Your Highness, King Xia, our military strength seems to be ineffective in front of such a large army. Xiao Chua's tone was a little weak. Last time she and Hua Mulan caused a commotion after saying goodbye to Sophia. Xiao Chua woke up the next day with a headache. He slept with Hua Mulan and had to be taken care of by Chu Tian, which greatly improved Xiao Chua's impression of Chu Tian. Chu Tian found that Xiao Chua's loyalty and favorability had increased from a pitiful 60 to 70. Xiao Chua vowed never to drink the vodka recommended by Sophia again. It was not tea at all, and was simply fatal. Elite cavalry has the function of elite cavalry. The troops Chu Tian brought were indeed not many, but their combat power far exceeded that of ordinary troops. A group of Cossack cavalry passed by and saw Chu Tian leading a guard and having an oriental appearance. They probably knew Chu Tian's identity. After dismounting, they respectfully saluted Chu Tian. In Yermak, I have come to join the Grand Duke of Moscow. You must be the king from the east. Yermak? I guess you live near the Don River. And you also rob merchants coming and going. Chu Tian looked at the bearded Cossack leader in front of him and recognized him as a legendary hero. This guy, with hundreds of Cossack cavalry, conquered Siberia for the Tsar and expanded the territory of Tsarist Russia several times. Today Yermak is still a Cossack horse thief. I didn't expect you to know about the villain. Yermak admired Chu Tian very much at this time. As a Cossack leader and leader of horse thieves, he couldn't help but be flattered. Chapter 665 Alexander's Invitation. Yermak. This is a Western adventurer similar to Columbus and Magellan. However, Columbus and Magellan explored the sea, while Yermak conquered Siberia. They were the Tsar's lackeys, riding horses and horses for the Tsar. And the Tsar provided them with land and jobs. Chu Tian knew a little about Yermak. A Cossack. Several hundred Cossacks conquered Siberia for the Tsar. Even so, the Tsar at that time believed that the East was unprofitable and focused his expansion on the West. However, this group of Cossacks had an immeasurable impact on the future of Tsarist Russia. Only those who are familiar with this period of history know that the conquest of Siberia is a legendary epic. In Hara and Lin, Di Qing led his cavalry to conquer another nomadic tribe. Among his cavalry, there were already Mongolian cavalry joining them. A few more tribes have moved away in the north. The cavalry we sent out haven't found the tribe yet. When Di Qing was conquering the surrounding tribes, he discovered that other forces were annexing the surrounding tribes. and the target of annexation could be any tribe. Fan Zhongyan summoned the scout cavalry who came back. They have discovered the whereabouts of the Xiongnu tribe. They are grazing near Langjuxa Mountain and have gathered hundreds of thousands of people. A population of hundreds of thousands is enough to arouse vigilance, and most of these are young and strong. It is easy to become a brave and capable warrior. Prince Yen couldn't help but feel anxious because of the appearance of enemies related to the Xiongnu in Mubei. When the Xiongnu were strong, they caused a lot of trouble to the Qin Empire and the Han Empire. They cut off the Silk Road many times, controlled the countries in the western regions, and provoked Han-Hungarian wars. Wolf lives in Su Mountain? Maybe the last general can lead troops to pacify the Xiongnu tribe. The scope of Langjuxa Mountain is vast. They can leave at any time. Just letting you go on a crusade would lead to the same outcome as Lu Xiongsheng. With the entire army annihilated, Prince Yen rejected Di Qing's invitation to fight. The Xiongnu tribe is not as simple as imagined. Next, Prince Yen needs to determine the goal of the Xiongnu tribe. Di Qing hugged the iron armor. Where exactly do the Xiongnu tribe want to attack? Fan Zhongyan came over. Dragon City is the holy land of the Xiongnu. They gathered in the Langjuxa Mountain area, probably to recapture Dragon City. If this is the case, then Mubei Longqing's defense forces need to be strengthened. In the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Catherine gathered hundreds of thousands of troops to conquer the Golden Horde in the south. The Golden Horde gathered millions of young men to resist the attack from the north. The Hungarian Empire drove out its vassal servants and attacked the west, while Chu Tian was temporarily staying in Moscow. A group of uninvited guests came to visit. The shield-bearing infantry walked out of the teleportation array in Moscow City, exuding a killing momentum. It was obvious that they had experienced hundreds of battles. The shield was silver, and the edges were filled with silver light. It looks like the Kingdom of Macedonia. The elite silver shields of Alexander the Great. The alien players in the Grand Duchy of Moscow are familiar with the military units in various civilizations in the west. This group of troops in front of them looks as conspicuous as the white robes in the east, and is easy to identify. The companion cavalry and silver shield soldiers of the Kingdom of Macedonia were all Alexander's elite. What is the purpose of Alexander's silver shields coming to Moscow? Mostly related to King Xia of the Han Empire. The relationship between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Kingdom of Macedonia is not very good. The silver shield soldiers can freely enter and exit the teleportation array in Moscow City, and they have obviously greeted Ekaterina in advance. His Royal Highness the King of Xia, whose name is Yumins, has come to express his goodwill on the orders of our king. The leader of the Silver Shield soldiers took the initiative to salute Chu Tian, Alexander of Macedonia. Chu Tian and Catherine sat on the throne together, and it was not uncommon in the West for the two kings to rule together. Yekaterina used the player's communication system in the city to directly transmit information to Chu Tian without dialogue. This person is Alexander's secretary and a powerful assistant. His status is the same as that of several king-level generals under Alexander. Almost the same. Chu Tian looked at Yumins, the secretary of Alexander the Great. You can serve as the king's secretary, either because you have extraordinary talents or you are favored by the king. For example, Xiao Chua is currently Chu Tian's temporary secretary. Yumins in front of him was qualified to visit with a team of Silver Shield soldiers, which showed that his status in the Kingdom of Macedonia was indeed not low. Alexander, why did he send you here? Chu Tian still remembers that in the last national war, he once joined forces with Alexander, Caesar and others to defeat Temujin. But Alexander was plotted against him after all. This time Alexander took the initiative to find Chu Tian, mostly to ask for cooperation. Sure enough, Yumin said, Our Majesty, please join hands with your two highnesses to deal with the Hun Empire. Ekaterina frowned. Macedonia, plus the Holy Roman Empire in Rome. Is Alexander not sure of defeating Attila? Even though Attila is indeed somewhat powerful now, he is not as powerful as the three brilliant civilizations. Can't defeat Attila yet. If so, Alexander, that's disappointing. Chu Tian's view is the same as that of Ekaterina. Alexander had several king-level generals under his command. The Holy Roman Empire, that is, Germany, might have famous generals from the Teutonic Knights and the 30 Years' War. Rome has a long history, with constant conquests, and there should be more famous generals. The three civilizations join forces, and the population is at least tens of millions. Even if Attila has a 50% system bonus, it should not be that difficult to deal with. Yumin said, If it were just Attila himself, Our Majesty, and the giants of Rome, and the princes of the Holy Roman Empire would be able to handle it. But it was not just Attila. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Ostrogothic Kingdom joined Attila, the army, and the Lion of Northern Europe, Gustavus II. Gustav. Did he choose to join Attila's camp after all? This will bring him notoriety. Ekaterina couldn't help but be moved. The Nordic Lion is also a powerful enemy that competes with the Grand Duchy of Moscow for northern hegemony. Yumin said. In the face of interests, notoriety is nothing, and there is no justice in this war. Now the Western continent seems to have become two major camps. Except for France, England, and Spain, all Western European civilizations have participated in the war. Chu Tian found that his arrival had completely lit the fuse and detonated the powder keg in Europe. So Our Majesty sincerely invites your two highnesses to participate in the war. The winner will be able to divide the huge territory and population under the control of the Hungarian Empire. Yumins made an offer that no lord could refuse. Big figures at various princely levels fought fiercely to compete for the rich land and productive population. Ekaterina will definitely be moved. Chu Tian's interest was average, because he couldn't get the territory and population of Eastern Europe. At most, he could get points and loot. Although the territory in Eastern Europe was divided up, it still fell under the control of his second son. Yumins continued to lobby the two big figures who were equal to Alexander. Please do not doubt the sincerity of Our Majesty. Once Attila and Temujin join forces, and some kingdoms join them one after another, their power will reach as far east as Seljuk, Khwarezm, and the Baltic Sea in the west. Such a large empire will be unprecedented. Even the Han Empire cannot face such a terrifying opponent. The Han Empire only accounts for 1/5 of the population. Chu Tian and Ekaterina talked privately. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is your territory, and it is not in my place to make a decision. We promised Alexander nominally, but we still have the initiative on how to participate in the war. Ekaterina considered that the Grand Duchy of Moscow was sandwiched by the alliance formed by Attila, and perhaps a nominal alliance with Alexander and others could break the current situation. After reaching an agreement with Chu Tian in advance, Yekaterina agreed. Go back and tell Alexander that the two of us are willing to join his camp, but our army is still in our own hands. Yumins did not show an expression of surprise, but remained calm. The generals and soldiers of your two highnesses are of course commanded by your two highnesses. Our Majesty hopes to meet with the kings and guilds of various civilizations in a city to discuss the march. How can we trust Alexander not to plot against us? His Majesty Alexander chose to be civilized in Switzerland. Swiss civilization. The local foreigners established a federation and declared permanent neutrality. Should be able to ensure your safety. Switzerland. Chu Tian had long understood that in the Swiss district of the Western continent, players seem to have managed to survive the brutal war by remaining neutral. Not only that, the Swiss district also manufactures weapons and sells them to surrounding civilized areas for profit. This is also an old tradition of the Swiss. Due to the need for checks and balances, Switzerland, which is located among many powerful countries, has never been taken over by anyone, making it a neutral zone in the eyes of players. If you go to Switzerland, you may meet some old acquaintances from Rome, Macedonia, and Holy Rome. Perhaps it is a good thing for me that the lords of England and France are away. After all, Chu Tian took away two heroes of civilization. Chapter 666, Meeting of Western Lords A. The Swiss Federation, the city of Zurich, and the player lord of the Swiss district ordered the entire city to be under martial law because Alexander decided to form an alliance to besiege Attila in this neutral city. The Swiss lords were unwilling to offend any civilization, let alone kings and grand dukes of several powerful civilizations, and took the initiative to choose to hold talks in the Swiss district. If a person of this level had an accident in Switzerland, Switzerland would probably not be able to maintain its status as a neutral zone. The most powerful Zurich Legion in the Swiss Confederation, with approximately 8,000 people, is responsible for guarding the city and providing protection for everyone. Typical Swiss halberdiers hold Western-style halberds combined with spears and axes, guarding important buildings such as teleportation arrays and main streets. In addition to the Swiss halberdiers, the Zurich Legion also had pikemen, crossbowmen, and a small number of newly added arquebusiers. It's really troublesome that Alexander and the others chose to hold talks in the city of Zurich. If anything happens to any of these big shots, the civilization behind them will not let us go. But Alexander gave us a lot of gold and silver, which is equivalent to hiring the Zurich Legion. If Attila bribes some players and commits an assassination in the city of Zurich, our Swiss district cannot bear the anger. Everyone must be alert and not make any mistakes. Otherwise it will damage the reputation of our Swiss mercenaries and the neutral zone. When these kings and princes arrive, they will bring their guards with them, so we don't have to worry too much." The Swiss lords deliberated and deployed privately. Halberdied infantry and crossbowmen of the Zurich regiment patrolled the streets. The teleportation array flashed, and rows of well-armored knights came out of the teleportation array. There were black cross marks on white backgrounds on the chests of their robes and on their shields. These knights have high morale, proud eyes, and have experienced hundreds of battles. The Teutonic Knights. The Swiss lords stood outside the teleportation array to welcome this group of uninvited guests. They couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw the Teutonic Knights. The Swiss Confederation was originally part of the Holy Roman Empire, and later became independent from the Holy Roman Empire. The two actually have a certain origin. The Teutonic Knights, the predecessor of the Principality of Prussia, merged with Brandenburg and belonged to the civilized area of the Holy Roman Empire. Under the civilized zone of the Holy Roman Empire, there were lords such as the Archduke of Austria, the King of Bohemia, the Duke of Saxony, and the Count of Brandenburg. Currently, in the civilized area of the Holy Roman Empire, the player princes and feudal nobles are controlling everything. Even the emperor is elected by the player princes as a puppet. In fact, the various princes annex each other. In a sense, it is similar to the late Han dynasty, and is controlled by NPCs. Rome and Macedonia were different. Of course, there are only some similarities, but the rules are actually very complicated. The player princes took advantage of the chaos to rise, but they longed for unity. So when they saw the Teutonic Knights, the Swiss lords knew that they were coming from the most powerful player lord of Brandenburg, Hohenzollern. In the Holy Roman Empire, the Teutonic Knights were the most powerful force in the hands of the Hohenzollern, because the Teutonic Knights owned the territory and army, which was the predecessor of Prussia. The current Hohenzollern has unified most of the German princely states. Hohenzollern shook hands with the lords of the Swiss Confederation. He did not want to annex the Swiss Confederation, but France and Rome would not sit back and watch Germany annex the Swiss Confederation. Whether Attila, Alexander, or Caesar are all ambitious. Maybe we should join forces to eliminate all these big shots, and let us players establish a new order. Hohenzollern had bigger goals. The Swiss lords rejected this proposal. Switzerland will always remain neutral. You can still be alone in the mountains, but we are in the plains. But we can't stay out of it. Not long after Hohenzollern finished speaking, the teleportation array flashed again, and another great lord arrived. This was Archduke Ferdinand, an Austrian player who could compete with Hohenzollern in the civilized area of the Holy Roman Empire, leading a group of Austrian infantry. The Hungarian hussars are coming. Hohenzollern, should we reduce the number of troops we use to defend each other? Otherwise we will not be able to mobilize enough troops to attack Attila. Ferdinand intended to take the initiative to reconcile with Hohenzollern. The Hohenzollern now controls more territory than the Archduke of Austria. At the same time, the Grand Duchy of Austria was caught between civilizations such as the Kingdom of Macedonia, the Hungarian Empire, and the Kingdom of Poland, which was quite uncomfortable. Our Holy Roman Empire might as well be unified. In this way, even Alexander of the Kingdom of Macedonia may not be our opponent. Hohenzollern attempted to unify the entire Holy Roman Empire, because of the presence of a large number of players and the surrounding powerful civilizations. The Holy Roman Empire had to choose to unify. Otherwise, Germany might be conquered by the Kingdom of Macedonia and the Kingdom of France. Hohenzollern even wanted to annex the Austrian and Hungarian civilized areas. Although we all belong to the Holy Roman Empire, our players and civilians will not choose to merge with you. Splitting the Holy Roman Empire in half is the best outcome. Lord Ferdinand was still unwilling to merge with Hohenzollern to form a more powerful and complete Holy Roman Empire. Hohenzollern's eyes were a little gloomy, but he soon regained his composure. Then let's split the Holy Roman Empire into two halves. I will establish the Kingdom of Prussia, and you will establish the Austrian Empire. Ferdinand agreed to Hohenzollern's verbal agreement. You have to believe that this is the best outcome for us. In addition to the great German princes represented by Hohenzollern and Ferdinand, there are more than 200 princes in the Holy Roman Empire. They are dependent on the two princes and choose to unify quickly. In return, Hohenzollern and Ferdinand retain their nobility status. The three giants of the Roman Republic, Caesar, Constantine, and Pompey, have arrived. A group of elite Roman soldiers came out of the teleportation array. Their armor and shield styles were completely different from those in the German civilized area, and they were easily recognized at a glance. Caesar, Pompey, and Constantine, the player lord who replaced Crassus, came to Zurich from the Roman teleportation array together after the Roman soldiers confirmed that there was no ambush on the opposite side of the teleportation array. Caesar's eyes looked down upon the princes of the Holy Roman Empire. In the eyes of Caesar's triumvirate, the Roman Republic was the real Rome, while the Holy Roman Empire was actually the German region. The relationship between European civilizations is quite complicated. It has been simplified in lords. Otherwise it will be more complicated. The Swiss Confederation is adjacent to our Rome. If we can capture the Swiss Confederation, we can conquer Gaul, France, and Germany. After Caesar's death, young Octavian came to the city of Zurich. He was as ambitious as Caesar, and was recognized by Caesar. Caesar was old and Octavian was more likely to take over Caesar's power. Caesar's voice was low. Octavian, don't expose your ambitions in their territory. We in Rome still need to accumulate strength. Constantine also brought with him the bodyguard, the Roman warrior hero Spartacus. Spartacus's eyes were dull, but there was a murderous aura. The lords and Swiss halberdiers, who were swept by his eyes, all had goosebumps all over their bodies. It seemed that the man in front of him was not a warrior, but a beast. Roman gladiators were the most powerful group of people in Roman civilization. However, they were brave and lacked discipline when fighting in groups, and were easily suppressed by the Roman legions. However, fighting alone, the gladiators could tear the enemy to pieces. In addition to Spartacus, Constantine also brought the famous Roman general Scipio the Younger. It is said that there are a total of 24 eagle flags in Rome, 2 of which are still lost, and there are still 22 eagle flags. Among them, Caesar and Pompey each have 7 eagle flags, but Constantine has 8 eagle flags. The next one to be divided is probably Pompey's eagle flag. The German Lord Hohenzollern has been paying attention to this potentially extremely powerful enemy. Chapter 667 Meeting of Western Lords B. Why am I, Cnaeus Pompey, not taken seriously by these strangers? Pompey, who was also one of the 3 giants of Rome, had little sense of existence. The Swiss lords and German lords focused on Caesar and Constantine and almost ignored Pompey. Needless to say, Caesar's reputation in the West goes without saying. Many Western emperors call themselves Caesar. All players focus on Caesar, which seems very natural to the players. Constantine is a player lord who rises unexpectedly. In fact, it is not surprising. Constantine's game ideas. The last Roman. In the first year of the Lords, he has recruited the imperial commander and the famous Roman general Scipio the Great. He is the son of Rome's destiny. The Republic climbed to high positions step by step, becoming equal to Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey and becoming a giant. After Crassus was captured by Temujin, he, Caesar and Pompey divided Crassus' legions and wealth, making his power even greater. Currently, Constantine is committed to conquering North Africa. Caesar is committed to conquering France and Spain, and Pompey is committed to conquering the East. That is, the Parthian Empire, Persia. The empires of France, Spain, and Persia were not so easy to conquer, and Caesar and Pompey were not necessarily as powerful as Constantine. As a player lord, there is a faint tendency to surpass Caesar and Pompey, which is quite scary. Therefore, the Swiss lords and the German lords, in addition to showing concern for Caesar, were also paying attention to Constantine's every move. As for Pompey, as a rival of Caesar in history and a famous general who played a leading role in the expansion of the Roman Empire, he was still a little behind. Surrounded by an NPC giant and a player giant, he became the object of neglect by everyone. Pompey was dissatisfied with this. But the player lords were undoubtedly very realistic and divided their status according to strength. Only the strong deserve respect. Hohenzollern, you are being attacked by the Hun Empire. Is the war going well? Constantine took the initiative to greet Hohenzollern, the largest German lord. The Teutonic Knights, under the command of Hohenzollern, were a force that even Constantine feared. As one of the 3 major knights in the West, the Teutonic Knights became more powerful after becoming secular and became the core military force of Hohenzollern. The king of Bohemia died in battle. What do you think? All the kings of Bohemia died in the battle? Constantine had been campaigning in North Africa for a long time and had not yet fought against the Huns. When he heard that the king of Bohemia had died in battle, he was greatly surprised. The king of Bohemia was the 3rd largest prince in the Holy Roman Empire besides the 2 great lords Hohenzollern and Ferdinand. He was killed in the battle with the Huns. This shows how tragic the war was. My condolences. The king of Bohemia died in battle. You and Ferdinand can just divide the kingdom of Bohemia equally. We are one step closer to unifying the Holy Roman Empire. Constantine was on guard against the emergence of the powerful Holy Roman Empire. Ferdinand had a headache because of the matter in the Kingdom of Bohemia. The two of us had a big dispute. How to deal with it will be discussed after Attila is defeated. What about you? You compete with Caesar and Pompey for the consulship. The winner will probably turn the Roman Republic into the Roman Empire. Who will become the first Augustus? Hohenzollern took the initiative to counterattack Constantine. Constantine shrugged. The triangle represents stability. At present, the three of us can still maintain our rule together without collapse. We will talk about the future things later. Maybe it will be a situation where the three emperors co-rule. 3 emperors rule together? Hohenzollern and Ferdinand glanced at each other inadvertently. According to the tradition of the Roman Republic, it would not be a surprise even if there were 3 emperors co-ruling. When Constantine took the initiative to promote relations with the German princes, Caesar and Octavian, Lepidus, and Antony, the latter 3 giants, were also discussing privately. They have discovered that the alien lords are often close to each other, and they have similar values. So it is not difficult to understand that sometimes alien lords often join forces to oust the NPC king. At this time Pompey came over. Caesar, maybe we can join forces and divide Constantine's eagle flag equally. Now that he has detained Crassus, he has 8 eagle flags, and each of us only has 7 eagle flags. And he conquered North Africa and had a larger population. If you want to conquer France and Spain, it is almost difficult to do so. France is astonishingly large unless there is internal unrest. On my side, conquering the Parthian Empire is also quite laborious. So, we should join forces to defeat Constantine. How about you and I each have 4 eagle flags? Pompeo, Constantine has discussed with me and decided to defeat Attila and establish the Roman Empire. The 3 emperors will rule together and jointly determine the destiny of the Roman Empire. What do you think? Caesar was not very interested in Pompey's request for a joint campaign against Constantine, but instead considered Constantine's more advanced ideas. 3 emperors rule together. Pompey was also shocked by the imperial system designed by Constantine. He really did not consider the situation of 3 emperors co-governing. An empire with 3 emperors, at the current stage, is undoubtedly an imperial governance system that Pompey unexpectedly encountered. In history, after the establishment of the Roman Empire, there was a situation where 4 emperors co-ruled. If unnecessary internal friction can be avoided, this would be a perfect solution. Pompey also seemed to be worried about being defeated and killed. The Roman Republic was about to turn into the Roman Empire, and the relationship between the 3 giants was becoming increasingly tense. The Roman Empire was divided. If the surrounding civilizations were weak, civil war would not affect the overall situation. But the West currently has many civilizations. Once there was a civil war in Rome. The only ones who would benefit would be the surrounding powerful civilizations. The existence of these civilizations made the 3 giants of Rome take action. So Constantine came up with an ingenious plan to rule the 3 emperors together. His Majesty, King Alexander of Macedonia, has arrived. The Roman lords, German lords, and Swiss lords, each with their own thoughts, looked in the direction of the teleportation array, and the partner cavalry and silver shield soldiers of the Kingdom of Macedonia walked out of the teleportation array. Alexander took his men to the city of Zurich. One-eyed Antigonus, Seleucus, Polyperchon, Eumenes, Hephaestion. Constantine was extremely wary of the Macedonian kingdom adjacent to Rome and counted the men Alexander had brought with him. During the national war 3 years ago, Alexander was still quite young. But at this time, Alexander and his generals seemed to have grown up and began to reach their peak. Alexander, also the initiator of this alliance, tried to command the West. Eumenes, the clerk who visited Chution and Catherine in Moscow, was also among them. The eyes of the Swiss lords suddenly changed. Toland of Athens, and Leonidas, king of Sparta. These Greek heroes were also in Alexander's queue. The German lord Hohenzollern said. Not only that, many heroes in the Balkans were recruited by Alexander, and he almost refused to come. We seem to have gathered many great conquerors here. If this continues, when will we be able to unify the Western continent? Or do we mean that only outsiders have the chance to shatter all order and unify the Western continent? Attila is our common enemy. This time, we work together to defeat Attila. Alexander took the initiative to greet Caesar, Pompey, Constantine, Hohenzollern, Ferdinand, and other lords. Alexander, I heard you were trying to conquer the Ottoman Empire. Caesar was older than Alexander, and was backed by the three giants of Rome. So he had no fear when facing Alexander. The Ottoman Empire was a mess, as long as I recognized their culture and secularized it. Maybe His Majesty, you means, as Alexander's secretary, reminded Alexander that he would be wrong if he spoke too much. Alexander didn't seem to care much. The Asia Minor Peninsula, where the Ottoman Empire is located, will be the territory of the Kingdom of Macedonia. I hope you, Rome, will not interfere. Otherwise, we will become enemies. Constantine intervened. The Ottoman Empire is not that easy to conquer. Even after the death of Suleiman the Magnificent, they fell into endless civil strife and the Janissary rebellion. However, today is not the day to carve up Western Asia. The powerful figures from the Han Empire and the Grand Duchy of Moscow haven't arrived yet. I still miss the time when we joined forces to defeat Temujin. Alexander thought of Chu Tian, who impressed him deeply. The Han Empire. They took away our two eagle flags. The three giants of Rome were very upset about being defeated by Chu Tian and Ekaterina in the Third National War. To this day, Chu Tian has not returned the two eagle flags captured by the Han Empire. It was not that Rome did not send people to negotiate with Chu Tian and try to redeem the eagle flags. But Chu Tian did not return Rome's two eagle flags, but regarded them as trophies and a kind of honor. The Xia King of the Han Empire and the Grand Duke of Moscow have arrived. Finally, two big figures from relatively eastern forces finally arrived in the Swiss neutral zone. Two tiger generals, Dian Wei and Harold, one holding a double halberd and the other holding a battle axe, came out of the teleportation formation, followed by the Tiger Guard and the Varangian Guard. Chu Tian and Yekaterina only entered the teleportation array after they were sure that the Western lords would not join forces to kill the two. Neither of them have a very good reputation in the Western continent. The reputation of the Swiss neutral zone is quite resounding, and they should not be able to ambush prince-level figures. After all, both Chu Tian and Yekaterina have descendants who can inherit their power, as well as a group of reliable elders. Even if something happens to them, these descendants will take crazy revenge. Caesar, Poppy, Constantine, we haven't seen each other for a few years. How are you? Chu Tian once deceived three people and captured two eagle flags. When the three giants of Rome saw him, they felt unspeakable and fell silent. I didn't expect that Ekaterina would have an affair with the Lord of the East. Hohenzollern also once sent someone to request a marriage with Catherine to merge Germany and Tsarist Russia. But he failed. Chu Zimu, long time no see. Alexander took the initiative to greet Chu Tian. But Chu Tian felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Alexander looked at himself with an expression that seemed a little complicated. Chu Tian subconsciously distanced himself from Alexander and stood together with Yekaterina. Yekaterina's aura was relatively normal. Ahem. Let's start the meeting as soon as possible. Chu Tian inexplicably joined the meeting of Western lords, not wanting to have too many interactions with Alexander. Alexander was not angry, but smiled slightly. This time, Attila and Temujin will definitely die in the Western continent. Chapter 668 Two Camps. Alexander and the Western lords are discussing how to deal with us. King Xia of the Han Empire has also joined their camp. But there is nothing to be afraid of. King Xia of the Han Empire cannot bring many troops. Only tens of thousands at most. Attila summoned his men, King Theodoric of the Ostrogoths, and the dukes of several principalities to gather in the Hunnic Empire. Alexander, he killed several of my generals. 50,000 brave Gothic warriors died a tragic death. Theodoric banged the round table to express his anger. Among the barbarian tribe leaders present, in addition to the Ostrogoth king, there were also several kings of primitive Germanic, Slavic, and Celtic tribes. When Alexander was mentioned, they couldn't help but change their colors. Archduke Vytautas was forced to join the barbarian camp and had to stand from the perspective of the barbarian camp. We must try to get rid of Alexander, Caesar of Rome, and Hohenzollern of Brandenburg. After hearing the complaint of Ostrogoth King Theodoric, Attila said solemnly, I will find a way to deal with Alexander. Both Theodoric and Grand Duke Vytautas couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw Attila's confidence. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth once went to war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow and suffered heavy losses. Later, the Fourth National War began and was conquered by Attila. The Kingdom of Macedonia and the Holy Roman Empire became the biggest enemies. Both Alexander and the Teutonic Knights led by Hohenzollern became a long wall and an insurmountable trench to resist the westward advance of the barbarian camp. The King of Bohemia was killed by us. So what about Alexander? Attila tried to stabilize people's hearts. The Fourth National War is still more than a year away, and he still has system bonuses during this period. Otherwise, after the National War is over, he will not be able to surpass the Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Macedonia, and his power will shrink rapidly. Under normal circumstances, Attila really could not withstand the attacks of the Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Macedonia. Lord Batu of the Golden Horde has arrived. A slightly burly figure walked into the hall, and Batu, the commander-in-chief of the Golden Horde, came to negotiate with Attila on behalf of Temujin. Temujin didn't come in person? We, the Great Khan, do not want to conflict with you, so he sent me here to negotiate with you. Batu saw that Attila had left a seat for him, and the position of the seat was second only to Attila. Originally this was Temujin's position, which shows that Attila valued Temujin, but at the same time, he was also determining the status of both parties, and wanted Temujin to be subordinate to him. In addition to Batu's seat, there is another empty seat. Who else isn't here? Batu gestured to Attila. The two empty seats were both close to Attila, indicating that both of them were valued by Attila. Northern Army. Gustav. According to the agreement, he should have arrived in law, unless he temporarily goes back on his word. Attila is still waiting for the arrival of the commander-in-chief of Nordic civilization. Even Attila was very afraid of Gustav, who had his own firearms unit. His Royal Highness King Gustav II of Sweden has arrived. Some bald, bearded northern lions finally arrived. The King of Poland present was not very friendly to Gustav, because Gustav wanted to dominate the Baltic Sea, and Attila also planned to give Gustav a piece of Polish territory in exchange for Gustav sending troops. Attila and several barbarian kings took the initiative to signal to Gustav. Can we people win? When Gustav arrived, the first thing he asked was whether he could win. I think that as long as we work together selflessly, it will not be difficult to defeat Alexander, Hohenzollern, and Catherine. Gustav, if you choose to join forces with us, all the land in the north will be yours. Attila valued Gustav very much and took the initiative to donate land. I want all the land on the Baltic Sea coast, and a commission to make up for my tight finances, in order to pacify the Viking king. My finances are no longer optimistic. Gustavus II sat down and immediately asked Attila for military pay. The military salary provided by Attila was also an important reason for Gustavus II, who was in financial distress, to send troops. Attila pondered for a while, and finally said, I promise you, the first batch of military expenses, 100,000 taels of gold. I will have people use the teleportation array to transport it to your capital. Gustavus II was satisfied. Firearms are expensive in Lords. With the national power of Northern Europe, maintaining a large firearms army gave Gustav II a big headache. As long as the other party has money, Gustav can even go to war as the commander of the mercenary army and at the same time expand the influence of the Kingdom of Sweden. Attila looked at Batu again. Batu. Temujin occupies Central Asia. The Ilkhanate and the Seljuk Empire. Are they unable to send troops? They have their enemies too. Batu responded simply. What he did not make clear to Attila was that even if they were defeated, there would still be the Ilkhanate and the Seljuk Empire as a retreat. And if Attila lost, there would be no retreat. Which city do you want me to attack? Gustav discovered that most of the people present were leaders of barbarian tribes, occupying half of the territory of Europe and could fight. So he took the initiative to ask Attila, capture St. Petersburg, and then come to join us for a decisive battle with Alexander and others. We will try our best to take advantage of the cavalry and attack from all sides. Before Gustav captures St. Petersburg, we will fight with Alexander, Hohenzollern, and Caesar to lure the enemy as much as possible. Go deep. St. Petersburg. Seeing that Attila assigned him to attack St. Petersburg, Gustavus II acquiesced. St. Petersburg and the surrounding areas have a population of several million. The occupation of St. Petersburg is equivalent to half the population of Swedish civilization. In the Swiss Confederation, several major Western lords held a meeting to plan to suppress Attila and Temujin and end the Fourth National War as soon as possible. Because of the relationship between Catherine and Catherine, Chution intervened in the strategy of the Western lords. He was observing Alexander's team. Rather than saying that Attila is a powerful enemy, it is better to say that Alexander, Constantine, Caesar and others will be the real powerful enemies in the future. The Grand Duchy of Moscow, represented by Katerina, serves as the European military police and has also deployed spies in civilized areas such as the Kingdom of Macedonia. She has noticed that the Roman Republic intends to advance to the Roman Empire and implement the system of 3 emperors to avoid unnecessary civil war. The tradition of Rome lay the foundation for the co-rule of 3 emperors. Chu Tian noticed that the Greek consul Solon behind Alexander was equivalent to the interior minister in the East. Solon's reforms were even recorded in Eastern textbooks, and Chu Tian was familiar with them. In addition to Solon, there is also the king of Sparta, Leonidas I, who is extremely muscular, with muscles all over his body like bronze, and is dressed in a blood-red robe. If the Roman gladiators were the most powerful warriors in Roman civilization, then the Spartan warriors were the pinnacle of the Macedonian kingdom's military strength. Representatives of Western force include heroes such as the Knights of the Round Table, the Varangian Guards, and the 3 major knights. The 300 Spartans of Leonidas I were probably much more ferocious than the Viking berserkers of Harold's Varangian Guards. Chu Tian's reputation in the West is not good to begin with. The previous 2 national wars offended England, France, Germany, Rome, and Macedonia. Therefore, Chu Tian will no longer cause trouble in this meeting of Western lords. Behind Chu Tian, in addition to the fierce General Yan Wei, there was also Xiao Chua, a clerk. Alexandria has a clerk, Yu Means, and Chu Tian's clerk, Xiao Chua, has attributes that are only higher than those of Yu Means. I don't know what level of heavy infantry the Spartans are. Chu Tian saw King Leonidas I of Sparta, and then looked at the heroes behind the Roman lords. Octavian, Spartacus, and Scipio the Younger. These were all legendary heroes from the Western continent, and some of them were good at commanders, legion figures, and reckless men who only have force. The German Lord Hohenzollern and the Austrian Archduke Ferdinand were followed by the head of the Teutonic Knights, and several heroes of the Holy Roman Empire. These heroes may have been German princes, some generals, or even from the Kingdom of Bohemia in history. The German princes are responsible for attacking the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Rome and I are attacking the Hungarian Empire. Yekaterina is responsible for attacking the Golden Horde. This is the specific marching route. Whichever legion wins first will attack the other armies. The army will move closer, completely wipe out all the barbarians, and then divide their territory. Because there was a situation where the 3 giants co-governed in Rome, and in the Holy Roman Empire. Hohenzollern, who represented the interests of the German nobility, and Ferdinand, who represented the interests of the Austrian-Hungarian nobility, were fighting. Therefore, Alexander, who did not have internal fighting, was able to give orders conditionally. Other lords. The basis for the cooperation of the various Western lords was to divide the land and population of the Hunnic Empire camp. Hohenzollern and Ferdinand planned to carve up Poland and Lithuania, while Alexander used part of his territory in equal exchange with Rome to monopolize most of the Hungarian Empire's territory. Catherine asked for land in the west. Finally, driven by the interests of territory and population, several Western lords reached a consensus. The empires and kingdoms of Macedonia, Rome, Germany, France, etc. were equivalent to the great princes of the Eastern Han dynasty who occupied 1 or 2 states, and there would also be overt and covert struggles among them, whether it was Rome, Germany, or Macedonia. These lords were ambitious and had the idea of unifying the Western continent. Europe lacks a hegemon, mainly because the nation is too complex and lacks a unified concept. There is also the theocratic power that prevents the emergence of a unified secular feudal state. If you destroy the Golden Horde, you might as well send troops to attack the Huns Empire. We are willing to pay a price that satisfies you. Alexander the Great took the initiative to invite Chu Tian and Yekaterina to intervene in the war with the Huns. He had an intuition that maybe Chu Tian and Yekaterina would take the lead and destroy the Golden Horde. If the elite legions of the Han Empire and the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow attack the Huns Empire from the west, then the Huns Empire will have to fight on 2 fronts. How could the Golden Horde be destroyed so easily? Temujin only suffered a temporary defeat. The army he brought to the Golden Horde from Mabe numbered at least 200,000. Chu Tian is actually not very willing to move westward. In fact, this meeting had almost no impact on the actions of the Western lords. What was more important was how to carve up the territory of the Hunnic Empire and avoid the outbreak of civil war due to uneven distribution of spoils during the war with the Hunnic Empire. Seeing that Chu Tian was not very willing to go west to relieve the pressure on the Kingdom of Macedonia, Alexander still looked relaxed. Even without your army from the east, we can defeat Attila. But you have to be careful about the Lion Gustavus from the north. Alexander, defeat the Hun Empire. I hope you can hand over some of the land and population controlled by the Kingdom of Macedonia to us as agreed. Caesar, Pompey, and Constantine, the three Roman giants, took the initiative to put pressure on Alexander to keep his promise. Rome did not have a border with the Hunnic Empire, so it could only obtain territory from the Kingdom of Macedonia, and the Kingdom of Macedonia obtained the territory that Rome should have owned by the Hunnic Empire. Alexander said, I swear to God that I will keep my word. The three giants of Rome nodded. The Swiss lord, as the arbiter, sat at the head of the table and remained silent. He is just the lord of the neutral zone. Alexander, Hohenzollern, and the three giants of Rome. These are all the targets of Switzerland's sales of mercenaries or weapons. And no one can be offended. After the Western lords agreed to divide the Hunnic Empire, they also agreed on the marching route, as well as mutual purchase of weapons, horses, armor, food and other matters. The plate armor of the Holy Roman Empire was coveted even by Macedonia and Rome. Several big lords discussed calmly and did not fight. The Swiss lord secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Almost every lord brought a team of guards. If heroes such as Spartacus, Leonidas, Genway, Harold, and the leader of the Teutonic Knights fought at the meeting, it is estimated that this Swiss church could be destroyed. It was torn down. Finally, after the meeting, the major lords of the Swiss Federation left the neutral zone one after another. The Swiss Confederation is in the mountains, and their regiments are good at fighting in mountainous terrain. Chu Tian only paid a little attention to the Swiss Federation. In Lords, the Swiss Federation has a population of 2 to 3 million. If it is a war to destroy the country, it can also recruit more than 100,000 troops. It's just that the Swiss Federation was caught between powerful civilizations and had to declare a permanent neutral zone. Its legions could be hired as long as the emperor or king was willing to pay. In other words, if Chu Tian is willing to pay, he can also hire a Swiss legion to fight for him. However, the commission required by the Swiss army is expensive. Only Western civilization, which lacks population, will care about population. Chu Tian's territory has a population equivalent to several major European countries. It is better to hire the Swiss Phalanx Legion than to cultivate the legion yourself. Chu Tian and Yekaterina returned to Moscow. This is the expected march route of the various troops. Xiao Chua was taken by Chu Tian as a clerical officer, and he seemed to have accepted his fate and was responsible for recording documents so that Chu Tian could read them at any time afterwards. How Alexander, Caesar, and Hohenzollern marched is not important to us at all. We have only one goal: to destroy the Golden Horde. As for how to seize the land in Eastern Europe, it depends on Catherine's own methods. Chu Tian did not check Alexander's marching route again. Humph. You don't even read the documents. Why do you need your subordinates to record them? Xiao Chua found that he had done useless work. Sometimes, there's always a use. Chu Zimu in the east. I heard that his power is much greater than 3 years ago. He will be a more powerful enemy than Attila. Alexander returned to the Kingdom of Macedonia, and hundreds of thousands of Macedonian and Greek coalition forces were ready to attack. Chu Zimu. He is still unwilling to return the 2 eagle flags in his hands. The 3 Roman giants returned to the city of Rome. After the meeting, Pompey once asked Chu Tian for the 2 eagle flags that the Roman legions had lost in the Han Empire. But Chu Tian refused to return them even if he killed them. Of the 24 eagle flags of Rome, only 22 remain. He is unwilling to return it. And we have no choice. This time we conquered the Huns, and we returned with military exploits. Those guys in the Senate should be afraid of us. We, Rome, will become an empire and implement the rule of 3 emperors. Rome, it will become a great empire. Constantine made an agreement with Caesar and Pompey. Pompey, who originally planned to provoke a civil war in Rome, was forced by Constantine's power and chose to compromise. After all, Constantine had generals such as Scipio and Spartacus under his command. When the Roman Civil War broke out, Pompey did not feel good. Caesar also had no good impression of the Senate. It's time for the Senate to retreat behind the scenes. In the future, the 3 of us will have the final say in Rome. Brandenburg. Hohenzollern returned to the fiefdom with the Teutonic Knights, where he actually had power comparable to that of an emperor. It is not difficult to defeat the Polish-Lithuanian Federation. But after annexing the Polish plains, our opponent may become Alexander, or Catherine, or France. Our legendary German heroes, Redbeard, Otto, and the more ancient Frankish heroes, Hammer, Dwarf, and Charlie, have not yet appeared, which is not good for us. Hohenzollern. Think more. In the Golden Horde, Bata left the Hun Empire and returned to Temujin's tent. Attila apologized for the failure of his brother Bleda, and used a big price to hire the Northern Army Gustav to attack St. Petersburg as a support for us. He hopes that our side can defeat Catherine as soon as possible, and send at least 300,000 cavalry to help. He planned to defeat Alexander at once. Bata reported to Temujin. Gustav, how does it compare to Breda? Will Attila disappoint us this time? Temujin was tricked by the Hun's army last time, and did not have much confidence in Attila. Bata said, Please rest assured, Great Khan. It is said that Gustav has a firearms army, and his military ability is far superior to that of Bleda. If he can help us win, I can give him an extra commission. Temujin came to the west and acted in western ways. Joki walked into the tent and said, Great Khan, the generals have already forcibly recruited herdsmen from various tribes. As long as you give an order, millions of cavalry will sweep across the Grand Duchy of Moscow. This time, the Golden Horde will use all its national strength. If it fails, the Golden Horde will perish. Juchi, if you are defeated this time, you can go to your brothers, and I may choose to take a risk. Otherwise, we will never be able to defeat Chu Zimu. In the Kingdom of Sweden, Gustav returned to the royal city and led the Jom's Viking warriors and Swedish arquebusiers to assemble at the port. The port has hundreds of warships, including many Viking warships. The first batch of gold and silver that Attila promised to support Gustav has been shipped to Stockholm. Even the greatest conqueror cannot achieve anything without a population in gold and silver. Gustav had the wooden box sent by Attila be opened, which contained the gold and silver that Attila had plundered. I will personally lead the army to land at the port of Tallinn and march to St. Petersburg from land. The fleet will be responsible for attacking from the sea. If unfortunately I die in the war, then Christina will become your queen. Gustav said goodbye to the nobles who stayed behind in the kingdom. Because of the existence of players, and players are not always very particular about rules and order. Gustav also doesn't know what the fate of his daughter Christina will be if he is killed in the war, and whether the players will support her to become the real Queen of Sweden, or replace it. After all, Queen Christina is only 5 years old now. Despite this, Gustavus chose to go to war for the sake of Swedish hegemony and the gold, silver, and land promised by Attila. Your Majesty, please rest assured that Christina will be the eternal Queen of Sweden. The Swedish nobles repeatedly made promises to Gustav. A minister from the Kingdom of Sweden said, There is also a group of Viking tribes that are attacking England. Maybe they can take England. The English have secretly produced a large number of warships. They have a large number of sailing masters. Canute, he is destined to fail. If the Viking tribes attacking England fail, they will be taken in and used by me. Gustav was not very willing to go to war with the English, who had seafaring characteristics. But the leader of the Viking pirates, who attacked England, was not an ordinary hero. He was willing to take in these brave and capable Viking warriors as a powerful force that was as important as the firearms corps. Legion. In the end, Gustav, escorted by a legendary Viking hero, boarded the warship and led the Nordic fleet to march towards St. Petersburg. The Jom's Viking warriors wore classic Nordic helmets and were burly, just like the Viking berserkers led by the legendary Nordic hero Harald that Chutian saw in Yekaterina's forces. However, compared to the Jom's Viking warriors, Gustav's real elite is his firearms legion. He is a firearms hero, and the Viking warriors need a dedicated Viking hero commander. On the islands of England, the legendary Viking hero Canute the Great led thousands of Viking pirate ships to raid the coast, and the Viking warriors of Jom's fought fiercely. Edward, the Black Prince of England, led tens of thousands of English knights and English longbowmen to fight against the Vikings for a long time after the outbreak of the National War. Once the Vikings approached the coast, they led their troops to encircle and suppress them. The two sides fought fiercely, and the battle was very fierce. Tens of thousands of Vikings and Englishmen were killed. The Viking ships are plundering everywhere and fighting with them for a long time, which is not good for us. Edward, the Black Prince, was troubled by the Viking hero Canute the Great. The Viking warriors of Emperor Canute the Great frightened the English and attacked everywhere, leaving the Black Prince exhausted. In the city of London, the legendary English pirate Francis Drake, the English commander who defeated the Spanish fleet in history, was summoned by the English Lord Charles, Game ID, God will bless you. In the early stages of Lords, England's civilization had little sense of existence. However, in the middle and later stages, the presence of naval battles strengthened, and England was quietly rising. New Galenic ships are already being manufactured. As long as the new Galenic ships come out and we try to get bronze cannons, the threat of Viking pirates will be eliminated forever. Chapter 669, Crusade against the Golden Horde. King Gustavus II of Sweden led 70,000 Swedish troops to attack St. Petersburg again. The Grand Duke of Lithuania was forced to send 50,000 people to assist Gustavus. In the city of Moscow, Catherine gathered an army of 500,000 people, preparing to personally conquer the Golden Horde and completely destroy the Golden Horde. Many of the 500,000-strong army were newly recruited soldiers, or the armies of noble and feudal lords arriving from various places. However, the scouts deployed by Catherine in the Kingdom of Sweden witnessed Gustavus II leading an army on an expedition, aiming directly at St. Petersburg. The Northern Army has intervened in the war. The nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow were in panic. Gustav's firearms arms almost represent the top level of the Western continent. The only weakness is probably that Gustav's troops have never been large. Gustav is much more powerful than Breda. We must fight quickly. Catherine learned that Gustavus II had officially intervened in the war, so she had the young duke taken from St. Petersburg to the relatively safe city of Moscow. She left 100,000 garrison in St. Petersburg and ordered residents of the surrounding villages and towns to enter St. Petersburg to take refuge. Muscovite also has a fleet in the Baltic Sea. St. Petersburg is currently the only seaport available to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Some cities in the north were captured by Gustav when Catherine had no time to visit the north. St. Petersburg became the next city to be conquered by the Kingdom of Sweden. You are using St. Petersburg as your base, so you probably want to build a fleet and occupy Northern Europe? Chu Tian thought that the center of Yekaterina's rule had always been St. Petersburg, not Moscow, and quickly realized Yekaterina's intentions. Obviously, Ekaterina usually caused trouble everywhere, offending the Kingdom of Sweden and the Persian-Lithuanian Federation. Attila now drew Muscovy's enemies into the war, and Gustav did not refuse at all. Don't worry. I have been running St. Petersburg for several years, and the public support has reached 95. Gustav, he cannot capture St. Petersburg as soon as possible. Catherine had full confidence in the garrison of St. Petersburg. Chu Tian counted the troops used by Catherine. There were 100,000 defenders in St. Petersburg, 50,000 defenders in Moscow, 50,000 defenders in Smolensk, and the 500,000 troops used to attack the Golden Horde. These were just there are 700,000 legions. This does not include the defense forces of other cities. It can be seen that the city of Moscow was invaded by troops, which completely angered the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Ekaterina directly chose to destroy the Golden Horde with troops. There is no need to explain the consequences of angering Mauzy. Lend me 50,000 Cossacks. There were less than 40,000 high-level Han cavalry and 30,000 servants in Chu Tian. He also borrowed 50,000 Cossack cavalry from Catherine. The Cossack cavalry is the eagle dog of the Tsar, and Chu Tian is now somewhat accustomed to using the Cossack cavalry as light cavalry. No problem. Recently, a Cossack hero from the Don River came to me. Yermak. I will put him under your command. Ekaterina readily borrowed troops. The number of Cossack cavalry she currently controls exceeds 100,000. As long as the Tsar Katerina II characteristic is activated, Cossack cavalry will be recruited from all over the country. Chu Tian's army expanded to 120,000 men, most of whom were cavalry. Yermak, the Cossack leader who conquered Siberia, was temporarily under the command of Chu Tian. The country-destroying battle with the Golden Horde actually took place in the southern part of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, so the supply pressure was relatively small. Tomorrow, an army of 500,000 will go south and completely destroy the Golden Horde. Catherine was determined. An army of 500,000 is just a fighting force. In addition to soldiers, there were millions of civilians transporting grain, grass and weapons. The day before the expedition, thousands of nobles gathered outside Moscow to reward the entire army and boost morale. The army of 500,000 knew that they would go south to attack the powerful Golden Horde the next day, so they feasted. Yermak, by order of the Grand Duke, I obey your orders. The Don Cossack leader Yermak and 4 other Don Cossack leaders came to Chu Tian's tent to listen to orders. Each of them commanded 10,000 Cossack cavalry. Yermak's background was as a Cossack bandit on the Don River, a man who robbed merchants and had a bandit spirit about him. All the cavalry are well-fed and well-fed. You just obey my orders. Chu Tian thought about his command value. Because of Sun Bin's special auxiliary bonus, Chu Tian's army should have a command value of 96 and provide bonuses for 120,000 cavalry. It should not be a problem. The abilities of the Cossack cavalry heroes were unknown. Chu Tian estimated that Yermak and the others were not as good as him in adding to the cavalry. However, when the Cossack cavalry were to be separated to fight alone, it is estimated that not many people would perform better than these Cossack cavalry leaders. Even though battle was imminent, these Cossacks remained optimistic and, at the same time, they fanatically served the future Tsar. In addition to the Cossack cavalry, the soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow were even more fierce. They were holding tons of wine barrels in front of the Golden Horde, who went south to crusade. There was a lot of excitement. If the Golden Horde is destroyed this time, with the prestige of the Grand Duke, he will probably be crowned Tsar. As long as we, the people, gain military merit and prestige in the battle to destroy the Golden Horde, and the Grand Duchy becomes an empire, we will be the heroes. The nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow responded positively to Yekaterina's call, not only because of Yekaterina's personal prestige. They were also seeking high positions in the Russian Empire. The Roman Republic planned to be promoted to the Roman Empire, and the Grand Duchy of Muscovy also planned to be promoted to the Tsarist Empire. In this battle, I will definitely capture more heads than you. Among the Vikings, except for those 1 or 2, no one's force is my match. Is there anyone in the Vikings who is more powerful? Don't underestimate the Vikings. Chu Tian's bodyguard Dian Wei was competing with Yekaterina's bodyguard Harold. There were several empty barrels beside the two of them. It was obvious that they were competing against each other's drinking capacity not long ago. The two have been competing with each other for a while, fighting against the Golden Horde and comparing who can kill more people. Xiao Chua is sought after by the Cossack cavalry. She also has the characteristic of accelerating the Chinesization of nomadic tribes. Her personal charm also has a high impact on nomadic tribes, fishing and hunting tribes, Dmitri of the Don River, Nevsky of the Glacier, and several Grand Dukes. Their army formation is similar to the decimal system of the Mongolian cavalry. The cavalry here is more like the cavalry of the East, and also has some Byzantine style. Chu Tian was observing the cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. These cavalry were somewhat similar to the cavalry of Central Asia and West Asia, and even had the shadow of Mongolian cavalry. The characteristics and style of a civilization are easily influenced by the surrounding civilizations. The Golden Horde had a great influence on the Grand Duchy of Moscow in history. So the cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow more or less imitated the Mongolian cavalry. My lord, this group of Cossack cavalry, their top brass are luxurious and greedy, while the soldiers at the bottom are poor but brave. Hua Mulan follows Chu Tian, and she is also observing the Cossack cavalry, who are Chu Tian's temporary subordinates. Xiao Chua hugged Hua Mulan from behind and startled Hua Mulan. Let me guess. The Moscow Grand Duke gave salaries and land to the upper-level Cossacks. These upper-level Cossacks controlled the Cossack army, and then drove and deceived the lower-level Cossack cavalry, consolidated the rule of the Grand Duke of Moscow, and used them as cannon fodder to expand in all directions. Xiao Chua, good sister, I'll let you go now. Hua Mulan felt helpless that Xiao Chua was trying to please her. Xiao Chua realized that he wanted to enter Prince Xia's palace and had to try to win over Hua Mulan. She is right. This is it. The Tsar used the method of enslaving the Cossack cavalry. So the upper ranks of the Cossack cavalry are luxurious and corrupt, but the lower-level cavalry have good combat effectiveness. Of course, there are also many Cossack cavalry uprisings. Chu Tian praised Xiao Chua's vision. Hua Mulan was not as good as Xiao Chua when it came to enslaving the servant army. Why don't you give me a group of Cossack cavalry? No. Chu Tian rejected Xiao Chua's request before she guaranteed her loyalty. It was impossible to allow her to lead troops. Otherwise, if she led troops to defect to the Golden Horde, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Tian still remembered that in the Battle of the Ili Valley, Temujin was defeated because of the mutinous Wusun cavalry. Xiao Chuzhen's desire to rebel caused more damage than the Wusun cavalry. Snort! Xiao Chua found that Chu Tian still didn't trust him and had no other choice. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Chu Tian asked her to promise her loyalty, but her hidden ambition was not low, and she was not very willing to give in. Ekaterina took the young duke to inspect the various legions, an army of 500,000, and hundreds of heroes. The next day, an army of 500,000 troops was mobilized one after another to march towards the Golden Horde. The number of the army is extremely huge, and the battle flags cover the sky and the sun. After Catherine distributed 50,000 Cossack cavalry to Chu Tian, there were still 450,000 troops left. with 50,000 as the vanguard, 200,000 as the center army, and 100,000 troops on the left and right sides. Chu Tian's 120,000 cavalry were roaming outside as a surprise force. Ukrainian Cossack leader Khmelnytsky led the Cossack cavalry as the vanguard. The main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow goes south, claiming to be an army of 5 million. Chu Zimu is bluffing again. They only have 1/10 of their claimed strength at most. The Grand Duchy of Muscovy's 500,000 strong army was dispatched, and Temujin had received the information. There will always be a group of players or military vendors who sell information about the number of people for profit. Chu Tian's so-called 5 million army did not scare Temujin. This time, fight to the death with Chu Zimu and Ekaterina. Subotai, come back with the head of the opponent's vanguard. Behind Temujin, densely packed Mongolian cavalry and Servant cavalry crossed Temujin and entered the Don River basin again. The Golden Horde has no extra food and grass, and must defeat the 500,000 strong army as soon as possible. Subotai, as Temujin's vanguard general, had already set his sights on the cavalry of the Cossack hero Khmelnytsky. Chapter 670. The Western Continent War breaks out. The dragon-headed warship of the Vikings. Kill them all! In the heavy fog, a Viking warship unexpectedly encountered the fleet of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. A dense and fierce rain of arrows and javelins covered the warship in the fog and nailed it to the deck. The Viking berserkers, led by a tall Viking leader, started a fierce boarding battle with the warships of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. The Viking hero has a physique comparable to that of Harold. Even in water battles, his force will not be affected in any negative way. The battle axe killed a sailor without losing strength, and the axe blade was even embedded in the ship's mast, almost cutting off the mast of the Muscovite warship. Weird monster. A naval soldier of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was frightened by the ferocious Viking pirates, and his hands holding the sword trembled. The Viking leader pulled out his battle axe, walked towards the navy soldier, and killed him with one blow of the axe. The long sword flew upside down, and a corner of the sword's blade actually broke. Only by using bows, arrows, and javelins can we stop the Viking pirates. We cannot engage in board battles with them. Otherwise, we will be torn to pieces by the Viking pirates. The captain of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy was panicked. Because of the heavy fog, the scene he least wanted to see was an encounter between the Vikings' leading warships and the fleet of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy in the Baltic Sea. The worst thing was that the Vikings had already a boarding battle has begun. The Viking berserkers have not yet actively triggered their berserk characteristics, but they have already bloodbathed the decks of the Grand Duchy of Moscow warships. In the Middle Ages, the navy of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was really not very good, and it was far worse than the Han Empire as a continental civilization. The warships of the Viking pirates are also relatively average, and are quite different from the real maritime civilizations of England, Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands, but they are suitable for the rugged coastline of Northern Europe. That is, they have special bonuses for fighting in the Baltic Sea. The strength of the Vikings lies not in the warships themselves, but in the terrifying close combat capabilities of their own warriors. Once a boarding battle breaks out with Viking pirates, it means fighting hand-to-hand with Viking berserkers on the deck. Even Temujin's 9th level tier Shui army will be crushed by the Viking berserkers in a boarding battle with Viking berserkers, because the attributes of the Temujin army will be greatly reduced in water battles, and Viking berserker does not. This is also a hidden feature. In the entire Western continent, it is estimated that only the fleets of 3 civilizations, England, the Netherlands, and Spain, do not have to fear Viking pirates. The panicked Muscovite fleet hurriedly retreated. In an encounter, half of the ships were lost and more than 2,000 soldiers sank in the sea. The sea was filled with black smoke, and there were floating ship planks or barrels everywhere. Hundreds of warships were burned or captured, and thousands of Muscovite soldiers became prisoners of Viking pirates. Catherine prepared a fleet specifically for the conquest of Northern Europe. Before it was formed, it was destroyed by Viking pirates. The Viking leader returned from a bloody battle and reported the results to Gustavus II. The Umas chapter, like the Varangian guards, is the elite among the Vikings. Your reputation will be spread to other countries through the battle to conquer the Eastern European plains. Olaf, you will be my most powerful assistant. Gustav knew about the Viking civilization, in addition to the Varangian guards established by Harold hired by the Byzantine Empire. In Northern Europe, high-level Viking civilization troops also included Umas Viking warriors. They formed the Umas War Regiment, more numerous than Harold's Varangian guards. It took Gustav II a year to conquer the Viking hero Olaf. Olaf is willing to serve the king and conquer every land in sight. King Olaf I pulled out the blood-stained battle axe. His eyes were full of awe for Gustav. The Viking berserkers were originally invincible in northern Europe. But Gustav used his firearms legion to conquer many Umis Viking warriors. You went to attack the port of St. Petersburg, bringing fear and shadow to St. Petersburg. And I, personally commanding the Swedish army, landed from Tallinn and met you in St. Petersburg. Yes. Olaf commanded the Viking warships and sailed to St. Petersburg, while Gustav's ships landed at Tallinn in the eastern Baltic Sea. This city was originally controlled by Catherine, but was captured by Gustav not long ago and became a bridgehead for the attack on St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg may be about to be upgraded to a giant city. St. Petersburg must be captured before it is upgraded to a giant city. Otherwise, St. Petersburg will become Yekaterina's stronghold for attacking northern Europe. Gustav was aware of Catherine's ambition, so Attila's employment of him only intensified the conflicts between the original civilized areas. And it was not just the gold and silver that tempted Gustav. Gustav's Swedish legions came ashore one after another. The Swedish legions were composed of cavalry, pikemen, and arquebusiers. These were elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles and had been fighting fierce Viking pirates for a long time. Moreover, Gustav had military management characteristics, and the Swedish army was in good order. After landing, he quickly reorganized the army and made it neat. Gustav, I never thought that one day I would join forces with you. Under the surveillance of the Hunnic generals, Grand Duke Vytautas was forced to join forces with Gustav to attack St. Petersburg. He brought 50,000 Polish-Lithuanian troops. Your situation seems not to be good. Gustav discovered that Archduke Vytautas was under house arrest by the Huns, and Attila just wanted Archduke Vytautas to increase his legion on the Polish-Lithuanian coalition. If Grand Duke Vytautas hadn't been a legendary Grand Duke from the civilized area of Lithuania, Attila might have killed him directly and replaced him with a new Grand Duke of Lithuania. Grand Duke Vytautas showed a helpless expression. He is already a puppet. The northern army Gustav has entered Tallinn city. Gustavus and Vytautas, combined troops of 120,000, marched to St. Petersburg. A legendary king and a legendary Grand Duke joined forces to advance towards St. Petersburg. The army could not hide its whereabouts, and soon the news spread throughout the western continent. A war of annihilation broke out between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Golden Horde, and Gustav, the great northern army, also intervened in the war on the western continent. The Macedonian army of 400,000 and the Greek city-states of 100,000 have all been assembled. As long as your majesty gives the order, the army will invade the Hun Empire. Eumenes, the scribe, reported to Alexander the preparations for the Kingdom of Macedonia. The Kingdom of Macedonia covers the entire Balkan Peninsula and the Greek islands. The Greek city-states are vassals to Alexander, so they are counted separately when calculating military strength. Among the Greek city-states, Athens was the most prosperous and had the most soldiers, while Sparta had the most elite high-level heavy infantry. How many legions did Rome send? According to negotiations with the Romans, Caesar sent 3 legions, Pompey 3 legions, and Constantine sent 4 legions, a total of 10 legions. In addition to the Roman legions, there were also special legions such as the Genoese Crossbow Legion and the North African Legion. The strength of the expeditionary force is about 200,000. They also need to stay behind to guard against the French and the natives from North Africa. I understand. 200,000 troops. They need to use their contribution in exchange for land and population. The principle for Alexander and other Western lords to carve up the Hunnic Empire was also very simple. According to the points principle, whoever gets more points in the battle to eliminate Attila will have greater contributions, and can also be allocated more territory and population. Your Majesty, before you go on an expedition, you should be on guard against enemies coming from Asia Minor. Alexander's teacher Aristotle took the initiative to visit Alexander at this time. Teacher, the enemy you mentioned is the Ottoman Empire? But the civil strife in Asia Minor continued after Suleiman the Magnificent was killed by the Han Empire. I should thank the princes of the Han Empire for solving my serious problem. Alexander spoke of Suleiman the Magnificent, whom he feared. The Ottoman Empire was originally ruled by a powerful figure. However, in the Third National War, he died under the gun of the Han Empire General Witzhubing. At that time, it caused a sensation in the Western continent and also changed the pattern of West Asia and the Western continent. Aristotle was worried. Your Majesty, never underestimate your opponent. Then I will recruit another 100,000 defenders. Alexander ultimately chose to follow Aristotle's teachings. Macedonian generals such as one-eyed Antigonus, Seleucus, Ptolemy, etc. asked Alexander to personally conquer them. The king's army can conquer the world at any time. Alexander stood up. We have gone on many campaigns before, killing 50,000 of the Ostrogoth king's elites. But we have never been able to capture Attila's main force of the Huns. This time, Attila must die without a burial place. In the city of Rome, 200,000 Roman troops used the teleportation array to transport troops to Alexander's city one after another. They joined 700,000 troops with Alexander to attack Attila. Scipio, I need points. The more points, the better. There is a prop that can enhance the effect of the Roman legion's eagle flag. In addition to launching a war to gain land and population, Constantine also coveted national war points. Some props may not have any effect on other civilizations, but they have a huge amplifying effect on some special civilizations. For example, props related to the eagle flag may be useless to non-Roman civilizations, but they are extremely attractive to the lords of Roman civilization. Scipio said loyally, we will capture Attila alive for the consul. Octavian, I will give you a Roman legion to command in this battle. In order to train a young successor, the first Roman emperor Augustus Octavian, Caesar decided to assign a Roman legion to Octavian to command. Octavian will not disappoint you. Octavian was overjoyed. As Caesar's adopted son, Caesar had already valued and decided to train him. Perhaps he could become famous in one battle and become a future Roman giant or even a Roman emperor. Caesar's generals Antony and Lepidus realized that Caesar wanted to cultivate Octavian as the first heir, and they had mixed feelings. Chapter 671 The Fearful Enemy. Teutonic Knights, it's time for us to set off. Hohenzollern recruited 5,000 high-ranking Teutonic knights, tens of thousands of knight servants, and other German princes to form a 200,000-strong army. They set off from Brandenburg and marched towards the Kingdom of Poland, which was controlled by the Hungarian Empire. The black cross flag, shield, and breastplate of the Teutonic Knights converged into a black torrent. The Teutonic Knights have a strict hierarchy. The formal knights are the core of the knights. These are the real high-level cavalry units. After each knight has money, he can also buy better equipment on his own. In addition, each knight also has specialized servants, which are low-level cavalry. Not only that, Hohenzollern also had a large number of pikemen, crossbowmen, and archers formed by citizens and farmers. The Knights Templar seem to be with the French lords, and the Knights Hospitaller are on the island of Malta. Did they fall into the hands of the Romans? When Hohenzollern saw the black torrent of the Teutonic Knights, he couldn't help but think of the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller. The Teutonic Knights, the Knights Templar, and the Knights Hospitaller are the three major knights in Europe, and their status is relatively high in the Western continent. In Vienna, Austrian Archduke Ferdinand led the 200,000 Austrian-Hungarian coalition forces, cooperating with Hohenzollern, to attack Attila's sphere of influence from the north. Macedonia and Rome launched an offensive from the south. Throughout the Western continent, more than 3 million troops were at war. The scale of this war that swept most of the Western continent was even more exaggerated than the Battle of Mobay, because other than Rome, other civilizations fought at home, and the supply pressure was not as much as that of the Han Empire's expeditionary force. So more troops could be mobilized. Players in the Western continent were panicked for a while. Many players in the Western continent evacuated to other cities to avoid the battle between the two camps. The number of players who escaped from the Hunnic Empire alone was as high as 1 million. Outside St. Petersburg, a Viscount led the Boyar cavalry to patrol the seaside. Vikings' warship! A boy cavalryman exclaimed. In the sea fog, a dragon-headed warship emerged. Use your longbow to prevent them from landing. The Viscounts of the Grand Duchy of Moscow realized that if the Vikings came to land, they would have to fight the Vikings head-on. If there is a high-level Viking berserker among this group of Viking pirates, then the Boyar cavalry, which is also a high-level unit, will be in danger. Some of the Boyar cavalry dismounted. The front row of Boyar cavalry held shields and spears to form a wall. The rear cavalry took off their longbows and looked nervously at the approaching Viking warships. The fast and agile Viking warship abandoned the Swedish troop transport ship, appeared silently on the coast near St. Petersburg, and then washed directly onto the beach. Follow me and kill all powerful enemies. The Viking king level Olaf I raised his battle axe high and ordered his warships to attack the coast. The Viking berserkers of the Umas chapter followed the king of Viking civilization, yelling, waving their battle axes. jumping into the shallow water, and waiting to attack the Boyar cavalry arrayed on the shore. The Boyar cavalry fired arrows, and the arrows came through the air, covering the Umis regiment that was attacking the coast. Several Viking berserkers were killed by arrows and fell into the seawater with splashes. The Boyar cavalry is also a high-level cavalry, with amazing bout damage. As long as it hits the vital point, it can also kill the Viking berserkers of the Umis chapter. I will fight personally. The Viking warship ran aground and shook violently. Olaf I jumped into the sea with an axe, and attacked the seaside with an axe. He slashed with the axe, and all the arrows shot were knocked away by Olaf. Hundreds of high-level Viking berserkers successfully fought with Olaf on the beach. Among them, the first row of berserkers threw their tomahawks hard. The tomahawks whirled in the air at high speed, penetrated the small shield of the Boyar cavalry, and directly killed the man on the shield. Boyar cavalry in the rear. At least 30 Boyar cavalry were killed by tomahawks thrown by Viking berserkers. The formation of the dismounted Boyar cavalry caused chaos. The Viscount led the rest of the Boyar cavalry and attacked the Viking berserkers on horseback, hoping to drive the barbarians back to the sea. The number of Boyar's cavalry was about 800. Under the leadership of a Viscount, they took the initiative to launch a heroic charge against several hundred Umis regiments of Olaf I. The heroes and soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow are also quite powerful in a certain sense. The battle group of Olaf and Umis took the initiative to enter a violent state, holding battle axes in their hands, and faced off against the feudal noble cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The warhorse galloped over, but Olaf remained motionless. The battle axe directly split the horse of a Boyar cavalry in half. The Boyar cavalry on the horse fell heavily to the ground, and what greeted him was the axe blade of the Viking berserker. About an hour later, the Viscount fled back to St. Petersburg with the remaining Boyar cavalry. The ground was full of dead horses, discarded armor and shields. The exhausted warriors of the Umis chapter stood proudly on the battlefield and killed about 400 Boyar cavalry. After the victory of Olaf and Umis, more Viking warriors came ashore one after another, and there were actually thousands of them. Not all soldiers of the Viking civilization were berserkers. There were also strong and weak Viking warriors. Yekaterina recruited Harold, the hero of the Viking civilization, through the national war. His Varangian guards are considered one of the top arms of the Viking civilization. Olaf's Umis chapter is also an elite group. In addition to the Umis chapter, Olaf also brought ordinary Viking warriors. Ordinary Viking warriors are not high-level soldiers. Plunder all the surrounding villages and towns, and obtain supplies before His Majesty the King arrives. Olaf was a cruel man and sacked villages and towns near St. Petersburg without any psychological burden. He could already see the towering walls and towers of St. Petersburg not far away. This was the fortress built by Catherine to conquer the Nordic civilization. The powerful Umis war band among the Viking pirates swept around St. Petersburg, razing the surrounding villages to the ground. How many Viking warriors did Gustav bring? How many members are there in the Umis chapter? The people of St. Petersburg were in panic, and the ferocious battle regiments of Olaf and Umis were notorious. St. Petersburg became the last city in the north to block the northern army. The Umis chapter. They participated in the attack on St. Petersburg. Unexpectedly, Gustavus actually conquered the Vikings active in northern Europe. Catherine, who led the army into the Don River basin, received information from the garrison of St. Petersburg. She already knew that the legendary Viking hero Olaf and the Umis regiment were loyal to King Gustav of Sweden and joined forces to attack St. Petersburg. The pressure faced by St. Petersburg is greater than imagined. Gustav's firearms corps, Archduke Vytautas's Polish-Lithuanian cavalry, and Olaf's Umis chapter are all powerful forces in the western continent. Could the Umis legion be the army of King Canute of the Viking civilization who conquered England? Chutian is still following Yekaterina, but he has heard of the Vikings' Umis chapter. The Umis warband once conquered England, and the Viking hero King Canute was once the common king of northern Europe and England. The capabilities of the Umis chapter are similar to those of the Varangian guards. If the Umis chapter gets there first and then goes into a frenzy, it will be extremely difficult to defend St. Petersburg. Chu Tian could completely imagine how much psychological pressure it would bring to the defenders if the Viking berserkers of the Umis chapter climbed onto the city wall of St. Petersburg. We can only choose to trust the defenders of St. Petersburg. On our side, we need to speed up the elimination of the Golden Horde. Ekaterina is also under tremendous pressure. I lead the cavalry and act alone. Chu Tian personally commanded 120,000 cavalry, separated from Catherine's army at night, and marched from another direction with other plans. 50,000 Cossack cavalry, and a small number of Han cavalry were regarded as bait by Chu Tian. Under the leadership of 5 Don River Cossack leaders, they disguised themselves as Han cavalry and marched towards Sarai, the royal city of the Golden Horde. The number of these Cossack cavalry is almost the same as the number of Han cavalry brought by Chu Tian, so they can confuse the line of sight. Ekaterina's 450,000 strong army quickly advanced towards the Golden Horde, compressing the Golden Horde's living space and forcing the main force of the Golden Horde to fight decisively. The Cossack leader Khmelnytsky had already fought with Subbutai's Mongolian cavalry. Khmelnytsky was defeated by Subbutai, and more than 3,000 Cossack cavalry were killed. After Khmelnytsky's defeat, he began to retreat back to join forces with Catherine. The Golden Horde gathered the remaining troops of the Mongolian Empire in Mobe, and it was no longer what it used to be. Subbutai. His cavalry is extremely fierce. My Cossack cavalry is simply vulnerable to his cavalry. When Khmelnytsky was fighting against the Golden Horde under the command of Chu Tian, he had not yet felt the terror of Temujin and Subbutai. When he led the Cossack cavalry alone to fight Subbutai, he discovered that Subbutai he is simply a big devil. Subbutai's performance in the previous battles was not very strong, purely because Chu Tian's cavalry bonus was almost the same as it, or even worse. Khmelnytsky's cavalry was inferior to Subbutai, and was defeated by Subbutai. You only lost 3,000 Cossack cavalry, which has exceeded my expectations. To Khmelnytsky's surprise, Ekaterina, the master of the Cossack cavalry, and who controlled the fate of the Cossack cavalry, did not blame him, but instead forgave him for his defeat. Catherine recalled dozens of generals, holding a parchment map in her hand. The initiative was in her hands, and she tried to find a suitable place for a decisive battle with the Golden Horde. The wilderness on the left bank of the Don River is a swamp, with hundreds of miles of dense jungle, crisscross ravines, and often heavy fog. It is not suitable for the cavalry of the Golden Horde to fight. Temujin, Subbutai, and Joki can be managed. Batu and others were lured to this wilderness for a decisive battle. The Golden Horde is best at using the powerful cavalry on both wings to encircle and annihilate the enemy from the front, side and rear. If the Golden Horde army can be lured into the swamp, the Golden Horde's cavalry advantage will be suppressed to the maximum extent. Catherine's finger moved to the parchment map, the location on the left bank of the Don River. At this time, the Grand Duchy of Moscow still had a rather complex and vast terrain. Bathory, the Polish hussar hero, pondered and asked his lord how to introduce the Golden Horde into a decisive battle here. Yekaterina looked at Sun Bin, the military advisor left behind by Chu Tian. I have considered with the advisors in the east to sacrifice some troops and horses to introduce Temujin and Subbutai to the decisive battle location. So the sacrifice of my Cossack cavalry was also to attract Temujin and Subbutai? Khmelnytsky thought that the 3,000 Cossack cavalry men he sacrificed turned out to be the price Yekaterina had to pay in order to defeat Temujin and Subbutai. In the eyes of the future Tsar, the Cossack cavalry was a bargaining chip comparable to the feudal cavalry. But it was just a bargaining chip. When it was necessary to use it, the Cossack cavalry would be qualified cannon fodder. War has its price. Ekaterina is outside and shows no mercy. Chu Tian went to ambush, but Sun Bin left the plan. He found that Khmelnytsky's loyalty might decline because of this incident, so he supported Catherine. If the Golden Horde cannot be defeated, the Cossacks will rely on the surviving Don River Basin, and Valda River Basin were occupied by the Golden Horde. The sacrifice of the Cossack cavalry was for the better survival of their tribe in the future. After hearing Sun Bin's explanation, Khmelnytsky's face looked a little better. Khmelnytsky, I know this is cruel, but this is war. In the following war, soldiers from various tribes and city-states will die, with tens of thousands of casualties. 3,000 Cossack cavalry are just the price. 1. As a subject of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, dying with honor is 1,000 times better than living in disgrace. My legion has never known what surrender and retreat mean. Going out means there is no way out. If nothing is done, it would be better not to come back at all than to return. If no one has any further objections, then we will fight Temujin and Subbutai to the death in the swamp area. The Golden Horde has summoned an army of 1 million people. In fact, among their soldiers, there are a large number of herders who are just trying to make ends meet. Their food and grass cannot last long, and they should be the ones who are eager for a decisive battle. After destroying the Golden Horde, with the prestige of our Grand Duchy of Moscow, it will become the Tsarist Empire. I will treat all tribes equally. There was no doubt about Catherine's tone, and she had the aura of someone in a high position. As the leader of the Cossacks, Khmelnytsky knew that he had accidentally provoked the authority of the future Tsar. So he humbly showed weakness to the future Tsar. Please forgive me, Your Majesty the Great Catherine. In the name of the Grand Duke of Moscow, I forgive your rudeness. Ekaterina looked around at the generals, all of whom bowed their heads slightly. She knew that the establishment of the Russian Empire was not far away. Maybe, just after this battle, when Subbutai's cavalry entered the Don River basin, Muhwali's Tonmachi vanguard General Kwekwebuhua led a group of Tonmachi cavalry to serve as Subbutai's eyes and ears. The Tonma Red cavalry was rampant in the Don River basin. The Golden Horde summoned 1,000,000 cavalry to attack Ekaterina's 500,000 army. On the surface, it had a military advantage. However, only the top leaders of both sides knew that the Grand Duchy of Moscow had not yet exhausted all its national strength. Even if it was defeated, it still had a large population and financial resources. The Golden Horde has exhausted its national strength, and once it fails, it will be beyond redemption. We cannot fail again. If the Golden Horde dies again, then only a piece of Central Asia will be left, with a population of only 20 to 30 million people. How can we compete with the Han Empire? Subbutai defeated the Cossack hero Khmelnytsky, but he was still frowning. Khmelnytsky's Cossack cavalry was only the vanguard of the opponent, and Khmelnytsky saw that the situation was not good and immediately led the Cossack cavalry to escape. Subbutai only captured 3,000 Cossack cavalry at one time. With Subbutai's ability, if Khmelnytsky was stubborn, maybe 50,000 Cossack cavalry would be wiped out by Subbutai. Tonmachi General Kwekwebuhua rode a Dewan horse with a war eagle on his shoulder, and came to report to Subbutai. General, the Tonmachi scout at the front has discovered the location of Ekaterina's army. Trace. Subbutai was really moved at this time. Ekaterina's legion included the Varangian guards, Boyar cavalry, Polish hussars, Cossack cavalry, and the hidden main Tsarist guards that Ekaterina did not use much. Ekaterina can single-handedly withstand many powerful enemies, unify the principalities of Russia, and put the Grand Duchy of Moscow on the right track. It is about to be upgraded to the Tsarist Empire. Naturally, she has the foundation. The Tsarist Guard has been garrisoning the city of Moscow. During the Battle of Mabe, Moscow was surrounded by strong enemies. Catherine did not dare to transfer the Tsarist Guard to Mabe. But this time, Ekaterina finally used this hidden army. The Tsarist Guard is somewhat similar to the Shinji Battalion and the 3,000 battalion established by Emperor Yongle. Ekaterina's main force. What is their marching route? The main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow marched along the right bank of the Don River, numbering about 500,000 people. Right bank of the Don? Subbutai asked someone to get a map. The left bank of the Don River borders the sphere of influence of the Hungarian Empire, while the right bank of the Don River is safer for the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. But the price paid is that the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow cannot cut off the connection between the Hunnic Empire and the Golden Horde. If Attila can provide another cavalry, perhaps only 100,000 cavalry, appear on the left bank of the Don River, and then cross the Don River, then we will flank the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and win in one fell swoop. Subbutai thought of Attila, who occupied the left bank of the Don. Attila didn't know if he could still divide his forces. Subbutai hoped that Attila would be the first to deal with the enemies from the east. As long as 100,000 Hunnic Empire cavalry suddenly appeared on the left bank of the Don River, it would definitely cause panic in the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Try to ask Attila for help. He took the lead in helping our Golden Horde win. We, the Golden Horde, can dispatch 500,000 cavalry to help him defeat Alexander in return. Subbutai still tried to ask Attila for 100,000 cavalry to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army from the left bank of the Don River at the critical moment. Kwekwebuhua's report has not come to an end yet. General, there is also a cavalry of about 50,000 people, marching quickly along the left bank of the Don River. They separated from the main army and marched alone. They were already 100 meters away from the main force, Yuli, and the distance is still widening. The general suspects that this is Chu Zimu's Han cavalry, and he wants to sneak attack Sarai city. Subbutai's expression changed again. Chu Tian and Ekaterina divided their forces and led the 50,000 Han cavalry march alone. Most likely, as Kwekwebuhua guessed, Chu Tian planned to surprise Sarai city. The city of Sarai was built in the Volga River basin, and the defensive capabilities of the city walls cannot be compared with those of Moscow. Chu Tian's sneak attack on Sarai city may be successful, but Subbutai's sneak attack on Moscow city will be difficult to quickly overcome the Moscow city wall. Subutai closed his eyes, then opened his eyes. But he only has 50,000 people. As long as the Great Khan keeps any one of Mawali, Timur, and Batu in Sarai City, plus 300,000 cavalry to defend it, then Chuzima will sink into the sand. We still have 700,000 cavalry and herdsmen. Tell all this to the Khan. Subutai was only Temujin's top general, and the specific ruling depended on Temujin's intentions. Behind Subutai's vanguard cavalry, the cavalry of the Golden Horde was overwhelming. Wherever the war horses went, not a blade of grass grew. All the cattle and sheep of the Golden Horde were forcibly conquered by Temujin's cavalry, and all the national strength of the Golden Horde was used to go north to compete with Yekaterina. Batu, you lead 300,000 cavalry and herdsmen to stay in Sarai City. Use your life to guarantee that Sarai City will not be lost before we defeat the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Temujin left his grandson Batu to defend the city. Among Temujin's grandchildren, there are also many powerful figures, including Batu of the Golden Horde, Mengud, Kublai Khan, and Hulagu of the Ilkhanate. Batu was solemn. I will defend the city of Sarai with my own life and wait for the triumphant return of the Great Khan. Yelakukai, go to Attila and ask for a cavalry force of 100,000 people to put pressure on the Grand Duchy of Muscovy from the left bank of the Don River. If possible, seize the important position on the left bank of the Don River and force the Grand Duchy of Muscovy to fight in the wild. Temujin considered Subutai's suggestion and asked Attila for a cavalry, intending to take the lead in dealing with the threat from the east. As the chief civil servant, Yeluchukai went to the Hun's Empire as an envoy. Temujin used all the national power of the Golden Horde, and he couldn't wait for a decisive battle. Catherine faced pressure from the north and had to fight decisively as soon as possible. Both sides are trying to win the decisive battle. The whole army goes north to meet Catherine's army. After Temujin made the deployment, there was nothing to hesitate about. Since both sides are eager to fight to the death, they can only fight to the death. The Golden Horde used all its national power, overwhelming 700,000 cavalry, many of whom were herders between the first and third levels. Among the four mastiffs of the Mongol Empire, apart from Subutai as the vanguard, three others, namely Zelmai, Zibi and Kublai, followed Temujin. Temujin also had Chi Lawan and Timur as generals of Chishua army, as well as his eldest son Joki. Wait until you defeat Yekaterina, and then come back to deal with Chuzimu, who was delayed by Batu. Boru! Borshu! I will avenge you! Temujin harbored hatred towards Chutian, two important generals of the Chishua army, and his son-in-law died at the hands of Chukian's generals. There was also a military talisman of the Chishua army that fell into Chukian's hands. In hand, the two people had hatred because of their struggle for hegemony, and they were already in dire straits. Chutian did not give up the crusade because he fled to Eastern Europe, but persevered in the crusade against Temujin, obviously wanting to avoid future troubles forever. In the Hunnic Empire, Attila was somewhat similar to Temujin, and had to resort to militarism. These nomadic civilizations lack sufficient national power to carry out a war of attrition, and they must defeat powerful enemies as soon as possible. Attila also mobilized millions of troops in an attempt to defeat Alexander at the expense of the Hungarian Empire's national destiny. Temujin, he still wants a cavalry of 100,000 people? When he was at his peak, his empire and the four great khanates were more powerful than my empire and vassals. Why did he act so timidly? Attila couldn't help but wonder after hearing Yeluchutsai's intention to ask for reinforcements again. Yeluchukai knew that Temujin had already had a psychological shadow on Chutian, but he could not say it clearly. Our great Khan. He must be 100% sure of defeating his opponent. So he wants to ask your majesty to send 100,000 cavalry from Dunton. The left bank of the river threatens the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Attila was silent. I have arranged for two big men, Gustav and Vitatas, to assist you. If you are confident that you will destroy the Grand Duchy of Moscow within 2 or 3 months, I can agree to Temujin. Yeluchukai lobbied. One battle can determine the world. Please don't doubt it, Your Majesty. Attila looked at Brita. Brita, you have been frustrated in the east. This time, you will lead 100,000 cavalry to the villages and towns near the left bank of the Don River, obeying Temujin's orders. 1 month. At most 1 year. This cavalry must come back. Facing the pressure from Alexander, Caesar and others, I am unable to stand alone. Lita was defeated by Chutian's cavalry in a surprise attack in the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, and she still has psychological shadows. When she heard that her younger brother, Attila, the emperor of the Hunnic Empire, planned to let him deal with the Grand Duchy of Muscovy again. She couldn't help but feel frightened. Yes. Stand up from where you failed. Attila's tone left no room for doubt. I obey. Brita knew that even though Attila was his biological brother, Attila's order could not be refused. Otherwise, Attila would regard this as a provocation to him, and even try to eradicate his biological brother. Brita reluctantly gathered 100,000 cavalry, and went to help Temujin. Damn it. I don't want to fight the cavalry from the Far East again. Brita was talking to herself before setting off for the expedition. Chutien's cavalry seemed to have become his nightmare. Despite this, with the ferocious Han cavalry in front and Attila, the whip of God, in the rear, Brita was sandwiched between the two and could only take one step and look at the other. Temujin seems to be afraid of me. Chutian was ambushing troops and horses on the left bank of the Don River at this time. 50,000 Han cavalry, mainly Cossack cavalry, who quickly marched towards the Golden Horde, and a small number of Han cavalry arranged to enter the Cossack cavalry, forced Temujin to increase the number of troops left behind in Sarai city. At the same time, Chutian's small number of main cavalry disappeared, and the initiative was once again in its hands. When his scout cavalry learned that Temujin had left 300,000 troops to defend the city in order to deal with 50,000 Cossack cavalry disguised as Han cavalry, Chutian knew that Temujin was afraid of him. Fear will lead to defeat. Chapter 672 The Battle of the Don River. The army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow has crossed the Don River and formed a formation on the left bank. The main force of the Golden Horde of Temujin and Joki approached Yekaterina's main force, and conflicts broke out between the vanguard cavalry of both sides, and hundreds of people were killed. The troops of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which originally marched along the right bank, suddenly turned to the left bank to defend themselves after the Golden Horde army approached, cutting off the connection between the Golden Horde and the Hungarian Empire. They want to have a decisive battle on the left bank. The left bank is mostly covered with jungles and swamps, and the cavalry will be weakened. It seems that she has already thought of the location for the decisive battle. Temujin learned that Yekaterina's army had moved into formation on the left bank, and he probably guessed Yekaterina's intentions. Muwali's Tanmachi was familiar with the terrain in the Don River basin, and knew that the wilderness where Yekaterina was located was not very suitable for Temujin's cavalry to fight. Joki rode a war horse and discussed the advance and retreat with Temujin. Father Khan, we have 700,000 soldiers who have devoted all our national strength to come. But the food, grass, cattle, and sheep are overwhelmed. Even though there are many rivers and swamps on the left bank, there are restrictions on us. But it is not this means that the cavalry cannot be used. We have the advantage in numbers. And even if it is a frontal consumption, we can defeat the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Temujin's face was gloomy and uncertain. The decision before him was simple: whether to cross the Don River and fight a decisive battle with the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the wilderness on the left bank of the Don River. Muhuali, go and find out the width of the battlefield on the opposite side to see if it is suitable for cavalry combat. Yes. Muhuali personally led a group of scout cavalry to the left bank for reconnaissance and fought with the scout cavalry on the other side. Catherine's army had suddenly crossed the Don River at night and changed the location of the decisive battle, allowing Temujin, who originally thought the decisive battle would be on the right bank, to escape. There is flat ground in the middle, and the terrain on the left and right sides is broken and full of jungles and swamps. So the infantry in the middle must block the frontal assault of the Mongolian cavalry. Harold, you lead the vanguard army. After the war, slow down the impact of the Mongolian cavalry. I will personally command the central army, Nevsky on the glacier and Dmitry on the Don. Each of you will command 100,000 men to guard the terrain on both sides that is not conducive to the charge of the Mongolian cavalry. Once the opponent's central army goes too deep, divide your troops to attack it from a pincer. Catherine sent Harold's Varangian guards, as well as 30,000 Muscovite heavy infantry and crossbowmen, as the vanguard corps in front of the central plain. Among the heavy infantry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, there are heavily armored axemen with hand-to-hand combat capabilities, which are sharp weapons used to deal with cavalry. The width of the entire battlefield is only about 30 miles. Among them, the flat land suitable for cavalry attack on the front is less than 10 miles. The two sides are mainly jungles and swamps. The cavalry may need to dismount to fight, and cannot attack the enemy from the left and right, unless the left and right sides are defeated. Only then can we attack the Muscovite army from the flank or rear. Muhuali quickly explored the terrain on the left bank of the Don River. and Catherine's intentions were completely exposed to the Golden Horde army. She still underestimated my cavalry. Cross the Don River and fight on the left bank with Catherine. After Temujin discovered Yekaterina's intentions, he still chose to fight Yekaterina on the left bank of the Don River, hoping to completely annihilate the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The Golden Horde could not sustain a long war. Groups of Mongol cavalry crossed the Don River. Timur, the current general of the Shui army, led his horse across the river. He looked at the narrow terrain on the opposite side and was not too worried. In the wilderness on the opposite side, there is still terrain for the Mongolian cavalry to launch an attack. The cavalry bonuses of Temujin, Timur, and Subutai were superior to those of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. And even if dismounted, the Mongolian cavalry are still excellent archers and can also be used as infantry. Xiaochua seems to have been captured by Chu Zimu. If there is a chance, he can be rescued. Her ability can increase the combat power of the legion. During this period, Timur finally found out that after the Battle of Mabe, Xiaochua and Xiao Talon of the Liao Kingdom became prisoners of Chu Tian, while Yeluaboji led the remnants of the Liao Kingdom and were unwilling to leave their familiar territory. East, escaped back to Horkin grassland. Short-sighted and stupid Yeluaboji. He doesn't know that the land in the east has been divided up. If he stays in Horkin grassland, he will only lose his life. Only by coming to the west and taking advantage of the complicated situation here can it be possible to open the door. Situation. Timur couldn't help but sneer when he heard that Yeluaboji and Wan Yenaguda were still staying in the places they were familiar with, and were unwilling to leave their original lands, and chose to stay in the Eastern Han dynasty. It is not easy for them to open up a situation in Donghan district, because the territory in Donghan district has begun to solidify. When the various princes of the Han Empire face threats from nomadic civilization, they would join forces to defeat the enemy. Only places like the West or Central Asia, which have many civilizations and complex relationships, have enough population and depth to open up the situation and take advantage of the contradictions between civilizations to build a new empire. Attila took advantage of the existing contradictions among European civilizations, used coercion and inducement to win over a group of allies, and inspired Tamerlane. The army of the Golden Horde appears. The Cossack cavalry patrolling the Don River discovered the vanguard of the Golden Horde. A steady stream of Mongol armies appeared, and the cavalry troops of Subutai, the king of field battles who defeated the Cossack cavalry, emerged, with scimitars, bows and arrows, spears, and war horses neighing. Subutai's cavalry is equipped with Eastern armor. More specifically, it is an armor system influenced by the Han Empire. The Cossack cavalry was already afraid of Subutai's cavalry, and Subutai caused considerable losses to the Cossack cavalry. Subutai's elite cavalry appeared on the left bank of the Don River, which quickly caused uneasiness in the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Harold stood up, and the 30,000-strong vanguard legion, mainly heavy infantry, formed a single line. There were many spears and axes, and they were filled with murderous intent. Harold looked at the approaching Mongolian cavalry. Subutai was completely unafraid of the legions of the Grand Duchy of Muscovite, and even came to a stone's throw, stopped, and confronted Harold's heavy infantry vanguard legion. Looking from a distance, the Mongolian cavalry was a mass of black people, with flags fluttering. Harold squeezed through the dense heavy infantry phalanx, held the battle axe, and came to the front of the formation, staring at Subutai opposite. "This is not the place you should be. Get out of here!" Subutai looked at the burly Viking hero not far away. "If the Grand Duchy of Moscow surrenders, you can still maintain your current power and status, and even have a higher status in our Golden Horde. Die!" Harold took a few steps forward, and the cavalry beside Subutai shot more than a dozen arrows, which were inserted into the ground in front of Harold. "I didn't expect that the archery skills of this group of cavalry were quite accurate." Harold originally wanted to go up and capture Subutai alive, but the amazing riding and shooting abilities of the Mongolian cavalry made Harold's expression change. If you rush out rashly, you might be shot dead by Subutai's Mongolian cavalry. Waiting for the arrival of the main force of the Great Khan, Subutai did not launch an attack without permission. He was waiting for the arrival of the main force of the Golden Horde, commanded by Temujin. Two powerful armies, one cavalry and one infantry, faced off on the misty left bank of the Don River. Behind them, each represented a powerful civilization. "Your Highness, the Mongolian cavalry has appeared. Harold's vanguard army is already confronting Subutai. A war may break out between the two sides at any time." Bathory came back from the front and reported the situation ahead to Ekaterina, who was at the rear. Let Harold learn to be patient and wait for Temujin to arrive. Ekaterina is not afraid of Temujin. She has fought with Temujin many times. And Temujin is also an old rival. What she wanted to defeat was not Subatai's vanguard, but Temujin's main force. More and more Mongolian cavalry appeared on the left bank of the Don River, filling the mountains and fields and crowding the narrow terrain. The narrowness of the left bank of the Don River was beyond Temujin's imagination. Hundreds of thousands of cavalry were crowded on the left bank of the Don River, unable to see each other from head to tail. Is this what Catherine intended? But she will be disappointed because our cavalry, even in this terrain, will still defeat them. Temujin saw the 700,000 troops of the Golden Horde crowded on the left bank of the Don River, unable to form their formation. The terrain on the left and right sides of Yekaterina's army on the opposite side is harsh and unsuitable for cavalry to make detours. Therefore, the detour tactics used in the past basically cannot be used in this battle. Joki and Bielj, son of Joki, lead the infantry and cavalry to attack the left side. Muhwali and Kwokuabua command the infantry and cavalry to attack the right side. Subatai, Wuliangatai, Zibi, lead the elite vanguard cavalry in a frontal attack. And I, Timur, Shi Lawan, Selimai, and Kublai will advance later. Temujin made arrangements. The battlefield on the left bank of the Don River was narrow, so Temujin could only choose a three-way war to fully utilize his military advantage. The Mongolian cavalry attacking the left and right wings may face the dilemma of dismounting and fighting on foot. But Temujin believes that he still has many cavalry from his subordinates. Chutian's bonus can only be applied to hundreds of thousands of cavalry at most. But there are 500,000 soldiers on the opposite side. Chutian alone can't take care of it. And there will always be defeat along the way. On Temujin's side, there are a large number of people who can command the cavalry. And the bonuses provided to the cavalry are exaggerated. There is also a 25% bonus from the system, which can offset the negative effects caused by the terrain. Subutai, Zibi, you two join forces and take the lead in using cannon fodder to consume the opponent's physical strength. Then I will send Timur and Shi Lawan to lead the Chieshwa army to penetrate the enemy's formation in one fell swoop. Temujin made up his mind to defeat the Grand Duchy of Moscow. There must be a battle between the two powerful civilizations for the dominance of the Moscow region. If we can't completely annihilate the vanguard army on the opposite side, Subutai is willing to come forward and see us. Zibi is willing to fight to the death for the Great Khan. If the good and the good come together, we will move forward bravely. Subutai, Zibi, and Subutai's son, the future famous general Wulian Hatai. They are all loyal to Temujin, and are also the most powerful thugs under Temujin. Timur and Shi Lawan, two generals of the Qingxue army, commanded the Qingxue army. The Qingxue army has gone through many battles, and has to recruit new soldiers after each battle. It is currently a bit inactive, but it is still a formidable and terrifying force. Even for level 10 recruits, the basic panel of the 9th level arms is still very scary. Even if some low-level arms are at full level, coupled with the bonuses of many characteristics, they cannot be compared with the Qingxue army. When Timur and Shi Lawan heard that Temujin planned to use the Qingxue army to fight hand-to-hand with the heavy infantry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, they knew that this would be a hard battle. The narrow terrain is destined to be a meat-and-mortar battle. Whoever can't hold on to the end will collapse completely. Reward the whole army. Temujin ordered all the cavalry to eat and drink enough to prepare for a big battle. As the son of Subutai, Ulianghatai inherited his father's military abilities, and was considered one of the representatives of a tiger father without a dog son. He was observing the heavy infantry regiment commanded by Harold on the opposite side. The Mao people were fierce in style, and the heavy-armed axemen posed a considerable threat to the Mongolian cavalry. If they were on the grassland, the Mongolian cavalry could play with the heavy axemen. But the terrain chosen by Yekaterina forced the Mongolian cavalry to fight head-on against this heavy infantry regiment. Harold was another fierce general, and the Mongol cavalry's attack was destined to fill the small battlefield with corpses. Use the servant army. Subutai mercilessly drove away the Golden Horde servants and pressed on the Muscovite vanguard. This time, the Golden Horde was able to assemble 1,000,000 troops, more than half of which were servants and herdsmen, which is why it had such momentum. In Subutai's eyes, the existence of the servant army is to consume the enemy. There were about 30,000 servant cavalry as the first batch of cannon fodder to attack the Harold Heavy Infantry Corps. 30,000 cavalry may not seem like many, but in fact, if placed on a small battlefield, at a glance, There are densely packed war horses and cavalry everywhere, with bright sabers, sharp spears, and quivers full of arrows. The Golden Horde came with all their national strength, and all their cavalry and weapons were thrown into this decisive battle to determine the ownership of Eastern Europe. Subutai commanded the light cavalry, Jabei commanded the sharpshooters, and Wuliangatai was fully armored and commanded the Mongolian cavalry as the third echelon to attack the Herald Heavy Infantry Corps. The first echelon is the cannon fodder of the Golden Horde. The second echelon, Subutai and Jeeb light cavalry will step forward to harass with mounted fire. And finally Wuliangatai's Mongolian cavalry will attack. Behind the vanguard cavalry led by Subutai, Temujin personally commanded the main force of the Mongolian cavalry, using Timur's and Qi Lawan's Qishue troops as sharp knives. After the vanguard cavalry made a breakthrough, they attacked Ekaterina's headquarters head-on. Array. It is hard to imagine that in a small wilderness, millions of troops were assembled, using brutal hand-to-hand tactics to determine the winner of two powerful civilizations. The army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was guarding the left side by Dmitry of the Don River. The city of Ryazan he was defending was captured by Subutai, and he was afraid of the Mongolian cavalry. He wiped the sweat from his forehead uneasily, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. After the legendary cavalry heroes such as Temujin, Subutai, Timur, and Mawali joined the Golden Horde, their strength directly doubled. Under normal circumstances, the Grand Duchy of Moscow could not fight with it. It was somewhat difficult for him to understand why Lord Yekaterina would decide to challenge Temujin head-on on the left bank of the Don River, unless Yekaterina had confidence in herself. Yekaterina was confident in herself, and Temujin was no exception. So Temujin decided to take the initiative to enter the decisive battle site set by Yekaterina. If our Grand Duchy of Moscow is defeated, then the Grand Duchy of Moscow may be destroyed. Dmitry of the Don lacked confidence in himself. Opposite him, his opponents were the real rulers of the Golden Horde, Joki and Bielj. Joki brought some of the elite Changzi army and Pseudo-Qishue army of the Golden Horde. The combat capabilities of these cavalry were also quite amazing. Defending the right wing was Nevsky of the Glacier, who historically defeated the Swedish expansion into the north. He also defeated the branch of the Teutonic Knights of the Sword at the Battle of Lake Chud, preventing the Rus region from being invaded by Western Catholic countries. Conquer. And also the legendary hero of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. He was facing an army dominated by Mawali's Tanmachi. With the terrain, he could manage to resist it, but he wasn't that nervous on the battlefield, except for Yekaterina's Tsarist guards, who never participated in the war with the Golden Horde. There was a group of soldiers and horses in the jungle carefully peeking at the battlefield. We have to be patient. Chu Tian led a main force of cavalry to ambush in the jungle behind the left wing of the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Waiting for an opportunity, Yekaterina's main force continued to increase in depth to prevent Temujin's cavalry from directly breaking through. The vanguard, main force, reserve team, and the ambush team led by Chu Tian himself. Temujin had to face coordinated operations. Battle formation. This is not the first time that the two have joined forces to fight, and they still have some confidence in each other's abilities. Iron Eagle Scout's War Eagle cannot be used, although the War Eagle can gain a visual field advantage. When the enemy sees the War Eagle, they will immediately notice that Chu Tian's cavalry is nearby. During the patient ambush, Xiao Chua was massaging Chu Tian's shoulders, feeling depressed. After all, he was also an all-round military and political expert. So why was his current status similar to that of a little secretary? In the royal city of the Golden Horde, Salai City, Bata personally commanded 300,000 cavalry and herdsmen to stay in the royal city. The entire city was under martial law and patrols in the areas near Salai City were strengthened. No matter Temujin, Subutai, Joki, or Batu, they all knew that a cavalry force of 50,000 people was trying to bypass the main force of the 700,000-strong Golden Horde army and attack the city of Sarai in the rear. Therefore, Bata felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. So he braced himself and prepared to face Chu Tian, a powerful enemy. If there is any defeat in the wild, immediately return to the city of Sarai and defend the city until the Great Khan and his father capture the city of Moscow. Bata was determined to die. Although it was inferred from intelligence that Chu Tian only brought 50,000 cavalry to attack Salai City, even though the attributes of normal cavalry would decrease when attacking the city, and even though Bata's cavalry was 6 times as many as Chu Tian's, Bata still did a good job. The enemy is prepared to die in battle. When people are in the city, people are dying and the city is dying. Bata actually feels tragic. facing powerful enemies, died generously. The 50,000 cavalry attacking the city of Sarai were Cossack cavalry led by Cossack leader Yermak and others. They were familiar with the terrain of the Don and Volga rivers, so they advanced quickly, and could often bypass the main army of the Golden Horde. After Khmelnytsky was defeated by Subdai, he only lost 3,000 men. This was probably because he was familiar with the roads in the Don River basin. After all, many Don Cossacks made a living by looting passing caravans, so it was impossible that they were not familiar with the local roads. Terrain. In order to make the Cossack cavalry look more like Han cavalry, Chution also sent the Iron Eagle Scout Squadron and the Iron Eagle Scouts War Eagle to this Cossack cavalry. The War Eagles of the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry soared in the sky, making the Golden Horde even more convinced that the 50,000 cavalry attacking the Golden Horde Salai city were the 50,000 Han cavalry led by Chution himself. We, 50,000 people, received an order to attack the city of Sarai. Could it be that the Grand Duke and the King of Xia planned to send us to die? It is said that the Golden Horde summoned 1,000,000 cavalry. What if there are 2 soldiers in Sarai city, with 300,000 cavalry? We are like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. A Cossack leader hesitated after entering the Volga River basin from the Don River basin. They were temporarily assigned to Chution by Catherine, and Chution ordered them to attack Sarai city. This order seemed like a fantasy to the Cossack leaders. Chution seemed to think too highly of their Cossack cavalry. The Cossack cavalry is indeed a relatively excellent light cavalry, but it does not mean that they can defeat more with less. The Golden Horde also has many heavy cavalry. What are you afraid of? If you can't defeat it, just delay it. The Cossack leader Yermak was undaunted. Chution was quite accurate in his judgment of people. He knew that the legendary hero Yermak, who had the courage to conquer Siberia with hundreds of Cossack cavalry, was a ruthless character. Even if it was a dangerous mission, Yermak would complete it successfully for the sake of gold, silver and status. Task. Despite the concerns expressed by the Cossack leaders, Yermak still led the Cossack cavalry and continued to approach the city of Sarai in accordance with Chution's request. Under the city of St. Petersburg, the Northern Army Gustav successfully carried out the siege and joined the Viking warrior Olaf. The journey was smooth, and no one dared to stop Gustav's army. When Gustav arrived at the gates of St. Petersburg, his expression was not very good, because the fortifications of St. Petersburg were stronger than he thought. St. Petersburg is different from Summer City. Summer City is located in the hinterland and is absolutely safe. St. Petersburg is located on the northern border of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. As a bridgehead against the Nordic civilization, Catherine built a large number of fortifications. Gustavus was not willing to expend too many troops in a critical battle, but the situation at hand made it impossible not to carry out a critical battle. Chapter 673. The Varangian Guards were wiped out. Mongolian cavalry, follow me to attack the enemy's formation. Wuliangatai raised his spear high and led tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry to charge against Harold's heavy infantry regiment. Limited by the relatively narrow battlefield, the Mongolian cavalry could only adopt a dense formation, clamp the horse's belly, and break into Harold's heavy infantry regiment under the cover of the light cavalry. Wuliangatai was so concentrated that his breathing seemed to stop. Even the heavy sound of horse hooves in his ears disappeared, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat. Harold's heavy infantry corps was Yekaterina's vanguard corps. It had to penetrate Harold's heavy infantry corps before it could attack Yekaterina's main formation. Kill Yekaterina, and the Golden Horde will be victorious. Subotai and Jeeb's light cavalry used bows and arrows to fire multiple times at the Harold Legion. The Harold Legion wavered, and then the heavy cavalry began to dominate the battlefield. The war horses were getting closer and closer to Harold's heavy infantry. Wuliangatai's eyes gradually became cold, and he tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. The light cavalry in the front row separated like waves, finally revealing the heavy cavalry with heavy armor or dense scale armor. Wuliangatai's spear thrust out, easily pierced a shield, and killed a heavy armored axe soldier. Thousands of Mongolian cavalry served as the main force, and under the leadership of Wuliangatai, they slammed into the heavy infantry legion. The heavy armored long-handled infantry swung their battle axes and slashed at the horses' legs. Many horses that stumbled fell and hit other infantrymen around them. Harold led the Varangian Guards as the core of the infantry regiment. When he saw an armored cavalry coming towards him, he did not give in. Instead, he picked up his battle axe and killed the armored cavalry with one strike. The horse armor was torn apart by the axe. The blood of the war horse splashed all over Harold. Harold remained unmoved and swung his axe with all his strength. More than 10 heavy cavalrymen fell under his axe. Harold only took a step or two back. The Viking berserkers of the Varangian Guard are as massive as their leader, and will fight to the death. Their eyes gradually turn blood red, trying their best to suppress their emotions. Otherwise they would passively fall into rage. Head-on attack on the Mongolian cavalry of the Varangian Guards. Hundreds of people fell. The armies of both sides entered a stage of fierce hand-to-hand combat. There were shouts of killing, and the crisp collision of swords and guns everywhere. And corpses were everywhere. The Varangian Guards are very bloody, like an iron wall. No matter how the Mongolian cavalry attacks, they still maintain the battle line. However, the other heavy infantry around the Varangian Guard began to collapse under the fierce charge of the Mongolian cavalry. Wave after wave of Mongolian cavalry attacked the heavy infantry. Wuliangatai, with the determination to die, broke through at least 5 rows of heavy infantry. The spear flew away the long-handled battle axe. Wuliangatai knew that this battle was related to the life and death of the Golden Horde. If they did not fight desperately, their fate would not be much different from dying in battle. Wuliangatai assaulted all the way forward, breaking through the 6th, 7th, and 8th platoons of heavy infantry. The Mongolian sharpshooters Subutai and Jeed turned around to engage in battle, using their horned bows to cover Wuliangatai's Mongolian cavalry. With his thumb on the string, arrows shot out from between his thumbs, turning into streaks of light, hitting the front of the heavy infantry, directly killing the heavy infantry. Even heavy armored infantry will have flaws unless they are fully armored. A large number of heavy armored infantry fell to the joint slaughter of Mongolian sharpshooters and Mongolian cavalry. And Harold's Varangian Guards could not stop the cavalry advance of Subutai and his sons. Except for the Varangian Guards, the surrounding heavy infantry retreated to the rear, and Mongolian cavalry appeared on both sides of the Varangian Guards. Harold found that the heavy infantry on the left and right wings fell in pieces. After the heavy infantry fell, the light infantry in the rear could no longer stop the Mongolian cavalry from breaking through. In the melee, Zibi killed more than 30 heavy infantrymen. As a Mongolian divine arrow, the Viking berserker could not stop his archery skills. Back off! Harold carried the Mongolian cavalry attack alone, fighting and retreating. Subutai and others would sacrifice a group of cavalry if they pushed forward one step further. Kill them all! Although Wuliangatai did not have violent characteristics, he fell into madness, like the Varangian Guards, and wanted to keep all of Harold's 30,000 infantry. Harold's infantry is also the new force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. With a roar, the 2 Viking berserkers of the Varangian Guards couldn't bear the excitement of the battlefield, and passively triggered their berserk, turning around and charging into the pursuing Mongolian cavalry. The 4th-level Mongolian cavalry was suddenly counterattacked by 2 Viking berserkers, whose combat power had been upgraded to the 9th-level heavy infantry. Caught off guard, more than a dozen Mongolian cavalry were killed by these 2 Viking berserkers. Harold continued to retreat back. He did not stop for a moment. The 2 Viking berserkers were his subordinates, but they had lost their minds and had no idea what retreat meant. There was no hope of rescuing them. Sure enough, after 2 violent Viking berserkers killed 35 Mongolian cavalry, they were devoured by a steady stream of Mongolian cavalry from behind. Their spears pierced their armor and nailed them to the ground. It wasn't until they died in battle that these Viking berserkers stopped attacking. I didn't expect that in the Western continent. There are also a group of people who regard death as life. Subutai witnessed 2 Viking berserkers fighting to the death, and was somewhat shocked in his heart. In the Battle of Mabe, the Varangian Guard once caused chaos to the eldest son army of the Golden Horde. But now, Subutai once again saw the madness of the Viking berserkers. Subutai did not intend to let go of the Varangian Guards this time, but planned to annihilate the Varangian Guards and completely crush the most elite heavy infantry under Yekaterina's command. The battle was extremely fierce, under the siege of dozens of times the cavalry. Almost all of Harold's Varangian Guards were killed. The Viking general Harold, who could usually fight against Yen Wei, was seriously injured under the continuous offensive of the Mongolian cavalry. Wuliangatai raised his spear and leapt on his horse, intending to kill Harold in the melee. The Viking's battle axe blocked Wuliangatai's spear. The sharp blade rubbed sparks on the battle axe, and was blocked by Harold. It's not that easy to kill me! Even though Harold was injured, he still avoided Wulianghatai's attack, retreated while fighting, and even killed Wulianghatai's horse with an axe. Wulianghatai fell from his horse, and Harold raised his axe high. When Wulianghatai was at the critical moment of life and death, he could see a pair of red eyes exposed in Harold's Nordic Viking helmet, with ruthlessness and cruelty in his eyes. One of the hidden traits of Viking berserkers is ruthlessness. A stream of light shot out, hit Harald's battle axe, and was knocked away by Harald's battle axe. Wuliangatai took the opportunity to roll up on the ground, and a Mongolian cavalry gave up his horse to his general. Wuliangatai cast a grateful look at the divine arrow Zebi. If it weren't for Zebi's amazing archery skills, he might have been cut in two by Harald's battle axe. The recklessness of the Varangian guards frightened Wuliangatai. He wanted to destroy the Varangian guards at all costs to prevent Harald from recruiting and training an elite Varangian guards in the future. In addition to Harald, there were other nobles among the 30,000 infantry regiment. Their titles ranged from count to baron. A large number of them were killed in this battle. The double-headed eagle flag of the Grand Duchy of Moscow fell to the ground, trampled by the Mongolian cavalry, and weapons scattered on the ground. When the vanguard army collapsed, of the 30,000 people, less than 10,000 survived. The narrow battlefield made it almost impossible for these infantry to retreat. If they retreat, there will be Catherine's supervisory team behind them. The vanguard army was defeated, and one earl and two viscounts were killed. I see. Ekaterina personally commanded the main army, and she had already learned that most of Harald's vanguard army had been lost. However, Ekaterina seemed to be ready to sacrifice her 30,000-strong army. The Mongolian cavalry and Harald's battle group were fighting hand-to-hand. The two sides were stuck together and had lost their impact. Next, Harald only had to pull Subbutai's elite cavalry vanguard over. 30,000 people, if necessary, is a price that can be paid. As a lord, it is inevitable to make sacrifices when necessary. The reckless Harald did not know that he would become a bargaining chip used by the lord to eliminate Temujin. However, Harald was lucky enough to survive. He led the remaining troops of less than 10,000 people back, and the cavalry of Subbutai and Jeeb were chasing after them. The two sides were still fighting. Ekaterina's main army has appeared. Soldiers of the Golden Horde, follow me to defeat Yekaterina's army. As Temujin's vanguard general, Subbutai could already see the neat heavy infantry behind Harald. In addition to the Varangian guards commanded by Harald, Catherine also had other heavy infantry regiments, with rows of iron shields forming a copper wall. This is the unit directly under Yekaterina. Ekaterina's own legion, like Chution, followed the route of elite soldiers. The advantage of the elite route is that the teleportation array can be used unscrupulously, and the cost of deploying troops is very low. The teleportation cost of 10,000 elite soldiers is only 1/10 of that of 100,000 militiamen. But their combat effectiveness is even worse. Behind Yekaterina's direct troops were militias from all over the Grand Duchy of Moscow in response to Yekaterina's call, as well as rebels called by various feudal lords. Some Muscovite militiamen did not even have iron armor on their bodies. Only wooden armor made of wooden boards and leather armor. And they held axes, bear hunting spears, long wooden clubs or short hammers in their hands. Only through comprehensive mobilization can the horror of the civilizational characteristics of the Grand Duchy of Moscow be truly reflected. When the Grand Duchy of Moscow has cohesion and issues a war mobilization order, the militia also has a strong will to fight. Harald lost 2/3 of his 30,000 infantry before retreating. Subbutai led the cavalry and took advantage of Harald's defeat to attack the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, where Ekaterina was. The cavalry of Subbutai and Wuliangatai were extremely terrifying. They rushed into Yekaterina's main formation and launched an earth-shattering hand-to-hand battle. The Mongolian cavalry was unscrupulous, because there were timid Shui troops such as Temujin, Timur, Shi Lawan and others gathering momentum in the rear. Temujin has not sent out the Chishua army for a long time, and is using the cavalry of the Golden Horde to consume Yekaterina's troops, physical strength, and morale. This was a brutal meat-and-blood battle, with both sides having almost no skills to speak of. They kept piling up their forces on the small battlefield until one side was defeated. The million-strong army was hampered by the Don River and harsh terrain, and lacked a way out. In the small battlefield, the Mongolian cavalry and the soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow crowded together and fought. A large number of the Grand Duchy of Moscow soldiers were trampled to death by the horses of the Mongolian cavalry. Blood spattered everywhere, blocking the eyes of the soldiers on both sides. The battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people suffocate. Harald joined Yekaterina's main force, turned around and went into the battle again, overturning a Mongolian cavalry with his battle axe. Wuliangatai was also killing madly. He continued to attack the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow with a long spear, but his physical strength was declining rapidly. Follow Subbutai to escape from Mabe to the old tribe of the Golden Horde. fight side by side with their general, and want to re-establish a powerful empire belonging to them in this strange land of Eastern Europe. This battle is related to the life and death of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Golden Horde. The war horses screamed angrily. The trumpets echoed on the battlefield. The blood-stained battle flags were erected on the banks of the Great Don River, and the slain warriors remained unfailing, because the great Grand Duchy of Moscow was undergoing the test of iron and blood. A bard from the Grand Duchy of Muscovy witnessed this epic battle. The battle between the two armies became fierce, and corpses piled up. Shut up! Yekaterina was originally unwilling to bring bards. But bards, as a unique profession in the Western continent, have special bonuses on the battlefield. The bard was a little embarrassed. Your Highness, only by singing like this can we provide bonuses for our soldiers. Ekaterina thought for a while, and finally said coldly, Then go ahead. Send out the Polish hussars. Ekaterina sent Bathory, the hero of Polish civilization, to command the famous Polish hussars into the war. Thousands of Polish hussars gathered behind Bathory. This group of Polish hussars had exaggerated wing decorations and 4-meter-long lances pointing straight ahead. Under the command of Bathory, they regarded death as life and attacked the Mongolia on the opposite side. The cavalry charges. Tsar's guards, get ready. Ekaterina had to use her hidden main force. The Tsar Guard, as the guard of the Tsars of all dynasties, has gone through successive changes and is actually a mixed army, with the most elite equipment, war horses, and even firearm. The Tsarist Guard was used by Ekaterina as a reserve team, and Chutian's ambush team was the two trump cards. The Tsarist Guards are needed to block the attack of the Shui army, not only Catherine's central army, but Nevsky on the Glacier and Dmitry on the Don, two local heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Each commanded an army of 100,000, many of whom were militiamen, and were subjected to various attacks. Chi and Mawali are attacking fiercely, and they are in danger. Dmitry of the Don River. His army faced the dismounted Eldest Son army and the cowardly Shui army of the Golden Horde. After dismounting, this group of Mongolian cavalry turned into archers and adopted the Mongolian archery method. The rain of arrows intertwined into a net. Harvest the lives of Dmitry's legionnaires. His Royal Highness the Grand Duke gave me too few elites. Most of them were militiamen from the countryside. How could they possibly block the elites of the Golden Horde? Dmitry had the illusion that he had been abandoned by Catherine. Only 30,000 of his 100,000 troops were veterans, and the remaining 70,000 were temporary recruits or militiamen recruited from various places. This group of militiamen wielding axes, bear-hunting spears, and short hammers were fighting bloody battles with Joki's elite Golden Horde, and Dmitry couldn't help but feel sorry for them. His Majesty the Grand Duke cannot possibly sacrifice me. There must be other plans. Dmitry tried his best and commanded the army to resist. But Joki's attacks became more ferocious, and the Muscovites' left army, the Dmitry Corps, was forced to retreat backwards. Chapter 674 Tsarist Guards. Destroy the Polish hussars. The Mongolian cavalry in the east and the Polish hussars in the west fought in the wilderness. Rows of Polish hussars formed a forest of lances, and hundreds of Mongolian cavalry were suddenly killed. The Mongolian cavalry used Mongolian bows and stretched their strings to shoot at the Polish hussars. The arrows fell through the air. From time to time, the Polish hussars fell off their horses. The Polish hussar General Bathory broke into the Mongolian cavalry 3 times in a row and was hit by 2 arrows. He led the Polish hussars to charge back and forth. Tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry fell under the iron hooves of her Polish hussars. The Polish hussars suffered many casualties during the battle, and the number of cavalry killed exceeded 3,000. These Polish wing cavalry, they are elite high-level cavalry, expensive to build, but they are regarded as consumables and died in the war. Their fate is almost the same as that of ordinary cavalry. Behind Subutai, Ulyangatai, and Zhibei, Temujin continued to invest a large number of Golden Horde servant troops, which were consumed by Yekaterina's middle army. Groups of servant troops were deployed in thousands of households in Mongolia. Driven by hundreds of households, they fought hand-to-hand with the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow as cannon fodder, and their shouts of killing made the surface of the Don River tremble. Under Temujin and Subutai's crazy offensive, Yekaterina's various legions suffered heavy losses. Ekaterina, like other great lords, had an organization similar to a legion. Each legion went up one after another to block Subutai's assault. Each legion went up and was defeated by Subutai's cavalry in a short time. Subutai's cavalry, combined with the aura of the 3 Mongol Empire heroes, becomes more and more brave as they fight. A nobleman from the Grand Duchy of Moscow held a two-handed sword and led the infantry from Ryazan city to fight against the Mongolian cavalry of Ulianghitai. He had been hit by 5 arrows, and his breastplate had several cracks. Ulianghitai, who was covered in iron armor, rushed towards him, stabbed his spear from behind, penetrated the noble's armor, and nailed him to the ground. Grand Duke Ryazan died in battle. General Mikhail died in battle. Count Bathory is injured. General Harold is the only one left in the Varangian Guard. More than 30% of the Polish hussars were lost. One piece of unfavorable news reached the ears of Catherine, who was under the flag of the Grand Duke of Moscow. In order to resist the fierce Mongolian cavalry, she paid a heavy price. At the peak of the Mongol Empire, there were not many civilizations that could compete with them in the field of cavalry. In order to increase their winning rate, the princes of the Han Empire used the forces of 3 great northern princes and 1 great southern prince to successfully conquer Mabe. But now, Yekaterina is alone against the remnants of the Mongol Empire in Mabe and the Golden Horde. The pressure can be imagined. If Chutian had not arrived, she would not have even dared to initiate a decisive battle with Temujin in the Don River Basin. Sure enough, despite managing to gain the terrain advantage, under Temujin's attack at all costs, the losses of various legions of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy were considerable, and 1 Grand Duke was killed. Your Highness, the Mongolian cavalry is heading towards your flag. We should retreat and temporarily avoid the front of the Mongolian cavalry. Many nobles who participated in the war were timid when they heard that Grand Duke Ryazan was killed in battle and saw the menacing attack of Subutai. They wanted to retreat and end this dangerous battle. The direction of Subutai's assault was obviously Ekaterina's position. There was a double-headed eagle flag here to command the advancement and retreat of each legion. No one is allowed to retreat. Ekaterina looked at the time. It was already noon, and the 2 warring parties were constantly rotating their troops to maintain their strength. At noon, Temujin was also observing the direction of the shadow. Order the cavalry of Ulianghitai to stop attacking. Shi Lawan and Timur, you will lead the Chishua army and capture the battle flag of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The Great Khan has an order. Please lead the general to lead the cavalry to retreat, and the Shwe army will go into battle. Ulianghitai fought fiercely with Bathory's Polish hussars for a long time. After receiving Temujin's order, he decisively chose to withdraw his troops without any hesitation and handed over the battlefield to the brave and capable Chishua army. Timur, this battle is related to the survival of the Golden Horde and the prestige of the Great Khan. Don't be timid in fighting, because in this battle, you and I may die. Shi Lawan took out a spear. The blade of the spear was extremely sharp and filled with cold light. I, Timur, will not die in battle easily before I accomplish something great. Timur also changed to a spear as a weapon. 5,000 Shwe troops became the absolute force to attack Yekaterina's main army. In a narrow battlefield, a small number of high-level cavalry can concentrate their strength and destroy the opponent in one fell swoop. Ulianghitai's Mongolian cavalry retreated, and Shi Lawan and Timur led the Chishwe army. After the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was tired, they launched a decisive attack. Chishua army. The Mongols have thrown in Chishua army. When the Chishua army appeared on the battlefield, almost all the soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow who saw the well-equipped Kokshu army realized that the Kokshu army in front of them was not an ordinary Mongolian cavalry, but an elite division among the Mongolian cavalry. Break through the enemy's formation, fear Shwe's army, and move forward bravely. Tamerlane launched a sudden attack and led his Chishua army cavalry to rush into Yekaterina's main army. The more you fear death, the easier it is to die. I didn't expect this cripple to have some courage. How can we fall behind? As a fierce general under Temujin, Shi Lawan was a general who charged into battle. When he saw the lame Timur attacking in front of him, he was not to be outdone and immediately followed up. The sudden advance of Sieshwe's army caused the death of a large number of Polish hussars who were already exhausted, and the army collapsed. The rest of the Mongolian cavalry and servants followed the Chishua army to advance, and the Chishua army forcibly opened the passage. Along the way, tens of thousands of infantry and cavalry were killed. Arrows flew, and more generals and soldiers were trampled by the iron hoofs of the Chishua army. Back off for now. After Yekaterina discovered that Temujin had finally committed his troops to attack the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, she changed her attitude and chose to retreat, leaving behind her flag. Shwe's army was so powerful that it broke through the center of Yekaterina's main army and took the commander's flag. Yekaterina had retreated early, leaving behind a small group of soldiers guarding the flag. She escaped. Tamerlane held a spear and fought hard, with blood flowing down his helmet, at the expense of some of Chishua's troops. He originally wanted to kill Yekaterina and win the battle. But Catherine learned that Chishua, the army, was dispatched, and immediately chose to leave the commander's flag position and move to the rear. The defense line of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is still holding fast, and the two sides are fighting. Defeat them completely. Angry Timur and Qi Laowen failed to attack Yekaterina, and changed their goal to completely defeat the defense line of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The Shueshue army is still breaking through. If Yekaterina hadn't deployed it in depth enough, perhaps the Shueshue army had penetrated the main army formation of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The Varangian Guards and Polish Hussars fought with Subotai for a long time, and almost the entire army was wiped out. The lower-level troops suffered tens of thousands of casualties, and the morale of the army was shaken. However, the boy cavalry of the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, this group of unique arms of the civilization of the Russian states, entered the battle in time to stop the attack of the Shui army. High-level military units that were usually reluctant to be used were consumed regardless of the cost. A large number of boy cavalry entered the battle, and with their numerical superiority, they barely blocked the Chishua army from continuing to advance. The two sides once again fell into a stalemate tug-of-war. The Muscovite army was still at a disadvantage, and the boy cavalry began to die. Use the Tsar's guards! After Temujin mobilized the Chishua army, Yekaterina did not hold back and sent out a reserve team. A group of high-level cavalry appeared that were more elite than the boyar cavalry. This group of cavalry was equipped with the best horses and the most expensive equipment from Yekaterina's forces, and also had the most powerful combat power. The cavalry of the Tsarist guards appeared on the battlefield, and the morale of the Grand Duchy of Moscow army increased because of the arrival of this legion. This is a special effect of the Tsarist guards. The cavalry of the Tsarist guards became the core of the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army, leading the boy cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to successfully block the Shui army. What kind of cavalry is this? Why have I never fought with it before? Tamerlane was shocked when he saw that the well-equipped cavalry of the Tsarist guards could hold off the Shui army. Like the wholly fallen cavalry of the Persian Empire, the Grand Duchy of Muscovy also has its own pressure box elite. The Tsarist guards drew out their straight blades. The straight swords were powerful enough to pierce the armor of the enemy cavalry. It had strong penetrating power, and could even penetrate the armor of the Shui army and kill them. The bonus of the Tsarist guard is directly applicable to Yekaterina, and its combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary high-level cavalry. In addition to the elite cavalry, the arquebus squad of the Tsarist guard was responsible for protecting Catherine. The matchlock squad looked serious, and they were capable of dealing head-on with most of the attacking cavalry. Ekaterina watched this battle indifferently. The Tsarist guards and boyar cavalry were different from the Varangian guards, Polish hussars, and other servants. These were the Grand Duchy of Moscow's own arms, and they were also the foundation for her fortune. The Dmitry army on the left should have been defeated. I have given Temujin a chance. Ekaterina had anticipated that Dmitry's legion, mostly composed of new recruits, would be unable to resist the enemy on the opposite side. On the left, Dmitry of the Don River. This poor hero of the Grand Duchy of Moscow did not know that he had become a bait. He was wounded by random arrows while fighting tenaciously. 100,000 soldiers and horses were attacked by the main force of the Golden Horde. Come on! As many as 20,000 to 30,000 people died. He tried his best to control the legion that started to fall into melee. But Joki and his son Bilge ordered a small group of cavalry to attack quickly on the flat ground between the swamps, and quickly broke through Dmitry's legion. With Dmitry injured, his legion could only retreat. Joki defeated Dmitry on the Don River with an army dominated by dismounted cavalry. This army is much weaker than the army in front. It seems that even the most powerful heroes are incapable of doing anything else. Brother, you go after the defeated enemy army, and I will attack the enemy's center. After the defeat of Dmitry's army, Joki asked his son, Yega of the Golden Horde, to continue to defeat Dmitry, and personally commanded the main force of the Golden Horde to attack Yekaterina's center from the left wing. Army. The Mongolian cavalry turned rapidly like waves, cooperating with the Shui army to attack Yekaterina. Joki actually made a breakthrough. With 2 flanking attacks, Yekaterina will definitely be defeated. What Temujin did not expect was that he tried his best to accumulate troops in the middle of the battlefield. More than 60,000 troops were killed, and he was still unable to make a breakthrough. However, Joki attacked the army on the left and achieved unexpected results. Ekaterina's situation was very dangerous. Chapter 675 Counterattack A. Chu Zimu's cavalry sacked the villages and towns around Sarai City. Batu, who stayed behind in Sarai City of the Golden Horde, led a group of cavalry to patrol the outside. He finally discovered that something was wrong. The 50,000 Han cavalry mentioned in the intelligence did not directly attack Sarai City, but were looting villages and towns everywhere. The Cossack cavalry knew that it was impossible to capture the city of Sarai with their own abilities, so they relapsed into their old habit of being horse thieves and plundered the cities and villages of the Golden Horde. The task Chu Tian gave to the Don Cossack leader Yermak was to delay the remaining army of the Golden Horde and make a trend to attack the city of Sarai. In addition, Chu Tian did not require the 50,000 Cossack cavalry to capture the city of Sarai. In fact, the Cossack cavalry had no such ability. Yermak, who realized this, seemed to understand Chu Tian's intention, and did not take the initiative to attack Sarai City. Instead, he allowed his subordinates to burn, kill, and loot, causing trouble for Batu. Yermak's little trick did give the Golden Horde the illusion that the Han army was about to attack Sarai City, and people were panicked. However, as a legendary hero of the Golden Horde, Batu patrolled the periphery, especially when he rushed to the villages looted by the Cossack cavalry, and quickly noticed the clues. According to the survivors of the village, the cavalry that attacked the village looked very different from us, and we were so similar to the cavalry of the Han Empire that they were almost indistinguishable. Therefore, this cavalry is most likely not Chu Zimu's cavalry. It may also be a servant army. Could it be? Batu looked at the village in a mess. If it were Chu Tian's cavalry, they wouldn't have destroyed a good village to such an extent. Is this a suspected soldier? Batu suddenly understood and broke into a cold sweat behind his back. The war eagles of Iron Eagle Scout appeared in the area of Salai City, which made Batu subconsciously think that it was Chu Tian's cavalry arriving. Only when he came to investigate in person and noticed the clues, did Batu realize that his previous subconscious judgment was wrong. Seeing is believing. Inform the Great Khan immediately that Chu Zimu's cavalry did not attack Sarai City. According to the description of the tribes that were looted, the 50,000 cavalry are probably Cossacks who have been reluctant to surrender to us. Batu was frightened by his judgment and immediately tried to inform Temujin, who was in the decisive battle on the Don River. During the decisive battle in the wild, Temujin could only use relatively primitive means to let Temujin know that the traces of Chu Tian's cavalry had not actually been noticed by the Golden Horde. In Batu's opinion, those who attacked Sarai City were just a dispensable Cossack cavalry. It is impossible for the Cossack cavalry to capture the city of Sarai, so there is no threat as huge as they imagined. On the battlefield on the left bank of the Don River, Temujin did not know that the cavalry threatening Sarai City was not the army commanded by Chu Tian himself, but the Cossack cavalry living in the Don and Volga river basins. The battle was very brutal. Catherine used up a large number of elite regiments. The Varangian Guards, Polish Hussars, Boyar Cavalry, and even the Tsarist Guards were sent to the battlefield. A large number of elite regiments were lost, so much so that the Shuet army was the breakthroughs were not so smooth. The tenacious resistance of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was beyond Temujin's expectations. According to Temujin's judgment, even if he can win the final victory in this battle, he will lose a large number of elite troops. As for his promise to Attila to send 500,000 cavalry to help him defeat Alexander, Temujin was not sure whether he could still send reinforcements to Attila as promised after the tragic battle. His loss was too great. However, only by defeating Ekaterina first can we be on an equal footing with Attila. Joki's army made a breakthrough from the left wing, completely opening up the situation. Ekaterina's main force was suppressed by two groups of troops and was forced to retreat backwards. I will personally lead the cavalry to completely destroy the enemy army. Order Joki to send a cavalry force to completely penetrate the left army. Attack Yekaterina from the rear. Completely defeat Yekaterina and crush her army. Temujin was keenly aware that this was an opportunity to completely wipe out Yekaterina's army. He attempted to wipe out Yekaterina's new army on the left bank of the Don River and completely occupy the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Temujin's two important generals, Commander Lamy and Kublai, personally went to the front to launch a cavalry assault. After the defeat of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the army retreated again and again. The Nevsky army on the right wing, Glacier, under Mawali's offensive, took advantage of the favorable terrain to hold on, and was never captured by Mawali. He sent out cavalry scouts to contact the Chinese army, and had already learned that Catherine's army was retreating. If it weren't for the Tsarist guards and Boyar cavalry desperately defending, her army might have been completely defeated. I can divide a force of 20,000 to 50,000 people to support the Chinese army. The terrain here is favorable to us, and I can hold on for a while. Nevsky of Glacier blocked Mawali. Knowing that the Chinese army collapsed, he was anxious and decided to risk being defeated by Mawali and divide his troops to support his lord. If Catherine's center army is defeated, it will be useless no matter how hard he holds on the right. After all, Yekaterina is the core figure of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If she is attacked and killed by the Chishua army, the Grand Duchy of Moscow will collapse in an instant. His Royal Highness the Grand Duke asked the general to stick to the right side and not to leave without permission. No support is needed. When Nevsky was preparing reinforcements and preparing to go to support Yekaterina, he received an almost unbelievable order. Yekaterina denied his request to send reinforcements and instead asked him to defend dangerous ground on the right. In Nevsky's view, Yekaterina must rely on her own strength to make a comeback. At this point, I can only choose to believe in His Highness the Grand Duke. Nevsky also had to believe that Yekaterina had the ability to make a comeback, because he knew that even if he sent 20,000 to 30,000 reinforcements under Temujin's cavalry offensive, they would be overwhelmed by the overwhelming cavalry in an instant. Drowned. Temujin and Subatai's cavalry were so terrifying that only a small number of elites could compete with them. Nevsky transferred his elite troops and would be unable to defend Mawali's Tonmachi's offensive. No matter what, please His Highness the Grand Duke, we must win. In this battle, the number of people killed in our battle may exceed 100,000. Nevsky, under the orders of His Highness the Grand Duke, will definitely defend the right wing. Nevsky drew his sword and swore an oath in the direction of Catherine. The Tsarist guards and boy cavalry fought with the pursuing Mongolian cavalry while retreating to the rear. Following Temujin's instructions, Beard's cavalry finally penetrated the defeated Demit after several offensive charges. The army appeared behind Yekaterina's main army to contain it. The Mongolian cavalry surrounded Yekaterina's main army on three sides, with the defeated Dmitry army in the middle. The militiamen of the Grand Duchy of Moscow were still fighting fiercely against the Mongolian cavalry. However, Dmitry's army was defeated. Without effective command, his personal belligerence and bravery had extremely limited effect on the cruel and narrow battlefield. The feudal nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow who accompanied the army saw the situation deteriorating step by step, and everyone turned pale, even with the powerful Tsarist Guard and other legions supporting the overall situation. The Tsarist Guard is unable to support itself. Facing attacks from three directions, the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army is likely to be completely annihilated. It's not time yet. Keep retreating. Yekaterina repeatedly asked the army to retreat and pull with the Mongolian cavalry on the premise of maintaining combat with the Mongolian cavalry. After the defeat of Dmitry's army, the Chutian army, which was originally located in the jungle behind Dmitry, became the front line. Beald's cavalry even passed by the edge of the woods for a time, busy chasing the infantry of Dmitry's army, not noticing that the jungle in the fog hid unexpected dangers. My lord, Missy has failed. We can go to support her. Schwerengue held Fong Tian's painted halberd in his right hand. Hearing the shouts of killing outside, and the sound of the Mongolian cavalry's hooves passing by from outside, he was already gearing up. First of all, Yekaterina is not faking defeat, but really losing. Secondly, now is not the time. Chutian has no intention of sending troops yet. He waited for Temujin's main cavalry to pass by, exposing his flank. Yekaterina and Chutian guessed that her army could not defeat Temujin, and could only barely withstand Temujin's cavalry offensive. The main force of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy retreated. Although there was an element of arrangement, it was still because Temujin and Subatai's cavalry were strong. So they defeated the Grand Duchy of Muscovite's army, and there was no sign of a false defeat. The Mongolian cavalry marched straight in, and Temujin had already personally gone to kill the enemy, showing the world the terror of Genghis Khan. His cavalry severely damaged the Tsarist guards and boy cavalry in the rear. Victory is already within easy reach, as long as he continues to chase the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to the north. They will face a branch of the Don River, and that branch will block the retreat of the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army and allow them to cross the river. At that time, he drowned. Perhaps there was no need to bow down and ask Attila for 100,000 cavalry. Now Attila's cavalry has not arrived yet, and I am about to take over the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If I occupy this principality with fierce folk customs, I will rule the world again. Temujin took a fancy to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, a land with a similar latitude to Mabe, as well as a strong population on the land. Victory is so close. but it makes people unprepared. It's time for us to go. Chu Tian patiently waited for the opportunity, guessing that Yekaterina was about to have no way to retreat and was waiting for a counterattack. He personally commanded the ambushed cavalry and launched an assault on the flanks and rear of the intruding Mongolian cavalry. There was heavy fog in the woods. Suddenly, cavalry emerged from the fog, with the heavy cavalry guards as the vanguard. They suddenly charged at Temujin's cavalry. Chapter 676 Counterattack B. Before the Mongolian cavalry passing by the woods could react, Monk Wanyan Chin's Zhongxiu army and Helahe army rushed out and cut into the Mongolian army fiercely. Monk Wanyan Chin's cavalry is worth 100. Every time the Zhongxia army charges, they are determined to die. They attack enemies from the side who outnumber them. Monk Wanyan Chin was Temujin's thug last year, but now he is used by Chu Tian to deal with Temujin. The Zhongxia army, which had armor comparable to the Iron Buddha, had already killed several rows of Mongolian cavalry and killed hundreds of them before the Mongolian cavalry organized a counterattack. Behind the Zhongxiu army, the Xuanjia army, the Huban army, and the Night army broke through the mist, revealing their ferocious fangs. Iron Torrent Rapid Assault Technique Red Army. Catherine deliberately transferred weak troops to Dmitry on the Don River, in order to make Dmitry fail and retreat, and turn Chu Tian, who was ambushing behind the left wing of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, into a front line invisibly, achieving an unexpected result. Effect: before the decisive battle, Temujin would definitely send Tonmachi to explore the terrain around the Golden Horde army to avoid being ambushed. But Chu Tian, as an ambush team, was lying in ambush behind the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army. This was not the scope of Tonmachi's investigation before the war started. After Dmitry of the Don River retreated, Chu Tian's cavalry did not move. But Joki's flank was exposed to the offensive of Chu Tian's ambush team because of his pursuit of Dmitry's army. Temujin's cavalry has also fallen into a somewhat cruel strategy and sacrificed more than 100,000 soldiers in the trap. The Heavy Cavalry Guards Corps, as the most elite heavy cavalry regiment under Chu Tian, dared to fight Temujin's Chishua army head-on, easily tore apart Joki's cavalry, and cut off Joki's army attacking the left wing. After the Heavy Cavalry Guards, there are the White Robe Army and White Horse Righteous followers, as well as 30,000 servants captured alive in Eastern Europe. Just relying on these troops and using them in the right place can reverse the current situation. Ambush! It turned out to be an ambush. Joki was about to join forces with Temujin to defeat the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the middle. Suddenly, chaotic shouts of killing came from one side of his cavalry, and he couldn't help but sweat. He could not imagine that Dmitry's army on the Don River was completely defeated, and Catherine was also blocked on the left bank of the Don River. She had to fight with her back. But there was still a terrifying ambush team in the woods on the left bank of the Don River. After the war began, no matter how tragic the battle was, even though Ekaterina deployed the most elite Tsarist guards, and even Ekaterina herself was injured, this ambush team never appeared from beginning to end, which made people simply unexpectedly. A silent ambush had already reached the flank of his army. To be precise, it was Joki who led the army, who took the initiative to send Chu Tian's ambush troops. So when the time comes, Chu Tian will enjoy the prey that comes to his door without any ceremony. Monk Wanyanshan killed dozens of people in a row, and led the already small Zhongxiu army and Heli army to attack directly at the position of the Golden Horde general's flag, aiming directly at Joki of the Golden Horde. The Zhongxiu army is actually the Zhongxiu army. There is no way that Monk Wanyanshan will surrender. Joki recognized this terrifying cavalry in panic. His father Temujin once told him that Monk Wanyanshan would not betray, so he could use it with confidence. Monk Wanyanshan did cause a lot of trouble to the Han army. However, Monk Wanyanshan, who was now considered by Temujin not to betray, launched an attack on the cavalry of the Golden Horde. By the way, it must be a special treasure. Joki was quick to wit. As the leader of the Golden Horde in Lords, he also received a recruitment order in the reward settlement not long ago, and used points to exchange for several props. But they are currently of no use. It was temporarily left in the hands of Batu in Salai's city. After Monk Wanyanshan was captured by Chu Tian, only special treasures could make the die-hard Monk Wanyanshan turn to the Han Empire. So, if Monk Wanyanshan is here, explain. Chu Zimu's cavalry is near the battlefield. The ambush in front of him. Joki temporarily figured out the connection. But it didn't help him survive, because Monk Wanyanshan recognized Chu Tian as the new lord, and his goal was to take Joki's life. Die! Monk Wanyanshan knocked away the incoming arrows. and his heavy carbine swept off the two Chengzi army cavalry who tried to stop him from their horses. The cavalry of the Zhongxu army followed monk Wan Yanqin and fought with the cavalry of the Chengzi army who was protecting Shuqi. The two high-ranking cavalry held spears and sabers and fought fiercely. From time to time, a cavalryman was stabbed in the vital part and let out a scream before leaving. The horse fell. Monk Wan Yanqin's target was Joki. And only Joki was worth killing. At least that's what Monk Wan Yanqin thinks about. Kill! Kill him! When faced with fierce generals like Monk Wan Yanqin and the fierce Zhongxia army, Joki's first thought was to escape. The two guards around Joki, who had a strength of over 90, held up their guns and jumped on their horses to stop Monk Wan Yanqin, hoping to save Joki's life. For the Golden Horde, Joki's status was quite high, so Joki could not get into trouble easily. Monk Wan Yanqin was 1 against 2, facing two king-level generals from the Golden Horde, and he did not fall behind. Joki took the opportunity to blend into the army, trying to regroup and counterattack the ambush that attacked the flanks. The white horse is righteous, and wherever righteousness comes, it will follow you in life and death. The sky can tell you, and the white horse is the proof. Famous masters and generals should not keep themselves imprisoned, and thousands of troops should avoid white robes. A large number of Han cavalry rushed out of the ambush woods. They shouted various slogans with great momentum, and they were as bluffing as ever, making it impossible for Joki and other Golden Horde generals to distinguish the exact number of ambush troops. Ambushes appeared one after another, tearing and widening the wounds of the Golden Horde army. Hundreds of households in the Golden Horde looked around uneasily. While they were attacking Catherine, they were pursuing Dmitri's army. At this time, another ambush appeared, and they quickly fell into chaos. The Tsar's guards and the entire Russian army counterattack. At this time, Chu Tian could finally use the Iron Eagle Scouts War Eagle to greet Yekaterina openly. He had already followed the plan and personally commanded the cavalry, Shuqi's cavalry, intending to defeat Shuqi first and then seize the victory. With such momentum, he teamed up with Yekaterina, who fought back to defeat Temujin. Tsarist guards and boyar cavalry, use your lives to prove your loyalty to this land. Yekaterina saw the War Eagle soaring over the battlefield and knew that Chu Tian dared to use the Iron Eagle Scouts War Eagle openly. So Chu Tian had already begun the assault. She immediately threw in the cavalry and infantry of the Tsarist Guard. The Tsarist Guard has the most elite cavalry and a squad equipped with matchlocks. Bang! 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 Rows of matchlocks sounded, and white gunpowder smoke filled the air. Under the cover of the long-handled tomahawk heavy infantry and the Tsarist Guard's cavalry, the matchlock squads of the Tsarist Guards launched a counterattack against the Mongolian cavalry on the opposite side. The Shinji battalion once cast a huge psychological shadow on Temujin. When he heard the sound of matchlocks again on the Don River plain, Temujin's brows knitted into a conditioned reflex. Dozens of Xia army cavalry were shot dead by the matchlock squad of the Tsarist Guards. Caught off guard, even Shui Jun's armor could not withstand the amazing armor-breaking ability of the matchlock gun. The sound of matchlocks and the smoke of gunpowder stimulated other arms of the Grand Duchy of Moscow army. They saw the most terrifying Tibetan army on the opposite side being suddenly counterattacked by the Tsarist Guards. They suffered some small losses, so their morale increased. They followed the Tsarist Guards and held up their shields, began to push back the Mongolian cavalry. Even if there are matchlock guns, as long as they are willing to pay the price and break through the defense of the long-handled tomahawk infantry, the cavalry can easily kill the matchlock gunners, no matter the cost. Temujin knew that once an arquebusier was closely guarded by cavalry, his close combat capability would not be stronger than that of a low-level light infantryman. As long as the Tibetan army breaks through the heavy infantry protecting the matchlock squad at all costs, it can completely annihilate this Tsarist Guard and completely eliminate Yekaterina's main force. However, Temujin was only halfway through his words when he looked into the air. In the sky, the War Eagle of the Northern Wei Dynasty Iron Eagle Scout appeared. The Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry, which was originally supposed to attack Sarai City, the King City of the Golden Horde, suddenly appeared on the Don River battlefield. The message conveyed and it was easily captured by Temujin, who had experienced hundreds of battles. No! How could his cavalry be in the Don River? He should have reached the Volga River basin by now. Although he was very sure in his heart that the Iron Eagle Scouts appeared here and Chukin's cavalry would also appear, Temujin was still unwilling to admit this cruel fact. In that case, she has chosen to fight back now and has received the signal. It's over now. Timur, who was about to risk his life to attack the musketeers of the Tsar's guards, also saw the Iron Eagle Scout's War Eagle, and his action suddenly hesitated. He has an ability close to that of Temujin. Aware of what Temujin was aware of. If Iron Eagle Scout appears here, then Chu Zimu's ambush cavalry is about to appear, or has already appeared. Sure enough, Temujin and Timur, who were in the middle attacking Yekaterina, quickly noticed the chaos and fierce fighting in Joki's army on the left. The left army was defeated. Lord Joki, he was killed! A military general from the Golden Horde came from the left to tell Temujin the bad news. Temujin's throat was dry. He did not expect that Joki's army, which was in a good situation, would be surprised by Chu Tian's ambush. Commander Joki was even killed in the battle. On the battlefield on the left side, under the protection of the guards, Shuqi avoided the fierce tiger monk Wan Yanchen and took refuge among the army. However, he was attacked by the Western Knights commanded by King Arthur. There are also many types of Western Knights. Among them, the most well-equipped knights in full-plate armor are like iron cans, holding carbines and hitting Joki's cavalry head-on. In the melee, King Arthur beheaded Joki. As Temujin's eldest son, Joki was also a big shot, but he died in the unknown wilderness of the Don River. Chapter 677 The Second Cowardly Shui Army Talisman. On the battlefield on the left bank of the Don River, with the death of the commander Joki on the left side, the army of the Golden Horde began to disintegrate, and the command automatically fell into the hands of Joki's son Beelge. My father was killed in battle! Beelge led the cavalry to break through Dimitri's army, appeared behind Yekaterina's army, and was attacking Yekaterina's rear army. He was angry when he learned that Joki was killed in battle. On the left, the troops of the Golden Horde were locked in hand-to-hand combat with Chu Tian's cavalry. The battlefield was narrow, and the men and horses were crowded together, making it difficult to break through. There were figures and horses everywhere. Chu Tian personally held the battle and pushed forward as quickly as possible. With the current trend, if he fell into an endless war of attrition, his elite cavalry would also suffer heavy losses. The fierce generals rushed forward with their cavalry and tried their best to defeat the Golden Horde army on the left. Almost every general personally shot and killed dozens of enemy soldiers. The Golden Horde army suffered an ambush. Its morale dropped significantly, and it retreated backwards. Temujin's cavalry became a salient. Chu Tian and Yekaterina commanded the legions to attack Temujin, which in turn led to Temujin's collapse. Temujin knew that continuing to fight would only lead to the annihilation of the entire army, so he had to order all cavalry units to retreat. Dimitri was defeated by Joki, and was already prepared to die in battle. Chu Tian's cavalry suddenly appeared, reversing the situation. Dimitri survived the disaster, took off his helmet, and excitedly led the remaining soldiers to fight back. The legions are still at war, and the number of dead troops on each side is rising rapidly. Great Khan! The last general is responsible for cutting off the queen! Qi Laowen, the general of the Kong's army, as Temujin's loyal guard, personally commanded the Kong's army and fought against the enemies, who were constantly coming from behind. I cannot be reconciled. Temujin saw that the victory that was within his reach was fleeting, and he was unwilling to do so. You protect the Great Khan and leave. Only the cowardly Shui army can stop the enemy. Qi Laowen requested two Mongolian generals, Lani and Kublai, to protect Temujin, while he and Xie Shui's army bravely broke into the enemy's formation. Timur's cowardly Shui army also moved from the front row to the back row. He was observing the situation, and it was obvious that it was only a matter of time before Temujin was completely defeated. I can't die here so quickly and end my family. Timur is different from Qi Laowen. He is not so loyal to Temujin, and is unlikely to sacrifice himself for Temujin. He is looking for opportunities to escape, but at the same time, he cannot escape directly, otherwise he will be resented by Temujin and others. Xiao Chua. Timur discovered that Xiao Chua was using a horn bow to shoot at the Mongolian cavalry. A horn bow was also quite deadly in her hands. During the Battle of Mabe, Xiao Chua was still his ally. But now, Xiao Chua was standing in the Chu Tian camp and shooting his ally that day. Khitan General Xiao Talon was responsible for protecting Xiao Chua, wielding his mace and smashing the incoming Mongolian cavalry under his horse. The mace with iron nails directly smashed the half-body armor of the Mongolian cavalry. Did she surrender to Chu Zimu? Timur saw Xiao Chua's behavior and quickly understood what was going on. After all, Timur was a tycoon of his generation, the founder of Timur's empire. After knowing that Xiao Chua had surrendered to Chu Tian, he still put hegemony first. Xiao Chua's auxiliary effect may not be that great for Chu Tian, who already has Xiao Liang. But for Timur, Xiao Chua can increase the combat effectiveness of his legion and can also serve as the Minister of the Interior. Thinking that this was an auxiliary hero, Timur commanded Xie Shui's army and went straight to Xiao Chua's direction. At this time, he no longer had to worry about Liao's military strength and wanted to directly use force to kidnap Xiao Chua. Xiao Talon carried the mace and had killed more than 40 Mongolian cavalry. Besides Xiao Talon and Xiao Chua, there were about 50 or 60 Liao Shan army cavalry. This Shan army squad is a cavalry squad specially transferred from the Central Plains by Chu Tian as Xiao Chua's escort. Chu Tian did not hand over all the surrendered Shan army cavalry to Xiao Chua's command, but only gave her a cavalry squad as a test. Even if she rebelled on the battlefield, it would not have a bad impact. 50 or 60 Shan army cavalry. It can't make waves at all. Xiao Chua knew that this was Chu Tian's test, so he also worked hard to lead the Shan army cavalry squad to join the battle. Shui Jun, here we come! Xiao Talon shouted loudly, reminding the Shan army squad and the surrounding cavalry that Timur's cowardly Shui army was attacking. Xiao Chua's eyes changed. Xie Shui Jun was of higher rank than Xu Shan Jun, and generally the commander of Xie Shui Jun was either an emperor-level commander or a fierce general. The terrifying Qixue army arrived and fought with the surrounding White Horse Yikon cavalry. Using the impact of the armored cavalry, they defeated the White Horse Yikon in a narrow battlefield. The mobility of the White Horse Yitsong could not give full play to its advantage. Instead, the armor of the heavy cavalry gave the Qin Shui army sufficient hand-to-hand combat capabilities. Cowardly Shui's army waved their iron bone flowers, injuring the cavalry who blocked them, and fought through thorns to reach Xiao Talon. Xiao Talon was besieged by a dozen timid Shui army cavalry. Every Shui Jun cavalryman, with various bonuses, has a military force equivalent to Mi Fang's level. The mace hit the helmet of a Qixue army cavalryman on the head. The helmet was deformed due to the hammering of the iron nails on the mace, and his skull was broken. The Kyrkshu army cavalryman was killed by Xiao Talon with one blow. With Xiao Chua's special effects, the abilities of Khitan generals will be enhanced. Timur, is that you? Xiao Chua, Chu Zimu is not the same as us. If you surrender to me, I will personally build a great empire with a population no less than that of the Han Empire. Timur and Xiao Chua were more than 50 meters apart, and the cavalry from both sides were fighting. The Khitan general who felt threatened by Timur's life was held back by the cavalry of the Shui army. So Timur was confident and tried to persuade Xiao Chua. Follow him to build a big empire. Xiao Chua discovered that it was the timid Shui army led by Timur. After weighing the pros and cons, he quickly made a judgment. Timur, if you just surrender, maybe the king of Xia can give you an official position. I can't take refuge in you, for you have failed. The world is so big, and Chu Zimu occupies less than 1/20th of the land. So why did he fail? As long as he has the strength. How difficult is it to build a great empire with a population of hundreds of millions? Timur was very angry because of Xiao Chua's rejection. I don't know why you insist on building a big empire, but for me, just being above people is enough. Xiao Chua pointed his horn bow at Timur, clasped the string with his jade fingers, and opened the flexible bow string. From a distance of 50 meters, Xiao Chua's bow skills could definitely hit Timur. However, if you want to shoot Timur, who is also good at mounted shooting, it is not that simple. If you are unwilling to follow me, then I can only take you away by force. I need someone to help me achieve my great cause. Timur glanced at him, and a centurion of the Shui army led a small team of Shui army to attack Xiao Chua. Timur's goal is to rob Xiao Chua. Let Xiao Chua assist him, break away from Temujin's control, and build a great empire on his own. Don't hurt my lord. Xiao Talon regards Xiao Chua as the head of the family with the same status as Chu Tian, which is equivalent to the relationship between Li Xiaoning and Xiao Liang. Xiao Chua has an affinity with Khitan generals, and all Khitan generals are willing to serve him. When Xiao Talon saw that Timur's goal was to rob Xiao Chua away, he was furious and hit 3 cowardly Shui Jun cavalry with his mace. Don't even think about leaving! As Temujin's most elite cavalry, the Qixue army cavalry did not retreat because of Xiao Talon's brave fighting. Instead, they followed Timur's orders and continued to fight with Xiao Talon, holding Xiao Talon to death. The Shan army cavalry beside Xiao Chua quickly collapsed under the attack of Qixue army. Xiao Chua himself is only an auxiliary hero. For specific cavalry operations, he has to rely on cavalry generals. Xiao Talon was delayed and her situation was quite dangerous. Xiao Chua killed the Qingxue army cavalry with one arrow. But more Qingxue army cavalry were already coming. Hateful. Xiao Chua didn't have many troops. So she was a little angry when faced with Timur's targeting. She didn't want to follow Timur to build a big empire. Compared with the lame Timur, Chu Tian was much better. At least in appearance. Much better looking. When the Shui cavalry was about to capture Xiao Chua, a group of tiger guards came to attack. Yan Wei held a huge shield and knocked over a war horse from the side on foot. The cowardly Shui army cavalry on horseback had their thighs broken by the overturned horse before they could even react. And they screamed in agony. Chu Tian held a horn bow and easily shot a timid Shui Jun cavalryman, and appeared next to Xiao Chua, who was pale. I didn't expect Timur to also know that Xiao Chua has auxiliary abilities. Chu Tian couldn't help but be surprised at Timur's gaze when he saw that Timur wanted to take Xiao Chua away to make up for his losses despite the defeat. As soon as Timur noticed Chu Tian's arrival, he immediately escaped into the army and no longer wanted to rob Xiao Chua. If Xiao Chua is taken away successfully, he can completely make up for the loss. But if Chu Tian arrives and does not leave, let alone take away Xiao Chua, even his own life will not be guaranteed. Timur's attempt failed. But more than 200 Shui troops were killed. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Chua's face turned rosy after being rescued by Chu Tian, and her loyalty and favorability increased. However, her loyalty increased much more slowly than Hua Mulan's. Obviously, she was still wary of Chu Tian. We've won. Chu Tian no longer continued to kill the enemy personally, but waited for various generals to defeat the army of the Golden Horde. Taisher sees who Bin army fought against Qi Laowen's Chieshue army. The two fierce generals, with their own high-level cavalry, attacked each other head-on. Chieshue's army had stronger combat power than Hu Bin's army, but his physical strength had been exhausted. So Taisher Si had no fear and attacked Qi Laowen fiercely. Taisher Si used his halberd in close combat to block Qi Laowen's spear. Two fierce generals, who were close guards, glared at each other. There were 700,000 people in the Golden Horde, most of whom fought with the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow on the left bank. There were also some cavalry on the right bank to meet the retreating Temujin. Millions of people were crowded together. And even though the Golden Horde was defeated, the cavalry and infantry were still fighting in a melee. However, the situation of the Golden Horde is over, and it is difficult for each 1,000 or 10,000 households to command their own troops. The nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow realized that the balance of victory had tilted in their favor. So they led their respective armies and began to push back, trying to kill and injure the Golden Horde army as much as possible. The militiamen of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, swinging wooden sticks, shouting and chasing after the defeated troops of the Golden Horde. Defeat them, then attack Sarai City and completely eliminate the Golden Horde. Yekaterina witnessed with her own eyes the main force of the Golden Horde, and Mobe retreating like a tide. The time was not far away from the destruction of the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde will be the third Khanate to perish. Millions of people fought until the next day. The number of soldiers killed on the left bank of the Don River was as many as 300,000. Bodies piled up across the field. Vultures landed on the branches, looking sharply at the soldiers cleaning the battlefield. When these soldiers left, the battlefield would be their feast. On the battlefield, there are scattered weapons, shields, and armor everywhere, and broken battle flags can be seen everywhere. Even Catherine's Grand Duke's flag was torn to pieces by the angry Shui army during the battle. In order to defeat the Golden Horde, the Grand Duchy of Muscovy paid a heavy price. The dead are about 120,000. Sophia counted the number of casualties. The Grand Duchy of Moscow deployed 450,000 soldiers on the left bank of the Don River, and 120,000 were killed, which shows the heavy losses. More than 100,000 prisoners were taken, but most of them were herdsmen. Many of them lacked loyalty and could not be reused for the time being. At least more than 150,000 people died in the Golden Horde. We captured more than 100,000 people and suffered losses of 300,000. The number of defeated troops is estimated to be 200,000. The morale of the other side has declined. We are bound to win Sarai City. Drive away the servants' army. March to Sarai City. Yekaterina deduced that the main force of the Golden Horde had been eliminated, and Temujin's Chieshue army had been dispersed again. This was the time to make a big effort to capture the Golden Horde and restore the territory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Yes! Whether it was Sophia or other nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, they all took a deep breath, quickly buried the corpses, reorganized the army, and marched towards the Golden Horde. Chu Tian counted the losses alone. His cavalry also suffered a lot of losses in the huge battle. After all, the number of 40,000 cavalry was too small. When the Don River War ended, Chu Tian's cavalry was already less than 30,000. 30,000 servants were killed, and tens of thousands were killed. As a reward, he captured and surrendered 30,000 servants. The cavalry of the Golden Horde included Mongols, Turks, Cossacks, Turks, etc. It was very complex. Lord, a military talisman, Taisher Ci, who had been commanding the Huban army for Chu Tian, found a soldier talisman while cleaning the battlefield. Chu Tian took the military talisman and was somewhat shocked. This military talisman was engraved with the word Qiuxue, and it turned out to be the military talisman of Qiuxue's army. This is the second Qiuxue army talisman he has obtained. Generally, getting the Qiuxue army soldier talisman means that a Qiuxue army general was killed in battle. Otherwise, such a precious prop would not fall into Chu Tian's hands. Last time, Yu Fei killed the Qiuxue army general Borshu in Mobei and captured a Qiuxue army soldier talisman. Chu Tian didn't know which cowardly general of Shui's army Taisher Ci killed. Taisher Ci said, Qi Laowen was killed by the last general. Chapter 678 The Demise of the Golden Horde. Blida, one of the top leaders of the Han Empire, commanded 100,000 cavalry and came to support Temujin. When his cavalry arrived near the left bank of the Don River, the battle on the Don River was already over. Blida did not know that the battle of the Don River would end sooner than expected, because he was afraid of Chu Tian's cavalry. His marching speed obviously slowed down, delaying the time to join Temujin in time. Sir, there are a large number of cavalry in front. Prepare for war. Blida was facing a formidable enemy. If Chu Tian's cavalry arrived, he would have to fight to the death with them. Not only Blida himself, but his generals also held their breath and stared nervously at the cavalry appearing in front. It seems to be Mongolian cavalry. Could it be that they came to pick us up? The Hun's cavalry soon discovered that the arriving cavalry was not Chu Tian's cavalry, but the Mongolian cavalry from the Golden Horde. Temujin was disgraced, and he was once again defeated by Chu Tian's surprise attack. This time, he did not escape back to the city of Sarai in the Golden Horde. The battle failed, and the main force of the Golden Horde was almost exhausted. Batu's remaining troops would definitely not be able to defend the city of Salai. There were 300,000 troops left behind in Batu, among which the number of professional cavalry was only a few tens of thousands. Temujin chose a risky move and fled westward into the territory of the Hunnic Empire, dragging Attila down. The remnants of the Golden Horde fleeing westward happened to meet Blida's 100,000 Hun's cavalry. The Great Khan is the Hun's cavalry. They arrived later than scheduled. Subutai looked at the Hun cavalry. If Blida had arrived earlier, the outcome of the Battle of the Dawn would have been much better. Subutai was therefore dissatisfied with Blida. I will go and meet with you personally. The Hunnic Empire is second only to Attila's Blida. Temujin did not show anger. After the failure, he was extremely calm. At present, only Attila is in the barbarian camp and has enough strength to challenge the traditional empire. After Temujin has passed his peak period, he no longer has the ability to compete with the traditional empire. Even after the victory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Temujin cannot compete with it now due to his own abilities. Subutai was a little worried. Great Khan, if the Huns take the opportunity to kidnap you and take advantage of your abilities, Yozha don't protect me. The Huns don't dare to do anything to me. It should have been Qi Laowen's duty, but he has been killed in battle. Temujin couldn't help but feel sad when he thought of Joki and Qi Laowen, both of whom were important figures to him, who were killed in the Battle of the Don River. Temujin took Zibi and a group of Shui army cavalry to meet with Blida. Temujin's decision even surprised Blida, who couldn't help but think highly of Temujin. You have been defeated? Blida finally learned the news of Temujin's defeat, and the Battle of the Dawn had ended early. At this moment, Blida also knew that she was too late to catch up with the earth-shattering battle. At the same time, Blida was vaguely aware of her mistakes, which seemed to have led to Temujin's collapse in the Don War. If his 100,000 Huns cavalry had reached the Don River in time, perhaps the situation would have improved. Take me to Attila. When Temujin saw Blida, the first thing he did was to ask to meet Attila. Both of them have the evaluation of the Whip of God, and Temujin can only rely on Attila's power to try to make a comeback. Attila also has an unused holy level recruitment order, as well as a large number of points that can be exchanged for props. Our Majesty should be looking forward to meeting you. He hopes to defeat Alexander with the help of your ability to command the cavalry. It is time for Alexander to know how powerful we are and how terrifying the Eastern cavalry is. As for the Grand Duchy of Moscow, please rest assured that once Alexander is defeated, we will let's march together again and reoccupy the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Because of her guilt, Brita had no intention of murdering Temujin. According to Attila's vision, their Hunnic Empire would also rely on Temujin's power to defeat Alexander and occupy the kingdom of Macedonia and Greece in the Balkan Peninsula. I will not let Attila down, as long as he avenges me after defeating Alexander. Temujin agreed to Blita's proposal and solicitation. What about Sarai city? The city of Sarai is no longer defensible. I think Bata has temporarily fled to the Seljuk Empire in accordance with my orders. The Volga River has returned to the hands of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Temujin thought that the Golden Horde was about to be destroyed, and he had no choice but to passively wait for the result. He could also use the time when Chu Tian and others occupy Sarai city and reconquer the Volga River basin to join Attila. If we continue to fight like this, the cold winter will soon come. The cold winter is no longer suitable for fighting against the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Temujin realized that fighting Muscovite in the dead of winter was an unclear choice. After Temujin talked with Blita, he returned to the Mongolian generals. Let's go on an adventure to the Hunnic Empire to see if we can get Attila's holy level recruitment order. Great Khan, Attila is not an ordinary person. This trip to the Hun Empire is full of dangers. Risk means gain. Other than that, in order to defeat Chu Zimu, we have no other way. The general understands. Temujin, Subutai and others then went to the Hun Empire with Blita. Are you okay? At the end of the Don River War, Chu Tian discovered that Ekaterina was injured and seemed to have been hit by an arrow during the melee. It's no big deal, as long as the Golden Horde is destroyed. It doesn't matter no matter how high the price is. Ekaterina is also a strong person and puts the destruction of the Golden Horde, which poses the greatest threat to her. First, the demise of the Golden Horde is only a matter of time. Chu Tian and Ekaterina marched together. The enemy has not been completely eliminated. Batu in the south is still entrenched in the Volga River basin, and Gustav in the north is besieging St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg was built into a fortress city by Catherine, a bridgehead for attacking northern Europe. The city defenses were extremely tight. Therefore, Gustav failed to capture St. Petersburg during the Battle of the Don. Chu Tian and Yekaterin were able to quickly march towards the Golden Horde. Temujin cannot stay in the Golden Horde any longer, so he should consider seeking refuge with Ogodai of the Seljuk Empire in Central Asia, or with Tolei of the Ilkhanate in West Asia. Chu Tian judged that Temujin had two options. He had too many sons. The Golden Horde was destroyed, and there were other places to go. Temujin was running around, but there was a group of cowardly Shui army generals who were willing to fight to the death for him and block the pursuers. Liu Bei only fought within the Han Empire, while Temujin was in exile in the eastern continent and even fled to the western continent. This point gave Chu Tian a big headache. It's just that Temujin's power is getting smaller and smaller. After losing Ma Bei and losing the powerful Golden Horde, Temujin only has two forces left with a population of 20 to 30 million. In Sarai City, the royal city of the Golden Horde, Bata was ready to use the gold and silver of the teleportation array. When he learned the news of the defeat in the Don River War, he immediately followed Temujin's instructions before the expedition and went to the Seljuk Empire. He took refuge in his uncle Wokutai. Although the Seljuk Empire has a small population and there are rebels in Arslan, it is still a fallback route. The current enemies of the Seljuk Empire include the Kushan Empire and the Western Region Protectorate. Because of their remote location, there is no danger yet. My father died in battle. This hatred is irreconcilable. Batu was still worried about Joki's death in the battle. Chu Tian and Yekaterina led the army to attack the city of Sarai. He also knew that there was no point in continuing to defend the city. Groups of elite cavalry fled directly from the teleportation array to the Seljuk Empire, and some tribes were moved away by Batu, mainly the Mongolian tribes who were regarded as the core population by Batu. As for other servant tribes, Batu allowed them to fend for themselves. Destroy? Goodbye, beautiful Volga. Before Bata left, he took one last look at the Volga River outside Sarai city. The Golden Horde was considered over. In Central Asia, the royal city of the Seljuk Empire, Ogadai claimed to be the second-generation sultan of the Seljuk Empire and ruled the empire. His nephew Bata fled to the Seljuk Empire. Wokutai took Yoludashi and personally met Bata outside the teleportation array. Wokutai still admires Bata's talent. The rebellion in Alp Arslan is getting more and more intense. and it is difficult for Yeludashi to suppress it alone. Come to the Seljuk Empire. Recruit the eldest son army and the Chishua army again, and completely defeat the rebels for me. You will be vice king of the Seljuk Empire. Juchi is dead. From now on, you and brother Beal will be my adopted sons. Wokuatai took in Joki's sons, Batu and Beelj. Both of them are cavalry heroes, and their abilities are not weak. And they also have special units. Accepting two people as adopted sons was not only to take care of Joki's remaining son, but also to increase his own strength and completely put down Arslan's rebellion. Ding! The city of Sarai, the royal city of the Golden Horde, was captured by Yekaterina, the lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. And I just want to farm well. The lord of the Han Empire. The Golden Horde was removed from the list, and its territory's public support -50% and public security -50%. The reputation of Joki and his descendants is -50%. The Golden Horde is owned by the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, and the cultural influence of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy within its territory is +50%. Ding! The probability of nomadic tribes and populations controlled by the Golden Horde to defect to the Grand Duchy of Moscow has increased. Bata fled to the Seljuk Empire, taking away tens of thousands of professional cavalry and moving the Mongolian tribes. He suddenly heard the news of the demise of the Golden Horde, indicating that the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow had occupied the city of Sarai. Be patient for a while, and the situation will be calm. At least we in the Seljuk Empire will still have a chance. Wokuatai was worried that Batu and brother Beal were impulsive, so he comforted them. The Golden Horde was destroyed, which means that the troops of the Grand Duchy of Moscow were freed up. Alexander's Macedonian legion had already invaded the Hunnic Empire and was fighting the Hunnic cavalry. The Hunnic cavalry was wandering around, giving Alexander a headache. He heard the system prompting the demise of the Golden Horde, and planned to invite Chution and others again to attack Attila. Chapter 679 Temujin and Attila. In Liaodong City, the Liaodong army in Mingwan has recovered its strength after several months of rest and reorganization. During Mingwan's rest period, he was inquiring about the whereabouts of Wanyan Aguda and Yelu Aboji. The two men were considered enemies that threatened the Liaodong army. At the same time, Mingwan personally went to suppress the rebels in Goryeo. The uprising of Goryeo has not stopped since Mingwan occupied this place. It is extremely difficult for one civilization to assimilate another civilization. In Lords, there are hidden data such as civilization assimilation and cultural influence, which are useful for NPCs but not for players. The level of assimilation of the Liaodong army to the Goryeo kingdom was obviously not high enough, and the Goryeo kingdom players took the lead in the rebellion. So Mingwan sent soldiers from time to time to suppress the Goryeo kingdom's rebellion. In a mountainous area of Goryeo, thousands of Goryeo rebels were beheaded by the infantry led by Mingwan. The fierce General Obai wore armor and rushed into the rebels, killing hundreds of them. Obai's armor was stained with blood, which made the Korean people extremely afraid. In the country of Korea, Obai became synonymous with the butcher. The Jurchen generals in the late Ming dynasty had extra bonuses to the Goryeo army, which frightened Goryeo. Thousands of Goryeo rebels fell under the iron hooves of our cavalry. But their rebellion continues. It is more difficult to govern a civilization than to conquer it. Mingwan executed a rebel leader, but it was still unable to solve the rebellion of Goryeo. It obviously took time to completely digest Goryeo and turn Goryeo into a part of the Han Empire. Military advisor. Have you heard about the whereabouts of Wanyan Aguda and Yelu Abeo? Mingwan looked at Yao Guangxiu, the prime minister in black beside him. Yelu Abaoji took his old troops back to the Horkan grassland, grazing and raising war horses there, seeming to be accumulating strength and waiting for the next battle. The main force of the Liao kingdom suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Mabe. It is estimated that only the Horkan grassland remains. Tens of thousands of soldiers were deployed, and there were not many other herdsmen. Wanyan Aguda fled back to the Heilongjiang River basin and was active in the mountains and forests. They must be completely eliminated, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Which remnant does the Lord intend to destroy first? Liao Kingdom. Wanyan Aguda's troops are almost exhausted. His generals were either killed or captured alive by me. It is no longer good. Yelu Abaoji. He also has generals such as Yelu Shiogu and Yelu Shieshan. This time, with 150,000 cavalry, we can defeat Brother Yelxiu. Zhu Nung. This time I will leave Li Chongliang and Obai to guard the kingdom of Korea. You will go with me to conquer the Horkan grassland. The 150,000 cavalrymen from Mingwan and Liaodong gathered on the outskirts of the Horkan grassland. They also brought Juning, the cavalry commander of Ming Qingzhu Zhu Di, to hunt Yellow Abaoji. Yellow Abaoji is also a powerful opponent. But in front of Mingwan, Yellow Abaoji cannot resist the increasingly fierce Mingwan. Mingwan can quickly recover its military strength by virtue of its population advantage. Yellow Abaoji's recovery speed is far slower than that of Mingwan. The army was pressing down on the border, and the tribes who had surrendered to Yellow Abaoji in the Horking grassland were panicked. The Liaodong army has always been brave and good at fighting, and Mingwan often takes the lead. As fierce as Chang Yechen, Xiao Chua and Xiao Talan were captured by Chu Zimu, and several of our generals died in Mobei. It seems that we have reached a critical stage of life and death. We only have over 50,000 cavalrymen who are truly capable of fighting, and the rest are herdsmen, with a winning rate of less than 11%. Yelu Xioga, Yelu Xieshan, and other Liao generals looked gloomy. Facing the fierce Liaodong army, their chances of winning were not high. The cavalry of the Liaodong army was as good as any nomadic civilization. With cavalry generals such as Chang Yechen, Li Chengyang, and Murong Ba, even if the Khitan cavalry wanted to avoid the Liaodong army, they could not do so. Yelu Abaoji stroked the fur of a wild wolf and looked at the endless Horking grassland ahead. The Horking grassland is a good habitat for the Khitan tribe. However, Mingwan will not give them a chance to breathe. If you cannot resist the Liaodong army, if necessary, flee into the Xia King's sphere of influence and provoke a battle between the two armies. Yelu Abaoji also realized that his cavalry was inferior to the Liaodong army and had to consider his retreat. Provoking a conflict between the Xia King and the Ming King of the Han Empire was also the Liao Kingdom's only chance to survive and grow. In the royal city of the Hunnic Empire, Attila finally met Temujin. The two legendary figures of the Whip of God level joined forces in a true sense. Are you the leader of the nomadic tribes in the western continent, Attila? Temujin looked at the short leader in front of him. The Whip of God, which Western civilization regarded as a great enemy. Attila, like Tamerlane, was unattractive in appearance and was not even appreciated by others. But his eyes were somewhat shrewd and fierce. Timur followed Temujin. When he came in, he was limping. The Han generals in the main hall of the Han Empire looked at Timur, first a little surprised, and then contemptuous. Even among nomadic tribes, it is common for people to show off their appearance. Temujin did not discriminate against the disabled Timur. So despite his ambitions, Timur followed Temujin while Temujin was alive. Temujin used 3 heroes from different ethnic groups, Yelu Dashi, Wanyanshan Monk, and Timur. They all performed extremely well in this national war. However, not everyone has the meritocratic attitude of a conqueror. Timur was more sensitive than ordinary people. He noticed the slightly mocking eyes of the generals of the Hunnic Empire, and felt hatred in his heart. But he was indifferent on the outside. After being hit by the Xiaochua incident, he advocates strength even more. This kind of strength is not the personal force he advocated in his youth, but power. Young Tamerlane began to learn to be tolerant and no longer so sharp. Temujin, if we join forces earlier, we can eliminate each powerful enemy one by one. The whole world has already entered your in my hands. Attila had someone specially prepare Temujin's seat, almost sitting on an equal footing with Attila, which shows that Attila valued Temujin. He needed Temujin and a group of Mongol warriors to serve him. I underestimated the strength of my opponent. Temujin had to admit that Attila's words were reasonable. At his peak, the Mongol Empire plus the 4 major khanates stretched from East Asia to East Europe and almost occupied the entire western region. How powerful it was! Gathering the forces of the Mongol Empire and the 4 great khanates, he even dared to compete with the entire Han Empire. At that time, Temujin, together with Attila's Hungarian Empire and several vassal states, took advantage of the contradictions between various traditional empires to divide and win over civilizations such as the Jin Kingdom, Liao Kingdom, Gothic Kingdom, etc. Then maybe it would really, as Attila said, the whole world will be divided by them. However, despite the bravery of the heroes, Temujin's descendants only controlled the Seljuk Empire, Khwarezm Kingdom, and the Ilkhanate. Even if the 2 of them join forces at this time, their power will not be as strong as before. That man, King Xia of the Han Empire, is he really that scary? Attila never fought against Chu Tian in person, and could only infer Chu Tian's strength through the contest between Temujin and Chu Tian. He is not generally powerful. He is no less powerful than your number 1 enemy, Alexander of Macedonia. If you fight him in the Han Empire, the consequences may be even worse. Fortunately, The cavalry he brought was only tens of thousands. Blida is enough testify. Temujin looked at Blida, who nodded. Last time, my army was defeated by tens of thousands of cavalry from the Han Empire. This is absolutely true. There are only tens of thousands of cavalry who fought as an ambush at the critical moment. I still can't believe that there is an enemy more powerful than Alexander. After we defeat Alexander and destroy the kingdom of Macedonia, I will avenge you. As a price, you lead your cavalry and advance together with my cavalry to attack the Grand Duchy of Muscovy for the third time. Attila knew that he could not completely believe Temujin's evaluation of Chution, because the defeated often exaggerated the enemy's strength to cover up their own incompetence. It's not just the winners and losers. The weak also lie. If you underestimate him too much, you will suffer. Temujin was in the territory of the Hun Empire, so he did not give too much advice. Otherwise, he would be suspected of overshadowing the host. King Gustav of Sweden is still attacking St. Petersburg. The Golden Horde has perished, and he must retreat and join us. Otherwise his situation will be quite dangerous, and I will lose an ally who is willing to send troops for money and ambition. Attila mentioned Gustavus, who was still attacking St. Petersburg. Gustav's army attacking St. Petersburg from the north became a lone army after the fall of the Golden Horde. Gustav, together with you and me, can defeat Alexander. Temujin was defeated by the Han Empire, Rome, and Macedonia during the Third National War, and he could be considered to have fought against Alexander. Alexander at that time should not have reached his peak. At that time, each lord did not have complete high-level troops. Attila also believed that by joining forces with Temujin and Gustav, he would be sure to defeat anyone he faced. He noticed the general beside Temujin. Who is this? Timur, the general of the Shui army, is timid. There are fewer and fewer people around Temujin, and Timur has become his core general. You command 150,000 cavalry for me to attack Alexander. Attila also seemed to think that Timur was a useful person, and planned to reuse Timur in the decisive battle with Alexander. Blida and a group of generals from the Han Empire looked at Attila in disbelief. Their Majesty actually wanted to reuse a lame man. A Hunnic general took the initiative to ask Attila, Your Majesty, is this true? Don't doubt my decision. Attila stretched out his hand to stop the Hunnic general, who took the initiative to ask. But the latter immediately fell silent. At least in the Hunnic Empire, Attila kept his word. Temujin discovered that Attila was also aware of Timur's value, and was wary of Attila. Both conquerors wanted to annex each other's tribes. Chapter 680 New World Ranking. In Sarai, the royal city of the Golden Horde, the 300,000 troops of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and more than 100,000 servants captured this empty city with almost no defenders. Bata had already escaped in advance, so without any effort, Catherine eliminated the Golden Horde and reintegrated the Volga River basin into the territory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Just like the Ogodii Khanate came to the territory of the Western Region Protectorate, the Golden Horde came to the territory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. So Yekaterina only took back her own territory and was not relieved. The Don War greatly damaged the vitality of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. At least the national strength was undoubtedly declining compared to before the start of the National War, because the population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was still consumed. If there are any benefits, then there is no doubt that the Grand Duchy has stronger internal cohesion and is one step closer to the empire. Yekaterina was alone with Chution. Chution was helping Yekaterina change her dressing, and Yekaterina was wounded by an arrow in her back. Build the Tsarist Empire, and you want to become the Empress? In the West, apart from France, other civilizations have queens. Is it any wonder? Indeed, Chution thought that England, Scotland, Tsarist Russia, and Spain had all given birth to queens. France, which has always had male heirs but excluded women from inheriting the throne, had never heard of the Queen of France. Therefore, Catherine's establishment of the Russian Empire and becoming the first Tsar would not cause much controversy in the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If a female emperor really came to the Han Empire, there would be an uproar, and all the powerful ministers and generals would find excuses to rebel. This is the surprise among civilizations. It cannot be generalized, nor can it be thought that all the West recognizes the Queen. France does not approve of it. France in the Western continent has a relatively high degree of feudalism, so the French Revolution appeared in history. However, if Catherine became the Tsarina, what would her identity be? He seems to be a prince of the Russian Empire. In this way, the relationship between the two civilizations becomes more complicated. Their combined territory stretches from the Atlantic Ocean to the west and the Pacific Ocean to the east. There is also Gustav, who is still attacking St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg is a city I built with my own hands. There are all kinds of high-end buildings in it, so there is no room for loss. Yekaterina allowed Chu Tian to tie the gauze for herself without any scruples. She also had a powerful opponent, Gustav, the lion from Northern Europe. Gustav, I haven't fought against his firearms legion yet. Chu Tian tied up the gauze belt and opened the world rankings again. First place, Ekaterina of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with 700,000 points. Second place, Alexander, Kingdom of Macedonia, with 400,000 points. Third place, Brahmin from the Mughal Empire in India, with 380,000 points. Fourth place, Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, with 350,000 points. Fifth place, Han Empire, I just want to farm well, with 340,000 points. Sixth place, Roman Republic, Caesar, 270,000 points. Seventh place, Marshall, United States, with 250,000 points. Eighth place, Kingdom of England, Charlie, with 210,000 points. Ninth place, Amazon Empire, Pedro, 200,000 points. 10th place, Louis, Kingdom of France, with 180,000 points. 11th place, Ottoman Turkish Empire, Hurrem Sultan, with 170,000 points. 12th place, Roman Republic, Constantine, with 170,000 points. 13th place, Holy Roman Empire, Ferdinand, with 160,000 points. In the second year of the Fourth National War, the points rankings were updated, and the lord currently ranked first is Ekaterina. After the rankings were reset in August, two wars broke out between Ekaterina and the Golden Horde. The first war took place before Chu Tian arrived, and 200,000 Muscovite troops were killed. In the second battle of the Don River, more than 100,000 people were killed. In order to eliminate the Golden Horde, Yekaterina paid a price of more than 300,000 people, some of which were militiamen, and most of which were fresh troops. So Ekaterina, who suffered heavy losses, ranked first. In the first few months of the second year, most of the top 10 lords were lords from the Western continent and the American continent. Among the lords of the Han Empire, only Chu Tian is on the list, because the biggest threat to the Han Empire, the Mongolian Empire and several khanates, have been defeated, and the various princes are recuperating and not fighting much. Barbarian leaders such as Attila, King Ostrogoth, King Visigoth, and Emperor Canute, Viking, in the Western continent were still alive and kicking. So in the second year, the Western continent was still at war, and each lord gained a lot of points. After all, the cavalry brought by Chu Tian was too few, and it was more useful in defeating the opponent than in annihilating it. The number of beheads was not as many as that of Ekaterina's hundreds of thousands of troops, and the points were not many. This has to do with the rules for earning points. The Han Empire seemed to have defeated its powerful enemy too early. As a result, in the second year, there was no decent opponent to gain points, and even Chu Tian was forced to go to Eastern Europe to trouble Temujin. Moreover, Chu Tian's points are not enough yet. Chu Tian originally planned to go back home after helping Yekaterina rescue the siege. But judging from this trend, Alexander and Hohenzollern, who invested hundreds of thousands of troops in the second year, will always be ahead of him in the rankings. This gave Chu Tian the idea of continuing to intervene in the Western War. There is no way to compete for first place if you don't get involved in the battle. Chu Tian saw something interesting again from the ranking list. The Brahmins, the lords of the Mughal Empire in India, seemed to be still at war with the Marathas in the Deccan Plateau. Their points in the second year were not low, and they even ranked ahead of Chu Tian. Chu Tian invested 40,000 cavalry, while the Brahmins may have invested hundreds of thousands of troops in the great battle on the Deccan Plateau, resulting in more than 100,000 casualties. The Mughal Empire in India had a large population. During wars, both sides suffered tens of thousands of casualties. So points earned quickly. If you think about it carefully, the area of the Mughal Empire in India was only a fraction of the Han Empire, but the population was almost the same. A large number of people were accumulated in the Indus Plain and the Ganges Plain, and the population was more concentrated than that of the Han Empire. Therefore, during the Civil War, it is not surprising that the Mughal Empire in India can often mobilize more people and form an army of 1 million. Anyway, In the Mughal Empire in India, human life is not valuable. As for the quality of their million-strong army, that's a matter of opinion. The Amazon Empire appeared in Chutian's sight for the first time. It was a civilization mainly established by Western civilization in the Amazon area. That is, in South America. It is a different concept from the Amazon tribe. The Amazon Empire has arms from two factions, the Western Feudal Kingdom and the Amazon civilization. They were hated by the local Amazon tribes. So a war broke out. As a result, the Amazon Empire began to appear on the list. There are no lords in the African civilization zone who are ranked first. The last interesting thing is that a new sultan was born in the Ottoman Empire. Chu Tian clearly remembered that Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Turkish Empire was stabbed to death by Watsubing among the rebels during the Third National War. After the death of Suleiman the Magnificent, the Ottoman Empire fell into civil strife, and its successor was never determined. Now, the Ottoman Empire began to rise, and a new Sultan Hurrem Sultan emerged. This name looks like a name from the Han Empire, but in fact, it is just a matter of translation. She is undoubtedly from the Western continent. The information Chu Tian can get from this name is that this is a female sultan. The birth of a female sultan in the Ottoman Empire was a bit unbelievable. At least Chu Tian couldn't imagine it. Who is Hurrem of the Ottoman Empire? Player or NPC? Chu Tian helped Yekaterina change her clothes, and he became curious about the female sultan of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Turkish Empire in Lords has a population of about 20 million. It cannot be compared with empires with huge populations such as the Han Empire and the Mughal Empire in India. But it is also a powerful civilization. At the same time, the Ottoman Turkish Empire and the Tsarist Russian Empire were also mortal enemies. Yes, the Russian Empire was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and its relations with its neighbors were incredibly poor. This is probably why Ekaterina cherishes Chu Tian as a reliable ally, and the two sides form an unbreakable alliance. Chu Tian believed that Catherine should know something about her enemy, the Ottoman Empire. If Catherine had not infiltrated the Ottoman Empire, Chu Tian would not believe it even to death. She is an NPC, a legendary hero, the beloved concubine of Suleiman the Magnificent, and one of the powerful people in the Ottoman Empire. After Suleiman the Magnificent was killed by you, she competed with the queen and prince for power. She can be called an outstanding person. She is a politician and Machiavellian who plays politics well. Why do you suddenly ask about her? Do you covet her beauty and want to possess this married woman? Yekaterina was originally answering Chu Tian's question, but the woman's vigilance made her think that Chu Tian wanted to kidnap Su Lim. How can anyone go all over the world to catch female legendary heroes? Look at the lord ranked 11th on the list. Hurrem is recognized by the system as the sultan. This shows that she has risen to power in the internal struggle and has become the new sultan after Suleiman the Magnificent. Alright? Chu Tian obtained information about Hurrem from Yekaterina and roughly understood the legendary hero Hurrem Sultan. She was equivalent to Wu Zetian or Xiao Chua in the Eastern Han Dynasty and had amazing political abilities. Not only the Eastern Han district, but also many civilized districts have strong female legendary heroes. Hurrem became the sultan? Ekaterina immediately checked the rankings and said to herself, has she already won the support of the Yanachari army? She is really a capable woman. Unexpectedly, she actually took charge of the empire as her favorite concubine. But the Ottoman Empire generally does not allow female sultans. She should have used her son to rise to power, and then killed the queen and prince. If that's true, she's really a terrible woman. Chu Tian found that Su Lim Sultan was indeed a bit scary. If such a person is in charge of the Ottoman Empire, I don't know where it will lead the Ottoman Empire. We'd better deal with Gustav. Chu Tian saw the rankings. Various Western lords sent hundreds of thousands of troops to gain points, and felt deeply that his points were insufficient. Chapter 681 Retreating Gustav. Outside St. Petersburg, the Nordic lion Gustav's army was besieging St. Petersburg. He was still enduring relatively inefficient trebuchets to bombard the city walls of St. Petersburg. If I had bronze cannon, St. Petersburg would have been captured by me. Gustav looked up at the towering walls of St. Petersburg. For a while, this solid fortress was really difficult to conquer with cold weapons. Olaf led the Umas regiment and cooperated with the trebuchets to storm St. Petersburg. The Viking berserkers of the Umas chapter scaled the city wall and went directly into berserk, causing heavy losses to the St. Petersburg defenders. The defenders of St. Petersburg could only rely on their numerical superiority to hold off the Vikings' Umas regiment, and the two sides fought on the city wall. On average, It takes 30 soldiers to kill a berserker from the Umas chapter. The commander in charge of the defense of St. Petersburg was the Grand Duke of Novgorod. He counted the casualties caused by the Viking berserkers of the Yums chapter to the defenders. After the berserkers of the Umas chapter enter a frenzy, the St. Petersburg defenders must eliminate them at all costs. Otherwise St. Petersburg may be breached. At least 300 Viking berserkers from the Umas chapter were killed during the siege, and tens of thousands of St. Petersburg defenders fell directly under the axes of the Viking berserkers. In order to repel the Viking hero Olaf, hundreds of St. Petersburg defenders were killed by Olaf alone. The defenders of St. Petersburg were able to hold on due to their numerical superiority. When a war eagle fell, the Iron Eagle scouts in St. Petersburg were left in advance and immediately informed the Grand Duke of Novgorod. The Golden Horde has been destroyed by His Highness the Great Grand Duke of Moscow. It is only a matter of time before we defeat Gustav, the Lion of the North. Reinforcements are about to arrive. If we hold on for a while, we can win. The Grand Duke of Novgorod summoned the garrison of St. Petersburg and announced to them that after Catherine's main army overthrew the Golden Horde, they had used the teleportation array to teleport some of their troops to a large city closest to St. Petersburg, and then marched toward St. Petersburg. When the defenders of St. Petersburg heard that the powerful enemy of the Golden Horde had finally been defeated, their morale was greatly boosted, and Catherine's prestige increased significantly. Because the morale of the St. Petersburg defenders increased, Gustav's attack on St. Petersburg did not go smoothly. It seems that the defenders of St. Petersburg have learned that the Golden Horde has been destroyed and their reinforcements are about to arrive. We have missed the opportunity. We lack bronze artillery. Gustav was keenly aware of the rising morale of the St. Petersburg defenders, and St. Petersburg must have realized something. At this time, the envoy of Attila, the leader of the Huns, had arrived. Bleda once again served as an envoy, representing Attila, to contact various allies or vassal princes. Gustav, Vytautas, and Temujin have been defeated and are discussing with our Majesty to march westward together. Our Majesty needs their abilities to defeat Alexander. Bleda met King Gustav of Sweden and Grand Duke Vytautas of Lithuania, who were attacking St. Petersburg. Attila needed their abilities. Even Alexander and Caesar were far inferior to Gustav when it came to firearms legions. Temujin failed too quickly. Gustav was very dissatisfied with the demise of the Golden Horde. St. Petersburg was clearly in front of him, but Gustav had no time to continue attacking St. Petersburg. There is a proverb in the East: one victory and one loss. The military strength is constant. The failure of the Golden Horde does not mean that we Huns will fail, as long as we help our Majesty defeat Alexander, Constantine, Hohenzollern, and other Western lords. We, your Majesty, will give you the rewards you want after victory, including land, population, gold and silver, and freedom. Is Attila's promise really credible? Grand Duke Vytautas' personal freedom was controlled by Attila. When he heard that Attila was willing to give him his freedom, he couldn't help but move. Vytautas' every move is now monitored by the Hunnic generals. Bleda said, Our Majesty will never break his promise to loot the spoils of the Kingdom of Macedonia and the Holy Roman Empire. We can even agree on the proportion of division. I need a second military expenditure to maintain the expenses of sending troops. Gustav asked the Hunnic Empire represented by Bleda for a second batch of military expenses. Bleda found that Gustav was similar to a mercenary and relied heavily on the gold and silver provided by the Huns. We will pay a price that satisfies you, as long as you defeat Alexander and the others. The gold you can get will be millions. Withdraw troops. After Gustav received a steady stream of military funds from the Hunnic Empire to maintain the Nordic army, he followed Attila's deployment and left a small group of soldiers to continue the siege. He bluffed and disabled the teleportation array in St. Petersburg. And then the army left St. Petersburg, retreated to Tallinn City, and used the fleet docked in Tallinn City to transport troops back to the royal city of the Kingdom of Sweden. One day I will capture St. Petersburg. Before leaving St. Petersburg, Gustav took one last look at the towering castle towers of St. Petersburg. If he could obtain the blueprints for manufacturing bronze cannons and greatly enhance his siege capabilities, then it would be possible to capture the fortress that Ekaterina had worked so hard to manage. Bronze artillery. No lord has yet obtained such a weapon for siege and field battle that is more convenient than the counterweight trebuchet. In Gustav's era, bronze cannons should be very popular. However, in Lords, bronze cannons require a special firearms unit to use this weapon. At the same time, special manufacturing drawings are required to produce bronze cannons, recognized by the system. The Nordic Legion seems to be retreating. the Grand Duke of Novgorod, who defended St. Petersburg, was selected as the commander-in-chief and also had certain abilities. Although Gustav left a small force to bluff, the Grand Duke of Novgorod noticed that Gustav began to retreat. Go out of the city and defeat them. Activate the teleportation array so that reinforcements can come over and pursue them. The Grand Duke of Novgorod possessed the fierceness of a fighting nation. He understood that Gustav had left part of his troops behind in order to force the teleportation array to fail so that Yekaterina could not teleport the main cavalry to pursue. So he immediately opened the city gate, personally command a group of Novgorod heavy infantry, and go out of the city to attack the Nordic legions left behind. The city gates of St. Petersburg opened, and thousands of Novgorod heavy infantry armed with spears and long-handled battle axes rushed out of St. Petersburg and attacked the camp of the Kingdom of Sweden. However, what Gustav left behind was not an ordinary legion, but the ferocious Umas Legion. When the Grand Duke of Novgorod saw Viking berserkers wearing Nordic helmets and wielding battle axes coming out of the camp, he couldn't help but regret going out of the city to attack the Nordic army behind them. Olaf personally led the troops to attack, throwing a flying axe from his waist to kill the enemy general. The Grand Duke of Novgorod saw his general being killed by Olaf with an axe. He couldn't help but feel frightened, and his voice trembled. Retreat to the city! Thousands of Novgorod heavy infantry were defeated by the berserkers of the Umas chapter led by Olaf and chased to the bottom of the city wall of St. Petersburg. The defenders used ballistae to kill more than a dozen Umas chapter. The Viking berserker. Olaf then left with his battle group. Not even Viking berserkers could withstand the attacks of ballistae or trebuchets head-on. This is also the key to St. Petersburg's defense. Olaf was a little unwilling. St. Petersburg was an insurmountable wall for his Umas chapter. 900 people died in the battle. The Grand Duke of Novgorod fled back to St. Petersburg and counted the number of people lost. The Novgorod heavy infantry, which was equipped with sophisticated armor, was killed and wounded in large numbers by the Umas battle group. The Grand Duke of Novgorod, who had been taught a lesson, did not dare to risk leaving the city and continued to defend St. Petersburg, patiently waiting for reinforcements to arrive. After making sure that Gustavus and Vytautas led the soldiers to leave, Olaf led the Yums regiment to retreat to the beach, pushed the Viking pirates leading warship into the sea, and rode back to northern Europe without any panic. Catherine and Chutian's cavalry arrived in St. Petersburg about 2 days later to relieve the siege of St. Petersburg. When reinforcements arrived, the Nordic army had completely left, leaving behind a messy village outside St. Petersburg. In the battle to defend St. Petersburg, there were a total of 20,000 soldiers and 30,000 militia casualties, and less than 10,000 enemies were killed. The Grand Duke of Novgorod ashamedly reported to Catherine the results of the defense of St. Petersburg. The ratio of casualties between the two sides was completely unbalanced. Although Gustav's legion is very small in number, as the Lion of the North, he only brings tens of thousands of people with him on each expedition, and no more than 100,000 at most. But they are all elite. Yekaterina knew that Gustav cherished the small population of the Kingdom of Sweden and basically followed the route of elite soldiers. It was impossible for him to have hundreds of thousands of troops, like the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Gustav's legions were all professional soldiers, mainly high-level soldiers, and their military expenditures were also high, so they repeatedly asked Attila for military expenditures. Yums chapter. Chutian cleared the battlefield outside St. Petersburg and found that many Novgorod heavy infantry died of axe wounds, which were somewhat similar to the injuries caused by Harald's Varangian guards. He had not yet engaged Gustav, who met with Attila's envoys and left St. Petersburg in time. According to the Grand Duke of Novgorod, Olaf's Umas chapter has at least 1,000 Viking berserkers, and their average rank seems to be lower than that of the Varangian guards. However, the garrison of St. Petersburg also killed 400 Viking berserkers. It is impossible to know how many Viking berserkers there are in the Umas chapter. It is said that the Viking Canute the Great who attacked England seems to have more warriors in the Umas chapter. Your Highnesses, King Alexander of Macedonia sent an envoy to invite your Highnesses to lead an army to attack the Hun Empire and capture Temujin and Attila alive. Not long after Chutian and Catherine rescued St. Petersburg, Alexander's envoy took the initiative to request that they join forces to eliminate Attila and gain points in the national war. Chapter 682 The Fall of Khitan. Alexander asked us to attack the Huns. Do we want to send troops? The target of the Huns' enemy is not us. Let Alexander and the others consume Attila first. Chutian was not a kind person. Alexander asked him for help, but he did not respond immediately, but patiently waited for Alexander and Attila to consume him. He had no friendship with Alexander. even if Alexander was defeated or even killed by Attila. It had nothing to do with Chu Tian. His only concern was points and dealing with Temujin's threat. My Grand Duchy also needs time to rest. Catherine, like Chu Tian, did not immediately support Alexander. The Kingdom of Macedonia occupies the Balkan Peninsula and will not be defeated so easily. It can also have back and forth with Attila. So Chu Tian and the others chose to rest and wait and see for a while before intervening in the battle between Alexander and Attila. At least to let Alexander and Attila bleed. At the same time, Chu Tian was not very willing to let Attila unify the Western continent. Attila and Temujin jointly ruled the Western continent and annexed various civilizations, which was also a disaster for the Eastern continent. The structure of the Western continent tends to be divided, but Temujin wants to expand his territory as much as possible. While resting in St. Petersburg, Chu Tian had 2 Chishua army talisman in his hand, and he was thinking about whom to use the Chishua army talisman. A Chishua army soldier talisman can recruit 2,500 Chishua army cavalry. The number is not large, and it is suitable for strong generals with high strength. They need to lead Chishua army cavalry for assault. In normal decisive battles, the Chishua army can use Chukian's bonus to the legions, but when the troops are divided, the generals of the Chishua army also need to have a certain ability to act independently. There are many powerful cavalry generals under Chu Tian, such as Shui Ergui, Zhao Yun, Yu Qigong, Shui Wanqie, Tai Shirzi, Fan Lihua, etc. However, most of the generals have exclusive military types. Using Chishua's military talisman will cover their original military types. Xie Shui's military talisman cannot be given to his subordinates at will. Once you regret it and withdraw the Chishua army soldier talisman, the troops that were originally covered by the generals will not come back, and it will damage the loyalty and favorability of your subordinates. The identity of the generals of the Chishua army cannot be changed at will. Even Temujin only reselected new generals of the Chishua army after the original general of the Chishua army was killed. Tai Shirzi and Shui Wanqie, or for Shui Ergui. Chu Tian gave priority to some generals who had high strength but did not have special arms, or whose special arms were not strong enough. Neither Tai Shirzi nor Shui Wanqie have special troops, but Shui Wanqie will either win or lose, and is not stable enough. Giving him a cowardly Shui Jun soldier talisman has advantages and disadvantages. Shui Ergui has 5,000 elite archers of the Tang dynasty, who are the 6th level archers. The 6th level archers are not that weak. Light cavalry and light infantry are generally of lower levels. Most of the higher level ones are heavy infantry and heavy cavalry because the latter have equipment advantages. Give Tai Shirzi a cowardly Shui Jun soldier talisman. Chu Tian considered that Tai Shirzi had been commanding the Huban army for him for a long time under his subordinates, and Tai Shirzi did not have a dedicated army, so he could recruit the Chishua army for Tai Shirzi. Tai Shirzi recruited Chishua's army, and in the end, Chu Tian still commanded it personally, only when he divided his troops to fight or chase. Tai Shirzi would command Chishua's army alone. Therefore, the cavalry that Chu Tian actually directly controlled included the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the Huban Army, the Qiushua Army, and the Xuanjiao Army. Each of the cavalry units had generals who were responsible for charging into the battle. There is also a Chishua Army soldier talisman. Chu Tian intended to give it to Shui Ergui, but it seems a pity to let Shui Ergui serve as the general of Chishua Army and lead 2,500 troops. Shui Ergui was in the White Robe Legion and commanded tens of thousands of cavalry. Chu Tian temporarily left Shui Jun's military talisman behind to see if there would be more suitable cavalry generals in the future. It is not easy to recruit 2,500 Shui troops for Tai Shirzi. The Chishua army has a special source of troops. The troops of the Chishua army must come from the Mongolian tribes, and they must be selected 1 out of 100. Temujin has re-recruited the Chishua army many times, consuming many excellent soldiers from the Mongolian tribes. The population of Mongolian tribes currently attached to Chu Tian is about 1 to 2 million. For a time, Chu Tian wanted to recruit 2,500 Chishua troops, but the source of troops was still a big problem. The specific matter of recruiting Chieshua's army was left to Chu Tian to Hara Helen. Halakoran is responsible for managing the Mongolian tribes, and there is a 10th level cavalry battalion established by Temujin there. In the Horkan grassland, Mingwan sent an army of 150,000 troops to attack. The Khitan cavalry fought with them and lost many times. A Liaodong cavalry group, led by Zhu Nung, marched straight in and plundered tens of thousands of people. Yelu Abaoji was forced to retreat westward with his cavalry and tribal population, trying to provoke a fight between the two princes and kings of the Han Empire. Lord, the Khitans are trying to leave the Horkan grassland. Zhu Dasho led a group of cavalry back and informed Mingguan of the whereabouts of King Yelu Abaoji of Liao. They want to be like Tuoba Xianbei, tossing between two forces and survive. There is no need to pay attention to King Xia's reaction. He is not in the Central Plains. Monan has not yet divided its sphere of influence. Go deep into Monan for 500 miles and kill Yelu Abaoji. Mingguan noticed Yelu Abaoji's intention and immediately personally commanded the light cavalry to pursue Yelu Abaoji. Chong Yuchen served as the vanguard, and the cavalry soldiers of the Liaodong army split up to encircle and suppress the remnants of the Liao kingdom. Although the Monan grassland is mainly Chutian's power, as Mingguan said, the two sides did not strictly divide the spheres of influence. In the vast Monan grassland, Chutian controls the main cities and pastures, but cannot completely control the entire grassland. King Yelu Abaoji of Liao lost a group of elite cavalry in Mubei, and was completely unable to withstand the offensive of the Liaodong army. Yelu Abaoji led hundreds of thousands of people to move westward, with Yelu Xioge and Yelu Xiezhen as the left and right cavalry to avoid the sharp edge of the Liaodong army. King Ming should not dare to pursue him here. As long as he goes to the Monan Dragon City area, there will definitely be a conflict between King Xia and King Ming. Yelu Abaoji speculated that as his cavalry approached Monan Longcheng, the Liaodong army would retreat in the face of difficulties. Your Majesty, the Liaodong cavalry appears from behind. To Yelu Abaoji's surprise, the Liaodong army not only did not retreat, but instead used the mobility of the cavalry to pursue them. The terrain faced by the Khitan tribe is different from that of Tuoba Xianbei. This is the Monan grassland, and there is no terrain to stop the Liaodong army's cavalry pursuit. Moreover, the Lord of Monan Dragon City may not dare to send troops to fight the Liaodong army for the Khitan tribe. From behind, the fierce General Chong Yuchen of the Liaodong army is chasing after him. I will personally command the cavalry to resist Chong Yuchen. Yelu Abaoji knew that no Khitan general could stop Chong Yuchen except himself, so he personally led the Pishi army to resist Chong Yuchen's attack. Behind the Pishi army, Chong Yuchen led the cavalry of the Liaodong army to appear and confront Yelu Abaoji. The other two groups of Khitan cavalry were also overtaken by the generals of the Liaodong army. Murong Ba's Xianbei cavalry confronted Brother Yelxiu. As a servant of the Liaodong army, the Xianbei cavalry was a formidable force in Murong Ba's hands. However, Murong Ba did not seem to have the intention to directly attack Brother Yelxiu. A Xianbei and a Khitan general faced each other and stood still for the time being. This is the Xianbei cavalry. Brother Yelxiu could tell the difference between the Xianbei cavalry and other Liaodong cavalry. He probably guessed that the commander of this cavalry was Murong Xianbei's fierce general Murong Ba. Brother Yelxiu simply went out to the battle, and under the protection of a group of soldiers, he shouted to Murong Ba, "Murong Ba, we are all just trying to survive for our respective tribes. There is no need to fight to the death." Murong Ba's eyes were stern, and he was also sizing up Brother Yelxiu. "You and I are in different camps, so we will definitely live and die." Brother Yelxiu had a hard time seeing through Murong Ba's thoughts. If Murong Ba really planned to fight to the death, Murong Xianbei's cavalry would have already launched an attack on the Khitan cavalry instead of maintaining a confrontation. On the other side, Lan Yu, a general under Mingguan, was transferred by Mingguan to attack the Khitan cavalry. Lan Yu was also a fierce cavalry general under Mingguan's command. In order to gain military exploits, he immediately attacked Yel Xiezhen without saying a word. Yel Xiezhen's Khitan cavalry was defeated after several hours of fierce fighting. Lan Yu fought with blood, his armor stained red with blood, and defeated Yelu Xiezhen, making Yelu Xiezhen taste the taste of defeat again. Under Xiao Chu's command, there were two commanders, Yelu Xioge and Yelu Xiezhen, with Xiao Taolin as the vanguard general. However, Yelu Xiezhen lacked elite soldiers and encountered Lan Yu, the general who guarded the Heilongjiang River basin for Mingguan. So he had no choice but to die. Escape. A fierce battle broke out between the two vassal kings, Yelu Abaoji and Mingguan. With their cavalry, Yelu Abaoji was attacked by Chong Yuchen's fierce cavalry from the front, while Mingguan pressed the formation from behind, causing Jin Wushu and Zhu Dasho to make detours, flanking Yelu Abaoji. The Pishi army of the Liao kingdom, Yelu Abaoji's elite unit, suffered a rapid increase in casualties under the attack of the Liaodong army. The most elite personal guards around Yelu Abaoji also began to collapse. Seeing the Liaodong cavalry attacking from all directions, Xiao Siwen shouted anxiously, Your Majesty, the Liaodong army is powerful and cannot be attacked. Let's retreat quickly. Back off. Yalu Abaoji was held back by Chang Yuchen. Knowing that there was no hope of leaving with the tribe's people, he had no choice but to abandon them and break out. During the melee of the breakout, the number of casualties of the Pishi army rose sharply. Yalu Abaoji and Xiao Siwen, with hundreds of Pishi army cavalry, still managed to break through the siege. The rest of the Khitan cavalry were all defeated and fled to their deaths. If my little girl were here, maybe it wouldn't be like this. Xiao Siwen thought of his daughter Xiao Chua. Xiao Chua and Xiao Talon were captured by King Xia of the Han Empire. If they were here, maybe the Khitan tribe would have a better choice for their migration route. Unfortunately, there is no if. General, there are Khitan cavalry ahead. Finally go around to the rear and kill the enemy general. Zhu Ning, the cavalry general of the Liaodong army, led 3,000 cavalry to circle back, intercept Yalu Abaoji, and kill Yalu Abaoji. No! Yalu Abaoji realized that Zhu Ning was intercepting him, so he had no choice but to break out. And a war broke out between the two sides again. The Khitan cavalry and the Liaodong cavalry fought to the death. Although Yalu Abaoji's Pishi army was a high-level cavalry, he only had a few hundred remnants left and their morale was low. However, Zhu Ning's cavalry had high morale and charged directly at Yalu Abaoji. Zhu Ning himself went straight to Yalu Abaoji. As the elite cavalry of Yalu Abaoji, the Pishi army is still making breakthroughs. His Majesty! When the Pishi army had only 200 cavalry left and was about to break through the siege, Xiao Siwen witnessed Yalu Abaoji being killed by Zhu Ning in the battle. The founding emperor of the Liao kingdom was chased for hundreds of miles by the Liaodong army and died in the battle. Chapter 683 The Remnants of the Khitan. His Majesty was killed by Zhu Ning, a general of the Liaodong army. Liao army general Xiao Siwen fled with less than 100 Pishi army cavalry in the melee. Not long ago, he saw with his own eyes that the seriously injured Yalu Abaoji was pierced by the spear of Zhu Ning, a general of the Ming dynasty, died on the battlefield. As the founding emperor of the Liao kingdom, Yalu Abaoji had amazing abilities. He was beaten by many generals of the Liaodong army, but he was still defeated. Since Zhu Ning was focused on killing Yalu Abaoji, Xiao Siwen instead led a small group of Pishi army cavalry to escape. If he wasn't worried about his daughter Xiao Chua, he might have chosen to die in battle. The cavalry of the Liaodong army were still sweeping away the Khitan tribe and plundering the Khitan tribe's population as much as possible. Xiao Siwen ran for 500 miles in one breath before getting rid of the pursuit of the Liaodong army's cavalry. The number of Xiao Siwen's cavalry was too small, less than 100. The Liaodong army, which was busy plundering the Khitan tribe, did not pay attention to Xiao Siwen at all. Moreover, Xiao Siwen's own abilities were relatively average, and he was not the target of Mingguan's key attack. Xiao Siwen reunited with the fleeing brother Yelxiu. To Xiao Siwen's surprise, brother Yelxiu's cavalry did not suffer much loss. He saved about 10,000 to 20,000 cavalry, as well as a group of tribal people. His Majesty died in battle. Brother Yeluxiu and Murong Ba circled away, originally wanting to meet up with Yalu Abaoji. But when he met Xiao Siwen, he learned about Yalu Abaoji's death. For a group of Khitan generals, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Without Yalu Abaoji, the Khitan tribe was suddenly leaderless. Yeluxiu, I don't know if he is still alive. Brother Yeluxiu and Xiao Siwen sent a large number of scout cavalry to prevent further pursuit by the Liaodong army, while waiting for other Khitan generals to join up. After the battles in Mobei and Horkin grasslands, the Khitan power has become weaker and weaker, and there may only be tens of thousands of real Khitans left. As long as a tribe of tens of thousands of people is open to intermarriage, it will soon be assimilated by other civilizations. Brother Yeluxiu and Xiao Siwen waited for a day before the Khitan rangers found the seriously injured Yeluxiu. Yeluxiu was seriously injured by the Liaodong army in the battle with Lan Yu and was dying. We should not provoke the Liaodong army. Their cavalry is difficult to defeat. Yeluxiu regretted not leaving Horkin grassland earlier. Otherwise the Khitan tribe would not have encountered such a crisis. It seems they don't dare to pursue us anymore. Xiao Siwen felt relieved when he was sure that the Liaodong army would not continue to pursue him. Why did the Liaodong army stop chasing us? Brother Yelxiu still has some troops here, according to the practice of the Liaodong army to kill them all. They should be chasing them non-stop. So Brother Yeluxiu is a little confused. After the Liaodong army swept through hundreds of miles of grassland, they plundered hundreds of thousands of tribal people, most of whom were from the Fuyu tribe. There are also many Xianbei tribes in Horkin grassland. Juan Inaguda. He has become active again recently. reconquering and plundering nearby tribes. Juan and Aguda is a difficult enemy. If we go back home and continue deep into Monan, we might really have a conflict with Chu Zamuzi's local legion. Mingwan weighed the gains and losses, and finally ignored some of the escaped Khitan generals and cavalry, leaving Lan Yu to rule the Horkan grassland, raise livestock in the local area, and conquer the local Xianbei tribe. Horkan grassland is closer to Mingwan's sphere of influence. A very important reason for Mingwan's crusade against Yalua Baoji is that it may not mean to occupy Horkan grassland, Yurhai and other pastures. After achieving his goal, Mingwan turned back to deal with Wan Yanaguda. Lord, this is the military talisman of Yalua Baoji's imperial army. The cavalry commander Zhu Ning will obtain the military talisman from Yalua Bao's aircraft and present it to Mingwan. Mingwan took the military talisman and found that the word, Pishi, was engraved on it, and his eyes changed. I didn't expect Yalua Baoji's Pishi army to have military talismans. Could it be that other civilizations that came to have similar military talismans? Yalua Baoji made me suffer a lot. Even the city of Liaodong was almost captured by Yalua Baoji, and this Pishi army made a huge contribution. The Pishi army is under your command. Mingwan threw this soldier talisman to Lan Yu, allowing Lan Yu to have the Pishi army as a special unit. The Liaodong army left, while Lan Yu recruited the Pishi army in the Horkan grassland to continue wiping out the remaining forces of the Liao kingdom. Wan Yanaguda was in the Heilongjiang River basin at this time. He learned that Mingwan was going to attack Yalua Baoji, so he conquered a group of tribes. Next to Wan Yanaguda, there was another cavalry group following Wan Yanaguda, and together with him, he conquered the surrounding tribes. Yalua Baoji cannot be Mingwan's opponent. He will most likely die under Mingwan's army offensive. Wan Yanagu inquired and explained that Guanzhong had sent 150,000 elite troops to attack the Horkan grassland, and the result could already be foreseen. In St. Petersburg, Chu Tian was a little surprised to learn that Yalua Baoji was killed in Mingwan's thunderous offensive. Mingwan took action very quickly, and directly used cavalry to eliminate the Khitan tribe. If there are survivors in the Khitan tribe, you can consider incorporating them into the servant army. Chu Tian was thinking about what benefits he could get from it. The Khitan tribe was destroyed, and Chu Tian was unable to contain it for a while. But he could absorb a group of remnants and incorporate them into Xiao Chua's army. My father is still in Horkan grassland. I wonder if something is wrong with him. Xiao Chua came to Chu Tian uneasily and asked for news about Xiao Siwen. Even though she has some brains, it doesn't mean that she can speculate on her father's safety without knowing the information. At this time, I could only come to Chu Tian to ask for help. Everyone in the Liao kingdom has been scattered. Everyone's life or death is uncertain, and I don't know either. Chu Tian explained the situation truthfully. Xiao Chua stared at Chu Tian, knowing that he had not deceived him, and could only wait patiently for any news about the remnants of the Liao kingdom. Chu Tian's current attention is still on eliminating the threat of Temujin. Temujin became a guest in the Hungarian Empire, and Attila wanted to rely on Temujin's power to defeat Alexander and Caesar. Chu Tian was a little worried about this situation. Once Attila and Temujin succeed, annex the civilization, heroes, and arms of the Western continent, and they become enemies with Chu Tian and Ekaterina, they will definitely become formidable enemies in the future. Unifying the Western continent and then annexing Central Asia and West Asia will create a behemoth with a larger population than the Han Empire. Therefore, this threat must be completely resolved, and it is best not to have a civilization capable of unifying the Western continent. Alexander is already at war with Attila. Chu Tian saw that Alexander's points began to rise, indicating that he was fighting Attila again. Chu Tian can deduce some valuable information from the rankings. The points of Alexander and Caesar are rising, which means that their legions are fighting against the legions of the Hunnic Empire. Chu Tian is still waiting for Alexander, Caesar and others to fight. At least hundreds of thousands of people will die in the two camps before Chu Tian considers his fate. You don't have to worry too much about Xiao Siwen. I have sent people to gather the remaining Khitan troops. If they are willing to surrender, we can take them in. Knowing that the Liao kingdom was completely destroyed, in order to appease Xiao Chua's emotions, Chu Tian asked Lu Hu of Mon and Longcheng to send people to gather the remnants of the Khitan. With the poor remaining population and cultural influence of the Khitan, they will soon be assimilated and disappear into history. Thank you, sir. Xiao Chua knew that the Liao kingdom was doomed, and he could only rely on Chu Tian to hold a high position in the future. Chu Tian found that Xiao Chua's loyalty had increased by 3 or 4 points. It was indeed very realistic. With no way out, Xiao Chua was more willing to integrate into Chu Tian's forces. Attila is starting to fight back. When Xiaochua asked to see Chu Tian, Ekaterina came in, glanced at Xiaochua, and then informed Chu Tian of Attila's actions in the Hunnic Empire. Xiaochua was also somewhat wary of Ekaterina. Both of them were shrewd people, and were wary of each other. Xiaochua knew that Ekaterina had a son whose status was higher in Chu Tian's mind. If he wanted to get to the top of Chu Tian's power, he could not offend Ekaterina. How did Attila march? Chu Tian was more concerned about the march route of Attila. The whip of God. Attila united with Temujin and launched a massive counterattack. If they were not careful, they would have the opportunity to unify the western continent. Ekaterina's face was solemn. Attila and Temujin gathered a large army to raid the Kingdom of Hungary, hoping to cut off the reinforcements between the Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Macedonia. The Kingdom of Hungary? That should be the territory of the Archduke of Austria. His territory and military strength may be destroyed in this war. Chu Tian looked at the map. The player Lord Ferdinand has occupied the Principality of Austria, the Kingdom of Hungary and other areas. The population in the territory is about 10 million people. In Hungary, hundreds of thousands, or even 200,000 troops can be assembled. Chu Tian originally wanted to consume Alexander's troops, but he did not expect that the Kingdom of Hungary would become Attila's target. Attila obviously wanted to pick on the weak, and at the same time bring Alexander, Caesar, Constantine, Hohenzollern and others into his own rhythm, and then defeat them. Maybe even Alexander, Caesar and others were stunned. Temujin was driven from Eastern Europe to Central Europe by Chu Tian and Catherine, and was actively cooperating with Attila to launch a surprise attack on the Kingdom of Hungary. If Ferdinand and Alexander are defeated and their tribes are annexed by Attila, it doesn't seem to be a good thing for us. If necessary, we will intervene in their war. Faced with this situation, Chu Tian continued to wait and see. He had a premonition that the two camps, with more than 2 million troops, would raise the fighting place to the ground. The terrifying number of troops was enough to make it difficult for the Kingdom of Hungary to bear its food consumption. Coupled with Attila and Temujin's looting of villages and towns along the way, the Kingdom of Hungary's territory would definitely be destroyed. The German Lord Hohenzollern, the Macedonian Alexander, and other legions may not engage in plunder. After all, plundering can reduce the pressure on food and grass. Chapter 684. Surprise attack on Hungary. Attila. His goal is Hungary, and he sent 500,000 cavalry. Alexander joined forces with the three giants of Rome and was fighting Attila's cavalry at the border, but suddenly received information that the scouts had risked their lives to send them back. Regardless of Alexander or the Roman Big Three, the most sophisticated legions were infantry, but the number of cavalry was not as good as that of the Huns, and they were relatively passive. Therefore, Alexander dragged Hohenzollern, who had many knights, and Ferdinand, who had many Hungarian hussars, into the war with the Hungarian Empire. When Attila's front suddenly turned into the Kingdom of Hungary, the Macedonian Legion and the Roman Legion, which were pulled by Attila's cavalry, were in a dilemma. Alexander asked the scribe Eumenes, "Can we get accurate information about whether it was Attila himself or Temujin who made a surprise attack on Hungary?" Eumenes' expression was calm. "The Hungarian Empire has begun to completely block the news. All cities are under martial law. The Hungarian cavalry units are out all year round, and their whereabouts are uncertain. But there is a high probability that Temujin and Subotai will lead the cavalry to attack Hungary. The Archduke of Austria leading troops to invade the Kingdom of Poland. The Kingdom of Hungary will have no defense, and may not be able to resist Temujin's offensive, and will be defeated soon. The Hungarian Empire's occupation of Hungary will cut off the Holy Roman Empire and our Kingdom of Macedonia, forming a semi-encirclement of our Kingdom of Macedonia. Is Attila planning to fight to the death with us in Hungary?" Alexander was weighing whether to attack the Hungarian capital or go to the aid of the Kingdom of Hungary. "Seleucids, tell me what you think." Alexander looked at Seleucus, the captain of the Shield Guard, the founder of the Seleucid Empire. At the same time, Seleucus was also a rare general under Alexander's command, who had a war elephant unit. Seleucus, like the other generals of Alexander, was very young at this time, and could still fight for decades. He was also one of the generals of Alexander's king's army. Seleucus had not shown much ambition in front of Alexander, just as Timur did not dare to rebel in front of Temujin. A strong and ambitious man will have to surrender when he encounters a stronger one. Seleucus, as the captain of Alexander's shield-bearing guard and a hero who established an empire, thought for a moment. If Attila is determined to fight the king in the Kingdom of Hungary, wouldn't it be in line with the king's will? Indeed, Attila's light cavalry is wandering around. If he fights me head-on, he will definitely lose. I originally wanted to invite the King of the East and the Grand Duke of St. Petersburg. They have excellent light cavalry generals and a large number of light cavalry. Together we can easily defeat Attila. Alexander dismounted, and the shield-bearing guards and silver shield soldiers immediately formed a formation to protect Alexander from Attila's cavalry attack. Although the Kingdom of Macedonia, which is famous for its infantry, also has cavalry units such as companion cavalry. The cavalry is still at a disadvantage when facing the Huns Empire with cavalry characteristics and Temujin, who was at the peak of his cavalry in the cold weapon period. Yumin said, "King, the lords in the east have been reluctant to send troops and have not refused our request. They probably want to sit back and watch and consume our troops." Your guess is very correct. This is the strategy of the eastern lords. If I were in their position, the decision I would make would be exactly the same as theirs. Inform the three giants of Rome to contain Attila with one force. We go to Hungary and force Attila into a decisive battle. After consideration, Alexander chose to fight against the invading Attila and Temujin in the Kingdom of Hungary. Attila and Temujin seemed to want to fight a decisive battle with the Western Allied forces in the Kingdom of Hungary, take over the Kingdom of Hungary, block the offensive from Germany and Austria, and then destroy the Kingdom of Macedonia from two directions. The situation of the Kingdom of Macedonia was quite dangerous. Alexander left a commander and more than 10 generals to lead 100,000 Macedonian soldiers to guard the northeastern border of the Kingdom of Macedonia, while he himself led a personal expedition to rescue the Kingdom of Hungary. The Macedonian phalanx composed of silver shield soldiers, shield-bearing guards, companion infantry, and companion cavalry changed its marching route to the direction of the Kingdom of Hungary. Among the Macedonian army, there is also an extremely conspicuous army, the War Elephant Legion, consisting of 500 war elephants. Tall war elephants can have a shocking effect on unprepared cavalry legions on the battlefield, making war horses fear and retreat. Seleucus gained the king's favor with his army of war elephants, and the king even gave him the command of the shield-bearing guards. The Macedonian general Antigonus was jealous of Seleucus's war elephants. He only had one eye left, and his eyeballs had a trace of blood caused by long-term lack of sleep. Seleucus's status was originally inferior to him, but Seleucus was able to recruit special war elephants and his status in the Kingdom of Macedonia rose steadily. Seleucus was only a second-level general, and now he has become the first-level general, which is Alexander's court general level. Anticus, how many men are left in your legion? A Macedonian general came on horseback and asked Antigonus. The pupil of Antigonus' only remaining eye shrank. The person who came to ask him was Alexander's best friend and the commander of the companion cavalry, Hephaestion. Hephaestion's appearance is somewhat handsome, and his status is among Alexander's generals. He can be ranked at the front. Otherwise, he would not be appointed by Alexander as the important commander of the companion cavalry. Antigonus would be jealous of Seleucus, who was rapidly rising in status. But he was not jealous of Hephaestion, because Hephaestion's position in Alexander's heart was irreplaceable. Unless Hephaestion died in battle or died of illness, Alexander would consider letting the next general he trusted to serve as the commander of the companion cavalry. Antigonus said, "There are still 40,000 men in my legion." Hephaestion nodded. "In the battle for the Kingdom of Hungary, the king plans to appoint you as the vanguard." When Antigonus was ruling Alexander, he did not dare to have any intention of rebellion. The king's army must be invincible. Attila uses offense as defense, which is beyond my expectation. There are several teleportation arrays in the Kingdom of Hungary. We can use the teleportation array to go to the Kingdom of Hungary as soon as possible and defeat Attila and Temujin. Last time we suffered a loss from Temujin, and Crassus was captured by Temujin. This time, we want to avenge our shame and avenge the Roman legion's eagle flag being captured by Temujin. Caesar received the information conveyed by Alexander, and after consultation with Constantine and Pompey, each commanded an army of 70,000, joined forces with Alexander, and marched towards the Kingdom of Hungary. Why did Attila choose to attack the Kingdom of Hungary? Does he want to open up a new battlefield and change from passive to active? Constantine was guessing Attila's intentions, although he had some suspicions that Attila had ulterior motives in transforming the battlefield into the Kingdom of Hungary. His allies had already chosen to gather in the Kingdom of Hungary, so they had no choice but to follow. Kingdom of Hungary. When Archduke Ferdinand of Austria learned that Attila suddenly changed his goal to attack the Kingdom of Hungary, which was the territory he controlled, his expression changed and he immediately withdrew his troops and returned to defend the kingdom of Hungary. Ferdinand. His territory was attacked by Attila. The Teutonic Knights of the German Lord Hohenzollern were fighting with the Polish Hussars. The battle flags were flying on the Pod Plain. Teams of Teutonic Knights charged at the Polish Hussars, and the Polish Hussars bravely fought back, without giving in. The Polish cavalry also had a lot of grudges with the Teutonic Knights. The battle between the two sides lasted for a day. Under the fierce counterattack of the Polish Hussars, the Teutonic Knights' offensive was blocked, and the outcome was still in doubt. Hohenzollern received the news that Attila suddenly turned to fight against the Kingdom of Hungary. He was stunned for a while, and decided to withdraw. The Teutonic Knights have retreated. The King of Poland saw the Teutonic Knights and the German Prince's coalition forces leaving like a tide, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Hohenzollern has a population of more than 30 million, 3 times more than the Kingdom of Poland. It is too much pressure for the Kingdom of Poland to block the coalition of German princes and the Teutonic Knights. His Majesty Attila asks you to lead the Hussars and fight against the Kingdom of Hungary. Just as the Polish king breathed a sigh of relief, Attila's envoy immediately asked the Polish king to go to the Kingdom of Hungary to participate in the war. The King of Poland was livid. He had to obey Attila's orders. Moreover, the relationship between the Kingdom of Poland, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and the Holy Roman Empire was not very good. If the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Holy Roman Empire win, the Kingdom of Poland is likely to be divided. I will personally command the Polish Hussars and go to the Kingdom of Hungary. Weighing the future of the kingdom, the King of Poland was still forced to stand in Attila's camp and use barbarian civilization to weaken the strength of his powerful enemies, the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Holy Roman Empire. Otherwise, even if there is no civil strife in the Western continent, the future Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth will be caught between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Holy Roman Empire and eventually be divided. All the Western lords were suddenly targeted, transformed into the Kingdom of Hungary. Attila's main force has never had a decisive battle with the Empire of the Western continent. His main force suddenly appeared in the Kingdom of Hungary and captured more than 30 cities in 7 days. Half of the Kingdom of Hungary fell, which shocked the entire Western continent. In order to quickly capture the city and territory, Temujin specially borrowed a siege-type military commander from the Ilkhanate to speed up the occupation of the Kingdom of Hungary. Even Alexander, Ferdinand and others could not imagine Temujin's siege speed so fast. The Hungarian kingdom's defenders were retreating steadily, and more defenders surrendered directly when they saw the front of the Mongolian cavalry. Temujin was defeated many times, but he still had so many generals. His Khanate could also produce many heroes. Attila saw that Temujin could mobilize military generals from the Ilkhanate, and was surprised by the number of military generals Temujin had in each Khanate. Chapter 685 The Fall of the Kingdom. The many passes of the Carpathian Mountains were littered with corpses. The flag of the Kingdom of Hungary fell to the ground, trampled by Subutiai's boots and covered with mud. The Hungarian Kingdom Guard slumped on the ground, stepped back, and looked up desperately at the group of conquerors from the east. Only by actually fighting Temujin and Subutai will you know how terrifying they are. The coalition of Western lords was originally on the offensive against the Hungarian Empire. Austrian Archduke Ferdinand deployed insufficient troops in the Carpathian Mountains, which served as a barrier to the Kingdom of Hungary. When they reacted, the Mongolian cavalry had already broken through several mountains in the Carpathian Mountains. Fortress, thousands of Hungarian soldiers died. Temujin, Subutai, and Timur received a group of troops from the Hungarian Empire as supplies and served as the main force in attacking the Kingdom of Hungary. The Kingdom of Hungary, with a population of only a few million, is not considered a powerful civilization in lords, and is also ruled by the Archduke of Austria. In the face of the eastern conquerors, the Hungarian defenders were vulnerable. Subutai picked up the Hungarian garrison, who had fallen on the ground. How many garrison troops are there in Budapest and Vienna? The Hungarian guard general's forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of beans, flowing down his cheeks, and his teeth were trembling. These are all secrets. I can't possibly tell you. Then you will only die, and you will be quartered on 5 horses. Subutai waved his hand, and a group of Mongolian cavalry put a rope around the guard's neck. The Hungarian garrison was even more nervous, facing the terrible torture. His legs could no longer stand up. Budapest only has 30,000 soldiers. As for the Austrian city of Vienna, there may be more soldiers. I don't know how many there are specifically. Very good. From now on, you are our servant general. You have betrayed your country. Your lord will not let you go easily. Once you fall into his hands, Your fate will be worse than being quartered. It will be 10 times more miserable. Next, command your soldiers and lead the way for us to capture Budapest. Subutáy's march was extremely fast. After capturing the pass of the Carpathian Mountains by surprise, he drove the Hungarian surrender troops from the Carpathian Mountains as a servant army and marched towards Budapest, the royal city of the Kingdom of Hungary. The terrifying thing about the nomadic empire is its ability to drive out the servant army, quickly growing its own army like a snowball. This method of military expansion also has disadvantages. That is, the arms are complex, and the servant army cannot guarantee absolute loyalty. After their troops were damaged, Temujin and Subutáy no longer considered the loyalty of their servants. Only Temujin could expand their troops as quickly as possible, sweep across the entire western continent, destroy the original empire, and establish a new Mongol empire. Really the first question. Although Attila lent me some of his servant armies, he still doesn't trust me enough. The generals of each servant army are still his cronies, and he can take back control of the legions at any time. We must do this time, possessing their own territory in the campaign of conquest sweeping across the western continent. Temujin and Jede broke through the Carpathian Mountains defense line from another direction, entered the hinterland of the Kingdom of Hungary, and divided their forces with Subutáy, and went straight to Budapest, the capital of the Kingdom of Hungary. The Mongolian cavalry and the Huns cavalry have broken through the Carpathian Mountains, less than 100 kilometers away from Budapest. The defenders who had fled from the Carpathian Mountains brought back the bad news that the Mongolian cavalry and the Huns cavalry were marching in. The defenders of the King's Palace of Hungary were panicked, because the teleportation array could only transport a limited number of people every day and was used to mobilize troops. Players and civilians were unable to use Budapest's teleportation array, and Budapest fell into chaos. Tens of thousands of players and civilians escaped from this abandoned city that might be massacred. Now even the defenders of the Kingdom of Hungary no longer wanted to defend Budapest, but began to retreat toward Vienna. The Grand Duchy of Austria belongs to the Holy Roman Empire, and Vienna is the capital of the Grand Duchy of Austria and the shield of Europe. The Hungarian garrison was defeated at an unimaginable speed. Originally, the lords of the Kingdom of Macedonia, Rome, and Germany planned to send their troops directly to Budapest, but it was too late. The Mongolian cavalry launched a surprise attack and headed straight for Budapest in just 7 days. There was no time for the Western lords to deploy their troops. Vienna! Move to Vienna! Archduke Ferdinand of Austria heard that the Kingdom of Hungary was rapidly collapsing due to Temujin and Subutáy's surprise attack. He couldn't help but became furious and moved to defend Vienna, which he ran, if he had to. He was unwilling to bring the war to prosperous Vienna, which would weaken his national power. However, the Mongolian cavalry's attack speed was too fast for him to imagine. Therefore, Ferdinand had no choice but to defend Vienna, a proud and fortified city. At this time, Alexander of the Kingdom of Macedonia also speeded up and personally commanded elite regiments such as companion cavalry, silver shields, Spartans, and war elephants, and teleported them to Vienna. Archduke Ferdinand of Austria, who attacked part of the Kingdom of Bohemia occupied by the Hungarian Empire, returned to Vienna as soon as he learned that the Kingdom of Hungary had fallen. His face was ashen. We still underestimated the speed of the Eastern cavalry. They rarely pay attention to frontal combat, but emphasize the importance of soldiers and speed. We rarely face such an opponent, and we have suffered a lot. Ferdinand knew where his mistakes were. His defense of the Carpathians was too loose. Secondly, he did not expect that the Kingdom of Hungary would collapse all of a sudden. Finally, there is the terrifying advancing speed of the Mongolian cavalry. The territories he occupied were mainly parts of the Grand Duchy of Austria, the Kingdom of Hungary, and the Kingdom of Bohemia. Now that the Kingdom of Hungary has fallen, its strength has been damaged. If Temujin is allowed to occupy Hungary, Austria, and Bohemia, you can't imagine the consequences. He and Attila can join forces to unify the entire Europe. It's just a matter of time. Ferdinand sent a warning to Alexander, who was also located in the western continent, hoping to obtain Alexander's generous and selfless help. Ferdinand, calm down. Our Holy Roman Empire will not be defeated so easily by Attila and Temujin. What's more, France, Spain, and England have not yet entered the war. A familiar voice sounded, and the German Lord Hohenzollern appeared with a sword mark on his face. Behind him were a group of German princes and generals from the Teutonic Knights and the Knights of the Sword. It was rare for Hohenzollern to see the Archduke of Austria showing such a panic expression. It was probably the fall of the Kingdom of Hungary that hit Ferdinand. The territory occupied by Temujin is not your territory. So of course you are not in a hurry. Ferdinand knew that Hohenzollern was not just content with uniting the German princes, but also wanted to annex Austria and make the Holy Roman Empire great again. The Holy Roman Empire was once the hegemon of Europe in the Middle Ages, and even the Pope did not pay attention to it. Now is not the time for arguments. The Roman triumvirate arrives, followed by a group of Roman soldiers. Constantine looked at Hohenzollern and Ferdinand and knew that there was some conflict between them. Rome was originally not very willing to send troops to defend Vienna, but once Vienna was captured by the Hungarian Empire, it would be really detrimental to other civilizations in the entire Western continent. Lords at this level, especially player lords, all know this truth. Ferdinand gave up the quarrel with Hohenzollern. According to the astonishing speed of the Mongolian cavalry, the main force can arrive at the gates of Vienna in less than 20 days. Its vanguard cavalry travels day and night. In the world of lords, it only takes 10 days. We can reach Austria from Budapest. During this period, we can only gather 200,000 troops. Therefore, we must defeat its vanguard and ensure that reinforcements from various places continue to arrive in Vienna. Alexander said solemnly. For the sake of fairness, we each send a force to stop the siege outside Vienna. It would be great if we in Vienna had winters like those in Moscow. Damn it! Ferdinand had a headache when he thought about the extremely difficult offensive and defensive battle in Vienna that might follow. Although the cold winter is approaching, the cold winter in Vienna will not put any pressure on the Mongolian cavalry and the Huns cavalry, who have adapted to the cold weather. The war that was originally scheduled to break out in the Kingdom of Hungary went bankrupt because the cavalry regiments of Temujin and Subutai advanced too fast. The coalition of Western lords had to choose to stop the coalition forces of Attila and Temujin in Vienna. In just a short period of time, the situation in the Western continent has changed, and unexpected events have occurred again and again. The Grand Duchy of Moscow was defeated first and then won, successfully destroying the Golden Horde. The demise of the Golden Horde caused a chain reaction in the Western continent. Some of the remnants of the original Golden Horde fled to the Seljuk Empire, and some fled to the Hun Empire. Temujin and Attila formally joined forces, led by Attila, restrained the infantry of Alexander and Rome head-on. Temujin and Subutai led the cavalry to make a lightning raid on the Kingdom of Hungary, causing the Kingdom of Hungary to rapidly collapse and then be occupied. The city of Budapest collapsed without a fight and was easily breached by Subutai. The teleportation array in Budapest became a stronghold for Attila to mobilize his troops. Among the Western lords, Alexander's ability ranked first among the heroes of Western civilization, and he had several king-level generals who were regarded by Attila as their #1 enemy. The three giants of Rome were in charge of 22 Roman legions and a large number of servants. There were so many Roman civilized commanders that they were not easy to deal with. The Hohenzollern represents the interests of the German princes and knights. The German civilization is rich in martial arts and has a population of 30 million. It is actually a difficult enemy. Therefore, Attila targeted the Austrian Archduke, who had a population of 10 million and was relatively weak, and successfully achieved a breakthrough. During the decisive battle between Attila, Temujin and the Western lords, the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the east was officially promoted to the Tsarist Empire. The Senate appointed Ekaterina as the first Tsar, thus saving the Chu state in Moscow. Tian became a prince of the Russian Empire. Chapter 686, the establishment of the Russian Empire. In the cold winter of the 9th year of the Lord's calendar, in St. Petersburg, the first Tsar Catherine came to the throne. She destroyed the Golden Horde, and her military exploits were already higher than those of many Russian Grand Dukes. The Senate could not grant Catherine a new crown and name with a high title. He simply promoted the Grand Duchy of Moscow to the Tsarist Empire and allowed Catherine to be crowned Tsar. According to the order of the Holy Father, I proclaimed my accession to the throne and became the great Tsar and Grand Duke of all Russia. The divided feudal aristocratic regime of the past many years has come to an end. From today on, the principalities of all Russia need to be unified. Catherine holds a scepter and a small incense burner, representing her supreme power among the Grand Dukes of Russia. There was silence in the temple. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is the most powerful principality among all the Russian principalities. When it becomes strong enough, it will naturally expand its territory, annex other principalities, and establish a large empire. Compared with the feudal and separatist Western European civilization, the Grand Duchy of Moscow is more like an Eastern civilization and is constantly expanding its territory. For them, the Grand Duchy of Moscow unified all of Russia. which was equivalent to Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 6 countries. And its significance is not difficult to imagine. And the Lord. Although Ekaterina suffered heavy losses in the national war, she also took this opportunity to increase her prestige, and became the supreme one among all the Russian Grand Dukes, leaving other Grand Dukes behind. And of course, became the first Tsar. The establishment of the Tsarist Empire meant that Catherine became the European military police, monitoring every move in the Western continent. The surrounding civilizations would only become more wary of the Tsarist Empire. But Catherine didn't care about the powerful enemies around her. As an empire, the Russian Empire already had the ability to be on an equal footing with other empires. After the destruction of the Golden Horde, and the recovery of the population of the Golden Horde, the current Tsarist Russian Empire has a population of 40 million. In an era dominated by cold weapons, this is already an astonishing number. Ekaterina looked around at the hundreds of generals and nobles who held military power below, and then looked at Chu Tian. Her eyes seemed to be asking whether Chu Tian, as the only prince of the Tsarist Russian Empire, wanted to go up and give a speech. Chu Tian shook his head inadvertently. As the Tsar's husband, this status is naturally very satisfying. But he is not so dominant that he needs to gain a sense of presence at this time, secretly manipulating the direction of the Tsarist Empire, and then finding ways to Chinese-ize Mao Zi. This is what Chu Tian wants to do. Instead of delivering a speech at the coronation ceremony of the Tsar, we are willing to destroy all enemies in front of us for the sake of His Majesty the Great Tsar. Cossack leaders Yermak, Khmelnytsky and others were influenced by the Tsar's characteristics and served the Tsar loyally, becoming the vanguard of the expansion of the Russian Empire. Many nobles who had received awards were also very interested. The establishment of the Tsarist Empire was a period in which one could improve one's title by relying on military exploits. Xiao Chua participated in Yekaterina's coronation ceremony and couldn't help but murmur when he saw Yekaterina becoming an empress-level figure. If she had the chance, she might not be able to become such a character. Yekaterina. Even Chu Tian must pay attention to her strength. It's a pity to say that Chu Tian valued her not only for his personal feelings, but also for the power that Ekaterina represented. If the Tsarist Empire could be united, perhaps the world of lords could be unified more quickly. After all, Chu Tian was notorious in foreign wars and had few allies. Your Highness, I am Nevsky of the Glacier. I commanded the right wing during the Battle of the Don. It is an honor to meet you. Your ambush appeared at the right time. I thought I would die in the battle on the Don. A general from the Tsarist Empire took the initiative to salute Chu Tian. This was Nevsky, the Glacier hero who had defeated the Swedes and the Knights of the Sword, later merged into the Teutonic Knights in history. Chu Tian's current identity is the Xia King of the Han Empire, the Prince of the Tsarist Russia Empire, the Khan of Heaven, the General of the Han Empire, the Mu of Yanzhou, the Great Sage and the Great Master, the Fourth and Three Dukes, and the hero who saved Moscow. Especially his status as a prince of the Tsarist Russian Empire allowed Chu Tian to run rampant in the Tsarist Russian Empire. And Catherine's subordinates were in awe when they saw Chu Tian. Glacier Nevsky. Chu Tian silently wrote down this person's name. This person seemed to be a good general. Dmitry of the Lower Don, the Grand Prince of Nizhny Novgorod, Grand Duke Tver. One after another, military generals and nobles from the Tsarist Empire came to befriend Chu Tian, which gave Chu Tian a headache. Writing down these names and titles was not friendly to real Easterners. As the only prince of the Tsarist Russian Empire, Chu Tian had no choice but to nod in agreement. After Catherine took the throne, she quickly returned to her palace and specially summoned Chu Tian. My lord must be squeezed again. As a concubine who enjoys the same treatment as Princess Xia, Hua Mulan replaces Chu Tian and talks with the nobles of the Tsarist Empire who visit Chu Tian. Chu Tian also left Xiao Chua to help Hua Mulan. With Xiao Chua here, everything would be easy, even if Hua Mulan was not very familiar with politics. It's so enviable. Xiao Chua seemed to think that Ekaterina had reached her peak and had an excuse to briefly possess Chu Tian. In comparison, she was just a prisoner now. Envious? Hua Mulan didn't understand what Xiao Chua was referring to specifically. Soon, the news that the Grand Duchy of Moscow was promoted to the Russian Empire spread throughout the Western continent and even reached the Eastern continent. The Tsarist Empire does not have much influence on the current Eastern continent. But this news is no less than a thunderbolt from the blue sky for the civilization of the Western continent. The Tsarist Russian Empire was not friendly to Western European civilization, Nordic civilization, even West Asian civilization, and the Kingdom of Poland. The threat it posed was no less than Attila's Hunnic Empire. Moreover, the timing of the establishment of the Russian Empire was just right. The Golden Horde was destroyed, and Catherine's reputation was at its peak. Attila and Temujin captured the Kingdom of Hungary, and their troops were heading towards Vienna. The Western lords were busy blocking Attila and Temujin, and Attila and Temujin wanted to defeat Alexander and others as soon as possible. No one could stop them. The Russian Empire was established. When a civilization becomes powerful, it will naturally establish an empire or federation. Ekaterina was crowned Tsar. Chutian's youngest son became the crown prince of the Russian Empire, and her adjutant Sophia was named the new Grand Duke of Ryazan because of her long-term loyalty to follow Ekaterina. The Russian Empire was built on the ruins of the Golden Horde. Temujin was furious when he heard the news. Without the demise of the Golden Horde, Catherine might not have had enough prestige to establish a large empire. What is even more annoying is that Chutian actually became a prince of the Tsarist Russian Empire and enjoyed prestige in the Tsarist Russian Empire. Chutian's prestige in the Tsarist Russian Empire also came from the ruins of the Golden Horde. In other words, the Golden Horde became a stepping stone. This was difficult for Temujin to accept for a while, but he had to accept it. The Russian Empire must be on guard against it. Attila deployed heavy troops between the Huns and the Russian Empire, although the change from a principality to an empire seems like a change of name. In fact, the internal cohesion and degree of centralization have increased significantly. Originally, each principality and nobles were independent, but now Catherine could centralize power in the name of the Tsar. The Russian Empire. The German Lord Hohenzollern rubbed his temples painfully. This name gave many lords in the Western continent a headache. He could already foresee that even if he defeated Attila and Temujin in the future, he would have to face the behemoth of Tsarist Russia. First deal with Attila and Temujin. From now on, we must conquer the Russian Empire. Alexander learned that the Grand Duchy of Muscovy was not only delaying the dispatch of troops, but was also taking the opportunity to establish an empire. He had no choice but to secretly remember this point. Our Roman Republic expanded its territory to North Africa, Venice, Genoa, Malta, and Rhodes, and it should also become a large empire. The Roman triumvirate could not wait to get rid of the control of the Roman Senate and become the supreme emperor. The establishment of the Russian Empire led to the birth of the Roman Empire. Various civilizations in the Western continent seemed unwilling to stay at the stage of principalities and kingdoms. After all, the Tsarist Empire had already established itself. Chutian, who was temporarily living in St. Petersburg, was not aware of the uproar caused by the establishment of the Russian Empire. He was wandering around St. Petersburg with his young son. If nothing else happened, he would be the second Tsar in the future. Catherine is distributing the interests of various nobles and strengthening centralization. In the Han Empire itself, various legions were replenishing their forces and training their troops. By the way, there is a recruitment order that seems to have expired. Chutian took out a recruitment order from his arms. When the Mongol Empire was destroyed, Chutian received 2 recruitment orders, one with a 3-month cooldown period and the other with a 6-month cooldown period. Generally speaking, the longer the cooldown period of a special recruitment order, the higher the quality of the heroes recruited. For example, the cooldown period for a special saint-level recruitment order is 1 year. One of the recruitment orders with a 3-month cooldown period has expired, but Chutian has been fighting and has never used it. Ding! You can choose to recruit heroes from this civilization zone or heroes from other civilization zones. Please choose. Can you also recruit heroes from other civilization zones? This was the first time Chutian heard that recruitment orders could recruit generals from other civilized areas. In the past, recruitment orders usually directly recruited heroes from one's own civilization zone. The recruitment order obtained by destroying the Mongol Empire seems to be unusual. Anyway, it was only a 3-month recruitment order, and at most it would be a king-level hero. Chutian didn't really care, so he made a different choice than before. Recruit heroes from other civilized areas. The system will randomly select a civilized area. Ding! You have obtained one of England's 12 Knights of the Round Table. An English knight appeared in front of Chutian and little Peter. He really is a hero of other civilizations. Chapter 687, Rebuilding the Knights of the Round Table. Ding! King-level Commander Bedivere pledges his allegiance to you. Ding! The SS-level English Civilization Achievement Mission Legend of King Arthur is now open. Collect the 12 Knights of the Round Table in England to receive special rewards. For the first time, Chutian started an achievement mission for other civilizations. This achievement mission was related to the legendary King Arthur and the 12 Knights of the Round Table in England. But Chu Tian could not imagine what the reward for this achievement mission would be. And the difficulty of this task is too high. Where can I recruit 12 Knights of the Round Table heroes? A knight hero of the Round Table stood in front of Chu Tian. He was handsome and dressed in silver armor. But he only had one arm. He respectfully performed knightly etiquette. Lord, Bedivere will always be loyal to you. Bedwell. Chu Tian knew that this general should be one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table under King Arthur. King Arthur has 9 levels of troops. The Knights of the Round Table. Although King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table only had 150 people, their individual strength was very high. The people in front of him were no longer members of the military, but heroes. Name, Bedivere. Talent, King-level commander, cavalry. Infantry. Identity, loyal knight. Level 30. Loyalty, 90. Commander, 80, 90. Force, 75, 80. Intelligence, 71, 79. Politics, 75, 80. Charm, 93. Character, loyalty. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, Violet Silver Knight, S-level exclusive feature. Can be actively triggered. All Western cavalry types on the battlefield. Morale restored by 20%. Applicable to up to 2 battles a month. Characteristic 2, Commander of the Knights of the Round Table, S-level Legion trait. When commanding the Knights of the Round Table, the Knights of the Round Table attack power plus 13%, impact plus 12%, and produce a fear effect. Feature 3, the First and Last Knight, Bond feature. When on the battlefield with King Arthur, personal blocking ability plus 30%, reaction speed plus 30%. King Arthur's personal attack power, blocking ability plus 10%. Special unit, Knights of the Round Table, 9th level heavy cavalry. Number 50. To Chu Tian's expectation, this Knight of the Round Table also had the effect of strengthening King Arthur's personal combat ability. He himself could also recruit 50 Knights of the Round Table. Moreover, this knight's initial loyalty is extremely high, and his momentum is somewhat similar to that of Zhao Yun and others. It's just that his level is too low, equivalent to a diamond-level general. Only with a little experience can his attributes improve. This man can serve as King Arthur's lieutenant. Although he was originally one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table who followed King Arthur, because he lost an arm, Bedivere's strength may be the lowest among the 12 Knights of the Round Table, but he has the highest command value. When little Peter Chu saw the knight in shining armor, he crawled over and took the initiative to hug Bedivere's iron boots. He seemed to be very curious about the Knights of the Round Table who had some unique equipment. Bedivere, the Knight of the Round Table, remained motionless for fear of hurting the Lord's son. Chu Tian lifted Peter Chu up. Bedwell, would you like to serve as a deputy general under King Arthur? Bedivere is willing to obey your orders. In the legend of King Arthur, Bedivere is the first and last knight of King Arthur, so there is no problem with loyalty. Joan of Arc now has Gil as her lieutenant, and King Arthur has his first lieutenant, one of her original members. The upper limit of the number of Knights of the Round Table has also been changed from King Arthur's original 150 to 200. If Bedivere hadn't lost an arm, the force would have been higher. King Arthur, plus the 12 Knights of the Round Table heroes, and the Knights of the Round Table composed of hundreds of Knights of the Round Table, should be the pinnacle of the cold weapon era of English civilization. However, this combination is in Chu Tian's hands. The Knights of the Round Table were exhausted by Chu Tian during the Civil War and the Battle of Jingkong. Catherine purchased 50 qualified knights from the Viking warrior leader Canute the Great and transferred them to Knights of the Round Table in the Han Empire. King Arthur's Round Table, the knights returned to the size of 50 people, and with the addition of 2 knight-type generals, King Arthur and Bedivere, Chu Tian's forces already had a group of servants of Western knights, so the Knights Legion had stronger combat power. Chu Tian placed an order with the legendary Emperor Canute, hoping to buy more captive English knights and increase King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table to 200 people. Emperor Canute was also a powerful barbarian leader. He led the Umis war band among the Viking pirates. They were looting all parts of England and wanted to conquer England. He had many English prisoners in his hands, so Chu Tian could ask Emperor Canute purchase captives. But knights are not so easy to buy. Some knights own land, and their families can also pay to redeem the knights from Canute the Great. Chu Tian purchased knight captives who were poor and unable to pay ransom. In fact, even for the knight class, many knights had a difficult life. The most prosperous life was for the hereditary nobles. Even if these hereditary nobles are captured, they can still pay enough ransom. The teleportation array in St. Petersburg flashed with white light, and 50 recruited Knights of the Round Table were ordered to arrive in St. Petersburg to participate in the subsequent Battle of Vienna. The average level of the newly recruited Knights of the Round Table is level 10, and they still need to undergo the baptism of war before they can grow into elite soldiers. In addition to the Knights of the Round Table, there are also thousands of French peasants who have transferred to the French Protectorate Army, which is the exclusive branch of Joan of Arc. The biggest limitation of the servant army is its soldier resources. The recruitment cycle of Joan of Arc's French Protectorate is shorter than that of the Knights of the Round Table. After being recruited, they have been trained in Summer City for 2 months, with an average level of 30. As a high-level cannon fodder unit, the French Protectorate Army has a fast growth rate and low cost. It can also be regarded as France's special infantry. The soldiers of the French Protectorate are French farmers, and the conditions are friendlier than those of the Knights of the Round Table. Chu Tian specially brought Joan of Arc and King Arthur to check on the two troops. Among them, the Knights of the Round Table were rebuilt, while the French Protectorate Army was recruited by Chu Tian for the first time. Chu Tian also compared the panel attributes of 2 special units. One was the 9th level Heavy Cavalry, and the other was the 5th level Light Infantry. Army, Knights of the Round Table. Level, 9th level Cavalry. Basic Attack Power, 45. Basic Defense Power, 45. Comprehensive Speed, 13. Skills, Special Heavy Cavalry Charge. Plate Armor Knight, when equipped with Plate Armor. Damage received minus 10%. Knights of the Round Table, when charging. Impact plus 40%. The effect lasts for a period of time. When encountering sufficient obstacles, the effect disappears early. Characteristics, Equality and Unity, when the 12 Knights of the Round Table heroes serve as generals/deputies. Each Knight of the Round Table has attack power plus 12 and defense power plus 12. After defeating the enemy, the morale of the Knights of the Round Table will be restored by 25%. Armed Force, French Protectorate Army. Level 5 Light Infantry. Basic Attack Power, 15. Basic Defense Power, 9. Comprehensive Speed, 6. Skills, Advanced Phoenixen, can greatly improve morale when in a tough battle. Can only be used once a day. Intermediate Shield Formation, when forming a shield formation. Defense plus 3. Advanced Spear Formation, when forming a spear formation. Damage to Cavalry, significant increase. Protect the Country, can actively trigger the Fanaticism effect. Damage plus 15%. Pain minus 25%. The effect lasts for a period of time. After the Fanaticism effect ends, morale minus 25%. Can only be triggered once in a battle. Characteristics, Guidance of the Saint, when Joan of Arc serves as the commander. Attack power plus 3. Defense power plus 3. Speed plus 1. Obviously, the attributes of the Knights of the Round Table are much higher than those of the French Protectorate. The two arms are not at the same level at all. However, the French Protectorate has a sufficient number. With the ability of Joan of Arc to increase morale, the French Protectorate can use the Zealot effect unscrupulously. Anyway, Joan of Arc can easily restore the morale that dropped after the Zealot effect wears off. The Knights of the Round Table are suitable for assault. Active skills. Increase the impact of cavalry by 40%. And their performance on the battlefield is quite terrifying. The position of the French Protectorate is obviously high-level cannon fodder. We also need to import more French farmers and train them to become national protectors. Chu Tian saw that the French Protectorate Army was very cost-effective. So he came up with the idea of recruiting more French Protectorate Army. Import. Joan of Arc found that Chu Tian's choice of words seemed inappropriate. Just use words to convey the meaning. Chu Tian didn't care. In order to meet the soldier resource limit, Chu Tian chose to buy prisoners from the barbarian leaders. So there was no problem in importing them. 50 Knights of the Round Table were loyal to their chief generals, King Arthur and Bedivere. And the framework of the Knights of the Round Table was finally established. How to gather 12 heroes of the Knights of the Round Table in the future. Chu Tian had a headache when he thought that the peak Knights of the Round Table would need to gather a total of 12 Knights of the Round Table heroes. The number of Knights of the peak Round Table was also quite large. However, compared with the 3 major knights in the West, the Teutonic Knights, the Knights Templar, and the Knights Hospitaller, the number of Knights of the Round Table in England is considered very small. The Teutonic Knights cannot even be regarded as a knighthood, because after the Teutonic Knights were secularized, they became the Duchy of Prussia. In addition to the recently recruited Knights of the Round Table and the French Protectorate Army, Chu Tian secretly transferred a group of cavalry to the Tsarist Russian Empire in order to increase his points. During this period, news about the outside world came from St. Petersburg. Temujin and Attila seem to have arrived in Budapest in person. They plan to besiege Vienna. It's really crazy. Vienna is actually invaded by the nomadic civilization from the east. Once Vienna is captured, the whole of Europe will probably be shaken. This is an unprecedented thing. If Attila and Temujin occupy Vienna, they can annex the Balkan Peninsula to the south and the Bode Plain to the north. By then, Europe will be occupied by the nomadic civilization from the east. The whole of St. Petersburg was spreading the news about Attila and Temujin's coalition attacking Vienna. And the nobles and civilians of the Tsarist Empire seemed to think that they could not stay out of it. Watching a fire from across the river is also dangerous, because you don't know when the fire on the other side will come over. Chapter 688 Hurrem Sultan. The city of Vienna, the capital of the Grand Duchy of Austria, was also the shield that resisted the combined forces of Attila and Temujin from crushing Europe. Alexander and Caesar's infantry-based legions were feinted by Attila. Temujin and Subutais cavalry crossed the Carpathian Mountains, made a surprise attack on the Kingdom of Hungary, and quickly captured Budapest, the royal city of the Kingdom of Hungary. Temujin and Subutai often used the Eastern combat concept of speed and speed, which shocked the Western continent. NPC legendary heroes such as Alexander and Caesar even noticed the impact of marching speed on the outcome of the war. When the coalition forces of the Western lords quickly mobilized troops to reinforce Vienna, Temujin and Subutai began to march towards Vienna, intending to encircle Vienna and disable the teleportation array in the city of Vienna. The armies of both sides encountered each other outside the city of Vienna, and were harassed by Mongolian cavalry and Hun's cavalry. Budapest, the royal city of the Kingdom of Hungary. The King of Poland led the Polish Hussars Corps, and Gustav led the Swedish Firearms Corps, the Swedish Cavalry Corps, the Jums Regiment, and other troops to this city. It is really unimaginable that Temujin and his generals captured the Kingdom of Hungary at such a fast speed. The Kingdom of Hungary was unable to fight back under their storm-like offensive. The King of Poland admired the rapid march and siege capabilities of Temujin and Subutai legions. Their reputation made the defenders of the Kingdom of Hungary flee. But how did he lose? Gustav looked at the city that was very prosperous not long ago. The advancing speed of Temujin and Subutai was astonishing. But from the side, it made Gustav wonder how terrible it was to defeat Temujin's Chution and Yekaterina coalition forces. Gustav's siege of St. Petersburg was fruitless, and he retreated in time. So he did not fight Chution and Catherine. However, Gustav still gained enough benefits from this national war. He conquered the Viking hero Olaf, occupied several cities in the northern border of the Russian Empire, and extorted 2 military expenses from Attila. Gustav, Jogaila, Vytautas, I will lead you to victory. Attila, led by the Shanyu Guards, came in person to meet with the 3 great lords of the western continent. Gustav, the Nordic Lion, dared to provoke Ekaterina. Jagiello, King of Poland, and Grand Duke Vytautas jointly governed the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. After being defeated by Attila, out of the interests of the kingdom and personal consideration of being under house arrest by Attila, he finally chose to side with Attila. Raw's camp. King Jagiello of Poland did not seem to be very optimistic about this war. Attila, I fought with Hohenzollern not long ago. His Teutonic knights are larger than before, and they have brave German hands. The swordsmen and my winged cavalry suffered a lot of losses. Damn it. This time there are also Alexander, Caesar, Pompey and others. Attila didn't seem to care much about the Polish king calling him by his first name. Anyway, Jagiello just had to follow his orders. Jogivo, believe me, Temujin, and Gustav, if we join forces, not many people can be our opponents. Not even Caesar. Not even Alexander. Damn it. If they're so easy to defeat, then it's not like they can't annex each other. Jogivo, stop complaining. Grand Duke Vytautas was worried that Jogailo, who was closely related to him, would anger Attila, and Attila would let the Hunnic generals, who were watching them, chop them up. So he quickly stopped Jagiellavo. Believe me, all you can do is trust me. Attila was somewhat dissatisfied with the outspoken Jagiello. But before dealing with Alexander and the others, he could not break out into conflict with his few allies. Like Chution, Attila has only a handful of allies, so he cherishes every ally. Gustav asked for military expenses, and Attila did as he wished. Jagiello was still muttering. Just talking empty words will not kill Alexander. Temujin is already fighting with Alexander and others outside the city of Vienna. You must assemble your respective legions as soon as possible, and then immediately go to the city of Vienna to join us. Attila asked someone to bring in an imperial war horse and mount it. Attila often personally led troops to fight, so it was reasonable for him, like Temujin, to personally lead the cavalry to attack Alexander. As long as my arquebus phalanx arrives, Alexander's Macedonian legion and Caesar's Roman legion will be vulnerable in front of the arquebus phalanx. Before the arrival of the firearm phalanx, I will lead a group of cuirassiers to act with you. Once captured Vienna, I need a third military payment. In order to obtain more gold and silver from Attila, Gustav took the initiative to lead a group of Swedish cavalry to act with Attila. Attila pointed his horsewhip in the direction of the city of Vienna. Gustav, the rich Vienna is the third military expenditure I paid you. After the city is broken, I will let your legion take the lead in looting for half a day. In the city of Vienna, both the defenders and the civilians were distraught. The cavalry led by Temujin and Subutai were not far from the city of Vienna and were blocked by the coalition of Western lords. Alexander personally took charge, and Ferdinand defended the city. Only then did Temujin stop Temujin, Shin and Subutai's cavalry advance. Temujin and Subutai's cavalry advance was so terrifying that Alexander, Caesar and others had to deal with it personally instead of sending generals to defend the enemy, because it was very likely that they would not be able to resist. Eumenes, who was serving as a clerk, presented a piece of information from the Kingdom of Macedonia to Alexander. He usually had a calm expression, but at this time his voice actually trembled. King, something is not good. Eumenes, what's wrong with you? This is not like your usual style. Alexander's face turned slightly pale after receiving the information from the Kingdom of Macedonia. Constantine, the Lord of the Roman Republic, was keenly aware of the change in the expressions of his allies. Alexander, Vienna is a huge city and fortress that Ferdinand has managed for many years. Even if Attila and Temujin came in person, it would be impossible to capture the city of Vienna. Currently, there are at least 200,000 defenders in Vienna. When Attila's main force arrives, there may already be 300,000 or even 400,000 defenders, and there are hundreds of thousands of reinforcements outside. If it were just Temujin and Attila, I would naturally not be afraid. But the Ottoman Empire attacked my territory without declaring war. After experiencing the initial surprise, Alexander quickly regained his composure. The Ottoman Empire? Why did they join the war? The face of Hohenzollern, the lord from the Holy Roman Empire, also changed. He knew that the Ottoman Empire was not a weak civilization. If Witzubing of the Han Empire had not killed Suleiman the Magnificent in the National War, it would have delayed the Ottoman Empire. At the time of its rise, perhaps the Ottoman Empire was already an empire on the Mediterranean that challenged the Kingdom of Macedonia and the Roman Republic. Now, after 3 years of chaos, the Ottoman Empire once again appeared in front of the world. And as soon as it appeared, it forcefully intervened in the war on the Western continent. As a West Asian civilization, the Ottoman Empire's goal was not necessarily West Asia, but wanted to conquer the Western continent. The Ottoman Empire borders the Kingdom of Macedonia, so when the Ottoman Empire intervenes in the war, it goes without saying that its target is the Balkan Peninsula controlled by Alexander, especially the Greek city-states. The Ottoman Empire wants to take advantage of this opportunity to expand and annex the Kingdom of Macedonia. Sultan Hurrem. How come there is a female sultan? Constantine immediately opened the leader list and saw that the current sultan of the Ottoman Empire was Hurrem, a legendary hero of the Ottoman Empire. It is said that his origin was not Turkish, but Ukrainian. Regardless, she is actually classified as a legendary hero of the Ottoman Empire. As a female sultan, she immediately launched a war against the Kingdom of Macedonia as soon as she came to power, either to divert internal conflicts in the Ottoman Empire, win external wars, and consolidate her dominance, or because Attila lobbied for her to fall into Attila's camp. No matter what the reason is, I must dispatch some elites to return to the Kingdom of Macedonia and defend Thrace, Thermopylae and other places. Alexander was deceived by Attila's diplomatic offensive. No one could have imagined that the Ottoman Empire, which was originally in chaos, would suddenly intervene in the war on the Western continent. The Ottoman Empire was an Asian civilization. So the Yenicheri Corps, the Sipashi cavalry, and the Kurdish cavalry have also begun to intervene in the war. Pompey, the giant of Rome, felt a little numb. I really don't know how many civilizations from the Western continent would be involved in this war. In the first year of the Fourth National War, Central Asia and Mobe were at war, and the sky was dark. In the second year, the Western continent was in chaos, and various civilizations began to divide their camps and fight. Leonidas, Solon, And Pericles, you return to Greece to resist the attack from the Ottoman Empire. Lysimachus, you go to Thrace to prevent the Ottoman Empire from attacking from the land. Alexander mobilized some of his troops, and even sent elite Spartan warriors and Lysimachus, one of his 7 personal bodyguards, back to the Kingdom of Macedonia. This is Attila's trap. The forces of the Kingdom of Macedonia are scattered, and they may not be able to stop the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. Unless Alexander sends half of his generals or goes back himself, he can repel Sultan Hurrem. Constantine had seen through Attila's strategy, but he was helpless because they could not come up with conditions that would satisfy Sultan Hurrem. As a player, Hohenzollern also had some guesses about Hurrem Sultan's purpose. This woman is really crazy. She wants to use war to divert domestic conflicts. As expected, she can gain the support of the Janissary army through political means, and become a female madwoman of the Sudan. Chapter 689 Temujin and Alexander. In the city of Vienna, Lord Ferdinand summoned more than 100,000 militiamen to defend the city of Vienna, intending to withstand Attila and Temujin's troops in Vienna. By losing Vienna, he would also lose his most important territory. Alexander sent important troops back to the Kingdom of Macedonia to deal with the Ottoman Empire. He himself, still staying in Vienna, believed that it was necessary to resist Attila, enhance his influence in the Western continent, and lay the foundation for unifying the Western continent. Between different civilizations, excuses are often needed to launch wars. Even when a strong country faces a weak country, it must find an excuse to show to other powerful enemies, or it may have an excuse to appease the civilians of the conquered area. Temujin's cavalry faced a group of powerful Western lords and was finally stopped. The cavalry of both sides saw each other in the Vienna area. The infantry of the Western lords used chariots to form wooden barriers to alleviate the terrifying impact of the opponent's heavy cavalry. A group of Teutonic knights with cross stripes on their chests took the initiative to attack the heavy cavalry units among the Mongolian cavalry. The knights in the front row are equipped with Western-style full-body armor that is very rare in the Eastern continent. This kind of armor leaves only a few narrow cracks on the body. Unless shot at close range by firearms or armor-piercing arrows, it is difficult to kill. Damn this batch of tin cans! An arrow thrown by a Mongolian cavalry landed among a group of fully armored Teutonic knights at the front. The group of iron cans ignored the bows and arrows and rolled forward. Rows of dense spears pointed straight ahead. Like a wave, they were submerged and had no time to escape. Mongolian cavalry squad! The Mongolian cavalry had been fighting Chu Tian and other princes for a long time. At this time, they encountered full-armored knights, who were at the peak of the cold weapon era. They suffered a small loss under the charge of the Teutonic knights. Hundreds of cavalry were directly killed by the charge of the Teutonic knights. Suddenly killed by the Teutonic knights' lance. That's one of the 3 major knights in the Western continent. You can't fight them head-on. It's best to lure these iron pots to pursue them, and then turn around and attack them. Temujin saw the terrifying frontal impact of the Teutonic knights, and was somewhat hesitant about fighting the iron cans head-on, thinking that they should use their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. At least half of Alexander's troops must be transferred back to the Kingdom of Macedonia. We already have the advantage. If we still can't kill Alexander, our reputation will be discredited. Attila looked in the direction of Vienna. The Western Lords' alliance had accumulated more than 300,000 troops in Vienna, and various legions were still converging on this solid city from all directions. Attila and Temujin had already gained the upper hand. Their army captured the Kingdom of Hungary and obtained a batch of supplies. Their momentum was overwhelming, and some of their forces were even larger than the coalition forces of the Western Lords. Before they gather their forces, defeat Alexander and kill him. Gustav, your firearms legion and Yuma's chapter will serve as the main force in this battle. Attila took Gustav, the Nordic lion, as his top thug and his weapon against Alexander. Any hero facing the firearms corps would be shot dead. Alexander, I haven't fought against him yet. I hope Alexander won't disappoint me. I hope I can defeat Alexander openly and exchange my military exploits for commissions. Gustavus had no grudges against Alexander's Kingdom of Macedonia. The two sides just had different camps and were about to fight for their own interests. As a war madman, Gustav hoped that a powerful opponent would appear. Gustav, don't worry. You will not lack opponents in this era. Attila meant something. Every civilization has unexpected heroes and soldiers who can turn the tide at critical moments. In the Ottoman Empire, which was in civil strife, there was even a female sultan with power. It is indeed an era where heroes gather together. But I, Gustav, will not lose to anyone. Gustavus showed no fear in the face of the Macedonian king and commanded the Swedish army and the Humus regiment to attack the city of Vienna. The Polish king and Temujin's cavalry were on the left and right flanks. Attila personally held a battle and drove out more than 100,000 Hungarians. Send troops or peasants to press Alexander and the others. The Mongolian cavalry, the Hungarian cavalry, the Ostrogoths, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and other legions were all over the mountains and plains. They were caught off guard. The Western Lords' coalition in Vienna did not have enough troops and faced a terrifying army that outnumbered them. The armies of Attila and Temujin were densely packed and divided into 4 groups. Pressing towards Alexander's army, an unprecedentedly large cavalry regiment was marching in the western continent. Even Alexander and his generals couldn't help but change their expressions in front of the endless cavalry army. There are at least 700,000 troops on the opposite side. Constantine currently only has 2 regular Roman legions and 3 servant legions, with about 20,000 to 30,000 troops, which is insufficient. The troops that Caesar and Pompey have come to Vienna are almost the same as Constantine. The Roman legions altogether, there are 70,000 to 80,000 people. Alexander sent 400,000 troops to attack Attila, leaving 100,000 troops to defend the north. At least half of the remaining troops were transferred back to the Kingdom of Macedonia, and only 100,000 troops arrived in Vienna. The combined strength of the 2 lords Hohenzollern and Ferdinand was approximately more than 200,000, many of whom were temporarily recruited Austrian militiamen. It seems that the army of the Western Lords' camp numbered 400,000, but Ferdinand still had to divide his forces to defend Vienna. The companion cavalry has engaged the Chichua army. Alexander received news that his close friend Hephaestion fought with Temujin's cavalry when he went to investigate. Protector King Eumenes led the Silver Shield soldiers and followed Alexander closely. Alexander had already led his companion cavalry to relieve Hephaestion. Hephaestion led about dozens of cavalry companions to conduct reconnaissance in the front. He unexpectedly encountered Temujin, who went to the front to conduct reconnaissance in person. A conflict broke out between the 2 sides. Hundreds of cavalrymen encountered each other. Temujin Shueishue's army inflicted heavy losses on Hephaestion's companion cavalry, but Hephaestion himself fought bloody. Hephaestion was the captain of Alexander's companion cavalry guard. He was in charge of the companion cavalry. He followed Alexander and fought together. The 2 were brothers. However, Hephaestion was defeated after a hard fight in front of Temujin and several of his guards. Some of his companion cavalry were shot dead by Temujin's side, and Hephaestion was killed by Temujin. Muzhin was surrounded by a bush. Great Khan, there is a group of elite cavalry from the Kingdom of Macedonia coming. They should also be companion cavalry. The enemy's cavalry is quite large. We are just a reconnaissance force. We should retreat quickly. Kwakuabua, the general of Tonmachi who came with Temujin to investigate, reminded Temujin. Chapter 690 Khitan and Xianbei. Temujin couldn't help feeling regretful. That person should be an important figure under Alexander's command. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to lead Alexander's companion cavalry and prepare to withdraw. Temujin came to investigate, and there were only 100 timid Shui troops around him. The number of veterans of Shui's army became less and less as they fought. Alexander was as courageous as Temujin. He only brought a few hundred companion cavalry and came straight to save Hephaestion without any hesitation. The 2 conquerors met on the outskirts of Venus. Alexander reined in his horse and confronted Temujin. Temujin seemed a bit old, while Alexander was still very young. Khan, maybe I can go and shoot him. Zebi, the divine arrow, took the initiative to join the army and wanted to shoot their king Alexander in front of his fellow cavalrymen. No, his strength should not be low. Temujin vaguely realized that Alexander must have a certain ability to protect himself if he dared to attack with a small number of cavalry. If Zebi went into battle with Alexander's hundreds of cavalry companions, Zebi might be captured. Did you kill Hephaestion? Alexander was a stone's throw away from Temujin, and he was confident that Temujin would not be able to shoot him. That cavalry captain is not dead yet. If he hadn't run so fast, I would have killed him. When Temujin saw Alexander taking the initiative to inquire, he did not hide it, then waved and led the cavalry away. A cavalry general asked Alexander, King, do we want to hunt down Temujin? He only has a few hundred cavalry, and we have hundreds of people. No, if you pursue Temujin, you will only be fooled. His cavalry is superior to mine. Alexander gave up chasing Temujin because he knew that he could not catch up. The Hungarian Empire camped in the rear. claiming to have a 1,000,000-strong army, was sweeping toward Vienna. Alexander and others were still gathering their troops to join Vienna, and they were not yet confident. Decisive battle with Temujin and Attila. Hephaestion, you're fine. Alexander found Hephaestion, the captain of the companion cavalry, who was being hunted by Temujin. Hephaestion felt a little ashamed. I betrayed the king's trust. Not many people have more powerful cavalry than Temujin. Let's go back to the camp and let other people do the reconnaissance. In order to prevent Hephaestion from being in danger again, Alexander replaced Hephaestion with another general to take charge of the investigation work. King Pompey, the Roman giant, is already at war with the enemy's army. On their way back to camp, Alexander and Hephaestion learned that the Roman legion was at war with the Gustavus legion, a lion from northern Europe. Pompeo should have waited for us. Constantine and Caesar soon learned that Pompey, one of the big three, was fighting with Gustavus, and they couldn't help but change their minds. 2 Roman commanders immediately led to meet Pompey. Although Pompey's Roman legion was enough to challenge Caesar, the legion commanded by Gustavus was not an ordinary arm, but a firearm arm that appeared much later than the Roman legion. To the west of the Horcan grassland, the remnants of the Khitan tribe recuperated here. The Liaodum army's attack on the Khitan tribe led to the decline of the Khitan tribe. The remaining Yalushiogha, Yalushieshan, Shao Siwen and others lost their leader Yeluaboji. They were leaderless, and no one could replace Yeluaboji. Instead, several surviving generals jointly decided the fate of the Khitan tribe. The current Khitan tribe no longer dares to call itself the Liao Kingdom. At most, it is at the level of a tribe. There are still 3 roads before us. First, like other tribes, we graze on this grassland and continue to recuperate. Maybe in 100 or 200 years, our Khitan tribe will become a powerful kingdom again. But the bigger it may be that our descendants will be defeated by other tribes and become prisoners of other tribes. Second, we gradually annex the surrounding tribes and established a kingdom again. But we lack a powerful figure to lead us to reestablish a kingdom. And once we become bigger again, the Liaodum army may come back and completely wipe us out. Even if the Han dynasty, the Xia king of the empire, will not allow a kingdom to be established within his sphere of influence. Third, we are looking for a powerful force. As a vassal, we can get asylum, and you can also get high-ranking officials and generous salaries. The price you pay is corvée service, and you may also be used as cannon fodder. The surviving Khitan generals gathered around the fire to discuss the fate of the Khitan tribe in the future. The Liao kingdom has been destroyed, and they must discuss whether to stay or not. Today, the Khitan tribe has a population of more than 100,000 who have fled from various places. In the civilized areas of the Han Empire, there were many tribes with a population of 100,000, so the Khitan tribe had no advantage over other tribes. However, most of the surviving Khitan tribe are veterans, and there are still a few generals who can take charge of their own affairs. If they really want to conquer other tribes around them, then they may be able to do it, and they may even consider re-establishing the Liao kingdom. It's a pity that without Yeluaboji, they lack a powerful leader-level figure. In addition to Yeluaboji, Xiao Chui is also capable of serving as the leader of the Khitan tribe, but she falls into the hands of Chu Tian and is unable to lead the Khitan tribe to glory again. Helan Mountain. Tuoba Xianbei tribe sent people here, while the remaining generals of the Khitan tribe were discussing the future of the Khitan tribe. The tribe was recuperating in the Helan Mountains. Tuoba Tao took the initiative to send people to contact the Khitan tribe. His ambition was clear, and he wanted to conquer the Khitan tribe for his own use. Tuoba Tao valued 2 generals, Yel Xiaoge and Yelu Xieshan, as well as tens of thousands of elite Khitan soldiers. We, Lord Toba, are willing to work with you to achieve great things. If you can become king in the future, then you will definitely be granted the title of tens of thousands of princes and reward tens of thousands of slaves. Chui Hao, Tuoba Xianbei's military advisor, volunteered to lobby the Xianbei tribe. Chui Hao is to Tuoba Tao, the leader of the Xianbei tribe. What Sun Yu is to Chao Chao, brother Yelu Xiao and Yelu Xieshan. The 2 Khitan pillars looked at each other and then said to Chui Hao, "We already understand your purpose of coming, and we will consider Lord Tuoba Xianbei's proposal. You should think carefully about it, as you are old ministers of the Liao kingdom. Neither the king of Xia nor the king of Ming may treat you kindly in the future. But we adults are not like that. We are willing to share the world with you in the future, and even be crowned the 3 kings of Liao." Chui Hao proposed to make him a king, which made the Khitan generals a little moved. He had already seen that among the remaining Khitan tribe remnants, Yel Xiaoge, Yalu Xiezhen and Xiao Siwen were mainly in charge of major affairs. So he took matters into his own hands and promised the three of them the title of king. Xiao Siwen was hesitant. His daughter was with King Xia. If possible, Xiao Siwen was more inclined to consider joining King Xia. Chapter 691 Roman Legion vs. Firearms Legion. Outside Vienna, the Roman legions of Roman giant Pompey are fighting against Gustav's Firearms Legion. Gustav's Firearms Legion represents the pinnacle of the current firearms arms in the Western continent. White smoke filled the air, and the young soldiers of the Roman legions, as high-level soldiers, fell under the gunfire of Gustav's legions. Break through the enemy formation! As one of the three giants of Rome, Pompey was also a famous general in the Roman era. Before the battle, he already knew that Gustavus had an amazing firearms army, and the best way to deal with the firearms armies was to ambush, or forcefully break through the shooting range of the matchlock gun and engage in hand-to-hand combat. The Roman legions were mainly heavy infantry, and were good at hand-to-hand combat. As long as they faced the Gustavus legion face-to-face, they could annihilate the firearms legion. However, it is not that easy to break through Gustav's army. The Swedish pikemen formed rows of pike lines to block the advance of the Roman legions. The arquebusiers at the rear took turns shooting. Hundreds of Roman soldiers fell under the fire of the firearms legions. Gustav's bonus to the firearms legion was extremely high, higher than Xiao Liang's bonus to the Shinji battalion. The damage done by the Swedish matchlock soldiers was extremely terrifying. The Roman legion's armor could not stop the lead bullets of the matchlock gun at all. Before going head-to-head with the Swedish pikemen, the servant cavalry of Pompey's legion tried to attack Gustav's line phalanx, but the brave Swedish cavalry, led by Gustav's general, restrained the servant cavalry of Pompey's legion. The Gustavus legion was loading black powder and advancing forward. The Roman legions who value honor are also very brave, on the premise that their companions are constantly dying in battle. They face the advancement of Gustav's legion and do not retreat but advance. Rome! Victory! A centurion led his Roman centurions and launched a heroic charge under unfavorable circumstances. The young Roman soldiers in the front row died in battle, providing an opportunity for the young and adult soldiers in the rear. The soldiers of the Roman legion were divided into young soldiers, mature soldiers, and adult soldiers according to their levels. Although they were the same type of soldiers, they had different combat experience and different levels. The higher the level of the Roman legionnaires, the higher their combat capabilities. This sudden counterattack by the Roman centurions inspired other Roman soldiers. Under the command of the centurion, each Roman centurion began to counterattack. The Roman soldiers at the front could already clearly see the appearance of the Swedish arquebusiers and the panic in their eyes. The Roman soldiers used shields to block the spears of the Swedish pikemen, and then used long swords to fight with the Swedish pikemen. The sharp blades could pierce the armor of the Swedish pikemen, which was better than nothing, as long as the Swedish pikemen standing in the front are defeated. The Swedish musketeers behind will be unable to withstand the brave Roman legionnaires. Victory belongs to Rome! Pompey saw that his legion bravely broke through the range of the arquebusiers, and was about to enter the Swedish arquebusiers. His frown finally relaxed. No matter how strong the armor-breaking ability of the arquebusiers was, they were no match for the Roman infantry in melee combat. When the Roman legions killed the Swedish pikemen and were about to break through the thin Swedish pikemen's spear formation, a group of burly warriors appeared from behind the Swedish pikemen. The Roman centurion who originally led the Roman centurion to break the disadvantage was hit in the shoulder with an axe, leaving his flesh and blood to pieces. Kill them all! The Viking leader Olaf holds the red battle axe, and the Viking berserkers of the Jums chapter cooperate with the Swedish pikemen to kill the Roman soldiers. This group of Viking berserkers, with astonishing damage, represents the pinnacle infantry of Nordic civilization. One Viking berserker can deal with several Roman infantry at the same time and attack together. Seeing that the Swedish musketeers were about to be defeated, the Roman legions were suddenly resisted by Viking berserkers. The Swedish musketeers in the rear had reloaded their black powder. The frightening sound of arquebuses sounded, and more Roman soldiers fell. The Roman legions, attacked by musketeers and Viking berserkers, retreated again. Olaf led the Jums regiment to hunt down the Roman legions. Their battle axes could break the shields of Roman soldiers. A Roman captain and 2 centurions had already fallen under Olaf's battle axe. Jums, the battle group, killed thousands of Roman soldiers. Pompey brought only about 10,000 authentic Roman soldiers, and suffered heavy losses in this battle. The Swedish cavalry on both wings defeated the Roman servant cavalry, and Pompey was in danger of being surrounded and captured alive. Capturing Pompey would allow us to demand a fortune in gold and silver from Rome and increase the influence of our Swedish kingdom. There is also the Roman eagle flag. You can at least ask for tens of thousands of taels of gold from the Romans. Gustavus sent out his own bodyguards, eager to capture Pompey, one of the Roman triumvirate, which would greatly enhance his prestige. Pompey's power in Rome was not small, and his power should be willing to pay 10,000 taels of gold to redeem Pompey. Gustav had to find ways to collect gold and silver through various means to maintain his powerful army. Killing Pompey would not bring him much benefit, but would give Rome a chance to unify. If there were only 2 giants in the Roman Empire, then a civil war would definitely break out. In the end, only 1 giant would be left, becoming Augustus of Rome. The unified Roman Empire would be extremely terrifying. The 3 giants could just maintain a stable balance and disperse Rome's forces. Pompey's 2 Roman legions were defeated. And after the defeat of the Roman legions, the morale of the servant legions dropped, and they were unwilling to fight against Gustav's powerful Swedish legions. Even though there were Roman officers behind them to supervise the battle, the servant legion still retreated. I can't retreat. Otherwise, I will be laughed at by Caesar and Constantine. Pompey gritted his teeth, knowing that his legion had been defeated. But he was still unwilling to do so and join the reserve team. Unconsciously, he has become the weakest of the 3 giants in Rome. If he is defeated by Gustav again, his prestige will continue to decline. Caesar and Lord Constantine's legions have arrived. When Pompey was in crisis, the legions of Caesar and Constantine arrived in time, and the Roman legions were outflanked from the left and right. Gustav saw that Roman civilization had invested 70,000 to 80,000 people in this area, in order to prevent being defeated by the 3 Roman giants. Faced with a pincer attack, the Swedish army chose to retreat. The 3 giants of Rome joined forces and are really desperate, but Gustav may not be able to stop them. It is also possible that the primitive arquebusier legions were defeated by the Roman legions. Retreat! Pompey counted the 30,000 soldiers he brought to Vienna and fought with Gustavus. Tens of thousands of them were killed, and the battle loss ratio was as high as more than 1/3. Fortunately, he still had more soldiers who had not arrived in Vienna, and the main force did not suffer heavy losses. Otherwise his power in Rome would have been divided between Caesar and Constantine. Caesar and Constantine were more than happy to carve up Pompey's legions as long as Rome's non-possessed interests were not threatened. The last Roman giant to be divided was Crassus. Are we going to attack Gustav's legions? Constantine had a group of Roman generals who were good at fighting, and Caesar also had the Roman 3 and a group of Roman generals. They joined forces, and were not very afraid of Gustavus. My legion's morale has declined, and it can no longer fight. Pompeo was worried that his entire army would be wiped out, so he voluntarily chose to withdraw. Polish hussars appear. When the Roman legion was hesitating whether to attack, the King of Poland's winged cavalry dispatched, quickly entered the battlefield, and took advantage of this opportunity to attack the Roman legion from the side. Reinforcements have arrived. Destroy the Roman legions. The Gustavus legion, which had originally retreated, began to press on the Roman legion again, although he also had issues with the Kingdom of Poland. Both sides chose to join forces in this battle. The Roman legion, which lacked high-level cavalry, had some difficulty facing the impact of the Polish hussars. Caesar's general Lepidus led the Roman cavalry, but was broken through by the Polish hussars. The characteristic cavalry of Polish civilization defeated the proud Lepidus. A Roman legion, led by Antony, came to resist the Polish hussars. The Polish hussars attacked frontally, and the lances pierced the shields of Roman soldiers. The Roman soldiers behind the shields were penetrated by the lances. The Polish hussars had a tendency to break through the Roman legions. It's the Polish hussars. It seems that the King of Poland is also on Attila's side. Go and support Lepidus and Antony. Caesar also had some trouble with the Polish hussars, so he sent his adopted son Octavian. The Polish winged cavalry dared to fight head-on with the Teutonic Knights, and both sides had their own victories and defeats. The Roman legions had to be cautious when facing this special cavalry. Lithuania legions appear on the flanks. The light cavalry of the Archduke of Lithuania restrained Constantine's legion. They did not directly engage in close combat with the Roman legion commanded by famous Roman generals such as Scipio the Great and Scipio the Younger. They only used the mobility of the cavalry to contain Constantine's army and prevent Constantine from letting go. Den's Roman legions had a chance to support Caesar or escape. The Roman legion faced the coalition forces of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Nordic civilization. The King of Poland attacked from the side, and Gustav's legion suppressed them head-on. The Grand Duke of Lithuania lacked powerful cavalry, and was responsible for containing the enemy. The three king-level heroes cooperated with each other, and there was a tacit understanding, causing the two Roman giants to retreat. The Polish hussars have strong frontal breakthrough capabilities. The greater threat is Gustav's legion. Once Gustav approaches, the Roman giant will also be defeated. Pompey has proved this possibility with bloody lessons. The Polish hussars defeated Lepidus' Roman cavalry, and then attacked Octavian, who was supporting Lepidus and Antony without stopping. Because of Caesar's relationship, the young Octavian was able to take charge of a legion and became one of the most popular legion commanders in Rome. This was a rare occasion for him to lead an army alone. But he faced the Polish hussars personally commanded by the King of Poland. The King of Poland was once defeated by several barbarian leaders such as Attila and the Ostrogoth king. But he had a high bonus to the Polish hussars, a special unit, and taught the young Octavian an unforgettable lesson. The Polish hussars holding super long lances broke into Octavian's army, and each Roman soldier died in battle. Caesar found that Octavian could not stop the Polish hussars, so he had to put on a crimson cloak, personally lead the Roman legions, and fight fiercely with the Polish king. After Caesar personally went into battle, the capabilities of the Roman legions increased. The adult Roman soldiers threw javelins. The sharp javelin shot out of the air and penetrated the armor of the Polish hussars. Flag of the Teutonic Knights. On the horizon, the cross flag of the Teutonic Knights is raised. The army of the Kingdom of Macedonia has arrived. Alexander heard that Pompey was fighting with Gustav's legions and immediately led troops to support him. Temujin, his cavalry are here too. In Attila's camp, Temujin's cavalry, which the Western lords feared, appeared again. Chapter 692 Mongolian Cavalry in the West. Temujin and Subbutai's cavalry have already circled back. Antigonus's cavalry was defeated by Subbutai, and 5,000 were killed. Alexander had just arrived on the battlefield to support the three Roman giants. Temujin and Subbutai once again made the Western lords aware of the terrifying maneuver tactics of the Eastern Light Cavalry. When Temujin was monitoring the battlefield from the outside, Subbutai cooperated with Temujin, attacked Alexander's general Antigonus in the rear. Antigonus was defeated. 5,000 Macedonian cavalry were killed by Subbutai. The one-eyed Antigonus fled in panic. He was also a king-level general under Alexander, but he was quickly defeated under the attack of Subbutai, the first general under Temujin. The Mongolian cavalry is too scary. How can the Eastern civilization defeat the Mongolian cavalry and drive them to the west? Antigonus managed to gather thousands of Macedonian cavalry. After he was defeated by Subbutai, the Macedonian cavalry collapsed. Antigonus was also a hero, but he was still afraid of Subbutai's cavalry. After the Mongol Empire was destroyed in the east, they came to the western continent. After joining forces with Attila, Temujin and Subbutai became a nightmare for the western lords. Subbutai's cavalry appeared mysteriously in the Battle of the Western region. The lords of the Han Empire sent Wei Qing and Witzubing in order to defeat Subbutai and his son. It's better to join the king. We can't let the king be surprised by Subbutai's cavalry. Otherwise even the king may be defeated. Antigonus had realized that Subbutai's cavalry was already among the first few of the lords, and he hurried to join Alexander and remind Alexander. Alexander had already learned that Antigonus's cavalry was defeated and Subbutai's cavalry appeared behind him, and he couldn't help but frown. If it was just Attila's camp, then Alexander and the others would not be worried. However, the emergence of Mongolian cavalry generals such as Temujin and Subbutai gave Alexander and others a big headache. In Western civilization, there are few light cavalry that can be captured. Temujin and Subbutai, the heavy cavalry of the Teutonic Knights, can still fight head-on. Alexander, who was threatened by Subbutai, chose to retreat backwards. Otherwise, he would lose sight of the rear. No one knew when Attila, the Whip of God, would appear. Attila's cavalry also has a system bonus of 50%, which is equivalent to one more S-level attack cavalry feature than Temujin. And the threat it poses is no less than Temujin and Subbutai. The Macedonian legions have retreated, and we have to move back as well. The main force of the Teutonic Knights in Hohenzollern had not yet entered the battle. He noticed the Macedonian army retreating, and knew that Alexander must have received some important information. Otherwise Alexander would not choose to retreat at such a critical time. Sure enough, shortly after the Teutonic Knights retreated, the cavalry sent by Alexander to contact the Teutonic Knights informed Hohenzollern about Subbutai's arrival in the rear. Hateful! Hohenzollern threw his helmet to the ground. Temujin and Subbutai joined forces to advance, wreaking havoc on the European continent with various raids. In less than 10 days, They broke through the capital of the Kingdom of Hungary and attacked in a roundabout way in the Grand Duchy of Austria, causing headaches for the Western lords. Temujin and Subutai used their achievements in the Western continent to explain to various lords how terrifying their abilities were. But they just failed in the Eastern continent. The Mongolian cavalry appears in the rear. Our king asks you to retreat back and wait for more reinforcements to arrive. Our strength is not enough to compete with them. Hephaestion led a group of companion cavalry to notify Caesar and Constantine in the front. The terrain around Vienna was broken, and each legion was fighting independently. Alexander was worried about the collapse of the Roman legion. So before retreating, he told the Roman legion that Subutai's cavalry had appeared in the rear. Subutai. He is simply the enemy of Europe. Constantine couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he learned that Subutai had defeated the famous Macedonian general Antigonus after he began to encircle. Under the attack of the enemy, the Roman legions were fighting and retreating. They were still relying on the command of famous Roman generals such as Caesar and Scipio to stabilize their formation and retreat to the rear. Temujin is attacking the Teutonic Knights. When the Western Lords' coalition retreated toward Vienna, Temujin knew that Subutai had succeeded. So he decisively led his cavalry to attack the Teutonic Knights and annihilated the 200 high-ranking knights and thousands of servant cavalry of the Knights of Swords located outside the Teutonic Knights. The Knights of the Sword were annexed by the Teutonic Knights. The Knights of this Knights were also high-level soldiers. However, they were defeated by Temujin in the face of Temujin's cowardly army. He is simply a butcher from the east. Albert, the leader of the Knights of the Sword, was horrified by Temujin's cavalry charge and believed that Temujin was invincible. The Knights of the Sword were defeated, and their main backer, the Teutonic Knights, came to support the Knights of the Sword. A group of German crossbowmen used crossbows purchased from Genoa to violently shoot Temujin's cavalry, and then barely managed to fend off Temujin. Of cavalry, Tonmachi's War Eagle soared in the air, looking down at the battlefield below. Nearly 1,000,000 troops were pulling on the broken terrain on the outskirts of Vienna. Attila's camp had already set up an arc-shaped offensive formation, intending to surround the Western Lords' coalition forces, and then all annihilate the Western Allied forces. The Western coalition forces were threatened by Subutai and had to retreat. Attila of the Hunnic Empire has not yet appeared. He has forced the Western coalition to retreat just by relying on the allies he has brought in through various means. The Mongolian cavalry of Temujin and Subutai have caused the Western coalition to suffer a lot. Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths. His army appears on the left wing. The scout cavalry of Alexander's Macedonian legion on the left wing noticed the approaching barbarian army composed of Ostrogoths. As a branch of the Germanic tribe, the Goths were very warlike, and the elite warriors among them were not inferior in battles with the Roman legions. The legendary barbarian leader, Theodoric, led the Ostrogothic army to attack the Macedonian army and clashed with Alexander's general Seleucus. The situation is even more critical for the Western coalition forces. The Mongolian general Timur, his cavalry has arrived in Vienna, and the teleportation array in the city of Vienna has failed. More bad news came. Taking advantage of the battle between the two camps, the conqueror Tamerlane led a group of cavalry to break through one after another, defeating the defensive legions deployed by Archduke Ferdinand of Austria outside the city, and arrived in Vienna, allowing the front line of the Mongolian cavalry to come to Central Europe. War Eagles. The War Eagles of the Mongolian cavalry. They are on the initiative everywhere. Alexander discovered that Tonmachi's War Eagle was monitoring every move of the coalition of Western lords, because Tanmachi joined Attila's camp. Attila's camp gained not just the slightest advantage in the wild. Gaining a field of view advantage is equivalent to gaining an army of 100,000 people. Maybe more. The teleportation array in Vienna failed, and the Western Lords' camp could only use other teleportation arrays in the Grand Duchy of Austria to transport troops. And the supply line was stretched. The Western coalition forces had to speed up their retreat. The East has brought trouble upon us. Constantine also realized that the strength of the Hungarian Empire had risen to more than one level with the addition of Temujin. The four cavalry generals Temujin, Timur, Subutai, and Mawali were powerful enemies of the Western lords. And four people came at once. Temujin took charge of the overall situation. Subutai field raided. Timur took charge of the field, and Mawali seized the field of vision. Their cooperation in this national war once again allowed the Western lords to experience the terror of the Mongolian cavalry. The Western Allied forces lost the teleportation array as logistics outside the frontal battlefield, and lost their vision, so they could only retreat again and again. We can only let Ferdinand defend Vienna while we retreat to other cities to reorganize our legions and gather more troops. The main force of Hohenzollerns Teutonic Knights has not yet attacked. But he has seen that the Western Allied forces can only choose to retreat in such a situation. The Western legions retreated, and behind the Ostrogothic army, there was a commotion. Seleucus led the Macedonian phalanx with the shield guards as the corps to fight with the Ostrogoth king. In a stalemate, the main force of the Macedonian army that protected Alexander retreated smoothly. Theodoric, the Ostrogothic king, personally led the Ostrogothic army to attack the Macedonian phalanx, and the fierce Gothic warriors broke into the Macedonian phalanx. It's not that easy to defeat me, Seleucus. With my merits in this battle, I can be put to good use by the king after this battle. Seleucus could also resist the Ostrogothic king Theodoric without much pressure. Suddenly, the Ostrogothic army separated a road, and a black cavalry appeared, taking advantage of the Macedonian phalanx being restrained by the Ostrogothic army. It broke through from the northwest corner and destroyed the Macedonian phalanx. The Huns Empire will definitely rule this continent. The main force of Attila, the Whip of God, finally appeared on the battlefield and defeated Seleucid's Macedonian phalanx in one fell swoop. The Hunnic cavalry has a powerful impact with the system's bonus. And with Attila's bonus, it is unstoppable. The shield bearers held their shields and protected Seleucid's retreat. Seleucus lost the previous ease and his face turned livid. Attila has always used light cavalry to contain him. He rarely takes the initiative to lead cavalry to attack. A group of Hunnic cavalry even rushed in front of Seleucus, but were blocked by the shield-bearing guards. The shield-bearing guards are one of the most defensive infantry in the Kingdom of Macedonia. They can block the rain of arrows from the Hun cavalry. The shield-bearing guards in the back row throw javelins and kill the Hun cavalry. The defense of the shield-bearing guards only saved part of it, but the Macedonian phalanx had been broken, and the Huns cavalry tore through the Macedonian phalanx unscrupulously. Seleucids are defeated. The news of the defeat of the Seleucid army reached Alexander, who felt mixed emotions. You mean, your silver shield soldiers go with me to attack Attila? Faced with a somewhat out-of-control situation, Alexander led his silver shield soldiers and companion cavalry to attack Attila. Alexander, today we will fight to the death. Attila drew out his gold saber set with precious stones. He had already seen Alexander's companion cavalry. Chapter 693, Troops arrive in Vienna. It is a shame for our Grand Duchy of Austria to let the Mongolian cavalry arrive in Vienna. Archduke Ferdinand of Austria led a group of Austrian Habsburg generals to reinforce the city defenses of Vienna and demolish the houses outside the city before the arrival of the Mongolian cavalry. Ferdinand already knew that the Mongolian cavalry had a special siege equipment, the Xiangyang cannon, and no materials could be left outside the city for the Mongolian cavalry to use to make siege equipment. Otherwise, Vienna would fall and a major earthquake would occur throughout the western continent. My territory will decline after this war. Ferdinand witnessed Timur's Mongolian cavalry looting the villages and camps around Vienna and setting fires everywhere, and was helpless. The war initiated by Attila and Temujin broke out in his territory, which made Ferdinand extremely uncomfortable. Regardless of whether Attila's offensive could be defeated, the Grand Duchy of Austria and the Kingdom of Hungary had already suffered heavy losses. A player noble from the Grand Duchy of Austria said to Ferdinand, "Below the city is Timur, the founder of the Timur Empire, a conqueror as notorious as Attila, Temujin, and Hulagu. Timur, he is a strong enemy. None of the allies Attila found are good people." As the player lord, Ferdinand knew the reputation of Tamerlane. He was also a conqueror who was feared by Central and West Asia. There are many kings and emperors in Attila's camp. These people are all famous people. Some of them are not only in Western civilization, but also in the East and West. Timur is ordering craftsmen to build counterweight trebuchets. They really plan to attack Vienna. Maybe we should go out of the city to attack and destroy Timur's intentions. Ferdinand was terrified of the Mongol cavalry preparing to attack Vienna, and could not allow Timur to complete his preparations smoothly. Your Highness, Timur sent a Mongolian envoy. While Ferdinand was preparing his cavalry to leave the city and burn the Xiangyang cannon, Timur sent someone to issue an ultimatum to Vienna. The arriving Mongolian envoy had a contemptuous attitude. Master Timur asked Vienna to surrender the city, and he will ensure your safety and property. On the contrary, if you choose to resist, then the day Vienna is conquered will also be the time to massacre the city. By then, the entire city will be turned into ruins, with corpses strewn everywhere. Tamerlane's threat was by no means imaginary. because the Mongolian army had several records of massacres in the Persian Empire. The nobles of the Grand Duchy of Austria were afraid of the Mongolian cavalry represented by Timur, and they looked at each other in confusion. Go back and tell Timur that Vienna is an insurmountable barrier for him. This is the city wall of Europe. Ferdinand did not succumb to Tamerlane's threats. His determination gave the other Austrian nobles no time to consider whether to fight Tamerlane to the end. And it was too late to regret it. Now we have to fight Timur. Vienna will become a great city. No one can cross Vienna and attack Western Europe. Let Tamerlane go home and tend the sheep. This is not a place for him. The nobles of the Grand Duchy of Austria were desperate. Since they decided to resist Timur, they could only fight to the death with Timur. Otherwise they would be massacred. You will regret it. Once we capture the city, we will massacre it. If you really regret it, you can take his head and open the city as a sacrifice in exchange for the safety of this city. The Mongol envoys intended to stir up mutual suspicion within the Grand Duchy of Austria. So they targeted Ferdinand. Ferdinand's expression changed slightly. If Vienna was really on the verge of falling, then this group of nobles might really use his head in exchange for their own safety. Under the city of Vienna, Timur looked up at this city that gave many West Asian civilizations a headache. The Kingdom of Poland blocked the expansion of the Russian Empire, and Vienna blocked the attack from the Balkans. They were the shield of God. By capturing Vienna, Attila and his group will take the initiative in the Western continent. Vienna, this city has accumulated a lot of wealth. If you attack the city, you will get tens of thousands of gold and silver. I need to rely on my military exploits to be named king. Timur looked up at this towering city, with dozens of tall towers standing on top. Archers were monitoring every move of the Mongolian cavalry below. No, the number of defenders on the city walls and towers has increased. They want to go out of the city to attack the trebuchets. We have an ambush. Timur noticed the movements of the Viennese garrison and personally ambushed a group of cavalry. Sure enough, Ferdinand ordered a general to lead a group of cavalry out of the city to attack the Mongolian siege engines. Timur himself led the cavalry in an ambush. When the cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Austria came out of the city to attack at night, ambushes broke out. More than 1,000 Austrian cavalry were killed by Timur. The rest of the cavalry fled and returned to the city of Vienna. On the battlefield outside Vienna, Alexander was injured in the battle with Attila. He personally commanded his companions' cavalry to attack Attila, and once reached Attila, he was only 40 meters away. The two kings fought, and the companion cavalry and Shanyu's guards were killed in the battle. They were the two most powerful cavalry. Alexander's Macedonian kingdom prevented Attila from advancing towards the Balkan Peninsula, and Attila wanted to get rid of him. Attila teamed up with Sultan Hurrem to attack the kingdom of Macedonia and almost killed Alexander's best friend, completely angering Alexander. Due to various conflicts of interest, the two kings became evenly matched enemies. In the melee, Alexander killed dozens of Shanyu's cavalry with his own hands, but was eventually wounded by Attila's arrows. During the battle, Attila was stabbed by Alexander's companion cavalry. The two equally matched kings fought hard, which ended with the leaders of both sides being injured. The Hunnic Empire army was disturbed because of Attila's injury. After a moment of hesitation, Hephaestion led his companion cavalry to rescue Alexander, even though Attila's camp used the cavalry of Subutai, the king of the field, to deter and defeat Alexander's general Antigonus, leaving the Western army passive. The Western army invested hundreds of generals in this battle, and still retreated smoothly. The attack and defense of Vienna began only in the suburbs. As many as 100,000 soldiers were killed on both sides. The Roman legion suffered heavy losses in the war. Pompey's legion lost nearly half of its strength and lost confidence. Fortunately, no eagle flag fell into Attila's hands. If our eagle flag was captured by Attila, our reputation in Rome would be in disgrace, and our prestige would not be enough to form a big empire. Caesar was very eager to establish the Roman Empire, and at the same time, he was still very upset about the Roman legion's eagle flag falling over the Han Empire. Since the loss of 3 eagle flags in the Third National War, the eagle flags of each legion have been particularly cherished. Even if they are defeated, not even one eagle flag can be lost again. Constantine was also counting his losses, and one of the Roman legions suffered heavy losses. Hohenzollerns Knights of the Sword were attacked by Temujin in this battle. The entire Knights of the Sword lost thousands of people, and the Teutonic Knights also suffered considerable losses. It is said that Temujin's Chishua army has suffered heavy losses in a series of previous battles. I didn't expect that he could severely damage the Knights of the Sword with the remaining Chishua army. If he had a complete Chishua army, He might even be able to defeat the Sword Knights. The Knights of Dun will also be severely damaged by Temujin. Hohenzollern personally asked the injured Knights of the Sword, who had been injured in the battle with the Shui army. The Knights of the Sword have failed you. Albert, the leader of the Knights of the Sword, felt guilty for losing to Temujin. Hohenzollern patted Albert on the shoulder. Albert, Temujin is a more ferocious enemy than Attila. As long as the Knights of the Sword are not completely wiped out, the Knights of the Sword can be re-established in the future. Hohenzollern did not blame Albert. As long as the heroes of the Teutonic Knights could be recruited. Then with the population of the Holy Roman Empire, the Knights of the Sword and the Teutonic Knights could be reorganized. Alexander was injured in this battle, and the Macedonian army had to rest. But Alexander was really crazy. He just wounded Attila under such circumstances and blocked the pursuit of the Hunnic army. Hohenzollern thought of Alexander attacking Attila and wounding Attila. And he was also afraid of Alexander. Alexander dared to take the initiative to kill Attila with inferior cavalry, which might threaten the Holy Roman Empire in the future. In addition to dealing with Attila and Temujin, Hohenzollern was also on guard against Alexander. Alexander plans to rest in the city of Linz and use the local teleportation array to regroup his troops. Leave a light cavalry to contain Attila's attack on Vienna. Our troops also need time to assemble, and we cannot completely rely on the teleportation array in Linz city. A teleportation array can only mobilize more than 10,000 troops a day, and we need to use Bohemian the teleportation array in Asia and other places. After a simple discussion, a group of German princes finally decided to rest and recuperate like Alexander and others. His German army also suffered heavy casualties in this battle. Both the Macedonians and the Germans have begun to withdraw their troops. It seems that we can only believe that Ferdinand can hold Vienna. As long as he holds Vienna for a while, and we gather more troops, we can relieve the siege of the city of Vienna. The Big Three of Rome also realized that the battle with Temujin and Attila was not that simple. The Roman troops participating in the battle outside Vienna only had 70,000 or 80,000 troops, and 20,000 to 30,000 were killed, which made the Big Three of Rome hold their breath. This is also a shame for the Roma Big Three. The supporting armies retreated to Linz castle upstream and used the local teleportation array to mobilize their troops. The city of Vienna became an isolated city in a short time. If Ferdinand is unable to hold Vienna in a short period of time, the Archduchy of Austria will be captured by Attila and Temujin, and the barbarian coalition that annexes Austria and Hungary will have more servants. Chapter 694 Shao Siwen's negotiations. The coalition forces led by Alexander fought with Attila and Temujin outside the city of Vienna. It is said that the number of soldiers killed in the battle was 110,000. Most of them elites from various kingdoms. In St. Petersburg, while the two leaders, Alexander and Attila, were fighting each other, Chu Tian was still enjoying a rare peace, and his life in St. Petersburg was quite nourishing. During this period, Chu Tian secretly transferred a group of cavalry from the Central Plains. If he wanted to do something big, the troops were indispensable. Even with 30,000 elite cavalry, it was quite laborious to attack the city. Chu Tian is still gathering troops, but Vienna is about to fall, and the situation has become a bit out of control. The combination of Attila, Temujin, Gustavus, King of Ostrogoth, King of Poland, Grand Duke of Lithuania, and the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire was already a bit over the top. Even Alexander and the others were quickly attacked by the opponent before they could gather their troops. Confused, Chu Tian was worried that the Grand Duchy of Austria and the Kingdom of Hungary would be completely digested by Attila. By then, no one in Attila's camp could stop them. Our troops are enough to attack the royal city of the Hun Empire. Their royal city should be in the Kiev area on the Ukrainian plain. Chu Tian was not idle in St. Petersburg. He traveled between Xia City and St. Petersburg, and at the same time, he was preparing troops to attack the royal city of the Hun Empire. You should get a lot of points by capturing the royal city of the Hun Empire. If you are lucky, you might even get special rewards. However, attacking the Hunnic Empire is also very dangerous. Attila deployed many garrison troops in the Ukrainian plains to prepare for possible attacks from the east. Once Attila's scouts noticed the movements of Chu Tian and others, Attila will return immediately. Therefore, this planned attack on the royal city of the Hunnic Empire must be foolproof. Vienna was in a hurry and accelerated Chu Tian's arrangements for the attack on the Hun Empire. People like Alexander were bled by Attila and lost a lot of troops. This was a scene that Chu Tian wanted to see. But he could not let Western lords like Alexander be killed by Attila. The stronger Attila might be more difficult to deal with. Once Alexander died, It was quite possible that his subordinates would defect to Attila. After all, Alexander's subordinates had many heroes, and their loyalty was not necessarily to the kingdom of Macedonia, but to surrendering to a strong man like Alexander. As long as they surrender to Attila and get the status they want, they won't mind. Chutian tried his best to cause trouble, but he could not unify the western continent anyway. When we made a sneak attack on the Hun Empire, lords like Alexander estimated that after gathering their forces, they would fight Attila and Temujin for a second war. Then it would be our opportunity. Attila, Temujin, Gustav will be dragged to Vienna. Chutian and Yekaterina discussed the specific time for the sneak attack on the Hun Empire. He knew that the defeat of Alexander's army was partly due to being caught off guard. As the vanguard cavalry, Temujin and Subutai advanced at an alarming speed, disrupting Alexander's deployment. If Ferdinand held on to Vienna and bought time, then Alexander and other western lords would have time to gather their forces and start a second war with Attila and Temujin. And this was the opportunity for Chutian to launch a sneak attack on the Hun's empire. Chutian believed that when the Battle of Vienna was in full swing, Attila would be unable to return to aid the royal city of the Hun Empire. Lord, the Khitan tribe wants to send someone to negotiate with us. When Chutian planned to attack the Hun Empire, weaken Attila, and implement a balanced policy on the western continent, news from the Xia Palace attracted Chutian's attention. The Khitan tribe, which Chutian had not paid much attention to recently, had a voice again. After the Khitan tribe was swept away by the Liaodong army, it became a remnant. Yalu Abaoji was killed in battle. Chutian had already learned this news. Chutian also knew the reason why the Khitan tribe took the initiative to contact him. Firstly, it was because of his strong power that he attracted some tribes to seek refuge. This phenomenon was very common. The southern Xiongnu tribe surrendered directly when Chutian attacked Bingzhou. Secondly, two heroes of the Khitan civilization, Xiao Chua and Xiao Talon, were captured by Chutian. They are currently doing well in Chutian's influence, and only Chutian can help them take revenge. Since the Khitan tribe wants to negotiate, let Fang Xianling or some civil servant go to take over the Khitan tribe and handle it as a normal tribe. It would be good for you to go. Sieging. Chutian intended to conquer a group of Khitan tribes to replenish Xiao Chua's army in the future. After broadening his horizons, Chutian may not necessarily be in awe of nomadic tribes such as the Khitan tribe. In his opinion, the Khitan tribe is not much different from ordinary tribes. Lu Su, who came to St. Petersburg to inform Chutian, smiled bitterly. My subordinates think so too. But the Khitan tribe has designated us to send Miss Xiao Chua to negotiate with them. They will not negotiate with us before meeting Miss Xiao Chua. And the Khitan tribe vaguely revealed that the Tuoba Xianbei tribe grazing in the Helan Mountain area also has the idea of recruiting the Khitan tribe. In other words, Lu Su, who came from the Central Plains, only said half of what he said, because Xiao Chua was rubbing Chutian's shoulders for some words. Even if Lu Su didn't finish speaking, Chutian and Xiao Chua could guess what Lu Su meant. The Khitan tribe wanted to see Xiao Chua personally before negotiating with the Chutian forces, and after careful consideration, they took refuge. Moreover, the Khitan tribe also threatened that if they could not see Xiao Chua, they might choose to join forces with the Tuoba Xianbei tribe. The Khitan tribe has been at war with the Liaodong army. They only had a brief confrontation with the Chutian forces during the Mabe War. The conflict between the two sides was not as irreconcilable as the Liaodong army. Xiao Chua heard that the Khitan tribe took the initiative to contact the Chutian forces, and her heart moved. She seemed to be very concerned about the situation of the Khitan tribe. However, since Chutian had not spoken yet, she knew that she could not show her concern for the Khitan tribe. Otherwise it would be detrimental to her negotiations with the Khitan tribe. Just as Xiao Chua guessed, when Chutian changed the strength of Xiao Chua's shoulder rubbing, he had noticed that Xiao Chua was still very concerned about the Khitan tribe. After all, she was a legendary hero of the Khitan civilization, and it was equivalent to her natal family. Who from the Khitan tribe is leading this negotiation? Chutian didn't understand why the Khitan tribe insisted on asking to see Xiao Chua. Lu Su replied, Xiao Siwen. Xiao Siwen. When Chutian heard this name, wasn't this person Xiao Chua's father? No wonder the other party named Xiao Chua, and must see Xiao Chua before they can negotiate. If the other party is Xiao Chua's father, then it can be explained. It turned out to be Xiao Siwen, asking him to come to St. Petersburg for negotiations. I can guarantee his safety and see his daughter. Chutian heard that he was Xiao Chua's father, so he could meet him. After all, if he could be persuaded, he could conquer the Khitan tribe and use it for himself. Yes, After receiving Chu Tian's instructions, Lu Su immediately went down to arrange for Xiao Siwen to come to St. Petersburg. It seems that after capturing Xiao Chua, he can take the opportunity to gain the allegiance of the Khitan tribe. The Khitan tribe still has several generals worth using. After Lu Su left, Xiao Chua asked Chu Tian uneasily, "My lord, what do you plan to do with the Khitan tribe? What do you think I should do with them? Destroy the Khitan tribe? Or give them a pasture? They caused a lot of losses to my army in the battle in Mobei. How should I settle this account?" Chu Tian sensed Xiao Chua's relationship with the Khitan tribe and deliberately frightened Xiao Chua. As long as Xiao Chua is concerned about him, then he can take advantage of Xiao Chua's weakness. Xiao Chua bit his lips lightly. When the two armies were fighting, there would inevitably be losses. Please don't care about the grudges at that time. I think your lord may one day be able to use the Khitan cavalry to build a great cause. You just want me to let the Khitan tribe go. But Xiao Chua, what price are you going to pay? Chu Tian forced Xiao Chua to be loyal. And it was not ordinary loyalty, but absolute loyalty. However, Xiao Chua obviously understood wrongly, and plucked up the courage to say, "If the Lord wants it, Xiao Chua is already ready." Chu Tian couldn't help but feel depressed. Xiao Chua had obviously misunderstood what he meant. You have to guarantee your loyalty. In the following negotiations, you need to stand in my position and negotiate with your father. Chu Tian's request was very simple. This negotiation with the Khitan tribe was also a test of his loyalty to Xiao Chua. If Xiao Chua can withstand this test, perhaps her loyalty will be even higher. I think I understand what you mean. Xiao Chua quickly understood Chu Tian's intention. For Xiao Chua, the negotiation with the Khitan tribe was her vote. This time, applying for a certificate is not that simple. She has to stand on Chu Tian's side and fight for Chu Tian's interests as much as possible. And her opponent is her father Xiao Siwen. Based on the importance Xiao Siwen attaches to Xiao Chua's daughter, as long as Xiao Chua insists, he will definitely make concessions in the negotiation. Xiao Chua is also a weakness of Xiao Siwen. If it is handled well, the entire Khitan tribe will be completely controlled by Chu Tian. Become Chu Tian's servant army source. In the Khitan tribe, Xiao Siwen received a reply from Chu Tian. He needed to go to the unfamiliar St. Petersburg to negotiate with Chu Tian. And at the same time, he could meet his daughter. Xiao Chua was Xiao Siwen's only daughter in the world of Lord after the advent of Khitan civilization. So he cherished this daughter very much. At this time, Xiao Chua was captured, and he was satisfied that he could see this daughter again. At the same time, he wanted to use this negotiation to fight for Xiao Chua's personal freedom. He also didn't know whether his daughter would be abused by the Chu Tian forces. Before heading to the unfamiliar St. Petersburg, he said goodbye to the surviving Khitan generals such as Yalu Xioga and Yalu Xiezhen. I will strive to obtain preferential treatment for our Khitan tribe, and it is best to have a pasture where the tribesmen can rest and recuperate. Before that, you must take good care of your tribe, Yalu Xiezhen said. Don't worry. With Brother Yelxiu and me here, no one can defeat us unless the Liaodong army attacks again. Then the clan members of the tribe will be left to you. Xiao Siwen was resolute and took only a few Khitan cavalry as escorts to Monan Dragon City, preparing to use the teleportation array of Monan Dragon City to go to St. Petersburg to negotiate with Chu Tian and strive for the interests of the Khitan tribe. There shouldn't be any complications in this negotiation. Right. Brother Yalu Xiao and Yalu Xiezhen looked at Xiao Siwen, who was leaving. They placed their hopes on Xiao Siwen. Xiao Chua was captured by King Xia of the Han Empire, which may not be a bad thing for the Khitan tribe. They can guess the treatment they will enjoy after Chu Tian's treatment of Xiao Chua through Chu Tian's attitude. However, Brother Yelxia was a little worried. Why did Aguda send an envoy? Shortly after Xiao Siwen left the Khitan tribe, envoys sent by Wan Yanaguda came to the Khitan tribe, hoping to recruit Yalu Xioga and Yalu Xiezhen to surrender for his own use. After the death of Yalu Aboji, the Khitan tribe has become the target of competition and wooing by all forces. Please go back and tell Wan Yanaguda that we cannot give Wan Yanaguda a reply for the time being. Brother Yalu Xiao and Yalu Xiezhen considered Xiao Siwen to negotiate with the Xia king of the Han Empire. They could not negotiate with another force without authorization while Xiao Siwen was away. Otherwise, they would offend the Xia king of the Han Empire. By then, the Xia king would in anger. The fate of the Khitan tribe may be even more tragic than being attacked by the Liaodong army. Are you negotiating with King Xia of the Han Empire? The envoy said by Wan Yanaguda's eyes flashed. It seems that the fate of the Khitan tribe can be seen. Brother Yelxia said. I have no comment on this matter. You will regret it. After Wan Yanaguda's envoy was rejected by the Khitans, He left with harsh words. Chapter 695. The Huns are not destroyed yet. St. Petersburg. Speaking of which, I've never been to the western continent. Shao Siwen led several Khitan cavalry on their way to Monan Dragon City, resting at the foot of a mountain on the way. What surprised him was that Chu Tian could often travel between the eastern continent and the western continent. Chu Tian's influence seemed to have reached the western continent. However, Shao Siwen didn't care too much about what Chu Tian was doing in St. Petersburg. He wanted to see his daughter Xiao Chua and ensure Xiao Chua's safety. Sir, the blizzard on the grassland this year is really severe. Many livestock in our tribe were frozen to death by the blizzard. I hope that after joining King Xia, we will be able to find relief if we encounter such a blizzard in the future. A Khitan cavalryman was in charge of lighting the fire, and was complaining about the terrible snowstorm. The nomadic tribe's resistance to natural disasters is so weak that a snowstorm can cause immeasurable losses to the nomadic tribes, making it difficult to survive. There's a price to pay for relief. Shao Siwen shook his head. As a minister, he knew that equal exchange was common in politics. If the Khitan tribe wanted to rely on the Xia king of the Han Empire, they would have to pay a corresponding price, which may be corvée labor. Sir, there is a cavalry approaching quickly. The Khitan cavalry patrolling the periphery discovered a cavalry approaching them. Shao Siwen stood up immediately. Is it King Xia's cavalry coming to protect us as we go to Monan Dragon City? Shao Siwen could only think of this possibility at present. So he rode a war horse and led several Khitan cavalry, preparing to join the Xia king's cavalry, who came to meet him. On the horizon of the grassland, a black line appeared, and war horses galloped toward Shao Siwen and others. The number of cavalry is too large. No, they are not the cavalry sent by King Xia to meet us. Shao Siwen saw that the number of cavalry in this group was estimated to be as many as 1,000. If Chu Tian specially sent people to meet him, it would be impossible to mobilize troops like this. Otherwise, the Khitan tribe would probably misunderstand that Chu Tian wanted to destroy the Khitan tribe. Chu Tian would only send 100 cavalry at most. In other words, the cavalry in front of you is very likely not Chu Tian's cavalry, but the cavalry of other forces. What? Shao Siwen didn't come to Monan Dragon City as scheduled? Lu Su was used by Chu Tian as the foreign minister. He came to Monan Dragon City specifically to meet Shao Siwen. But Shao Siwen did not come to Monan Dragon City as scheduled. Lu Hu, the Lord of Monan, said, Is it possible that the Khitans temporarily regretted it and were unwilling to surrender to us? After all, we have had a quarrel with them. They were killed by King Xia in the Battle of Mabe. Many Khitan cavalry were killed. Lu Su shook his head. The Khitan people should not be so ignorant. Their power is already insignificant. How can they have the idea of playing tricks on us? If they deliberately provoke us, the Khitan tribe will be destroyed in the Lord's anger. Lu Su did not believe that the Khitans would go back on their word and go out of their way to provoke. The Khitan tribe had suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Liaodong army, and they were determined not to provoke the Chu Tian forces again. Otherwise, the consequences could be imagined. Send a small team of cavalry to the Khitan tribe. Ask to see Shao Siwen again, and ask why he didn't arrive on time. Wait a minute. I will go to the Khitan tribe in person. If I meet Shao Siwen on the way, I will pick him up. Lu Hu quickly dispatched a cavalry team of 30 people. Lu Su noticed unusual information from this incident. If it can make a person of his level feel uneasy, then this must be something extraordinary. Therefore, Lu Su personally went to the Khitan tribe to negotiate with the Khitan tribe. If the Khitan tribe regrets, Lu Su believes that his eloquence and sincerity will make the Khitan people change their minds. The Khitan tribe, Yelu Xioga, Yelu Xiezhen and others who stayed behind to guard the Khitan tribe received Lu Su from Monan Longcheng with a relatively humble attitude. After all, they had decided to attach themselves to the Xia king of the Han Empire. Then they have to accept the ruling system of Chu Tian's forces. Lu Su has followed Chu Tian for several years, and his status is already not low. Shao Siwen has led the cavalry team to Monan Dragon City for negotiations. How could he not be in Monan Dragon City at this time? Could it be that you don't want to accept us and are trying to deceive us? Yelu Xiezhen couldn't help but doubt the intentions of Chu Tian's forces. Shao Siwen left the Khitan tribe under the farewell of brother Yelu Xiu and Yelu Xiezhen, and calculated his itinerary. If there were no accidents along the way, he would have already arrived at Monan Dragon City. However, Lu Su claimed that he had not seen Shao Siwen. The current Khitan tribe is still wary of the Chu Tian forces. Therefore, brother Yelu Xiu and Yelu Xiezhen have reason to suspect that the Chu Tian forces have forcibly detained Shao Siwen and claimed that they had not seen Shao Siwen. Then they found an excuse to attack the remnants of the Khitan tribe and completely annex it. Khitan tribe. Fortunately, the person who sent the Khitan tribe as envoy this time was not an ordinary person, but Lu Su, who was good at diplomacy. Combining the statements of the Khitan generals, he quickly discovered the problem. Please don't doubt our King Xia's determination to accept you. And I don't need to doubt your sincerity and rhetoric. If all of us are right, then in the middle something must have gone wrong in the process. Brother Yeluxiu is also a smart man, and he quickly understood. You mean? Xiao Siwen had an accident midway. Lu Su and Brother Yeluxiu looked at each other, knowing that Brother Yeluxiu was an excellent cavalry general. Can the Khitan tribe become enemies with the surrounding forces recently? Brother Yeluxiu thought for a moment. We stopped causing trouble after the death of King Liao. The surrounding tribe should not attack Xiao Siwen's team. However, Brother Yeluxiu and Yeluxian glanced at each other inadvertently, and they quickly realized the problem. After Xiao Siwen left, Wan Yenaguda sent people to win over our tribe, but was rejected by our tribe. His envoys became angry with shame. Maybe they would attack Xiao Siwen's cavalry in retaliation. Lu Su listened thoughtfully to the words of Brother Yeluxiu and Yeluxian, and the situation was very obvious. Perhaps Wan Yenaguda wanted to use such clumsy means to provoke a fight between us. If I hadn't come here specifically to thank you, if the tribe finds out, they may have fallen into Wan Yenaguda's trap. The top priority is to find Xiao Siwen, or where he disappeared. If Wan Yenaguda really acted like this, he must pay the price. After hearing Lu Su's speculation, Yeluxian became even more dissatisfied with Wan Yenaguda. The generals of Liao and Jin felt uncomfortable with each other. After Lu Su made his speculation, Yeluxian personally led a group of Khitan cavalry and went with Lu Su to track down the traces of Xiao Siwen, who had disappeared. As for Brother Yeluxiu, he stayed with the Khitan tribe at the place where Xiao Siwen disappeared. Several Khitan cavalry who followed Xiao Siwen were killed in battle. Their bodies were full of arrows. They were obviously shot by cavalry who were good at mounted archery. Yeluxian's cavalry easily found the missing Xiao Siwen team with the help of wild wolves. When they found several Khitan cavalry that Xiao Siwen had taken away, these Khitan cavalry had lost their breath. Without Xiao Siwen, he is likely to be captured. Yeluxian counted all the Khitan cavalry who died on the battlefield and found no trace of Xiao Siwen. It was a blessing among misfortunes. Lu Su carefully inspected the wounds on the fallen Khitan cavalry, trying to find clues. The cavalry who attacked Xiao Siwen did not even loot their belongings. They were not trying to seize wealth. That must be the person Wan Yenaguda beats. Yeluxian, who came with Lu Su, was not a reckless man. After hearing Lu Su's analysis and the scene of the Khitan cavalry killed in front of him, he changed the target of suspicion to Wan Yenaguda. Not long ago, the Khitan tribe rejected Wan Yenaguda's solicitation. The envoys of Wan Yenaguda must have a grudge and specially ambushed Xiao Siwen for revenge. It's not necessarily Wan Yenaguda's cavalry. There are many Xianbei tribes on the Moaning Grassland. Lu Su considered the issue more comprehensively. Based on the facts, he did not easily pin the charge on Wan Yenaguda. Yeluxian felt that the Khitan tribe he represented was being teased. No matter which tribe they are, the cavalry that attacks our Khitan must pay a corresponding price. In St. Petersburg, Chu Tian received the latest information from Lu Su. Xiao Siwen, who was originally going to negotiate with Chu Tian, lost track of him in the Moaning Grassland. It seems something happened to your father. When Chu Tian faced the complicated situation, he informed Xiao Chua. Xiao Siwen's disappearance caused the Khitan tribe, which originally planned to join Chu Tian's forces, to hesitate and even doubt whether Xiao Siwen was detained by Chu Tian, which cast a shadow on the negotiations. It's impossible for him to escape in the middle of the battle. In all likelihood, he will be captured by someone with ulterior motives. If this is the case, maybe it is a good thing for him, because it means that he will not be killed. Xiao Chua still remained calm, terrifyingly calm, thinking that not only was Xiao Siwen not killed, but he was still alive and well. I have arranged for Lu Su and others to work with the Khitan tribe to find Xiao Siwen's whereabouts. Once Xiao Siwen is found, they will notify you and me as soon as possible. Chu Tian calmed Xiao Chua's mood a little. Although the negotiations with the Khitan tribe had some twists and turns, as long as the Khitan tribe did not join forces with other nomadic tribes. Otherwise it would become a disaster in the future. Thank you, my lord, for taking care of the Khitan tribe. Xiao Chua's loyalty to Chu Tian increased this time. In this incident, Chu Tian's attitude towards the Khitan tribe was friendly enough and gained Xiao Chua's favor. Who robbed Xiao Siwen? Chu Tian was also thinking about potential enemies. Someone kidnapped Xiao Siwen midway and sabotaged the negotiations between Chu Tian and the Khitan tribe. They must have been unwilling to let the Chu Tian forces annex the Khitan tribe. Or there were other forces who wanted to annex the Khitan tribe, so they would interfere with it. In the Khitan tribe, Yelu Xiezhen took the cavalry to track down Xiao Siwen's whereabouts, while Yelu Xioga took charge of the Khitan tribe. More alert! Brother Yelxia noticed something unusual and sent additional Khitan cavalry to patrol around the tribe to prevent enemies from taking the opportunity to attack the Khitan tribe. A few days after Xiao Siwen disappeared, the Khitan tribe encountered a dense cavalry attack. The first to be attacked were the waiting cavalry deployed by the Khitan tribe on the periphery. Enemy attack! The Khitan tribe, which originally thought it was calm, was suddenly attacked and fell into a sea of fire. The tents of the Khitan tribe were burned down with rockets from well-prepared enemies, and the camp was filled with smoke and fire. The enemy's arrows covered the sky and shot the Khitan scouts on the outside. Sure enough, someone secretly attacked Xiao Siwen's cavalry unit. Damn it! People of the Khitan tribe, come with me to fight! Brother Yelxia led the Khitan cavalry to attack the incoming enemy. 2 cavalrymen fought outside the Khitan tribal camp. Arrows rained down from the sky like locusts. The cavalry from both sides drew their sabers and charged towards each other. The horses galloped and swords and cavalry collided. Although Brother Yelxia's cavalry is very good at fighting, and is a surviving Khitan veteran with considerable combat effectiveness, he is still at a disadvantage in the face of an unknown enemy that far outnumbers him. Moreover, Brother Yelxia discovered that the combat effectiveness of this unknown cavalry was no less than that of the cavalry he commanded. Among them, the combat effectiveness of the elite cavalry and sharpshooters in this unknown cavalry is even higher than that of the cavalry commanded by Brother Yelxia himself. Is it possible that this is the cavalry commanded by Wan Yanaguda himself? Brother Yelxia speculated that if this was Wan Yanaguda's forces attacking the Khitan tribe, then it must be the cavalry led by Wan Yanaguda himself. Who could possibly show a higher bonus to the cavalry troops than he? Brother Yelxia. There are few other Jin Kingdom generals who can surpass Brother Yelxia. After all, Brother Yelxia is the first-class cavalry hero of the Khitan tribe. The average Jurchen general is not the opponent of Brother Yelxia. Even the excellent Jurchen generals will probably only compete with him. Brother Yelxia is evenly matched. No! Wan Yanaguda should be fighting with the Liaojing army at this time. It is impossible for him to go deep into Monan to attack our Khitan tribe. Furthermore, the envoys from the Jin Kingdom have only been to the Khitan tribe for a few days. Wan Yanaguda cannot be here in this short period of time. We came to the Khitan tribe in person within a few days and launched an attack. Could it be that other nomadic tribes are attacking us? Brother Yelxia couldn't help but change his face when he thought of this possibility. And it was not a small possibility. If it is really other nomadic tribes, the consequences may be extremely tragic. The Khitan tribe may be completely annihilated in this battle and be expelled from the list. I will be responsible for breaking up the rear. You will lead the tribe to retreat in the direction of Monan Dragon City and inform them of the news. An unknown cavalry has attacked our tribe. Brother Yelxia saw the large number of incoming enemies, at least tens of thousands of cavalry, and knew that the Khitan tribe was in crisis again. So he asked several other Khitan generals to lead the tribesmen to migrate to Monan Dragon City in the west. The Khitan tribe has declined many times, and if it is hit hard again, it may disappear forever. When Brother Yelxia is not sure of defeating the opponent, he must consider protecting the tribe's people. The tribe cannot be destroyed in his hands. Conquer the Khitan tribe and capture all the Khitan population for our use. On the outskirts of the Khitan tribe, a cavalry leader commanded tens of thousands of cavalry to encircle and suppress the Khitan tribe where Brother Yelxia was located. The disappeared Xiao Siwen became the prisoner of the cavalry leader and was forced to follow the cavalry leader. His face was ashen because he already knew the origin of this cavalry. This cavalry leader is not an ordinary person, and his cavalry bonus is no less than that of Yelu Aboji or Wan Yanaguda. Even Brother Yelxia is very likely not to be his opponent. The cavalry leader looked at the Khitan tribe camp reduced to a sea of flames and remained unmoved. Instead, he turned to Xiao Siwen and said, Xiao Siwen, you and your Khitan tribe should all serve me, and I will make you king. And all you need to do is join my legion and help me defeat powerful opponents, expand my territory, and build a great empire. Impossible. You don't know the strength of King Xia of the Han Empire. Even enemies as powerful as Temujin were defeated by him. You will also face the same failure as Temujin, and you will never recover. Then I really want to see how powerful King Xia of the Han Empire is. This prairie should belong to us. not King Xiao's pasture. The prairie is where those with strength live. Today you captured me. King Xiao and my daughter will avenge me. You are setting yourself up for trouble. Are you threatening me? The cavalry leader's eyes showed ferocity. Xiao Siwen didn't answer. He knew that this cavalry leader was specifically looking for trouble with the Chutian forces. And sooner or later there would be a conflict with the Chutian forces. In other words, his daughter will avenge him sooner or later. The unknown number of cavalry was at least tens of thousands. They surrounded the Khitan tribe from all directions. Arrows rained down like rain. Fire spread among the Khitan tribe. The Khitan tribe was in an unprecedented crisis. Brother Yulexia led the last cavalry of the Khitan tribe to delay this powerful enemy, and buy time for the Khitan tribe to move. Brother Yulexia is worthy of being a legendary hero of the Khitan tribe. Under his leadership, the Khitan cavalry fought bravely and fought with the enemy. The enemy burned down their new camp, angering the Khitan cavalry. Many Khitan cavalry just wanted to herd their animals, but they were targeted by the enemy. The enemy in front of them wanted to conquer and enslave the Khitan tribe. So the Khitan cavalry had to fight to the death. Because of the heroic resistance of Brother Yulexia and the Khitan cavalry, the enemies who attacked the Khitan tribe did not achieve much benefit. Thousands of people on both sides died in battle. The camp of the Khitan tribe was dyed red with blood, contrasting with the sea of fire. General Yelu, we are waiting for you in Monin Dragon City. The eyes of the Khitan generals, who were transferred in advance, were red. Brother Yulexia bought them time, and they might die under the attack of unknown cavalry. There are too many unknown cavalry troops, and their level of eliteness is even higher than that of the cavalry led by Brother Yulexia. The enemy's ability has surpassed Brother Yelu Xiao and reached the level of Yelu Abaoji and Wanyan Aguda. If I am still alive, I will definitely join you. There is no time to hesitate. You leave quickly. Brother Yulexia drew his sword and fought again with the unknown cavalry who were chasing him. The population of the Khitan tribe was able to move due to the desperate battles of Brother Yulexia and the Khitan cavalry. However, under the interception of the opponent, a lot of the population of the Khitan tribe was still plundered, just like the Liaodong army's sweep of the Horkan grassland. After a while, the Khitan tribe once again lost a group of people. Capturing this Khitan general, his bravery is worthy of leaving his life to serve me. The cavalry leader discovered that Brother Yulexia fought bravely, and that Brother Yulexia's cavalry also had strong combat capabilities. So he became interested in talents, and wanted to bring Brother Yulexia into his account. More and more cavalry surrounded Brother Yulexia's Khitan cavalry. Each of his companions died from the enemy's arrows. Brother Yulexia was a little hysterical, but regardless of the strength of the troops or the bonus to the cavalry, he was at a disadvantage. He was not here at all. Enemy's opponent. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. The enemy's goal seemed to be to capture Brother Yulexia, so they did not shoot Brother Yulexia. Otherwise, Brother Yulexia would have been shot dead by the opponent's sharpshooter, who was good at riding and shooting. A cavalryman came towards Brother Yulexia, but Brother Yulexia blocked the spear with his long sword. And then Brother Yulexia killed the opponent's cavalry. However, the number of the opponent's cavalry was too great. An enemy who looked like the opponent's general brandished a ring-show sword and clashed with Brother Yulexia. The huge impact made Brother Yulexia's jaw numb. When Brother Yulexia was in pain, several cavalrymen came up and stabbed Brother Yulexia with their spears. After more than 10 rounds, the enemy generals finally succeeded in capturing Brother Yulexia. At this time, the entire Khitan tribe had been reduced to a sea of fire. The enemy's cavalry looted the entire tribe, captured tens of thousands of people, and transported the loot back to their own tribe. Brother Yulexia became a prisoner and could only watch reluctantly as the enemy looted the Khitan tribe's camp. But he was unable to do anything because his own life could not be saved. Master Shanyu, according to your instructions, we successfully captured this man. King Yuxian, your contribution will increase your population by 1,000 households. The cavalry leader seemed very satisfied with the results of the battle. Xiao Siwen, I didn't expect you to fall into their hands. I should have thought that these were not the cavalry of Wanyan Agu, but the Hun's cavalry. Brother Yulexia heard the names between them and the costumes of the enemies, and quickly understood that these people were not Jurchens, but Huns. The difference between the Jurchens and the Huns is not small. Yes, this grassland in Monbei and Monin should be the pastures of our Huns. Temujin and the Han Empire took away this land. Soon, I will use my strength to reconquer this grassland and regain the land that originally belonged to us Huns. The cavalry leader was ambitious. In his view, this land was a pasture given to the Huns by God, rather than a battlefield for the Han Empire and Temujin. I don't know who you are among the Huns, but the Han Empire and the King of Xia are not easy to mess with. You want to destroy our Khitan tribe for your ambition, and I will not serve you. Brother Yalexia had a deep sense of identification with the Khitan tribe. The Xiongnu Chanyu's looting of the Khitan tribe angered Brother Yalexia. So Brother Yalexia felt resentful towards the Xiongnu Chanyu. If you don't serve me, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? There are things a real man does, and things he doesn't do. You are as stubborn as Xiao Siwen. But sooner or later you will surrender to me, because soon I will defeat King Xia of the Han Empire and reoccupy this vast pasture. Come on. Withdraw your troops. After the Xiongnu Chanyu attacked the Khitan tribe, he knew that Chutian's troops deployed in the Monan Prairie were likely to encircle and suppress them. So he carefully avoided Chutian's forces. He still needed time to accumulate strength before he dared take the initiative to launch a comprehensive attack. The power of the Xiongnu tribe gradually formed. Fortunately, the man named Lu Su was not in the tribe at this time. Brother Yeluxiu breathed a sigh of relief when he thought that Lu Su was still outside. Lu Su and Yeluxiezhen went to look for Xiao Siwen, who had disappeared. As long as they did not fall into the hands of the Huns, they might soon find reinforcements to rescue the captured Khitan tribe. If all the Khitan tribes were plundered by the Huns, the strength of the Huns would greatly increase, which was really not a good thing for the Han Empire. Burn everything here completely, leaving nothing behind. Before the Xiongnu Chanyu left, the Huns cavalry carried out a final raid on the Khitan tribe, completely razing the Khitan tribe's camp to the ground. Shortly after the Xiongnu cavalry left, Lu Su and Yeluxiezhen led the cavalry back to the Khitan tribe, and saw thick smoke billowing over the tribal camp from a distance. No, the enemy attacked the Khitan tribe. Lu Su suddenly understood. Now Lu Su has basically confirmed that an unknown cavalry attacked Xiao Siwen's cavalry team. Now more cavalry are attacking the Khitan tribe. Their purpose is most likely to annex the populations of other tribes, just like they annexed the surrounding tribes. Based on this logic, the nomadic civilization that attacked the Khitan tribe was most likely the Huns cavalry from Mobei, because according to reports from Prince Yen, who is in charge of Mobei, and Di Qing, a powerful Huns cavalry is gathering in the Langjuxia mountain area of Mobei. The number of this Huns cavalry may have accumulated to 100,000, which is extremely terrifying. Di Qing may not gain any benefit from fighting with him. It can be seen that its leader is not someone to be trifled with. Based on the connection, Lu Su quickly guessed that the Huns were secretly operating. The Huns were once the masters of this grassland, causing headaches for the Han Empire for hundreds of years. From the Warring States period to the Western Jin dynasty, the Huns cavalry were active on the northern grasslands. They were the earliest grassland overlords, so they should not be underestimated. After figuring out the connection, Lu Su immediately sent people to notify Lu Hu and the cities in Monan, reminding the lords to be careful of being attacked by the Huns cavalry. The Huns cavalry was obviously gathering troops and planning to expand their territory. For the Huns, losing the prairie is an eternal pain in their hearts. Also important was Dragon City, which was a sacred place to the Huns, so it was possible for them to attack those places. They must be guarded against just in case. No matter who the Huns or who attack our tribe, if they dare to provoke our Khitan tribe, they will only die. Yeluxiezhen led the cavalry back to the Khitan tribe and found that the tribe's population had been dispersed. Many people died in the war or were captured by the Xiongnu Chanyu. This made Yeluxiezhen angry. In the east and west, the lords were troubled by the Huns. This group of grassland overlords and their descendants still spread across the country, attacking cities and villages everywhere, becoming a threat. Lu Su and Yeluxiezhen went to Monan Dragon City. At this time, the two sides had no idea of negotiating, but were preparing to fight the Huns cavalry. Lu Su even went to St. Petersburg in person to ask Chu Tian for instructions. Let Li Mu return to Monan. Chu Tian transferred back Li Mu, who had conquered the Lake Baikal area, and garrisoned the more important Monan. Chapter 696 Vienna Attack and Defense. Attila's cavalry has arrived at the gates of Vienna. When Tamerlane was preparing to attack the city of Vienna, the defenders of Vienna witnessed the scourge of God, Attila, the leader of the Hungarian Empire, Temujin, the great Khan of the Mongol Empire, Gustav King of Sweden, and King of Poland, the Grand Duke of Lithuania, and the King of Ostrogoth came to the city and laid siege to Vienna. Hundreds of thousands of troops surrounded the important city of Vienna, besieging the strong city of Vienna, causing the city of Vienna to be blocked. Ferdinand looked from the city and saw that the army of Attila's camp was endless and spread over the mountains and plains, which was frightening. Among this group of enemies, There were not only the Chieshwe army, but also the Chanyu Guards, Polish Hussars, Gothic warriors, arquebusiers and other units. They also brought craftsmen, who made the defenders of Vienna even more fearful. This group of craftsmen could build a large number of siege equipment for capturing the city of Vienna. In a city defense battle, craftsmen pose a greater threat to a solid city than elite cavalry. This defense of Vienna may be the most brutal attack and defense. Ferdinand realized that Attila and other barbarian leaders, or the kings who were attracted by Attila to attack Central and Western Europe, were bound to win the city of Vienna. After repelling Alexander and other Western lords, Attila successfully reunited with Timur and Subutai, and together they surrounded Vienna. Vienna has become a bridgehead to contain the barbarian coalition. Only by holding Vienna can we buy time for reinforcements to arrive. If it is lost early, either the Western coalition forces will be forced to fight the Huns' camp for a second time, or they will be forced to retreat again and again, stretching the supply line of the Hun Empire, and then try to defeat Attila. However, this method does not seem to be very effective for the Eastern cavalry, because Temujin and Attila will use the mobility of the light cavalry to quickly raid and loot the surrounding towns to obtain food, grass and weapons, and ease there. The logistical pressure was not as great as that faced by the Western lords. This was also the advantage of Temujin and Attila. Vienna has become the shield of Europe. Its mission is to block the attacks of Temujin and Attila's armies. I didn't expect Alexander, Caesar and others to be defeated so quickly. They left me alone to hold on to Vienna. No matter how the battle goes, my strength will be greatly damaged. But in the face of such a situation, there is nothing that the coalition can do. We have tried our best. But Alexander, Rome, and Germany all paid a heavy price, with more than 100,000 people killed together. Unlike Alexander, Hohenzollern, and Caesar, Alexander and other lords could retreat again and again. They still had a way to retreat. But Ferdinand could not retreat again and again, because Vienna was the last stronghold he had worked so hard to manage. The defeat of the Western lords was quite sudden, and Ferdinand did not expect it. At this time, the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Austria, who held on to Vienna, finally fell into panic. Timur had previously sent an envoy to demand the surrender of Vienna. However, Ferdinand rejected Timur's offer. At that time, the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Austria did not take it seriously and insulted Timur together. When the cavalry of the nomadic civilization represented by Attila and Timur appeared, the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Austria immediately regretted the decision they made at that time. They seemed to have underestimated each other. Only Timur could hold Vienna. This time Attila and Temujin brought hundreds of thousands of people. If Vienna is really captured by the barbarian army, Attila and his allies will not miss the opportunity to loot or even massacre the city. For them, the city of Vienna is the richest city in the Grand Duchy of Austria, with the second largest population. The larger cities were several times larger, so the wealth accumulated in Vienna was also quite amazing. This is why Attila wanted to take over Vienna and the Grand Duchy of Austria. Occupying these two civilizations and obtaining supplies will be very beneficial to the subsequent offense and defense. Ferdinand looked at the siege towers and giant trebuchets standing outside the city. Everyone, don't be afraid. We are confident of holding Vienna and blocking any enemy's attack on Europe. Prepare to attack the city. The giant counterweight trebuchet that Timur ordered the craftsmen to build was ready. Before the arrival of Attila and Temujin, Timur had made sufficient preparations to defeat the cavalry troops in the city, who repeatedly tried to sneak out of the city to attack. This shows how powerful he is. No matter Temujin or several of Temujin's subordinates, all the generals showed amazing abilities, giving the Western lords a huge headache. Timur can now basically stand alone and become a leader. Before the official attack on Vienna, they seemed to realize that the city of Vienna was very strong and difficult to attack. So Attila and Temujin sent envoys to try again to recruit the people of the Grand Duchy of Austria. Ferdinand's reply was exactly the same as before, refusing to surrender to Attila and Temujin, intending to fight to the end. Boom! Angry and angry, Attila issued an order to storm Vienna. Huge boulders fell down one after another, bombarding the city walls and towers of Vienna, hoping to bring down the towering city walls before the army officially attacks. Use trebuchets to destroy the city defenses. Vienna's city walls, towers, and horses trembled majestically in front of the fireballs and boulders that looked like meteorites. The soldiers hit by the fireballs and boulders were killed in an instant. This time, Attila once again relied on Temujin's power. Temujin had Xiangyang cannons and siege generals transferred from the Ilkhanate. How could the Mongolian trebuchet be so powerful? Only those who are truly on the defensive side know the terror of the Mongolian trebuchets. Ferdinand looked up into the air. Dozens of boulders trailing thick black smoke crashed down. The defenders showed horrified expressions. Lords, the power of siege equipment not only depends on the siege equipment itself, but also the special bonuses brought by military officers with siege characteristics to the siege equipment, which can greatly improve the power of the siege equipment. Power. With the 9th level siege equipment and the bonus of the siege generals, the huge rocks thrown by the Xiangyang cannon were enough to cause terrible damage to the towers of the Vienna castle. Cracks appeared on the towers that were hit, and rubble fell. Ferdinand was a little hysterical. He finally understood why the war between the lords of the Persian Empire and the Ilkhanate was so tragic. Temujin has a lot of talent. Attila's eyes focused on one of Temujin's generals. This general was a famous siege general Temujin specially transferred from the Ilkhanate. This greatly increased the power of Xiangyang artillery. So much so that Vienna was in Xiangyang. It trembled and trembled under the bombardment of the cannon. It is said that this general was a Han Chinese who served the Mongol Empire. He had captured dozens of cities in the Persian Empire, but there was no strong city that could stop him. Attila had to be jealous of the quality of Temujin's generals. Temujin's talent came from the Mongol Empire and the 4 great khanates, 5 civilizations, and accumulated decades to hundreds of years. His heritage was far better than Attila's. Deeper. The generals of the Ilkhanate were commanding various siege engines to launch an attack on Vienna. Dig a tunnel! Attila not only used siege equipment, but also adopted siege methods such as digging tunnels, trying to make the defenders powerless and forcefully capture Vienna. He also knew that he could not stay too long in Vienna. The lords of Rome, Macedonia, and Germany were still calling for reinforcements. A steady stream of reinforcements was coming from all directions. Soon the Western lords would be able to organize a second coalition to launch a counterattack. As long as the territories of these Western lords do not fall, the population of their territories will continue to provide a steady supply of troops. It started to snow in the city of Vienna, but Attila's army still attacked Vienna forcefully in the cold winter. Both the Hunnic cavalry and the Mongolian cavalry are capable of fighting even in the cold winter. Not to mention Gustav's Nordic legion. They drove a large number of servants, and the black and dense servants pressed towards Vienna. These servants came from the Kingdom of Hungary and the Grand Duchy of Austria. They were used by Temujin and Attila as cannon fodder to fill in the trenches and moats of Vienna. Boom! Another fireball fell on the city wall. The wall collapsed instantly when the fireball hit it. Several defenders were injured by gravel and flying flames, and a small piece of the city wall collapsed. There were moats and trenches outside the city of Vienna, but the hundreds of thousands of servants driven by Attila like livestock forcibly filled the trenches and moats with soil and corpses, paving the way for the barbarian camp's army and siege equipment to attack Vienna. The shadow cast by the siege tower of the barbarian camp on the ground, driven by hundreds of cannon fodder infantry, pressed towards the city wall of Vienna, and the ground was shaking. There are 13 giant siege towers more than 10 meters high. Trebuchets and siege towers became a nightmare for the defenders. Burn the siege tower! Ferdinand ordered the archers to release rockets in an attempt to burn Attila's siege tower, and organized death squads to set fire to the city. The Mongolian cavalry and the Huns cavalry were covering the siege equipment and approaching the city wall. Once the defenders left the city to attack, they immediately stepped forward to kill them. Siege towers, ladder trucks, siege trucks, and siege equipment were all used in the attack and defense of Vienna. The defensive battle in Vienna was very fierce. Ferdinand personally directed the defense. The generals of the Austrian Grand Duchy guarded various sections of the city wall and struggled to defend against the constant bombardment of trebuchets. A general of the Grand Duchy of Austria was injured by the fireball splashed by the Xiangyang cannon and screamed on the city wall. The siege tower of Attila's army approached, and the sharpshooters standing on the siege tower used their longbows to shoot the defenders. The towers of Vienna fought back against the siege towers, and even the siege towers carefully prepared by Attila were not as tall as the towers of Vienna. However, what the Vienna defenders faced was not only the towering siege towers and the Xiangyang cannons that threw meteorites, but also the approaching tunnels and the unattached servant armies. Attila, Temujin and others were attacking Vienna. Attacks came from all directions, and both sides continued to invest troops. Hundreds of large and small ballistae deployed on the walls of Vienna began to exert their power. A thick and long crossbow arrow killed 3 servant infantry at once, and finally nailed them to the ground. On the first day of Attila's attack on Vienna alone, As many as 20,000 servants were killed. Thousands of Vienna's defenders were killed. And this was only the first test by both sides. Attila's plan to quickly attack Vienna went bankrupt. The barbarian army was pinned to the city walls of Vienna, and could not move for a short time. It seemed that a longer siege had begun. Chapter 697 Attila and Timur. The city of Vienna was full of billowing smoke. The black smoke obscured the sky. Stones fell from the damaged city walls. Vienna militiamen dragged the bodies of dead soldiers, and buried them in the city. Attila and Temujin's army continued to attack Vienna for several days, resulting in the death of as many as 30,000 Vienna defenders. The brutality of the attack and defense of Vienna exceeded Ferdinand's imagination. There were 100,000 professional soldiers defending Vienna, and 100,000 militiamen were recruited from the city of Vienna, which is equivalent to 200,000 soldiers defending the city of Vienna. However, the ordinary militiamen were greatly frightened by the trebuchets owned by the Mongols, and Ferdinand needed to send a war team to supervise them so that these militiamen would not escape before the battle. However, even so, the morale of these militiamen will drop significantly when the Mongolian trebuchets bombard the city, and their combat effectiveness is almost negligible. The trebuchet is not only powerful, but also has a psychologically shocking effect on the soldiers, reducing the defensive strength of the defenders. At this rate, Vienna may fall in less than a month. Ferdinand deduced the time of the fall of Vienna, when the defenders had sufficient strength at the beginning. The possibility of being captured by the barbarian army was relatively small. However, as you get to the back, the defenders are not strong enough, and the probability of being captured increases significantly. A city as big as Vienna requires sufficient strength to defend it. I hope Alexander, Caesar and others can organize their forces in time to counterattack. Otherwise, I will not be able to defend at all. Please convey my intention to Alexander and the others. Ferdinand was alone. Therefore, he sent a group of Austrian cavalry to inform Alexander, Caesar and other Western lords to request reinforcements. Alexander and the others must regroup their forces within a month to support Vienna. A military general from the Grand Duchy of Austria led about a few hundred elite cavalry, with the knights in full armor as the vanguard, forcibly breaking through the siege of the army outside the city, and galloping towards the city of Linz where Alexander and the others were. Your Majesty, a cavalry group successfully broke out of the city, and its direction is Linz, which is located on the Danube River. Their goal may be to request reinforcements from Alexander. Your Majesty, please be on guard. When the Austrian cavalry broke out from Vienna, Attila, the leader of the Hunnic Empire, learned the news immediately and immediately summoned all his allies. Attila naturally realized that the Western lords were gathering their forces to prepare for a second decisive battle with him. The last time the Western lords' army had not yet been fully assembled, so Attila and the others had an absolute advantage in strength. This time, Alexander, Caesar and other lords deliberately left Ferdinand alone to defend the city of Vienna and delay Attila's attack progress in order to buy time to gather troops. Attila could not allow these Western lords to gather their forces smoothly. Otherwise the outcome would be uncertain. Temujin, Subutai, I need your strength. You can lead the cavalry to attack Linz and defeat the local army of Western lords. Attila planned to rely on Temujin's power again. Temujin's face was not good looking. It is difficult to defeat them just with the strength and troops of Subutai and I. Temujin was not a reckless man. The Western lords together had an extremely impressive military strength and number of generals. Even if Temujin and Subutai joined forces, it would be impossible to repeat the success of the surprise attack on the Kingdom of Hungary. The coalition of Western lords and the Roman Republic had famous generals, including many king-level and emperor-level commanders. The cavalry of these generals may not be as terrifying as Temujin and Subutai, but their bonus to infantry or crossbowmen may be higher than Temujin and Subutai's bonus to infantry and crossbowmen. Moreover, after the last war, the Western lords' army had realized that Temujin would often use running attacks or roundabout cavalry tactics, and they would be prepared for this. I will personally go to Linz with you to deal with Alexander. This time, I must kill him under great pressure. My wound is still aching. Attila was stabbed by Alexander's companion cavalry in the previous melee, and held a grudge against Alexander. Temujin once again joined forces with Attila. This time both sides had the experience of working together to defeat Alexander, so they had no objections to joining forces again. It's stressful, but it doesn't seem to be as scary as you say. In the battle against the Roman legions, Gustavus relied on the Firearms Legion to join forces with the Viking berserkers and defeated Pompey, one of the three giants of Rome. He is not afraid of the big three of Alexander in Rome, because he is a famous firearms general after the Renaissance, and his troops are much higher level than the Roman legions. Temujin couldn't help but glance at Gustav. He was always afraid of the Shinji battalion, Swedish musketeers, and other firearms units. The firearms branch has natural restraints on cavalry. It can be said that the emergence of firearms has changed the situation of cavalry suppressing infantry. If others said this, he might still look down upon them. But Gustav has a high-level firearms branch. So Gustav is indeed qualified to say this. Even Alexander's partner cavalry may not be able to resist Gustav's firearms corps, unless the companion cavalry can cut in front of the firearms corps and wave their sabers. But before engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Swedish musketeers, the Viking berserkers must be successfully defeated. Don't underestimate Alexander. Attila knew, however, that if he had not united with Hurrem Sultan of the Ottoman Empire to contain some of the forces of the Kingdom of Macedonia, otherwise, Alexander's troops might have been more numerous, and they might not have been able to defeat Gustav's firearms corps. Perhaps Gustavus overlooked Alexander and the Spartan warriors of the Greek city-states. The Spartans are more than capable of holding their own against the Viking berserkers, and may even gain the upper hand. In other words, the combination of Swedish musketeers and Viking berserkers may not necessarily achieve the same effect as fighting the Roman legions. The Spartans were transferred back to the Kingdom of Macedonia by Alexander to defend Greece and prevent the Ottoman Empire from attacking the Balkans. Gustav didn't seem to understand Attila's good intentions. Also, the number of official Roman legions that fought us last time was only about 6 or 7, and the whole of Rome had 22 legions. And they also had some powerful ordinary legions. They haven't gone into battle yet. Last time they pissed off if you kill them. The Romans will definitely retaliate with tooth for tooth and eye for eye, because this is their code of conduct. We all go to attack Linz. So who is going to besiege Vienna? Tamerlane was responsible for the siege of the city of Vienna. Only by him? Gustav couldn't help but hesitate. Temujin seemed to have too much confidence in Tamerlane's abilities. Believe me, he is enough to be the commander-in-chief alone. Then Timur will be responsible for siege. Attila finally decided that Timur and Temujin would attack the city of Vienna together with several generals, while he, Temujin, Subutai and others would bypass Vienna and force the armies of the Western lords to engage in a second decisive battle without giving any respite for them. Attila's decision was swift and was noticed by the Western lord scouts. These Western lords deployed some scouts in Attila's army, so that they could learn about the other party's news immediately. At Attila's order, the barbarian camp army once again gathered its forces and advanced rapidly, intending to take advantage of the cavalry's mobility. They are pressing forward step by step, planning to annex the entire Grand Duchy of Austria in one fell swoop, and even invade the German region. Even the city of Vienna, in their opinion, was enough to be conquered by Timur's command of about 100,000 soldiers and 200,000 servants. The mission of capturing Vienna is left to you, young Timur. If the city of Vienna is captured, I can canonize you as the king of the Kingdom of Hungary. In order to win over Timur as a commander, Attila made a promise to Timur in advance. Timur's eyes couldn't help but shine after hearing Attila's conditions. His ambition made him very concerned about being crowned king. Attila was the emperor of the Hunnic Empire and the leader of the barbarian camp. He was indeed qualified to be crowned king. The Kingdom of Hungary was now Attila's territory. If he made Timur king, then he would be the king of Attila's vassal country and become Attila's subordinate. However, Temujin was still alive, and Timur did not dare to openly betray Temujin and seek refuge with Attila. So he said to Attila, "Your Majesty, please rest assured and leave it to me to capture Vienna, and leave aside the matter of being crowned king for the time being. We will discuss the matter of making the king after Vienna is captured." Attila knew that it was not easy to win over Timur, and Temujin was no less capable than Attila. Without additional system bonuses, Attila's abilities are even inferior to Temujin's. If you want to gain Timur's allegiance, you must show enough strength and give enough benefits to Timur, so that Timur will work for you. Thinking of this, Attila was not in a hurry to win over Timur, but patiently waited for the opportunity. The top priority is to defeat the coalition of Western lords. Temujin realized that Attila was wooing his generals, but Temujin wanted to annex Attila's power, obtain Attila's holy level recruitment order, and replace him. So he remained patient and indifferent. At the same time, this was also a test of his loyalty to Timur. In Linz, the Western lords are gathering their forces to prepare for the second battle with the barbarian camp represented by Attila. It was no longer Alexander who was responsible for coordinating the Western armies, because Alexander still had to deal with the offensive from the Ottoman Empire. Alexander's successor in command was Hohenzollern, lord of the German region of the Holy Roman Empire. The lords of England were at war with Canute the Great in northern Europe. Canute the Great's Umis warband was looting the coastal areas of England, causing considerable losses to the English. And conflict broke out again in the Scottish Highlands and England. They are powerless. Hohenzollern, in addition to gathering his own forces, was also looking for reinforcements. Attila brought too much shock to the Western continent. Many Western lords know that if Attila wins again, there will be no lord in the Western continent who can resist Attila's troops, and Attila's camp may re-establish order. Is it possible that there hasn't been any movement from Ekaterina and Chu Tian in St. Petersburg? With their characters, they don't seem to be people who are willing to be calm and indifferent. Hohenzollern once again asked for reinforcements from St. Petersburg, but nothing happened. Chu Tian changed his old troublemaking style and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 698. Western Lords Gather. In the city of Linz, the armies of the Western Lords are rapidly gathering. One by one, the German princes responded to Hohenzollern's call to participate in the Holy War. These German princes, those with large military strength, numbered tens of thousands, while those with small military strength only had a few hundred men. Hohenzollern was already the largest prince in the Holy Roman Empire. The Grand Duchy of Austria was a territory of the Holy Roman Empire. Attila's attack on Vienna was actually declaring war on the entire Holy Roman Empire. The German princes were also brave and good at fighting. They assembled a large number of troops to meet Attila's army. Some German princes had no time to participate in the last war and were on the march. They chose to participate in this war. Hohenzollern was their lord. The Western governance system is somewhat different. There can be small lords under the big lords. And the principal pursuit is, the vassals of my vassals, not my vassals. It was extremely difficult for Western lords to change this feudal system and centralize power. In the current German region, the feudal system of the Holy Roman Empire is still implemented. However, the prestige of Hohenzollern was enough to command the princes in the German region. These princes also realized that only by joining forces could the Holy Roman Empire survive in the fiercely competitive Western continent. The Holy Roman Empire is expected to gather 400,000 troops. Hohenzollern counted the troops sent by various German princes and found that the total number reached 400,000. The Kingdom of Macedonia was no longer the main force competing against Attila, and the Holy Roman Empire began to appear on the Western continent. The Archbishop of Cologne, the Archbishop of Mainz, the Archbishop of Trier, the Duke of Saxony, the Elector of the Palatinate, and the King of New Bohemia have arrived, if you include Hohenzollern, who serves as the Margrave of Brandenburg. The 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire are here, because Alexander was injured and the main force returned to defend the Kingdom of Macedonia. He could no longer sit in the main seat. Currently, the 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire and the 3 giants of the Roman Republic have a greater say in the Western coalition. These 10 great lords, plus Alexander, 11 people, decided the survival of Vienna, and even the Western continent. Vienna once again requested reinforcements, and Attila was gathering troops to march towards Linz. He wanted to capture Linz and enter the German region before our troops had time to gather. The Kingdom of Hungary and the Grand Duchy of Austria have been defeated, and his next the target should be the hinterland of our Holy Roman Empire. Hohenzollern crossed his hands and put them under his chin. Looking around at the lords present, Constantine pondered. My Genoese legion and Carthaginian legion have arrived, and they will teach Attila a lesson. There are still 2 legions. I don't know if they will have time to join the war. Genoese legion? Could it be the crossbow legion? Hohenzollern's eyes lit up. The province of Genoa in the Roman Republic was rich in crossbows, with the highest quality in the Western continent. Even the German princes and other Western lords had to buy crossbows from the province of Genoa. The Genoese crossbow legion was no less powerful than the Roman legion. To defeat Attila, there can be no reservations. Constantine took a look at the world rankings. The competition among various lords was extremely fierce. The national war in the second year was still breaking out. The lords of the Han Empire were sweeping away the remaining tribes in various places, and could still gain some points. The 2 Roman giants, Caesar and Pompey, all looked at Constantine as the player lord. As a player, Constantine had many advantages, and it was easier for players to deal with each other. Constantine had inadvertently taken control of Genoa and North Africa, becoming the strongest player among the 3 giants of Rome. Caesar and Pompey looked at each other thoughtfully, seeing caution in each other's eyes. Perhaps Constantine's power continued to expand, and the two giants might join forces to counter Constantine. Moreover, according to what Constantine said, he seemed to have two special legions. Such strength has already posed a threat to Caesar and Pompey, and can even compete with Caesar and Pompey together. The city-state of Carthage in North Africa was originally in existence that could compete with the Roman Republic. The city-state of Carthage also had many famous generals, the most famous of which was Hannibal, who almost penetrated Rome. Although the three giants of Rome are maintaining a delicate balance, the three of them chose to join forces in order to preserve the honor of Rome in this war. We, the 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire, will send troops together. I hope you will spare no effort to attack Attila. Once Attila becomes big, we will no longer be able to compete with him. Hohenzollern was very satisfied with the Genoese crossbow legion that Constantine had collected for a long time, and the Carthaginian legion with war elephants and cavalry. He hoped that Alexander, Caesar, and Pompey would also try their best to fight. Instead of being led by the Holy Spirit, the 7 electors of the Roman Empire fought alone. This time, the Venetians who serve me will also send legions. Caesar also had his own sphere of influence, with the Venetian fleet and Venetian hoplites serving for him. I mobilized the Sicilian legion. Pompey also brought out his own troops. Hohenzollern looked at Alexander again. Alexander, can the kingdom of Macedonia block the offensive of the Ottoman Empire? I don't want the Macedonian army to suddenly return to the kingdom of Macedonia to defend the Ottoman Empire when fighting Attila's army. The Ottoman Empire's Seposi cavalry and the Janissary legion were indeed brave and good at fighting, and their reputation spread throughout Asia Minor. But the Greek city-states had Spartans and Athenians. The Greek navy led by the Athenians. The Greek navy led by the Spartans. The heavy infantry is enough to prevent the Ottoman Empire from conquering Greece for a short period of time. Alexander remained indifferent to the Ottoman offensive and chose to believe in the once prosperous Greek city-states. When Alexander conquered many Greek city-states, he spent considerable effort. Only Alexander himself knew how terrifying the Spartan warriors were. Alexander had to personally lead his companions' cavalry to attack the Spartans' rear camp, causing the Spartans to fall into chaos. And then he captured the Spartan city-state, precisely because they knew that they were good at fighting. As long as the Athenians with a little bit of brains were allowed to command the warlike Spartans, the Spartans would not fall into the trap so easily. Spartans also have their own shortcomings. That is, their brains are not easy to adapt. Alexander's arm was wrapped in gauze, a testament to his valor, as he was wounded in battle with Attila. Not many Western lords dared to attack the cavalry of God to whip Attila head-on, and Alexander could exchange injuries with Attila in a disadvantageous situation. Hohenzollern did not doubt Alexander's determination to fight Attila. After all, among all the Western lords, Alexander was considered a warlike person, and it was Alexander who initiated the alliance against Attila, mainly because the military strength of Alexander's kingdom of Macedonia was restrained by the Ottoman Empire. Alexander was unable to coordinate the overall situation, and simply handed over command to Hohenzollern. The population of the Holy Roman Empire was only much larger than that of the Kingdom of Macedonia. The Holy Roman Empire had many plains, while the Kingdom of Macedonia was mainly mountainous. King Xia of the Eastern Han Empire and Catherine of the Russian Empire have joined our coalition, but they have yet to send troops. Alexander had opinions on the combination of Chu Tian and Ekaterina. The cavalry of the Tsarist Empire was definitely a powerful force that could change the entire battlefield. However, Chu Tian and Ekaterina did not make any move. Instead, they held their own and waited for the opportunity to enter the battlefield. Constantine has become accustomed to Chu Tian's profit-oriented style. Most of them think that our losses are not heavy enough. They are really cunning Easterners. They will not take the initiative to enter the field until the end. They defeated the Golden Horde on their own, and now there is nothing wrong with acting alone. We should be prepared to defeat Attila alone without the Tsarist Empire taking action. It makes sense. The great lords of the West all thought that Chu Tian was not easy to get along with, and that his behavior was irregular. Attila's army will soon advance to Linz. Before that, there are 2 new allies who are willing to join our coalition to deal with the threat from Attila. These 2 people may change the unfavorable situation. Hohenzollern mentioned the new lords of the Western Lords Alliance. The 11 big figures present were not the great lords of all European civilizations, but only represented Germany, Rome, and Macedonia. New allies? Alexander was somewhat surprised by Hohenzollern's diplomatic ability. After he became the new leader, He recruited 2 new lords for the Western Army, which was in a somewhat difficult situation. Those who are eligible to join the Western Lords Alliance are influential or powerful lords. Caesar asked. Who are they? I have made an appointment with them. They will soon arrive at the city of Linz in the Grand Duchy of Austria. You and I will go to the teleportation array to greet our new allies. I think they will not let us down. Hohenzollern stood up. And so did the other 6 electors of the Holy Roman Empire. The big 3 of Alexander and Rome were deeply interested in the new lord found by Hohenzollern. So they followed Hohenzollern to the teleportation array in Linz city, waiting for the new lord to arrive with their guards. These people usually stay hidden, but if there is a real war to destroy the country, their elite troops will come out. The population of our own Rome is no less than that of Macedonia, and the colonies in North Africa also have a population of several million. If we continue to expand in North Africa, the population of the subject country may reach 10 million. The 3 Roman giants, Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey, were in the same camp. They were observing future opponents and comparing the national power of Rome with these civilizations. If Rome wanted to unify the Western continent, it would have to defeat powerful civilizations such as the Kingdom of Macedonia, the Holy Roman Empire, and France. None of these civilizations had a population less than Rome itself. If Rome wanted to expand, it must consider expanding to North African civilization. We can occupy Egypt and Morocco, not just Carthage. I need your support to gain more benefits in North Africa. Europe is not easy to fight, but African civilizations are weak, and they do not know how to take advantage of local resources. We can acquire tens of millions of people in North Africa and then use them as cannon fodder, provide tax revenue, and conquer other European civilizations. After Constantine proposed the co-rule of 3 emperors, he also proposed a plan to occupy North Africa. As the player lord, you can see further prospects. Constantine, what other legions do you have that are unknown to us? Pompey was wary of the 2 legions that Constantine had not yet shown. He was worried that Constantine would backstab the other 2 Roman giants. Constantine did not answer directly. Pompey, please believe me. Our interests are the same. In the teleportation formation in Linz, Hohenzollern and the other 6 electors of the Holy Roman Empire were waiting for the arrival of a special group of reinforcements. According to the time, they should have arrived. The teleportation array in Linz city flashed with white light, and a group of knights walked out of the teleportation array. This group of knights wore white robes outside their armor. On the chest of the robe is the symbol of a red cross, which is in sharp contrast to the black cross of the Teutonic Knights. Alexander, Caesar, Pompey, Constantine, and others all looked at the arriving knights. These knights were still holding shields with red crosses. Louis of France? Caesar was attacking the Gauls. That is, the French. And he recognized this old enemy. Gallic chicken is definitely not an easy enemy to deal with. Louis of Paris. It seems that you have settled matters with the King of Visigoths in Spain. Hohenzollern shakes hands with the arriving French Lord Louis. As powerful civilizations, France and Germany did not have much presence in the previous national wars. But this time, they began to speak out. And the Lord, France's population is slightly smaller than Germany's. But France also has a population of 20 million. And the number of troops gathered at home can be as many as hundreds of thousands. This time, the French lords also decided to deal with Attila's threat. This is the Knights Templar of France. Hohenzollern noticed the special knights brought by the French Lord Louis. Like the Teutonic Knights, the Knights Templar belong to one of the 3 major knightly orders in Europe and are different from individual knights. The Teutonic Knights were larger and more secular. But the Hohenzollern was less willing to fight with the Templars, because the Templars were more fanatical than the Teutonic Knights, and their characteristics gave them at times. They were like mad dogs. Among them, the Knights Templar also had an elite force composed solely of knights. 1 against 100. The size of your Teutonic Knights seems to have expanded again. Louis was also very afraid of the Teutonic Knights of Hohenzollern. The relationship between France and Germany is complicated. This time we have a common enemy. So let's put aside our past grudges for the time being. There is another lord, and she has not arrived yet. Hohenzollern eased the grievances between himself and the French lords. The relationship between the French and German lords was complex and difficult to describe in a single sentence. In fact, the relationship between European civilizations is very complicated. Sometimes they are friends. Sometimes they are enemies. Only interests will last forever. Louis heard that there was another lord who would participate in the decisive battle of Attila's camp. He was not surprised. Almost all the major lords in Europe participated in this battle. Who else would join the battle? Will Charles of England and his English longbow corps also participate in the war? If the English longbowmen participate in the war, it will undoubtedly be easier for us. Lewis coveted the English longbowmen, the characteristic arms of English civilization. There are similar knights in England, but the Knights of the Round Table fell into the hands of Chu Tian. The English longbowmen and the Gallic sailing fleet became the main arms of England. It was impossible for the English Gallic galleons to go ashore and fight to the death with Attila's cavalry, so they could only rely on the English longbowmen to attack Attila's cavalry. As long as they occupy favorable terrain, the English longbowmen may become Attila's nightmare. No! Charles of England is busy dealing with Canute the Great of the Vikings. You should also know that Canute the Great occupied England in history and became the king of all England. He may be the most powerful civilization of the Vikings, the legendary hero. So Charlie was a bit miserable. And even Edward, the Black Prince of England, had a hard time dealing with Canute the Great. Hohenzollern denied the participation of the English Lord Charles in the Great War between the Western lords. Emperor Canute is indeed the only person in the Viking civilization who can be called the Great. The English are really unlucky. The one who came to attack England this time turned out to be the King of England in history. After excluding the Lords of England, Lewis had already guessed who Hohenzollern had recruited to attack Attila. The teleportation array flashed white again, and another group of soldiers appeared from the teleportation array. This group of soldiers was composed of spearmen, halberdiers, arquebusiers, and sword and shield soldiers. Overall, they possessed considerable combat effectiveness. Leading this group of soldiers was a queen with long wavy golden hair. Lewis was very familiar with this group of soldiers. It turned out to be Queen Isabella I of Castile, Spain, and the famous Spanish phalanx. Not long ago, we joined forces to defeat the Visigoth kingdom and solve the problem. We have met the threat from the Visigothic kingdom, so we can join forces to send troops this time. It's really lively this time. Constantine did not mind the matter too much, except for the three maritime civilizations of the Netherlands, Portugal, and England. This time, almost all the lords in Europe were blown out by Attila, launching an unprecedented war. Among this group of Western lords, there was a lord from the east. In St. Petersburg, Chu Tian assembled 80,000 cavalry and infantry, equipped with war horses as vehicles, and the 100,000 cavalry sent by Catherine to form an 180,000-strong army. He planned to divide the troops into three groups, carry out a pulling and breaking through, and attack the Hungarians, the capital of the human empire. He had already learned that Attila had reached Linz and was going to start a war with the Western lords to determine the ownership of the Western continent. This war would probably hurt both sides, so it was his turn. It is difficult to escape the sight of Attila's scouts when the army is mobilized. After all, there are many people in St. Petersburg. Even if there are many scouts from the Hunnic Empire or traders within St. Petersburg, it is not impossible. St. Petersburg can also choose to close the city so that scouts and traders cannot spread the news. However, the closure of St. Petersburg itself sends a message to the outside world that the Russian Empire is going to send troops to attack the Huns. Therefore, the troops were divided into three groups, one of which was the main direction of attack, and the other two served as side divisions to pull and suspect troops. Soldiers are valuable and quick. Chun Qingji, you, Schwerin-Gui and Zhao Yun are on your own. We will meet at the capital of the Huns Empire. Chu Tian separated the White Robe Legion separately as a partial division. Yermak, you lead a group of Cossack cavalry to contain the Hunnic Empire's border defenders. Catherine detached a group of Cossack cavalry to cooperate. Yermak intended to fight to the death for his majesty and fulfill his mission faithfully. As the leader of the Don Cossack cavalry, Yermak was extremely loyal to the Tsar and was the Tsar's loyal eagle dog. The Don Cossack cavalry was extremely mobile and could easily be used to contain the Hunnic Empire defenders. Before Attila led his army and allies to march westward, he left his brother Bleda to defend the capital of the Hunnic Empire. All the people of the Hunnic Empire were armed, and there should be hundreds of thousands of cavalry. But in our 10 in front of 80,000 cavalry, we can easily defeat them. The last time Chu Tian defeated Bleda's 100,000 Huns army with 40,000 cavalry, the loss was only a few thousand. Bleda's ability is much worse than Attila's. My lord, you must be careful. Attila only left Bleda alone, and Bleda must have someone to help. If, as expected, Attila left at least 2 good generals, and then he dared to march westward with confidence. Before Chu Tian sent troops, Sun Bin reminded Chu Tian to pay attention to the generals of the Hun's empire. If Attila only left Blida to guard his home and brought all his powerful allies to attack the west, then Attila may not have too much confidence in Blida's ability. Chu Tian knew this well. But he really couldn't imagine that the Hunnic Empire had any famous generals besides Attila. The Blida brothers, and their amazing system bonuses. The history of the Hunnic Empire is not long, and the records are not enough. The one who can really fight is Attila. I have information about the Hunnic Empire here. Attila seems to have recruited a group of generals from other civilizations to serve him. Before sending troops, Catherine finally obtained useful information about the Hunnic Empire. A military commander from other civilizations? His position is probably a military commander from Eastern Europe. But it doesn't matter. We have prepared for this raid for a lot of time and spent a lot of gold and silver. We must get something in return. In this expedition, the soldiers will stop us. Water comes and earth covers it. Although he knew that Attila would definitely reserve backup, Chu Tian still sent troops resolutely. Otherwise the teleportation array, food, grass, and weapons of 80,000 cavalry would not be reimbursed. Even if the capital of the Hun's empire cannot be captured, hundreds of thousands of taels of gold must be looted and returned to the Han Empire to supplement the finances. Every time you send troops, it must be at least profitable. Your Majesty, the latest news is that the great lord of the Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, has invited the French Lord Louis of Paris and Queen Isabella I of Castile to join forces to deal with Attila. Chu Tian and Yekaterina were about to send troops, and they learned even more shocking news. Now even the lords of Western Europe were participating in this war. Chapter 699 The Western Lords and Attila. On the banks of the Danube River, the coalition of Western lords deployed their defenses along the Danube River. This time, 13 major lords gathered their forces to attack Attila's army. Two new lords, Lord Louis of France and Queen Isabella of Castile, joined the coalition of Western lords. This time, almost all lords in Europe participated in the decisive battle against Attila's army, and the amount of troops invested was extremely surprising. Some players from the Western continent even risked their lives to come and witness this unprecedented battle in the Western continent in person. It is the nature of every civilization to love watching the excitement. The great lords participating in the war were all king-level figures, equivalent to the princes of various states in the Han Empire. They were also obstacles to Attila's unification of the Western continent. If this group of Western king-level figures can be defeated, then almost no one can stop Attila and his group from carving up the Western continent and establishing more than a dozen kingdoms headed by Attila. On the contrary, if Attila is defeated, then the threat of the Hungarian Empire to the Western continent will be basically eliminated, and it will be a matter of time before Attila is eliminated by the Western lords. That is our Queen of the Kingdom of Castile, Her Majesty Isabella. Her Spanish phalanx is a high-level infantry, invincible in the Iberian Peninsula. I didn't expect that the Kingdom of Castile also sent a legion to deal with Attila. I thought she would just sit back and watch. It seems that Attila's arrival in Vienna has caused panic in various kingdoms, so they decided to join forces to suppress Attila. Pull. Attila has angered the Western lords this time. On the other side of the Danube, these Western players can witness huge legions deploying defenses along the banks of the Danube. It was obvious that the army of Western lords wanted to meet Attila here. Players from the Western continent saw elite legions that these kings would not normally be willing to use. The legions participating in this war came from different civilizations, and were the elite divisions of their respective civilizations. When the life and death of the Western continent was at stake, the kings of each kingdom were forced to use the elites of their respective civilizations. You people, get out of here. Otherwise, you will be affected by the war and killed by the ferocious Attila. A group of Templars appeared and drove out the players from the Western continent who tried to watch from the sidelines. To these Templars, this was a holy war against Attila, a demonic figure from the east. Anyone who has nothing to do with the war should leave this place. But in fact, Attila was just a slightly smaller hero, and Westerners tend to demonize these conquerors. This is the Knights Templar in France, one of the three major knights. They have a firm belief. Players watching the game in France can easily identify the symbol of the Knights Templar, which is too obvious. I didn't expect that two of the three major knighthoods, the Teutonic Knights and the Knights Templar, would be dispatched in this war. I don't know if the Knights Hospitaller will arrive on the battlefield. What's the difference between the three knights? It is said that the Teutonic Knights are the largest. The Templars have the strongest faith, and the Hospitallers have healing skills and can save lives and heal the wounded. Each knight also has its own mark and ability. This time, 2 of the 3 major knights with the knights dispatched. Attila may be in trouble in this battle. Attila has been harassing our western continent for more than a year, and it's time to defeat him. Players in the western continent also have a grudge against Attila, because Attila brought millions of casualties to the western continent. These strangers, what are they doing? The 3 giants of Rome noticed the players from the western continent watching the game and frowned slightly. These players may be killed in the melee between cavalry on both sides, and they have not yet realized the cruelty of this battle. In the last war, the coalition forces of the Western Lords suffered 100,000 casualties. But in this war, the kings of each kingdom believed that there would be at least 200,000 casualties. This was also the heavy price that had to be paid to defeat Attila. Even if the lords of France and the Queen of Spain join the war, the situation is still not optimistic, and victory or defeat is possible. Hohenzollern served as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces of the Western Lords and deployed large armies along the Danube River, especially strengthening the defense of the rear to avoid being bypassed by Subutai and Tamerlane last time, as long as they are not bypassed by the cavalry from the east. For the army of the Western Lords with 2 major knights, they may not be inferior to any of Temujin's and Tira's cavalry in a head-on confrontation. Among the coalition forces of the Western Lords, there are 2 well-equipped knight troops, mainly from Germany and France, 2 countries rich in knights. The Spanish Grand Phalanx could barely deal with Gustav's firearms legion, while Rome had excellent heavy infantry, as well as from crossbowmen of the city-state of Genoa. If the Western Lords' alliance had a disadvantage, it might be the lack of a large light cavalry force like Attila. Western Lords were unable to possess such a large number of light cavalry, because Attila and Temujin's light cavalry came from the Great Plains of Eastern Europe or the Mabe Plateau. Other terrains in the Western continent do not have such vast plains, so farming was sacrificed in favor of cultivating a large light cavalry force. Constantine, is that your Genoese crossbow corps? Caesar and Pompey had been keeping an eye on Constantine's legions. Genoa is also part of the Roman region. The local area is rich in high-quality crossbows, which came to the city of Linz through the teleportation array. This legion is equipped with expensive steel crossbows, which can easily penetrate the armor of noble knights at close range. Although it is a dishonorable thing to shoot a knight's armor with a crossbow, it is very practical. No one would reject a practical battlefield weapon. Caesar, you made an agreement with me at the beginning. I will occupy Genoa. You will occupy Venice. And Pompey will occupy Sicily. I recruited crossbowmen in Genoa, which should not have violated our original agreement. The heavy infantry and Mediterranean fleet you recruited in Venice. And I didn't interfere with you. Constantine, I didn't mean that. Although Caesar was wary of Constantine, on the surface, the 3 were still allies of Rome and tried to avoid internal strife. In addition to the Genoese crossbow legion, Constantine also brought the Carthaginian legion. This legion comes from North Africa, and its soldiers come from a powerful city-state civilization in Tunisia. The Carthaginian legion had a mixed force of elephants, cavalry, and infantry, and they could compete with the Roman legion. Constantine's vision went further than Caesar and Pompey. He regarded North Africa as his colony and focused his expansion on North Africa, thus acquiring a large number of servant legions. Perhaps we should also expand to North Africa and not elsewhere. Caesar discovered that Constantine had gained a large number of people and servants from his conquests in North Africa, and was very jealous of this, because Constantine benefited greatly from it, and his power was almost equal to that of Caesar and Pompey combined. Although we in France have lost the core hero of Joan of Arc, we still have the Knights Templar, brave feudal knights, citizen army, and peasant army. This time to deal with Attila, we must revitalize our French prestige. The French Lord Louis participated in this huge war. He led 100,000 French legions out of the teleportation array in Bohemia, and then converged on Linz, so that he could participate in this war in time. There are 100,000 French legions, including more than 5,000 knights. Rows of knights wearing white robes and red crosses marched with their horses, with shields, spears, and bows and arrows hung on the saddles, wearing strange helmets with only a pair of eyes exposed. They participated in this great battle with enthusiasm. This group of knights has amazing beliefs. Some of them are Templar knights, and some are French feudal knights. That is, noble knights. I don't know if the Teutonic knights are stronger or the Templars are better. When Hohenzollern saw the Templars, he had not yet tried to fight the Teutonic knights against the Templars, so he could not tell the winner. These civilizations are more powerful than I imagined. If I want to conquer them, I alone cannot be their opponent. Together, They are stronger than anyone else. Alexander witnessed with his own eyes the preparations for this huge war, and the unique arms of each civilization emerged in endlessly. He vaguely realized that with the capabilities of the Kingdom of Macedonia, it was already quite difficult to deal with one of the great civilizations. If two of the great civilizations joined forces, the Kingdom of Macedonia might be wiped out. The Western continent still maintains a delicate balance. Large civilizations dare not annex each other, because among the large civilizations, if one of the powerful civilizations rises, other civilizations may join forces to suppress it to avoid being annexed by the rising powerful civilization. King, if you want to conquer these civilizations, you may need to provoke them to fight and let them consume each other before you can unify the Western continent. This time, with the king's credit for wounding Attila, if we can capture the capital of the Hunnic Empire, your prestige will be unprecedented. Coupled with the conflicts among European civilizations, you may become the king of all Europe. Eumenes, what you say makes sense. Alexander listened to Eumenes' suggestion and probably had something in mind. However, Attila is currently an obstacle they must overcome. Attila's threat to the Western continent is too great and must be eliminated first and then quickly. Attila's army is only 100 miles away from Linz. Mongolian General Subutai served as the vanguard. Subutai! Subutai again! The Western lords were shocked. It was Subutai that led to the last war, and the various lords in the West were passive. Let us, the Knights Templar, defeat Subutai's advance. Louis, who came from Paris, France, wanted to see the front of the Mongolian cavalry. A military unit, such as the Knights Templar, that is suitable for decisive battles should not be wasted here. Hohenzollerns Knights of the Sword suffered heavy losses due to attacks by Temujin's cavalry. To prevent the French Templars from repeating their mistakes before the decisive battle, he resisted the French lord's impulse. For Louis, it may be possible to gain points, but in the eyes of other Western lords, especially those who have already fought against the Mongolian cavalry, the French Iron Cans may be taking the initiative to fight the vanguard of the Mongolian cavalry, who are good at maneuvering. Go and give someone a head. Is the Mongolian cavalry really that powerful? Even more terrifying than the last national war? Louis was not a mediocre person. He could unify France. He soon realized that he seemed to have underestimated Subutai's ability. In the last national war, the French were defeated by Temujin's cavalry. Subutai's vanguard cavalry is rapidly approaching the hundreds of thousands of Western lords' coalition forces. Soon, the Mongolian cavalry and the Western knights could already see each other's horses. Historically, the Mongolian cavalry defeated the Eastern European coalition forces in the Kingdom of Hungary. This time, they faced heavily armored knights from Central and Western Europe. The impact of the knights is no less than that of any heavy cavalry, and there are also elite full-body plate armor knights among them. Your Majesty, ahead is the legion of resistors. Their strength is at least hundreds of thousands. Attila and Temujin commanded the army and approached Linz. The Western lords had already deployed a large number of troops along the Danube River, numbering hundreds of thousands. The scale was even more exaggerated than the last war. Sure enough, we cannot allow these kings enough time to gather the legions. Otherwise they will continue to consume our troops. They must be completely destroyed. Attila and other king-level leaders agreed that it was necessary to completely destroy all the Western lords and occupy their lands. The armies of both sides were arrayed along the Danube River. Temujin had an uneasy premonition that this battle would be no better than the last one. This time, the Western kings not only came prepared, but also, with the two knights joining forces, they were enough to compete head-on with Temujin and Attila's cavalry. Temujin, are you scared? Attila could feel that Temujin seemed hesitant, so he took the initiative to ask. No, I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about defeat. And I can't be defeated. Temujin did not retreat in the face of Attila's doubts. The Lord of the East, Chu Tian, and the Tsar Yeka, who recently established the Russian Empire, tell Ina. It is very likely that they will attack your capital. Aren't you worried that your capital will be breached? Once your capital is breached, your control over the territory will collapse overnight. I have left generals to assist Blida and defend the capital. They will teach the enemies who attack the capital a lesson. If necessary, Temujin, you can use the teleportation array to go to my royal city and fight your old rival again. Attila knew that Temujin had been defeated by Chu Tian many times, and deliberately provoked a fight between Temujin and Chu Tian, letting Temujin deal with his old rival. No, Temujin has been reluctant to fight Chu Tian recently, probably because of the psychological shadow caused by repeated defeats. No matter who it is, They are no longer willing to fight against the same opponent after being defeated repeatedly. The same goes for Genghis Khan Temujin. Attila did not force Temujin. He still needed Temujin to deal with the army of Western lords in front of him. Even if you feel free to attack the army of Western lords, it will take time for them to use cavalry to break through the royal city. And during this time, we have already stepped over the corpses of Western lords. Temujin couldn't help but take a second look at Attila. Attila obviously had confidence in defending the capital of the Hungarian Empire. So he was confident. If you think about it carefully, before Attila gained Temujin and Gustav as allies, he was not defeated by Alexander's offensive. And he also conquered Poland and Lithuania in the war, and killed the original king of Bohemia. It is possible that some heroes of civilization were not captured for their own use. Attila is very cunning. He is taking advantage of the contradictions between various civilizations, using coercion and inducement to win allies for himself. He should not have left a few trustworthy generals to guard his home. It is not easy to try to annex Attila's tribe. If you are not careful, Attila will annex your own tribe. Temujin is coveting Attila's power, and Attila is coveting Temujin's talents. The two legendary figures join forces in a strange way. Is that the army of Attila? The whip of God? Even the king of Poland and the Grand Duke of Lithuania were defeated by Attila, and the king of Bohemia was killed by him in the battle not long ago. Even Alexander was injured in the melee. Queen Isabella of Castile hung a sword on her waist. She stood on a high place and looked at the Hunnic Empire camp opposite with the other great lords in the west. There were many flags, and there was no end as far as the eye could see. There are so many troops on the battlefield that it is impossible to deploy such a huge force on one battlefield. The two sides combined 1 million troops, divided by broken terrain, including rivers, woods, swamps, and hills. Both warring sides faced extremely complex terrain. The complexity of the terrain gives even the most brilliant commander a headache. A battlefield can accommodate up to 3 army-wide auras, and the broken terrain divides the battlefield. Each battlefield requires the highest bonus, so the number of generals with army-wide auras is very high. The Spanish phalanx of the Queen of Castile was on the right wing, with woods and wooden fences covering the arquebusiers. There were a few Spanish arquebusiers in the Spanish phalanx. In terms of advanced level, King Gustav of Sweden's Swedish linear phalanx was actually superior to Queen of Castile's Spanish phalanx, because the Swedish phalanx was based on the Spanish and Dutch phalanx. The result of improvements, however, in the world of Lord, where cold weapons are popular, the Swedish phalanx is not necessarily better than the Spanish phalanx. The proportion of pikemen in the Spanish phalanx is higher than that of arquebusiers. It focuses on the defense of arquebusiers. It is deeper, and is not easy to be broken through by cavalry and infantry. In the Swedish square formation, the proportion of arquebusiers is higher than that of pikemen. It focuses on the output and mobility of arquebusiers. The depth is shallow. When attacked by cavalry, if the number of pikemen is smaller than that of arquebusiers, they cannot withstand the impact of cavalry, and are easily attacked, beat down. It can be said that in Lords, cavalry is still the king of field battles. Therefore, the concept of the Spanish phalanx is not necessarily backward, and it has its own advantages and disadvantages with the Swedish phalanx. The Queen of Castile's opponent was Gustav. The Knights Templar will help you defeat Gustav. The Knights are not far behind. In order to win over Queen Isabella of Castile, the French Lord Louis took the initiative to send the Knights Templar to cooperate with the Spanish Grand Phalanx. As the great lords of Western Europe, their goal was to target the Nordic lion Gustav. I hope the Templars don't disappoint me. Isabella's military power seems to be not low either. In fact, the expansion ambitions of the queens of some European kingdoms are not weaker than those of the kings. The Knights Templar will not let you down. King Visigoth was suppressed by our joint forces. I believe you have seen the strength of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar are indeed very powerful, but our Spanish Knights of Santiago are not inferior either. Isabella's eyes fell on her army. In addition to the Spanish phalanx, there was also a knighthood and javelin cavalry in her army. Just like France has the Knights Templar and Germany has the Teutonic Knights, Spain also has the Knights of Santiago. But the reputation of the Knights of Santiago is far less than that of the 3 major knights. The knights of this order wear white cloaks with a red sword-shaped cross as their symbol. The red sword-shaped handle and the end of the guard are in the shape of a lily. However, the leader of the 13 Knights of the Order of Santiago wore a black cloak and a 4-cornered hat. The 13 Knights no longer belong to the high-level arms, but to the ranks of generals. But their strength is different. The Knights of Santiago cannot compete with the 3 major European knights. However, they are still a characteristic arm of Spanish civilization, and the sword Isabella used to defeat her enemies. The Macedonian army is good at mountain warfare. It uses the mountains on the left to contain the opponent's flank. Our German and Roman infantry and cavalry cooperated with each other to defeat Attila head-on. Attila was injured in the last melee. The extent of his injury is unknown. Whether he has recovered. If his injury has not recovered, then this is an opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, we will be in a hard fight. But no matter what, victory belongs to us. The 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire, some of whom were players and some of whom were NPCs, became the mainstay of the Western continent at this time. There were dozens of German princes who came to participate in the battle. With strong military strength, the Archduke of Austria suffered heavy losses after this battle. The new Holy Roman Emperor may be Hohenzollern. Among the 7 electors, 6 of them were intimidated by the prestige of Hohenzollern and found that Hohenzollern had unknowingly become the leader of the German region. The only competitor with Hohenzollern for the Holy Roman Emperor, Ferdinand of Austria, suffered heavy losses in this war, and his strength was far inferior to that of Hohenzollern. If Hohenzollern personally commanded this battle and won, then he would definitely take advantage of the prestige gained from victory and ascend to the position of Holy Roman Emperor. The status of the Holy Roman Empire is already at the imperial level, which is one level higher than civilizations such as the Kingdom of France and the Kingdom of Spain. Hohenzollern was relatively calm. People decided to make things happen. But God decided to make things happen. This time, the coalition of Western lords had assembled enough troops and was no longer so passive. The defeat last time must be regained this time. Attila, let's fight again. I will kill you. Alexander hated Attila, his old enemy. It would be fine if Attila fought head-on with his Macedonian army. But Attila has been restraining him, and also encouraged the Ottoman Empire to attack the Kingdom of Macedonia to resolve the internal conflicts of the Ottoman Empire. The other 2 legions still can't catch up with this battle in time. Constantine transferred the Genoese crossbow legion, the Carthaginian legion, and 4 Roman legions, for a total of 6 legions. The commander of the Carthaginian legion was Milka Barca, a famous general of the Carthaginian civilization. He was also the father of the famous Carthaginian general Hannibal. His ability was not as good as that of Hannibal, but he was nicknamed Lightning. The commander of the Genoese legion was Andrea Doria, a naval admiral of the Genoese civilization. Although the abilities of naval generals on land will be greatly reduced, some naval generals are also excellent commanders of crossbow systems. A Roman legion had about 5,000 to 6,000 men, while the Genoese and Carthaginian legions were much larger. Constantine's lineup made Caesar and Pompey jealous. If the legions are regarded as the wealth of individual lords, then Constantine currently has more property than Caesar and Pompey. Chapter 700 Attacking the Hun Empire. Outside St. Petersburg, Chu Tian had learned that the second war between Attila and the Western lords was about to break out, and he immediately invaded the territory of the Hunnic Empire with Yekaterina. When the 2 camps were preparing for a war of strength, they had already assembled at the border between the Russian Empire and the Hunnic Empire. As long as Attila dares to go to war with the Western lords, then it will be Chu Tian's opportunity to sneak attack on the capital of the Hun's empire. Attila must have noticed that we were going to raid his capital, but he still decided to go to war with the lords in the west, which shows that he has a lot of confidence in defending the capital. When Chu Tian entered the territory of the Hun's empire, he realized that Attila had left some means. Attila usually used Bleda and the Ostrogoth king as his thugs. It is rare to hear that Attila used any generals. The capital of the Hunnic Empire has declared martial law after Attila's expedition, and has deployed large armies in the towns near the capital. They are the horns of each other, and have accumulated at least more than 100,000 soldiers in order to break through the capital of the Hunnic Empire. The difficulty is unimaginable. Yekaterina is with Chu Tian's main force. Even after she became Tsar, she still liked to lead the cavalry in front. If the city cannot be captured, then we might as well loot the surrounding towns to see if it can lure the enemy. Or, if Attila is defeated at the front, the Hunnic Empire's capital defenders will be shaken and surrender. Chu Tian estimated that Attila and Temujin were a little confused this time. They completely angered various European kings or lords. So much so that the French and Spanish civilizations also entered the war. Rome even dispatched a group of servants from North Africa to participate in the war. Once Attila is defeated, the Western lords will frantically carve up the territory of the Hunnic Empire, so Chu Tian can steal the gold and silver of the Hunnic Empire in advance. What cannot be taken away will be left to Catherine to occupy, which can be regarded as a containment. The Kingdom of Macedonia and the Holy Roman Empire expanded eastward. Let's set off and invade the territory of the Huns Empire. Chution commanded the cavalry and galloped on the vast Ukrainian plains. The land here was extremely vast. The Hunnic Empire's cavalry could not defend such a vast land. There were flaws everywhere. Joan of Arc held the holy flag and followed Chution. She looked in the direction of France. In this war, the French lords had already joined the war. Joan of Arc was now completely free. But she had no intention of returning to France. She had now completely settled in another civilized area. Van Lingua commanded the Chilion cavalry for the first time, and came from the Central Plains to participate in this operation. The four major heroines gathered together to trigger the major heroines effect. Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying, Van Lingua, and Liang Hongyu gained +2 command and +1 force. And the legion's attack power, defense power, and mobility increase by an additional 7%. All military units involved in sweeping the rear of the Hunnic Empire were equipped with war horses. And even heavy infantry and crossbowmen could gain mobility. Chution and Yekaterina, as the main forces, drove straight in from the front, while the White Robe Army and Cossack cavalry broke through from the other two directions, looting gold and silver along the way. Even if they cannot break through the capital of the Hunnic Empire, capture some towns, or plunder tens of thousands of taels of gold, they can still make up for the losses. The cavalry troops from the east divided into 3 groups, and successively attacked several towns in the east of the Hunnic Empire. However, the 100,000 Hunnic Empire soldiers, hoarded on the border, huddled in the fortress, and did not dare to move. Outside a fortress stocked with 30,000 Hunnic Empire soldiers, the white-robed cavalrymen floated past like white clouds. They regarded the fortress as nothing and bypassed it to quickly defeat the towns along the way and obtain continuous gains of supplies. Quickly inform the royal city that the Eastern cavalry is attacking in large numbers. The defenders of the fortress immediately lit beacon fires and sent out cavalry, risking their lives to inform the capital of the Hunnic Empire. The Oriental cavalry, they are exactly what your majesty guessed. They attacked our rear when your majesty was unable to escape. Breda did not go west with Attila, but stayed in the royal city, which was crucial to Attila. Once the capital of the Hunnic Empire was breached by Chution, the punishment of the capital being breached would be unbearable for Attila, and the entire Hunnic Empire would quickly collapse as a result. Because Temujin lost Hala and Lin, the entire Mabe was instantly in chaos. Blida heard that Chution from the Han Empire was attacking again. As a defeated general, he couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. For a while, he didn't even dare to send troops to respond to the enemy. His cavalry is almost irresistible. I still stick to the city and remain unchanged in response to all changes. No matter how cunning the Eastern cavalry is, it is impossible for me to be shaken. Breda thought of a universal strategy, which is to use the turtle tactic to delay until Attila and others defeat the Western lords. The prerequisite is that Attila and others can defeat the Western lords' coalition. Attila built a fortress outside the royal city, which was at the angle of each other. In the fortress, Attila left 3 generals. When the capital of the Hunnic Empire was in danger, Attila reminded Blida, "You can enable this legion." Breda recruited 3 generals. "Your Majesty has great trust in you, so he has asked you to command an army of 70,000 people and set up another fortress outside the city to delay the enemy's attack. I hope you will not let me or your Majesty down." The leading general had only one eye left and looked at Breda with a bit of decisiveness and fierceness in his eyes. "Your Majesty is going to destroy the old order and establish a new one. I will definitely defend the city for your Majesty." "I won't." "I failed to live up to His Majesty's expectations." The other 2 generals said, "Our brothers will assist the commander in guarding the fortress outside the city. The siege team will face attacks from 2 cities, and will be exhausted." "Very good. As long as you successfully defend the royal city, you and your descendants will have inexhaustible wealth." Breda tried to use gold and silver to win over these 3 people. He was looked at by the one-eyed military commander, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The generals Attila left behind should not be ordinary people, and his abilities might be even higher than Blida's. Breda was assigned by Attila to defend the capital of the Hunnic Empire. His ability was not the most important, but his loyalty. As for marching and fighting, it is enough to have a group of generals who can serve as thugs. In the territory of the Huns Empire, a group of Huns cavalry was attacked by white-robed cavalry on the way. Schwerenguy and Zhaoyan broke into the enemy formation without saying a word, defeated the Huns cavalry in one fell swoop, and killed 1,000 people. The rest of the Hun's cavalry scattered in all directions. There is no need to chase. We will seize as much gold and silver as possible. The remaining Hun's cavalry will leave the Westerners with a headache. Chen Qingji did not spend any energy chasing down the fleeing Hun's cavalry. Otherwise it would waste a lot of time. Their goal was to capture the surrounding cities during the march, then loot them, and then go to the royal city of the Hun's empire to join Chu Tian. After the white robes passed, a group of cavalry arrived on the battlefield to check on the Hun cavalry, who had been killed by the white robes. The death rate between the two sides is quite different. This must be the elite cavalry from the east. They have already invaded here, and their target should be the royal city. I came a step too late. Maybe I shouldn't fight them. I can only defend and wait for the opportunity. The arriving cavalry general observed the battlefield and concluded that the white robes were not ordinary cavalry, and gave up the idea of pursuing the white robes. Otherwise, if they pursue rashly, they will most likely be counterattacked by the white robes legion. Is this cavalry the main force of King Xia of the Han Empire? The cavalry general recruited by Attila was confused, and it was difficult to tell which cavalry was the main cavalry led by Chu Tian himself. Monan Dragon City. Li Mu returned to this city with a full body of blood. He was ordered to conquer the Lake Baikal region, capture the city of Irkutsk, and basically control the Lake Baikal region. However, it is not difficult to occupy a city with few troops. What is really difficult is to conquer the local tribes and establish a new ruling order. Li Mu spent a lot of time controlling the local tribes in the Irkutsk area. However, at this time, the Xiongnu tribes in Monan and Mabe became active. Chu Tian had to transfer Li Mu, who was familiar with Monan, to take charge of defending the Monan grassland. Li Mu had battles with the Huns in history, so Chu Tian specially transferred Li Mu to deal with the Huns and discuss the Huns tribe. Lu Su took Yel Xiezhen, who had taken refuge, back to Monan Dragon City. Everyone in the city looked at Yelu Xiezhen with a little surprise. Yelu Xiezhen was a military commander of the Khitan civilization. Not long ago, the two sides were fighting on the Mabe grassland. But now, Yel Xiezhen takes the initiative to come to rely on him, which can only be said to be unpredictable. Lu Su resettled the remaining remnants of the Khitan tribe. The Khitan was originally a powerful tribe. Unfortunately, the Khitan tribe was not very lucky. It was attacked many times and suffered heavy losses. Because the Khitan tribe became a rare tribe, Lu Su settled them without any difficulty. With the current population of the Khitan tribe, it will be easily assimilated. And then, there will no longer be a Khitan tribe. I need a cavalry to hunt down the Hun cavalry. Yelu Xiezhen couldn't help but get angry when he thought that his tribe had been kidnapped by the Hun's cavalry, and that Xiao Siwen and Yelu Xiu were still alive and dead. After Lu Su resettled the surviving Khitan tribes, he comforted the Khitan general. Yelu Xiezhen's ability was still first-rate, and he and Yel Xiu were the second Khitan commanders. However, his anger temporarily blinded Yelu Xiezhen's reason. Now that I know it is the Xiongnu the cavalry attacked your tribe, so it is easy to detect the news of the Xiongnu tribe. Trust our scouts. They will find out the whereabouts of Xiao Siwen and brother Yuluxiu as soon as possible. If Xiao Siwen and brother Yuluxiu are still alive, we can still try rescue it. Yelu Xiezhen calmed down a little after hearing what Lu Su said. You mean Xiao Siwen and brother Yuluxiu are still alive? It's not impossible. Otherwise we would have found their bodies long ago. Maybe they still have value. Lu Su knew that Xiao Siwen and brother Yuluxiu were important civil servants and generals of the Khitan civilization. If the Xiongnu tribe wanted to establish an empire, they might need a group of civil servants and generals. The heroes of the Khitan tribe were more acceptable to the Huns. Yelu Xiezhen, isn't this a Khitan general? Li Mu had been active in Lake Baikal for a long time, and was unaware of the changes that had occurred in the Khitan tribe. He was somewhat surprised to see Yelu Xiezhen appearing in his camp. Not long ago, the two sides were fighting to the death. If the king of Liao hadn't died in battle, I wouldn't have been willing to come and seek refuge with him. Yelu Xiezhen and Li Mu were in tit-for-tat confrontation. However, Li Mu soon thought that it didn't matter. After all, the Khitan tribe would disappear soon after it was dispersed. The Huns have begun to conquer various tribes in Mabe and Monan. The Xiongnu Chanyu is trying to occupy Monan and Mabe to replace the original Temujin and become the new grassland overlord. Lu Su explained the current situation to Li Mu, who came back. Li Mu can be regarded as taking orders in the face of danger. Commanders such as Yu Fei, Wei Qing, Cao Cao, and Lu Yi have enemies that they need to guard against. At present, Li Mu has no enemies. He has to shoulder the important task of defending the Monan grassland. The area of the Monan grassland is too vast, and it is extremely difficult to capture the main force of the Hun's cavalry. Li Mu suddenly thought of something. The southern Xiongnu tribe in Bingzhou is also a branch of the Xiongnu. They need to send scouts to monitor their every move. After being reminded by Li Mu, Lu Su somewhat ignored the unstable factor of the southern Huns. The southern Xiongnu were arranged by Chu Tian to monitor the Tuoba Xianbei tribe in the Helan Mountains. And by the way, they herded sheep and raised war horses on the Ordos Plateau. If no new Xiongnu Chanyu appears, there is no problem with this arrangement. But if a new Xiongnu Chanyu appears on the grassland, then the southern Xiongnu may not remain loyal. The southern Xiongnu took refuge in Chu Tian's forces because they were just afraid of Chu Tian's strength. Immediately sent people to Bingzhou to monitor the southern Xiongnu tribe. Lu Su was reminded by Li Mu and immediately informed the relevant scouts to go to Bingzhou to monitor every move of the southern Xiongnu tribe.